Fong Yun returned to the year 2012, leading a relegation-threatened team to an exhilarating triumph, amassing numerous championships. Chapter 1. Departing from Ningxu, Trials at Manchester City. In July 2012, at the capital airport of Huaxia, Fong Yun, "Are you truly prepared to leave?" inquired a middle-aged man, his face etched with wrinkles, bearing the marks of a life well lived. Upon closer inspection, this man was none other than the former Asian football king, Sun Jihai. "Yes, I can no longer tolerate the actions of Ningxu Club. They have not paid salaries for 6 months, Fong Yun replied. "Indeed, some clubs operate without integrity and suffer from poor management. It is unfortunate for you," Sun Jihai lamented. "It's all right, Uncle Sun. I appreciate your support, but my mind is made up. No one can dissuade me now," Fong Yun declared resolutely. Just a few hours prior, Fong Yun had engaged in a heated argument with the management of Ningxu Club. Furious over the unpaid wages, he found their response lacking in remorse, instead filled with arrogance. "You should be grateful for the opportunity to play. Many would give anything for a chance. Consider this a warning. If you do not play obediently, you may never transfer again." Fong Yun was incensed. Not only had they withheld his salary, but they also threatened to blacklist him. He then reached out to Uncle Sun, seeking assistance in securing a trial opportunity in European leagues. During his time abroad, Sun Jihai had cultivated a network within Europe. Coincidentally, Manchester City had recently organized a youth training-friendly match in collaboration with Huaxia, providing a chance for standout performers to join their academy. As a candidate for the prestigious Golden Boy Award, having been ranked 9th in 2012, Fong Yun was fortunate to qualify for this friendly. Manchester City's youth academy is renowned. While it is well known that Spain's La Masia consistently produces talent, with notable figures like Lionel Messi and Ansu Fati showcasing their exceptional gifts, it is Manchester City's academy that is truly formidable. Although their top players may not surpass those from La Masia, their rate of success in developing talent is remarkably high. Statistics reveal that from 2010 to 2020, Manchester City generated several hundred million from the sales of youth academy players, a staggering figure. Most clubs struggle to profit from youth training, often facing losses due to financial constraints, talent shortages, and low return on investment. Huaxia's situation is even more dire. It is often said they lack a proper youth academy, with potential investors wary of the dismal return rates. Conversely, Manchester City thrives, with many players emerging from their academy commanding significant market values. The recent rise of Palmer, valued at 140 million, and Sancho's sale to Manchester United for tens of millions, alongside Dia's success at Liverpool, underscores this phenomenon. Fong Yun's presence at the Manchester City training camp was a clear indication of his formidable talent. What's more, Fong Yun was a time traveler, a devoted football enthusiast in his previous life, and an ardent fan of Football Manager. The following day, Fong Yun opened Weibo to discover his name trending. Golden Boy Award recipient embroiled in a public dispute with management, unilaterally leaves the team. Golden Boy Fong Yun exhibits a lack of discipline, accused of assaulting teammates and visiting nightclubs. Discontent with being substituted, Golden Boy Fong Yun storms out of the team. How can such a person be awarded the Golden Boy? He is nothing but scum. It was high time to dismiss such a player, otherwise the national team will never have hope. This is the youth of today. Once they achieve recognition, they become arrogant. This honor should be revoked. They are shameless. Do you think you are so impressive? Do you really believe you are above the rules, flaunting your privileges? Weibo is inundated with vitriol, insults, and slander directed at Fong Yun. Upon reading these comments, Fong Yun's anger surged. It was their failure to pay wages that preceded this. Yet they had the audacity to malign him, fabricating stories of nightclub visits and assaults, a complete fabrication. Fong Yun decided to respond directly. "My departure is justified. Ningxu Club has failed to pay wages for 6 months. After discussions yielded no results, and they sought to blacklist me, I had no choice but to leave. I hope everyone can view this rationally." His statement sent shockwaves through the online community. Oh, a twist in the tale? Could it be? It's hard to say. Some clubs indeed have questionable practices. This must be false. If it were true, why wouldn't Fong Yun report it? Words alone hold no weight. At that moment, public opinion splintered into 3 factions. One supporting Ningxu Club, deeming Fong Yun disorganized and undisciplined, another backing Fong Yun, believing the club indeed owed wages, and a third, neutral faction, merely enjoying the spectacle. Ningxu Club, demonstrating its public relations prowess, swiftly enlisted various football influencers to rally support. First to speak was Coach Li Tai. Ningsu Club has always been a model club in the country, treating its players exceptionally well. I firmly believe they would never withhold salaries. Following Li Tai's statement, numerous football bloggers echoed support for Ningsu. Fong Yun found himself at a loss. He regretted not recording the conversations, but evidence was not readily at hand. For now, he could only endure. I told you, Fong Yun is nothing but a clown, daring to slander Ningsu Club. How audacious! Such a player deserves a complete ban. Their behavior is too egregious, unrepentant, and obstinate. Sun Jihai offered to assist Fong Yun in clarifying the situation. Fong Yun declined. Aware of the complex dynamics at play, Uncle Sun was too experienced to engage in this battle. He realized that the domestic environment was not conducive to his growth. It was time to seek a grander stage. With a determined stride, Fong Yun walked through the boarding gate, embarking on a journey toward a new football realm, one that might truly serve as his grand stage. Chapter 2. System Activation. Looking to the future in the bustling heart of the city, Fong Yun carries his dreams and pressures alone, silently weaving through the throngs of people. He, a football dreamer of 2 lifetimes, bears the regrets of his past life intertwined with the aspirations of this one, having forged a resilient and mature mindset. Those who hurl insults online are, in his eyes, mere failures in reality, venting their frustrations in the virtual realm. Fong Yun understands that entangling himself with such baseless negativity is futile. Thus, he chooses to mute the cacophony of comments and fix his gaze steadfastly upon the distant green pitch that belongs to football. He remains utterly indifferent to the clamor around him. Having lived 2 lives, Fong Yun's mindset has matured significantly, and his psychological resilience is unparalleled. He is acutely aware that in just a few days, a more significant match awaits him. A match that could determine his football career and the potential acquisition of a professional contract. Uncle Sun, thank you for your efforts. And I apologize for the trouble. If I have the chance to return, I will treat you to a meal, Fong Yun said sincerely at the airport. Looking at his mentor and friend, Sun Jihai. Don't be silly, my child. I truly feel sorry for you. The environment back home is quite challenging. You should focus on developing in England. There, you'll find the best resources and platforms. I believe in your ability, Sun Jihai replied, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes. The bond between Sun Jihai and Fong Yun's father, who had once fought side by side, naturally extends to Fong Yun. I have sent you the schedule for the Manchester City training camp. Take a good look when you return, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. However, don't let the pressure overwhelm you. Maintain a calm mindset. The intensity at the Manchester City Youth Academy will undoubtedly be immense. Just do your best. Sun Jihai reassured him. Understood, Uncle Sunday. I will give it my all, Fong Yun responded, his voice tinged with anticipation and anxiety. Then make sure to put in the effort. However, consider other options as well. The competition at a prestigious club like Manchester City is fierce. If it doesn't work out, playing for another team is also acceptable. You're 17 now, and it is crucial for you to get playing time. Playing is more important than where you play, Sun Jihai said with a furrowed brow, imparting his wisdom earnestly. I understand, Uncle Sunday. I will play well and seize every opportunity, Fong Yun assured him resolutely. He knew the pressure of this upcoming match was immense. The youth training systems in China and Manchester City were worlds apart. Yet, all he could do was give his utmost on the field. Unbeknownst to Fong Yun, he was about to embark on a path whose outcome was uncertain, taking each step as it comes. The airplane soared through the night sky, heading towards Manchester, England. Indeed, a paradise for football. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Fong Yun's mind. Host detected facing difficulties. Gold medal defensive midfielder system activated. Attribute panel loaded. Beginner's gift pack issued. Would you like to open it? Fong Yun's heart raced as he realized that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he chose to open the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host, on opening the beginner's gift pack. Rewards. Hot Zone Imaging Module. Long-range shooting certainty card. Hot Zone Imaging Module. Visualize the pitch in your mind, with areas colored green, yellow, and red. Green indicates wide open spaces with no defenders, while red denotes the most crowded areas with the most players. Defensive positioning, 55 to 100. My goodness, this is incredible, Fong Yun exclaimed. This skill, seemingly ordinary at first glance, was indeed extraordinary. It granted him an omniscient perspective. He would know precisely where defensive weaknesses lay and could pass the ball accordingly, creating opportunities for his teammates or positioning himself effectively. Many midfielders, like Rodri, habitually observe their teammates and opponents' positions before receiving the ball. In one match, Rodri made 5 observations before delivering a precise through ball to a well-timed run from Holland, leading to a goal. Possessing this skill meant he could forego the need to observe beforehand. He could pass upon receiving the ball, allowing him ample reaction time, an invaluable asset in high-intensity, high-stakes matches. A moment of hesitation could mean the loss of an opportunity, or worse, being dispossessed and conceding a goal. Moreover, this skill proved advantageous not only in attack, but also in defense. He could clearly identify his team's defensive weaknesses, choose to defend those areas himself, or direct his teammates, becoming an indispensable defensive linchpin, a player of irreplaceable value. Rodri exemplified this, as in the 2023 to 2024 season, Manchester City remained unbeaten in matches with him on the pitch, ultimately earning him the Ballon d'Or. However, in the 2024 to 2025 season, following Rodri's injury, the team suffered a dramatic decline, losing more matches than in the previous 5 seasons combined. While other factors contributed to this downturn, Rodri's absence undeniably weakened the team's defense. This skill was granted to him at a most opportune moment. Fong Yun believed that with this newfound ability, he would surely shine in the upcoming first-team selection match. He then turned his attention to the second skill. Long-range shooting certainty card, when activated, guarantees a goal with a 100 success rate, limited to 1 use per match. Wow, this is impressive too, Fong Yun mused. This was akin to possessing a special shooting attribute. Similar to Rodri, even if it was a long-range shot, the guarantee of scoring was remarkable. The limitation of 1 use per match was reasonable. Otherwise, it would be too powerful. Attribute panel activated. Host, Fang Yun, age, 17, height, 184 centimeters, weight, 76 kilograms, long pass, 50, short pass, 50, ball control, 50, vision, 100, defensive positioning, 100, stamina, 60, tackling, 60, strength, 50, balance, 50, explosiveness, 50, speed, 55, heading, 50, set pieces, 40, long shot, 50, 100, club, Ning Su departed, evaluation, truly weak. A pure novice, better practice diligently. Upon seeing this evaluation, Fong Yun could hardly contain his frustration. However, observing his attributes, he understood why. They were exceedingly average, possessing a bit of everything, but excelling in nothing. He was a jack of all trades, master of none. Originally, Fong Yun played as an attacking midfielder. But with this skill, he would undoubtedly perform better as a defensive midfielder. There is a saying in football: the attacking midfielder determines the team's ceiling, while the defensive midfielder determines the team's floor. This is simply because the defensive midfielder bridges the gap between the center backs and the midfield, playing an essential role. A proficient defensive midfielder acts as the team's defensive bulwark and the best protection for the defenders. When Manchester United previously employed Casemiro as a lone defensive midfielder, Maguire often found himself breached due to Casemiro's inability to perform effectively in that role. Casemiro's solitary efforts left the center backs exposed to the opposing players, and coupled with Maguire's inherent lack of speed and agility, he was easily penetrated. Maguire's strengths lie in his height and physicality, making him capable of winning aerial duels and maintaining positioning, but placing him one-on-one against a speedy forward would likely result in disaster. The role of the attacking midfielder is to supply the forward with opportunities while also making timely incursions into the attack. A smooth flow of the Team's offense is ensured by effective passing and threatening breakthroughs. Chapter 3. Substituting in against Foden, detecting host's fighting spirit. Initiating main quest. Main quest. The beginning of a football career. Task 1. Secure a professional contract. Reward, 10 attribute cards. Random skill cards. Task 2. Appear 10 times for the professional team. Reward, silver treasure chest. Securing a professional contract would grant access to attribute cards, an enticing shortcut, especially with the prospect of acquiring a star player's signature skill. Achieving 10 appearances would yield a silver treasure chest, which also sounds promising. Tomorrow, he would be heading to Manchester City for a friendly match, and Fong Yun felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Under the night sky of Manchester, dotted with stars, the gentle moonlight bathed the city, steeped in football passion. Yet for Fong Yun, this night was thick with a blend of anxiety and anticipation as he faced a challenge pivotal to the commencement of his football career. At Manchester City's training ground, numerous scouts from the 5 major leagues had gathered, eager to discover promising young talent from China, a vast market brimming with potential. Many Chinese players were also present, hoping to showcase their skills in hopes of securing a contract in one of the top leagues. Among them was Phil Foden, the highly valued prince of Manchester City, whose name resonated throughout the City Youth Academy, having already made a name for himself at such a young age. Foden, you're still playing in this friendly? With you on the field, aren't the Chinese players bound to be overwhelmed? Remarked a player beside Foden. Perhaps they want to assess me further. If there's a match, I'll play. No need to overthink it, Foden replied with confidence and composure. I believe the coach is doing this intentionally, letting you shine in this match to build your reputation. I've heard that the first team coaches will be here today, along with the head scout, someone added. Even if I perform exceptionally well, my chances of making it to the first team are still slim, Foden remarked, recognizing the challenging pathway from youth academy to first team, especially in a top-tier club where competition is fierce. Fong Yun arrived at the stadium, his heart racing with excitement and nervousness as he spotted the future star Foden, who had already amassed a multitude of championships at such a young age. Seizing the opportunity to foster a connection, Fong Yun approached Foden. "Hello, I'm Fong Yun," he greeted warmly. Before Foden could respond, he was interrupted by a player named Dixon. "Who do you think you are? A Chinese player trying to get close to our future star Foden? You people have no football talent. This commercial match is merely a way to profit from you. Do you really think you can join the Manchester City Youth Academy? How laughable," Dixon sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, Fong Yun was unworthy even to carry Foden's shoes. "We're not that close, are we? You should cherish this opportunity," Foden added dismissively. Fong Yun, filled with anger, never expected to face such racial discrimination. It was not just an insult to him, but an affront to his entire heritage. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, yet reason prevailed. Acting impulsively could jeopardize his future. Determined, he vowed to showcase his skills on the field, thinking to himself, "Foden, the future star, I shall match your prowess. And you, Dixon, I will make you regret your words, ensuring you recognize your own insignificance." The youth coach Glenn accompanied head coach Mancini, who remarked, "This is one of our standout youth players, Phil Foden, known for his exquisite technique and creativity. You might want to keep a close eye on him." Glenn approached Foden, highlighting his talents. On the other side, Zhang Long, the youth coach from China, had also heard of Fong Yun's reputation and was less than pleased. "Given the number of participants in this friendly, you'll be on the bench for this match," he said. Fong Yun appeared calm outwardly, yet internally, he was a tempest, awaiting the chance to astonish everyone and earn their respect. "Very well, I shall comply with your arrangements." A representative from China began a live broadcast of the youth-friendly match. Upon seeing Fong Yun seated on the bench, he chuckled. "Is this the 9th place of the Golden Boy Award? Just a substitute? How can he play if he doesn't even step on the field? I thought he was something special. Perhaps he only got in through connections. Such a disgrace. He stinks wherever he goes," another chimed in. "I can't fathom how Ning Su would have such a player, one who assaults teammates and is utterly unreasonable." The comments in the live stream were harsh. Yet Fong Yun remained resolute, patiently awaiting his opportunity to enter the game. As the match commenced between the youth teams of China and Manchester City, the former was immediately overwhelmed, clearly outmatched. Foden was a whirlwind on the field, effortlessly dismantling the Chinese defense, assisting teammates in scoring. Indeed, a remarkable talent, Coach Mancini noted. Foden continued to dazzle, evading multiple defenders in a breathtaking counterattack, showcasing his individual brilliance. "Goodness, he's incredible," remarked the Chinese coach. This was the embodiment of Fong Yun's dreams. During first-half stoppage time, Foden received the ball on the wing, cutting inside to score with a beautiful curling shot. With 2 goals and an assist by halftime, the Chinese side had failed to create any meaningful chances. The disparity in skill between Foden and the other players was stark. And Coach Mancini noted, there seems to be no standout player among the Chinese team. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Fong Yun was diligently observing Foden's playing habits, gathering insights to leverage when he eventually took the field. Sun Jihai, watching the live stream, was furious upon realizing Fong Yun had not played. "Why is Fong Yun on the bench? What was the agreement? Fong Yun a substitute? Is that true? What is going on with this coach?" "I'll have a word with him," the organizer replied, their tone hinting they were already aware of Fong Yun's bench status. "Let us have Fong Yun play in the second half as a formality. We don't want to offend Sun Jihai," the organizer advised Zhang Long. "Fine. I'll arrange that," came Glenn's reply. though his tone suggested displeasure at having to comply. Zhang Long approached Fong Yun. Fong Yun, you're up in the second half. All right, I won't disappoint, Fong Yun responded, filled with renewed determination as he prepared to take the field. Phil Foden is indeed a remarkable player defensively. He refrains from making runs to the byline, so one only needs to guard against his tendency to cut inside. He enjoys receiving the ball near the edge of the penalty area, and simply preventing him from getting into that position suffices. Other areas are of little consequence. The other teammates were somewhat hesitant, yet upon seeing Fong Yun's resolute gaze, they complied. Chapter 4. A long-range equalizer. A display of skill. This conclusion was drawn by Fong Yun after analyzing Foden's current technical attributes. Foden's primary strength lies in his positioning. He possesses commendable dribbling and breakthrough skills, as well as decent passing and shooting abilities. However, his shortcomings include average pace and explosiveness, making him somewhat one-dimensional, lacking the capability to make wide runs and primarily opting for inward cuts. This style works well within the highly skilled possession-oriented squad of Manchester City, but in youth training matches, it remains easily constrained. Once on the pitch, the comments in the Huaxiao livestream became restless. Oh, he really is on the field. I am eager to see what he is capable of. One could easily surmise that he would neither dribble nor pass effectively. He would likely struggle to maintain possession. If he scores a goal, I'll eat dirt, they suggested. Upon entering the game, Fong Yun continuously encouraged his teammates. Do not be afraid, brothers. Although the opposing team may seem stronger on paper, we are not inferior. Let us not focus solely on individual performances. A team goal benefits us all. Fong Yun observed that the Huaxiao players tended to play too individually, overly eager to showcase their talents, resulting in a lack of cooperation and a failure to create opportunities. In contrast, Manchester City could leverage Foden as a focal point to unlock the game. Fong Yun personally marked Foden. Foden, your opponent is me. Are you only capable of cutting inside and not making wide runs? If you dare, show me a run to the byline. Upon hearing such provocation, Foden, without hesitation, made a run along the flank. Fong Yun anticipated this, positioning himself effectively to block the path, while Foden, who stands at 184 centimeters and weighs nearly 160 pounds, faced a physical disadvantage against Fong Yun, who was more robust. A teammate successfully intercepted the ball, prompting Fong Yun to signal for an advance. Observing that the left winger from Huaxia was exceptionally quick, he requested the ball, initially directing play to the right to draw defenders, then making a run into space to receive a cross-field pass to the left. However, Fong Yun lamented his lengthy pass, which fell short of his expectations. Yet unexpectedly, the left winger salvaged the ball just before it went out of play. The left winger then made a decisive run to the byline and delivered cross. Utilizing his mental acuity, Fong Yun assessed the optimal area for an aerial challenge as the ball approached the penalty area. In a moment of instinct, he leapt and headed the ball with precision, sending it like a cannonball into the net, scoring a goal. After scoring, he immediately rushed to the corner flag, striking the pole in exuberance and letting out a roar, seemingly releasing all the grievances, injustices, and doubts he had endured. The coaching staff stood astounded, realizing this young man of Chinese descent possessed considerable skill. Despite his passing and technique being somewhat raw, he demonstrated intelligence in the game. Utilizing the left winger's strengths to exploit weaknesses, an undeniable talent, remarked Mancini. The audience in the Huaxia livestream suddenly shifted in their demeanor. That was sheer luck. How could that possibly go in? This is absurd. It's as if he is playing with borrowed time. The comments were rife with envy. Whereas the one who claimed he would eat dirt. Come forth. The atmosphere became charged. I see you're too afraid to show yourself now, huh? If it were me, I could probably score too. Following this goal, Huaxiao's morale surged, while Foden became increasingly proactive. What was meant to be a night for his personal showcase had been overshadowed by Fong Yun, who had capitalized on an opportunity created from a defensive error. Eager to reclaim his spotlight, Foden incessantly sought the ball from his teammates. Why not make another run to the byline? Going to cut in again? Fong Yun continued to taunt. Banter on the field is a crucial aspect of the game. Those with fragile mindsets can be easily swayed. Foden, however, adapted his approach, opting for coordinated movements with his teammates rather than pursuing individual breakthroughs. As Foden sought to receive a pass, Fong Yun positioned himself strategically between Foden and the player he was marking. Keep an eye on Foden. Do not allow him to cut inside. Let him go wide. I can assist at any moment, Fong Yun called out loudly. At that moment, he found himself caught between the wing player and Foden, effectively guarding both. When Foden attempted to receive a pass, Fong Yun lunged forward, successfully intercepting the ball. A teammate regained possession, and Fong Yun signaled for everyone to move forward. Upon receiving the ball, he made a direct pass to the left winger, exerting just enough force, knowing he could rely on the latter's speed. The left winger utilized his pace, easily outpacing the opposing defender. Executing an inward cut, he evaded the fullback and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, calmly slotting the ball into the net. Goodness, that was quite impressive. This left winger is a true asset, someone in the Huaxiao livestream remarked. Yet, one might wonder why such a formidable left winger had failed to score in the first half. It was due to the absence of space and support for a pass. With Fong Yun's entrance, he had made two crucial interceptions that led to counterattacks, exploiting the open spaces left by the opposing team. Such a fast player struggles in a static setup, but excels in a counterattacking scenario, as some analysts noted. Fong Yun understood this well. Midfielders must identify their team as key players and provide them with ample opportunities to create space and conditions for success. You're playing excellently, brother. Fong Yun commended the left winger. Your passing is exceptional. It has been ages since I experienced such fluid football. The first half was stifling. I barely touched the ball. After this exchange, Manchester City opted to tighten their defense, becoming more cautious in their attacks. Foden, now somewhat intimidated, hesitated to advance with the ball. What is this? Afraid to attack now? Have you gone timid? Fong Yun continued to provoke him. Foden, having learned from previous encounters, resisted Fong Yun's influence. The match remained stalemated for several minutes. Finding the game too dull, Fong Yun decided to inject some flair. He had yet to utilize his long-range shot card, and it was time to demonstrate his true abilities. Fong Yun coordinated a strategy with the left winger. After making a run to the byline, he would pass to the edge of the penalty area for a long-range shot. He began organizing the attack, feigning a move to the right before shifting to the left. Although the opposing team caught on to the tactic, their stamina was waning. The left winger received the ball and opted to make a run to the byline once more. Would he deliver another high cross? Mancini pondered, noting the numerous defenders in the box. Instead of a high cross, the left winger chose to play a low ball back to the edge of the area, with the attention of defenders drawn to the advancing attackers in the small box. The area at the edge was left vacant. Fong Yun received the pass, using the long-range shot card. With a powerful strike, Fong Yun unleashed a shot that skimmed the ground, akin to an arrow in flight. The goalkeeper, obscured by the dense cluster of players in the penalty area, could not discern the ball's trajectory, ultimately watching helplessly as it found the back of the net. In that moment, Fong Yun emerged as the hero. Fong Yun astonishingly scored from a long-range shot, turning what should have been a one-sided match into a fiercely contested encounter. With sheer individual prowess, he equalized the game, rescuing his team. The official commentary remarked on the awkwardness of the situation for the coach, who had anticipated a dismal performance from Fong Yun, only to witness the substitute emerge as a hero, rendering Phil Foden, who had contributed to 3 goals in the first half, virtually invisible. The coach continued to smile, but soon the laughter faded. Manchester City displayed theatricality, pushing their left winger to relentlessly attack, inciting accusations of foul play. The scene shifted dramatically as Dixon, determined to impose physicality on Fong Yun, took on the challenge. Upon realizing it was Dixon, Fong Yun quipped, "Oh, it's you defending me? With your penchant for racial discrimination, don't blame me for being merciless." Fong Yun swiftly passed the ball to the right winger and made a forward run, executing a wall pass that left Dixon behind. As he penetrated the penalty area, Fong Yun unexpectedly slowed down. Sensing the shift, Dixon lunged in for a tackle. Anticipating this, Fong Yun deftly nudged the ball forward just before contact, falling dramatically as Dixon's foot brushed against him. Writhing in apparent pain, he grimaced, and the referee unhesitatingly pointed to the penalty spot. After a brief pause, Fong Yun rose, mocking Dixon. "Is this your idea of defending? It shows a complete lack of intelligence. You can't even make a proper tackle. How pathetic." Fong Yun took the penalty himself, fully aware of his role as the team's nucleus. He inhaled deeply, calculated his steps, and executed a Panenka penalty, deceiving the goalkeeper and scoring. The score stood at 4-3, as Huaxiao mounted a remarkable comeback. The comments in the official live stream reflected astonishment at Fong Yun's prowess. Yet some skeptics emerged. accusing him of diving and lacking technical skill. The commentator, however, praised Fong Yun's cleverness, noting his tactical drop in speed to anticipate Dixon's actions, and emphasized the audacity required to execute such a penalty. Following this, Dixon was visibly incensed, eager to prove himself. Fong Yun, fully aware, taunted him. "Dare to get past me, Dick?" Dixon, unable to tolerate the provocation, charged forward with the ball. While his physical attributes were commendable, Fong Yun anticipated his move, executing a perfectly timed tackle that struck the ball first, inciting Dixon to fall in agony. Manchester City's teammates rushed to confront Fong Yun, but Huaxia's players refused to back down. Despite perhaps lacking in skill, they were unafraid of confrontation. After all, Chinese martial arts were not to be trifled with. What began as a cordial, friendly match erupted into a heated contest. Fong Yun continued his taunts. "What a being yellow-skinned. I could still take you on. You claim not to know how to tackle. Have you learned now, Dick?" On the ground, Dixon longed to retaliate against Fong Yun, but his legs failed him, leaving him to impotently roar in frustration. "Who says yellow-skinned players can't play football?" Fong Yun shouted, his words resonating through the livestream. Viewers interpreted his sentiments through lip reading. The outcry against Dixon's racism intensified, with Fong Yun receiving commendations for his performance. He embodied the spirit of Huaxia, demonstrating that he could draw fouls without suffering injury, while Dixon found himself on the receiving end of the repercussions. This match was destined to catapult Fong Yun into fame, leaving many to wonder how the Ningsu club would respond to his display. Meanwhile, the management at Ningsu observed the live broadcast, noting the underwhelming performance of their Ballon d'Or winner, Hu Zhijie. "What a disaster. Fong Yun is excelling while Hu is faltering. I shouldn't have let him go," lamented one executive. "Handle this poorly, and you might find yourself out of a job," the owner warned, insisting on suppressing the narrative surrounding Fong Yun. After this episode, Dixon was carried off the field, and Manchester City's players appeared demoralized. The youth coach wore a grim expression, signaling for an aggressive offensive strategy. Mancini's face was also clouded with disbelief, witnessing his youth team being outplayed by Huaxia's talents, a stark contrast to their previous dominance over the national team. As the match approached the 80th minute, Foden sought to regain possession, only to find Fong Yun defending against him with remarkable stamina. Anticipating Foden's cut, Fong Yun executed a precise tackle, dispossessing him. The left winger, in sync with Fong Yun, immediately launched forward as the ball was seized. Fong Yun delivered a long pass, perfectly timed, just as Manchester City's defense faltered. With a 2-on-1 against the goalkeeper, this moment etched itself into history. The goalkeeper, caught in a dilemma, was rendered helpless as the left winger squared the ball to Fong Yun, who slotted it into an empty net. The score escalated to 5-3, with Fong Yun single-handedly dismantling the opposition. The official commentary erupted with enthusiasm, highlighting how Foden had stumbled 3 times in the same spot, each time falling victim to Fong Yun's interceptions leading to goals. Viewers were captivated by Fong Yun's formidable performance, astonished by his ability to confront the taunts directed at Huaxia. Meanwhile, Foden, visibly agitated, struggled to comprehend how this player, Fong Yun, managed to keep pace with him, thwarting his every move. In his prior encounters with first-team players, they usually fell to his skill. It baffled him how Fong Yun seemed to anticipate his every action, frustrating his attempts to play. This was no coincidence. Fong Yun, as previous life as a Manchester City supporter, endowed him with intimate knowledge of Foden's playing style, enabling him to defend with unparalleled ease. As the score reached 5-3, Huaxia held a 2-goal advantage. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Glenn, the youth coach of Manchester City, saw little hope for victory and substituted Foden, bringing on an untested player. The youth coach of Huaxia also decided to replace Fong Yun. Fong Yun was taken aback when he realized he was being substituted, exclaiming, "I can still play. Why am I being taken off?" He raised his hands in confusion. Just moments earlier, the management of Ningsu Club had contacted the assistant coach, expressing concern about Fong Yun's exceptional performance, which could negatively impact the club's public image. The assistant, understanding the situation, relayed this to the Huaxia youth coach. Knowing he was being substituted, Fong Yun felt helpless. On the pitch, one must obey the coach's orders. As he left the field, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers, to which Fong Yun waved in response. However, the fans watching the live broadcast were displeased. This coach is ridiculous for substituting such an outstanding player, after only 40 minutes on the pitch. It must be corruption. They are suppressing Fong Yun. It's absurd. They lamented. If Fong Yun had stayed, he could have scored at least one more goal. Just wait and see. Without him, Huaxiao will surely be trounced. As expected, upon noticing the absence of their core player Fong Yun, the Manchester City youth coach swiftly made 2 substitutions. They replaced a fatigued forward and a defensive midfielder, shifting from a 4-3-3 to a 4-4-2 formation to bolster their wing attacks. The impact of the substitutions was immediate. In the 90th minute, Manchester City's defense sent the ball to the midfield. At that moment, Huaxiao's midfielders lacked the ability to intercept or apply pressure. There were no defenders within 3 meters of Manchester City's midfielders. Seizing the opportunity, the City midfielder effortlessly dribbled past Huaxiao's midfield. The Huaxiao wingbacks were forced to cover, leaving a flank open. With no defenders in sight, the Manchester winger surged forward, delivering a low cross. The substitute striker made a well-timed run, finding space for a shot that hit the back of the net. Manchester City had scored, courtesy of a connection between their substitute winger and striker. Huaxiao's midfield had been thoroughly outplayed, prompting the official commentator to express regret. What kind of defense is this? They let the opponents pass through so easily. If it's not working, they should foul. There are only a few minutes left. See? This is what happens when Fong Yun is absent. Huaxiao is falling apart as if Fong Yun single-handedly upheld their midfield defense, the commentators remarked. This coach is truly unbelievable. Even I know that substituting Fong Yun is a mistake. How do you expect to win without your star player? The performance was disheartening, and the coach's decisions were scrutinized. Without Fong Yun, Huaxiao's midfield defense plummeted in quality, lacking any resilience. The toughness of midfield players is crucial. A more robust midfield translates to greater pressure and physical confrontation, making it uncomfortable for opponents to handle the ball. When Fong Yun was on the field, despite the opponent's superior overall strength, Huaxiao was still able to create scoring opportunities thanks to their midfield advantage. In modern football, the significance of midfield cannot be overstated. Possessing a strong midfield is essential for success, as it serves as the crucial link between offense and defense. No matter how proficient your forwards or defense may be, a weak midfield fails to generate offensive threats, let alone score goals. Defensively, a weak midfield exposes the backline, forcing them into desperate situations that can lead to disarray and open opportunities for the opponent. When Fong Yun was present, his exceptional positioning and defensive skills often curtailed the opponent's attacks, illustrating the immense value of a midfield player with impeccable spatial awareness. During the 23-24 season, Manchester City's unbeaten streak was largely attributed to Rodri's impeccable positional choices, providing comprehensive defensive coverage and frequently supporting his teammates. Following the goal, Huaxiao's players reverted to their original state, hesitant to attack and retreating to defend, resorting to repeated fouling to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. How can Huaxiao be dominated the moment Fong Yun leaves the field? Isn't that absurd? They questioned. Without a solid midfield, without defense, and without the ability to pass forward or organize attacks, who else could withstand the pressure? The Huaxiao coach urged his players to be more aggressive, suggesting they should foul if necessary and boldly push forward without fear. Watching from the bench, Fong Yun felt anxious. What nonsense is this coach spouting? If we keep committing fouls, the opponents will easily score from free kicks. Pressing forward only gives them more chances. He stood up, directing his teammates. Do not panic when pressured. Prevent crosses, stay tight on their defense, and wait for their mistakes to counterattack. We need to exploit the fatigue of their 2 center backs. The Huaxiao youth coach, noticing Fong Yun attempting to take control, was furious. I am the coach here. You need to step aside. Fong Yun, already frustrated with the coach's tactics that had stifled his own performance, retorted, with your strategies, winning is a long shot. This exchange was captured by the camera, prompting the broadcast director to focus on the scene. What is happening? Fong Yun is arguing with his coach. After replaying the moment, it became evident that the two were clashing over tactical disagreements. Fong Yun was dissatisfied with the coach's in-game directives and stood up to assert his tactical vision. This is becoming interesting. Let us see whose strategy the players will follow, the commentators remarked. From various angles, it became clear that the coach's strategy was to foul and press forward, while Fong Yun advocated for positioning, defense, and counterattacking. We should trust Fong Yun. He is the star of this match, voiced the left winger, with other players joining in support. Consequently, Huaxiao's players began to adopt a more defensive stance, reducing fouls and setting up a solid defense against Manchester City's relentless assault. As the match entered stoppage time, Manchester City launched their final attack, with the left winger attempting a high cross. However, Huaxia's right back, recalling the tactical plan, denied the high ball, allowing the opponent to cut inside, but preventing a low cross. When the opponent forced a low cross, the right back managed to nick the ball, sending it to the midfielder. The midfielder, disregarding all else, launched a powerful clearance upfield, adhering strictly to Fong Yun's strategy. The left winger sprinted towards the center. The Manchester centre-backs quickly chased back, but the pace of the winger outmatched them. The Huaxia left winger was the first to meet the descending ball, deftly controlling it before facing the goalkeeper and delicately chipping it into the net. I told you, Fong Yun's tactics are brilliant. Even after being substituted, he is still making an impact. I'm in tears. The players executed Fong Yun's strategy flawlessly, preventing crosses, reclaiming possession, and launching a counterattack with precision. In stark contrast, the youth coach appeared dismayed, not only having lost control of the tactical direction, but also witnessing the players disregard his instructions and succeed with Fong Yun's plan. The individual in question may merely be an ordinary person, yet the crux of the matter lies with Fong Yun, the very individual whom Ningxu's superior intends to suppress. Given the intricate ties between myself and Ningxu, should this come to light, it would be nearly impossible to evade the repercussions. Following the goal, the match remained in a stalemate for a minute before the referee signaled the conclusion of the game. Chapter 7. A forceful retaliation. Unraveling of events with the conclusion of the match. Fong Yun undoubtedly emerged as the brightest star. In the first half, Huaxia was mercilessly trounced by Manchester City, conceding 3 goals. However, upon his entrance in the second half, Fong Yun swiftly netted consecutive goals, achieving a remarkable turnaround from 3 to 4, leading to a substitution by the youth coach Glenn. The team immediately fell into a disadvantage, prompting on-field directives for Huaxia to score again. Fong Yun single-handedly reversed the tide of the match. After the final whistle, Foden approached Fong Yun directly, seeking to exchange jerseys. While many might have readily accepted the gesture, Fong Yun harbored a deep-seated desire for retribution. "Do you recall our conversation prior to the match and your dismissive attitude?" he challenged. Foden's smile faltered instantly. "Just 2 hours ago, you treated me with indifference. Now, you find yourself unworthy of my presence," retorted Fong Yun, turning away without a backward glance. This moment was captured live, igniting a flurry of reactions. What does Fong Yun mean? Foden initiated the jersey exchange, yet he rebuffed it, spectators speculated. Indeed, does he truly believe himself capable after scoring a goal? He is still too young. He must beware of the repercussions. The Manchester City coach soon approached Fong Yun. "You must be Fong Yun. Your performance today was truly impressive. Manchester warmly welcomes your presence," Mancini expressed, showing great interest in Fong Yun. "Thank you for the compliment. I will continue to strive for excellence, and I am eager to contribute to Manchester City," Fong Yun replied graciously. This scene did not escape the notice of Hu Jie from Ningxu's club, who clenched his fists in frustration, his face flushed. This was a moment that should have showcased his own prowess, yet had been overshadowed by this cast-off from Ningxu. Reporters from Huaxia quickly surrounded Fong Yun, eager to interview the rising star who had orchestrated 5 goals. "Fong Yun, how did you achieve such an outstanding performance in this match?" After a moment of contemplation, Fong Yun responded, "I owe this to Ningxu's club. They chose to release me, allowing me to play with complete commitment and without any reservations." His words dripped with irony. The reporters, sensing deeper undercurrents, pressed further. "You mentioned Ningxu's club. Why did you leave? Is their statement accurate?" "Ningxu's club is entirely fabricating rumors. They not only owe me wages, but have also threatened to blacklist me. My substitution today raises suspicions of their interference," Fong Yun asserted. "Oh, by the way, you might want to interview the coach. Be quick, or he may slip away." Meanwhile, the management of Ningxu's club was watching the live broadcast. "This kid has no filter. What do we do now? Will the truth come to light? I said if we were to do it, we should do it thoroughly. If he has to be a substitute, let him remain one. Why allow him to play at all? Who would have guessed Fong Yun would perform so exceptionally? He didn't show such prowess at Suning." Unsuccessful in interviewing Fong Yun, reporters rushed to Zhang Long, the youth coach of Huaxia. Zhang was nearly at the players' tunnel when he was forcibly halted by the reporters. "Coach Zhang, Why was Fong Yun substituted despite his exceptional performance today? Zhang found himself in an awkward position, wishing to escape the scrutiny, but knowing that fleeing would only exacerbate the situation. This decision was based on a comprehensive assessment of the players. The crux of the matter is Fong Yun's, his stamina. He doesn't possess the endurance to play the full match. Thus, his substitution in the second half maximized his impact, as you witnessed. He struggled to fabricate an excuse. Then why was he substituted before the match concluded? Were you concerned about his performance, drawing unfavorable attention from Ningxu's club? Zhang was now drenched in sweat, panic rising. Well, we were concerned about potential retaliatory fouls from Manchester City's players against such an outstanding talent. We wanted to prevent any injuries to Fong Yun. He seemed to think he had crafted a perfect rationale, a slight smile creeping upon his lips. And what was the dispute between you and Fong Yun? He appeared to question your tactical decisions, and it turned out his strategy effectively reversed the team's decline. Does this not indirectly suggest your coaching abilities may not measure up to his? Zhang was on the verge of breaking under the pressure of this reporter's probing questions. Enough. Hua Xiao won this match. As the coach, my tactics were sound. Regarding Fong Yun, I have my plans and considerations. Your line of questioning is excessive, Zhang declared before departing. Viewers of the live broadcast reacted to Coach Zhang's interview, exclaiming the absurdity of his responses. This coach is indeed invincible. There's clearly something amiss. Yes, he was utterly non-responsive, and then he just turned and fled. An investigation into this coach is imperative. He undoubtedly has undisclosed dealings with Ningxu's club. His excuses are not even remotely plausible. Fong Yun was active throughout the second half, with running statistics reaching 8. How could there be stamina issues? The following day, social media buzzed with trending topics. Fong Yun single-handedly leads Hua Xiao to victory against Premier League club Manchester City. Fong Yun outshines Manchester City's youth prodigy Foden, with 3 interceptions and 3 goals. Fong Yun, ranked 9th for the Golden Boy Award, surpasses first-ranked Hu Zhijie, contributing to 5 goals against Manchester City. Fong Yun continues to exert effort, transforming into a coach and orchestrating yet another goal. Fong Yun's tackle on Dixon asserts our national pride. The comments section erupted. What? A day off from surfing, and Fong Yun has become this incredible. After watching Fong Yun's highlights, it's nothing short of miraculous. He single-handedly dominated Foden. That's not even the most astounding part. The first half ended 0-3, yet the final score was 5-3. The moment Fong Yun entered, Hua Xiao scored 5 goals. How astonishing is that? Moreover, he showed no fear against their formidable defender Dixon, directly confronting him and leaving him incapacitated on a stretcher. Hilarious. In contrast to Fong Yun's dazzling display, the discourse predominantly revolved around shocking. The youth coach exposed for colluding with Ningxu's club to prevent Fong Yun from starting. Shocking. Fong Yun reveals Ningxu's club's fabrications, personally responding to their wage arrears and threats of blacklisting. Ningxu's club is truly reprehensible. Not only do they owe wages, but they also seek to terminate the football career of the talented Fong Yun. Unforgivable. Hu Zhijie from Ningxu, the first in the Golden Boy rankings, must have purchased his position. His performance pales in comparison to Fong Yun's. A thorough investigation into Ningxu's club is essential. They nearly ruined our player Fong Yun's career. At this moment, public opinion overwhelmingly supported Fong Yun while condemning Ningxu's club. Fong Yun, with a wry smile, understood that much of this support stemmed from his own stellar performance that led Hua Xiao to victory, giving weight to his words. In other words, had he not excelled in this match, the spotlight of criticism would have undoubtedly fallen upon him. In the realm of sports, results speak volumes. When Walker performed well, he frequented nightclubs and maintained several mistresses, and the outside world remained silent. However, once his performance declined, he was met with a torrent of scorn. This further solidified Fong Yun's resolve to train harder and play better, using his skills to silence his detractors. Chapter 8. The Crescent Moon Blade returns in the Manchester City conference room. Mancini expressed his admiration for Fong Yun, stating, I believe this player possesses great potential. After watching his footage, his defensive positioning is impeccable, especially in his marking of Foden, targeting his weaker right foot. We should consider signing him. Glenn, the youth coach, added. Indeed, I attended the match. Without Fong Yun, China would never have won. In the first half, we dominated. At this moment, Begirstein, the director of football, interjected, however, Fong Yun's technical attributes do not align with our tactical philosophy. We need midfielders with exceptional ball control and dribbling skills. His style is too raw and lacks precision in long passes. The chairman, Mubarak, contemplated this and shifted the conversation to an apparently unrelated topic. Which club did he originally come from? And what is his reputation in China? Sorian, the CEO, remarked, I gathered information from the operations department at China. Fang Yun is currently embroiled in a controversy involving contractual issues related to unpaid wages. While he currently holds the upper hand in public opinion, the future direction of this narrative is uncertain. I advise against pursuing him. His contract with the club is ambiguous and could complicate matters for us. The chief scout added, the match data I collected on Fong Yun from Ningsu Club indicates he is quite average, lacking any standout qualities. I'm not optimistic about this signing. Glenn countered. You have not witnessed his performance firsthand. You cannot comprehend how impressive he was. Is it so difficult to offer him a youth contract? The club invests over $100 million annually. Can we not afford this? We might miss out on a true talent. Mancini, hearing the differing opinions, found himself wavering. Although Fong Yun might not fit the immediate needs of the main squad, he recognized Fong Yun as a promising prospect worth nurturing. Ultimately, in an internal vote, they rejected the proposal to sign Fong Yun, shifting their interest to a left winger, believing that he had a more direct impact on scoring. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Fong Yun collapsed onto his bed, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels so good. I am utterly exhausted." He had been busy all day and intended to lie down for a moment. Suddenly, he heard a chime in his mind. Congratulations, host. You led China to a remarkable comeback, defeating the formidable Manchester City. Reward: upgrade and random acquisition of a signature skill from a historical level star. Goodness, a historical level star. This could mean acquiring skills from legends like Ronaldo, Zidane, or Ronaldinho. How unbeatable that would be. In his previous life, Fong Yun was a professional lottery player. Before the draw, he took a shower and was ready to confirm the lottery at precisely midnight, playing for the odds. With everything prepared, he confirmed the draw. A colorful wheel appeared before him, the pointer spinning rapidly. Gradually, it slowed, seemingly about to stop in the purple zone, but Fong Yun blew gently, urging it forward. To his surprise, the pointer moved ahead, landing in the golden zone. Before him stood a player at the free kick spot, his right leg raised high, his body slightly leaning back, creating a beautiful and tension-filled arc. His supporting foot was firmly planted on the ground, his knee slightly bent, providing a solid foundation for the impending force. As his foot made contact with the ball, time seemed to freeze. The football soared like a lit white meteor, tracing a breathtaking arc through the air, akin to a crescent moon suspended in the night sky, spiraling towards the goal's corner with unparalleled speed and spin. As the vibrant red of Manchester United came into view, Fong Yun recognized the skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Beckham's signature skill, the Crescent Moonblade. Crescent Moonblade. When a host crosses or takes a free kick, they can execute the Crescent Moonblade. Note, the Crescent Moonblade requires high physical fitness. It can be used a maximum of twice per match. Incredible. He had drawn Beckham's Crescent Moonblade, a skill renowned for its aesthetic and practicality. Utilizing the Crescent Moonblade for free kicks allows for bypassing walls and striking into the corners. Its crossing capability is quick, precise, and of exceptional quality. The only drawback is the high physical demands. When making contact with the ball, one must lean at a 45-degree angle, concentrating all power and weight on the supporting left foot, a testament to its strenuous nature. However, with Fong Yun's current physical condition, being able to execute 2 such kicks was already commendable. Coupled with his every-match long-range shooting card, he could reliably create at least 3 scoring opportunities per game. Fong Yun glanced at his attribute panel. Long pass, 50-80. Free kick, 50-80. The numbers in parentheses likely represented his attributes when using the Crescent Moonblade. Just one skill had such a significant impact on his attributes. Its formidable potential was evident. At this moment, Fong Yun felt a surge of hope for the future, believing he would successfully join Manchester City's youth training program, especially since the head coach and youth coach had approached him after the match. Yet, he was unprepared for the stark contrast between his aspirations and the harsh realities that lay ahead. The next morning, Fong Yun received a call from the youth coach, Glenn. Seeing Glenn's name on the screen, he leaped out of bed, exhilarated at the prospect of a contract. Fong Yun, we are quite interested in you, but as you know, Noticing the flat tone in Glenn's voice, an ominous premonition crept into Fong Yun's mind. After discussions among the club's executives, considering various factors, we feel you may not be the right fit for Manchester City. Glenn's heart ached as he delivered the news, wishing he could sway the management's decision. Fong Yun's heart sank like a thunderclap. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. Chapter 9. Manchester City retracts, becomes an abandoned piece. Why? Can you tell me why? What'd I do wrong? Fong Yun asked, unwilling to accept the verdict. Sighing, Glenn was at a loss for words. Fine, I understand. Fong Yun replied, disappointment heavy in his voice. To speak candidly, both Coach Mancini and I wish to retain you. However, the management believes you are not a suitable fit. Do you understand my meaning? Your style does not align with the tactical philosophy and developmental direction of the team. We require a midfielder who can control the ball, dribble, and pass effectively. Glenn has also made his position clear. It's fine, as long as I have the acknowledgement of you and Coach Mancini. That suffices for me. Worst case, I can pursue my career with another club. Has anyone else from Huaxia been selected? Fong Yun feels overlooked, and it is safe to say that others are even less likely to be recognized. Yes, we selected that left winger. He is the only one chosen, Glenn replied. What? The left winger was selected? The one who relies solely on speed? Fong Yun cannot comprehend this. Despite his impressive performance, he was still dependent on my passes. Without me, could he have scored? This thought leaves Fong Yun quite displeased. Yet, he can only endure it silently. I understand now. I am truly grateful to Manchester City for this opportunity. Fong Yun stifled his resentment as he ended the call. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mood. Manchester City, remember this name. When I grace the Premier League stage, you shall witness my prowess. Presently, Fong Yun is actively connecting with other clubs, shifting his mindset, confident that his exceptional performance will not go unrecognized by other teams. He possesses the skill of the crescent moon blade and the long-range shot card, akin to starting a game with a guaranteed lead of 1 goal, possibly 3. Wherever he goes, he is a coveted asset. If Manchester City fails to appreciate my worth, they shall not blame me for not providing them with an opportunity. Fong Yun is determined to show Manchester City the difference between today's indifference and tomorrow's unattainable heights. Despite Manchester City's prowess and their top ranking last season, he plays with the finesse of a seasoned elite. At Aston Villa, assistant coach Kevin, who has been with the team since 2003, is filled with excitement as he holds a dossier. Chairman, look here. I attended a match between Manchester City and Huaxia youth training the other day and discovered a remarkably promising talent. He almost single-handedly turned the tide, bringing Huaxia back from a 3-goal deficit to win 5-3 in the first half. Here are his highlights and statistical data for your perusal. Chairman Randy's interest is piqued upon hearing that Huaxia not only equalized, but also surged ahead after being 3 goals down in the first half. This is indeed an intriguing prospect. Aston Villa narrowly avoided relegation last season, finishing 5th from the bottom, and the departure of several key players has further exacerbated the team's plight. Naturally, Randy is elated to hear of a potential gem. Show me. Chairman Randy and assistant coach Kevin watch the match footage together. Even at 4 times the speed, they are engrossed. Wait a moment. How did Foden get dispossessed so easily? Chairman Randy inquired. Fong Yun had accurately anticipated Foden's path, positioning himself effectively, and without looking, made a direct pass to the left winger, seemingly knowing he would chase the ball, executing a seamless transition into an attacking play. Kevin does not hesitate to praise Fong Yun's skills. Impressive. Kevin, I'm enamored with this boy. He plays with remarkable intuition. Sign him, set the speed to double time, and lock the view on Fong Yun. I want to witness how he orchestrates 5 goals single-handedly. Chairman Randy's excitement is beyond words. In the next play, Fong Yun faces Foden again, successfully dispossessing him and launching a counterattack that results in a goal. He has completely neutralized Foden. Foden was a dragon in the Huaxia penalty area during the first half. The chairman exclaims in awe. For the 3rd goal, Fong Yun positions himself at the edge of the box and delivers a long-range shot, equalizing the score. Goodness. He has the ability to score from distance. He is incredibly well-rounded. Sign him at any cost. Chairman Randy is now fervently enthusiastic. Then, Fong Yun earns a penalty, followed by a spectacular tackle on Dixon. What kind of monster is this? He charges into the penalty area with such composure, knowing how to protect himself. Faced with a fierce tackle, he does not back down, but retaliates with a powerful tackle of his own. This is exhilarating. Prepare the contract immediately. We must bring Fong Yun's talent to Aston Villa and promise him playing time for development. Chairman Randy is utterly captivated when Fong Yun is substituted. The chairman thinks it is the end, but to his surprise, he delivers a last-minute tactical maneuver, helping the team turn the tide with another goal. Not only does he possess skill, but he also exhibits intelligence on the field. His football IQ is exceptional. He will undoubtedly evolve into a coaching candidate in the future. Even if we face relegation next season, he will surely help us rebound. Fong Yun will be the core of our team. The chairman asserts firmly. Assistant coach, Kevin, seeing the chairman's excitement, adds, however, this player does have some shortcomings, such as a lack of physicality, average stamina, and technical ability. Nurturing him into a core player may pose challenges. No, I trust my instincts. I believe Fong Yun is the one who can bring hope to the team. Drawing upon my years of experience in the business world, I see in him the potential for greatness. Chairman Randy responds with unwavering conviction. All right, I will prepare the contract and arrange a discussion with Fong Yun. Chairman Randy, a former football enthusiast himself, has seen a glimpse of the legendary midfielder Zidane in Fong Yun. Despite some rough edges in technique, his thought process and speed in transitioning to attack are top tier. Aston Villa's previous season exposed clear weaknesses, particularly in their attack and midfield creativity, lacking players capable of delivering threatening passes. Fong Yun's arrival will undoubtedly enhance the fluidity of both attack and defense. The forwards at Aston Villa possess speed, but lack finishing skills. Fong Yun's long passes combined with the winger's pace will make their counterattacks exceptionally sharp. Moreover, Fong Yun is only 17, with vast potential to be uncovered. As a player from Huaxia, he brings along the lucrative Huaxia market, a significant asset. While many clubs shy away due to the general weakness of Huaxia players, Fong Yun's presence could strengthen the team while also tapping into that market. A dual benefit that is simply too advantageous to overlook. This is the strategic calculation behind Randy's enthusiasm. Chapter 10. A 50-euro player? Humiliated by Manchester United. At this moment, Fong Yun is also connecting with other clubs through Uncle's son, sending his trial resumes to various Premier League teams. You have received a new email. Please check. Fong Yun's phone buzzed with a message that evening. He opened it, shocked to find a trial invitation from Manchester United. The email was sent by none other than the assistant coach of Manchester United. Fong Yun has always been a fan of the Red Devils, particularly during Sir Alex Ferguson's era, when they thrived against the likes of peak Real Madrid and the Dream Team. The mantra "no comeback, no Red Devils" has inspired Fong Yun throughout his journey. Many matches showcased Manchester United's tenacity and indomitable spirit, often reversing the scoreline, deeply moving Fong Yun. To receive a trial invitation from the Red Devils in this lifetime is a momentous occasion for Fong Yun. He understands that in the 2011 to 2012 season, Manchester United was tied for first place with Manchester City, only losing out on goal difference. Joining Manchester United would fulfill Fong Yun's childhood dream. The following morning, Fong Yun promptly packed his belongings and set off for Manchester United, conveniently located in the same city. He arrived shortly after taking a taxi. To his astonishment, he was met with resistance at the entrance of a United training facility. The security personnel demanded an invitation letter, leaving Fong Yun utterly perplexed as he thought. Wasn't I invited for a trial? He produced his phone to show the email confirming his trial invitation. However, the guard remained resolute, stating, "I did not check emails or identify individuals. I only examined the invitation letter." With no other option, Fong Yun called the assistant coach, Manuel. "Hello, is this Coach Manuel? This is Fong Yun, here for the trial. You emailed me last night about it, but the security won't let me in. Could you clarify this?" Manuel hesitated momentarily before responding. "All right, I'll inform the security. You may enter, but there have been some changes." As Fong Yun heard Manuel's voice, an ominous feeling washed over him. Nevertheless, he gained access to the United facility, which was impressive, replete with various training amenities, rehabilitation rooms, cryotherapy suites, and a gym, all exuding professionalism. Fong Yun followed the assistant coach into a conference room. "Fong Yun, here's the situation. Initially, we intended to trial you, as we were uncertain about the player we wanted. However, just last night, he confirmed his arrival, and so we have decided not to proceed with your trial. I apologize for not informing you sooner. I hope you can understand," Coach Manuel explained. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun was immediately incensed. "What is this? Am I being toyed with? You assured me of a trial last night, and now you retract your word with no opportunity provided? I'm eager to know who this player is, so important to you. With rising anger, Fong Yun confronted Manuel. Manuel had intended to speak calmly, but was taken aback by Fong Yun's outburst. As the head coach of Manchester United, he found it intolerable to be lectured by this young, unproven player. Mind your language. I am the coach, and you are merely a little-known youth from Huaxia. I've yet to see many talented players from your nation. To be frank, the player who just transferred is Ashley from Aston Villa. You can hardly compare to him. Manuel Raturta, dismissing Fang Yun, esa falings antireli. Very well, I'll remember this. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Fong Yun replied, aware that he lacked accomplishments and renown, thus forced to endure. Observing a hint of pity in Fong Yun, Manuel produced several bills. Here, since you've made the trip, take this €50 for your taxi fare. Fong Yun, infuriated, exclaimed, is this some sort of insult? You're treating me like a beggar. He turned and left without a backward glance. Who needs it? Back at his rented accommodation, Fong Yun was seething with resentment, vowing to make those who looked down on him regret their disdain, particularly Manchester City and Manchester United, who had belittled him and disrespected the players from Huaxia. Once I reach the Premier League, I shall settle the score one by one. At Aston Villa, Chairman Randy paced his office anxiously. With Ashley's departure, he worried about the team's survival for the next season. That Manchester United is truly infuriating, he muttered. However, the $16 million price tag should allow us to make some decent acquisitions, said the club's CEO, Paslow. If we could sign Fong Yun, I believe he could bolster our midfield, suggested assistant coach Kevin. What do you think, Lambert? Chairman Randy inquired of the newly appointed coach. I have watched this washout player's matches, and I find him competent. He could enhance our midfield's defensive solidity to some extent. However, as a starter, more evaluation is needed. He may be suitable for a rotational role, and perhaps he could work wonders, Lambert replied objectively. No need for trial. We must demonstrate our sincerity. A player of his caliber shouldn't have to undergo trials. That would be most inconsiderate. Thus, tomorrow, Kevin and I will fly to Manchester. I want to meet Fong Yun personally, Chairman Randy declared resolutely. It was evident that the chairman held a genuine admiration for this young Huaxia talent. Lambert remarked with a smile. You will come to appreciate him as well. In the afternoon, Fong Yun received a call from Chairman Randy of Aston Villa. Hello. Is this Mr. Fong Yun? I am Randy, the chairman of Aston Villa. I will be in Manchester tomorrow and would like to discuss matters with you personally. Fong Yun was taken aback. Is this real? The chairman of a Premier League club is coming to meet me? Surely, this cannot be a dream. He promptly slapped himself to ensure he was awake. Ouch. This is real, indeed. Are you truly the chairman of Aston Villa? How can you prove it? Do you doubt me? I'll send you the official verification on my phone. Please check it carefully. After reviewing the information, Fong Yun was astonished. However, after today's events, he maintained a degree of caution, fearing he might be deceived again. He inquired, a significant midfielder from Aston Villa departed from Manchester United yesterday, correct? Can you tell me who that player is? This was a recent development, known only to the club's upper management. If Randy indeed knew, it would confirm his identity. Chairman Randy was momentarily stunned. How could Fong Yun be aware of the player's departure? Realizing that Fong Yun had trialed at Manchester United earlier that day solidified Randy's resolve to sign him. A player sought after by the illustrious Manchester United must be a prized asset. Do not mention it. Ashley's departure has left us in a bind for midfielders. I watched your match against Manchester City. It was spectacular. You need not trial. We can proceed directly to contract negotiations. As long as the terms are reasonable, we can reach an agreement. Chairman Randy laid his cards on the table, understanding that sincerity is the ultimate tactic in negotiations. Chapter 11. Signing with Villa. A new beginning, no worries. Chairman, I do not believe I am inferior to Ashley. Trust me, you will not regret this. Fong Yun responded with utmost confidence. He was capable of securing 2 to 3 goals consistently, a testament to his exceptional skills, which served as the foundation for his self-assurance. As a free agent, there would be no transfer fee for Aston Villa. Chairman Randy and Fong Yun arranged to meet at a CAF. In a private room, they engaged in contract discussions. With no agent to represent him, Fong Yun had to negotiate directly. Chairman Randy displayed his sincerity, stating, "We offer you a weekly wage of €10,000, with a guarantee of at least 30 minutes of playtime per match under normal circumstances. What do you think?" Fong Yun had previously researched salary expectations. noting that young players typically earn no more than €10,000 weekly, with most earning between €5,000 to €6,000, a rather generous offer. However, Fong Yun had his own aspirations. Chairman, my goal in joining Aston Villa is not solely for relegation survival. I'm not merely here to hone my skills, as I will be ungracious. Achieving results in the new season is paramount. I am willing to accept a weekly wage of €5,000, but with additional conditions, a bonus of €10,000 for each goal and assist. If the final ranking secures a position within the top 4 of the Champions League, a bonus of €1,000,000 will be awarded. A placement within the top 5 of the Europa League will yield a reward of €500,000. Upon hearing this, assistant coach Glenn remarked, "You certainly possess a bold spirit, my young friend." Typically, even the most prestigious teams do not exceed 50 goals in a season. The bonuses from goals and assists constitute a mere fraction of a player's salary and are quite unstable. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Glenn considered Fong Yun's ambitions to be rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, Fong Yun remained resolute. Indeed, I am confident. I am here to strengthen the team, not merely to hone my skills. Ah, young lad, I admire your tenacity. You remind me of my own fervor when I traverse the landscape, seeking investments. Thus, I shall elevate your goal and assist bonuses to €20,000. If you truly can achieve such feats, what harm is there in rewarding you? Chairman Randy waved his hand grandly. He had his own calculations. If Fong Yun were to perform like an average player, tallying only a handful of goals and assists, the savings on his weekly salary would amount to €240,000. Should Fong Yun surpass a total of 24 goals and assists, it would certainly testify to his potential. Coupled with contributions from other players, the team would at least secure a mid-table position. Making an additional €200,000 seemed trivial. Ultimately, both parties finalized the contract, agreeing upon a weekly salary of €5,000, with a bonus of €20,000 for each goal and assist, in addition to ranking bonuses. Fong Yun was exceedingly confident, merely from long-range shots. He could guarantee himself a minimum of €760,000 over 38 matches, and assists were an essential skill for midfielders. He firmly believed that his salary would inevitably increase in the near future. The termination fee was also established at €10,000,000, indicating Chairman Randy's high regard for Fong Yun. After signing the contract, an exhilarated Chairman Randy remarked to assistant coach Glenn on the way back to Aston Villa, "This lad has the same vigor I once possessed. He is a promising talent. Keep a close watch on him." "Certainly, Chairman. I too perceive great potential in Fong Yun," replied Glenn. Fong Yun returned to his rented accommodation, as he still had matters to attend to in Manchester before officially reporting to the team in a couple of days. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and securing your first professional contract. Reward, 10 attribute cards, 1 skill card. Another opportunity to gain rewards?" Fong Yun mused as he glanced at his attribute panel. His stamina and physicality were still lacking. Compared to other top leagues, the Premier League demanded more frequent and intense physical confrontations, and to secure a place as a starter, stamina was paramount. Fong Yun allocated all 10 points to stamina. Stamina, 60 to 70. Subsequently, he drew a skill card. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Valencia's long pass. Valencia's long pass enhances the stability and accuracy of the host's long passes." Fong Yun examined his panel. Long pass, 50 to 80. Goodness. The long pass attribute has surged by 30. What a significant enhancement. If combined with a curve shot, it could further improve. This attests to the excellence of Valencia's long passing ability. As a winger and fullback for Manchester United, Valencia's crossing and long passing were extraordinary, with impeccable control over landing points and direction. Thus, Fong Yun's role within the team became clear. He would serve as a defensive midfielder, anchoring the defense while transitioning to attack with a single decisive long pass. New task: secure a starting position, requiring the host to start in 3 consecutive matches. Task reward: system upgrade. Goodness, the system can upgrade further. I must perform admirably in my new team. 2 days later, Aston Villa officially announced Fong Yun's signing, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. Fans from Huaxia were particularly thrilled. Incredible. He is truly the man who led Huaxia to triumph over Manchester City. Indeed, while they are a relegation-threatened team, they are still part of the Premier League, and their strength is undeniable. there are no weak teams in the Premier League. This development left Ningxu club in a quandary, as a player they deemed expendable had now joined one of the top 5 leagues, promising a bright future. However, some astute fans noted that Fong Yun had not joined Manchester City. Didn't he just compete in the selection match against Manchester City? It's puzzling that he was not chosen. Yes, even the left winger made the cut, yet Fong Yun was eliminated. This suggests a lack of capability. Otherwise, how could Manchester City have overlooked him? I suspect Fong Yun may have received an offer, but opted against a youth contract, aiming instead for a professional one. It seems he is too ambitious, naively hoping for a meteoric rise. As discussions proliferated, criticisms of Fong Yun intensified. Last season, Aston Villa managed to avoid relegation. But with the departure of key player Ashley and the acquisition of an obscure Huaxia player, the outlook for next season appeared grim. Indeed, I cannot fathom what Chairman Randy was thinking by signing a Huaxia player. The national team has lost hope. It seems he is overly eager to tap into the Huaxia market. Aston Villa must be starving for talent. Fong Yun disregarded these comments, fully aware that the most effective response to such skepticism was to let his performance speak for itself. Scoring more goals and winning more matches would resolve everything. However, the local fans and teammates posed a far greater challenge than the opposition from Huaxia supporters. Chapter 12. Fan Outrage. New Signings. Fong Yun wished to remain silent, yet public opinion compelled him to respond. This signing controversy seemed to have struck a nerve with some extreme fans and incited jealousy in others. After all, very few Huaxia players have ventured abroad, and even fewer have succeeded. Fong Yun's contract with a Premier League team unsettled some extreme fans, leading certain individuals to dig up the WeChat contacts of Fong Yun's former classmates and teachers, incessantly harassing them, even affecting Fong Yun's family. At this point, Fong Yun could no longer tolerate the situation and took to Weibo to clarify matters. Some fans hold significant biases and misconceptions about me. I genuinely wish to ignore these mindless detractors, but their actions have begun to impact my friends and family, leaving me no choice but to respond. Firstly, I did not join Manchester City because they rejected me, citing that I was not a suitable fit. Subsequently, I tried out for other clubs. In a rather comical turn of events, I received an invitation for a trial with Manchester United one evening, only to find out the next day that it had been cancelled, and they offered me €50 for taxi fare, which I declined before leaving. So, I am merely a player worth €50. Please refrain from elevating my status. My opportunity to join Aston Villa was merely fortuitous. The owner trusts me and wishes to develop my talent. Whether I will see playing time next season remains uncertain. I sincerely hope that fans can approach this situation with rationality, and I am grateful for the support of the broader fan community. Fong Yun believed it best to clarify the situation to prevent marketing accounts from speculating excessively and creating negative repercussions, thereby alleviating the jealousy of detractors by downplaying his own stature. Some fans, under the banner of the decline of Huaxia football, sought to maintain relevance by disparaging Huaxia players. Following this statement, the fans erupted once more. I must say, €50 for a player is quite amusing. Manchester United truly astounds one. Who would have thought they would be so miserly, offering merely €50 for transportation? Yet, this aligns perfectly with Manchester United's long-standing reputation. It indicates that the club does not regard a player like Fong Yun as worthy. Understand? With Ashley's arrival, Fong Yun is hardly a concern. Despite Manchester United's apparent disregard, they still invited Fong Yun for a trial. Such audacity. Comparing the fans of Huaxia to those of Aston Villa is like comparing a novice to a master. Huaxia fans are often confined to expressing their opinions online, while in reality, they display an overwhelming sense of social anxiety. In stark contrast, English fans are known for their fervor. Football hooligans are not to be trifled with. If you're a rival fan, you might find yourself in a scuffle. Upon hearing the news of Fong Yun's joining, Aston Villa supporters erupted in outrage. What? Aston Villa, teetering on the brink of relegation and mired in difficulties, has lost a key midfielder, Ashley, yet instead of strengthening the squad, they sign a 17-year-old player from Huaxia? This is absurd. These fans, generally oblivious to recent events, remain uninformed about Fong Yun's leadership in Huaxia's match against Manchester City. To them, such a friendly match likely appeared as if Manchester City were merely toying with Huaxia, and they certainly do not hold Fong Yun in high regard. Aston Villa fans could no longer tolerate the club's actions. It felt like a betrayal. They unleashed their fury upon the management. I have long asserted that this generation of club management is amateurish, failing to consider reinforcements. They spent a substantial transfer fee for Ashley, yet only acquired Fong Yun, a player unwanted by Huaxia. Utterly infuriating. What? We purchased a player that Huaxia deemed unworthy. A 17-year-old of Asian descent, who likely lacks the experience. You say he can play football? I suspect he would be better suited to playing table tennis. Aston Villa fans inherently reject players from Huaxia, a nation that has failed to qualify for the World Cup. What level of skill can a player from such a country possess? Fong Yun acted as a catalyst, igniting the long-standing dissatisfaction among Aston Villa supporters. They seem to have found an outlet for their frustrations, fervently directing their ire toward the club's management. Some fans even managed to locate Chairman Randy's phone number, but their attempts to reach him were unsuccessful. They then turned their ire towards the newly appointed head coach, Robert. In the early hours, Robert's phone was inundated with calls. What is wrong with these extreme fans? Do they believe they understand the game better than the coach? Have I not seen him play? It is utterly baffling. Sleep eludes me, and I am quite exasperated. Noting his husband's distress, Robert's wife remarked, Fong Yun has yet to report to the team. I believe it would be prudent to start him as a substitute. He is just a 17-year-old child and should not bear such immense public scrutiny. If he underperforms, those hooligans will eat him alive. Robert furrowed his brow in contemplation. Very well, I shall discuss this with Fong Yun. The next day, Fong Yun arrived at the team and was called in by Coach Robert. Fong Yun, I see that public opinion is quite unfavorable towards you, particularly among local fans. There are many extreme supporters. I advise you to begin as a substitute. Should you falter, there will be less backlash. What do you think? Fong Yun readily agreed. Yes, that sounds reasonable, especially since I have not yet established rapport with my teammates. He continued, Coach, I once observed a player named Salah, a winger from Egypt. You might consider scouting him. Signing him could significantly benefit our team. Fong Yun recalled that Salah was only 20 years old and currently a free agent, having transferred from Switzerland years prior. If they could secure Salah, his pace and Fong Yun's long passes could become formidable assets in the upcoming season. Indeed, I will send someone to evaluate him, Robert replied, emphasizing the importance of not losing out on such talent. With 2 weeks remaining until the new season, Fong Yun's rapport with his teammates improved steadily. His long-range shooting and passing thrilled Coach Robert. We have struck gold, Chairman. Fong Yun possesses boundless potential. His long passes are as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, and his long-range shooting is remarkable, Robert exclaimed in the chairman's office. I told you so. Can you not trust my judgment? Chairman Randy replied, relishing the news. Furthermore, his defensive positioning is commendable, with an acute sense of ball trajectory. His ability to support defense is his hallmark. He always appears in the opponent's attacking lanes, as if guided by radar, Robert continued, growing increasingly animated. Robert considered placing Fong Yun in the starting lineup, but ultimately refrained. He understood that performance in training matches and actual games can differ vastly. Many players excel in practice, but falter in competitive situations. It is essential to progress gradually. Chapter 13. The Egyptian pharaoh emerges 3 days before the match. The scout sent to Sweden by the coach, Gray, was quite displeased. I cannot fathom Robert's reasoning for sending me to Egypt, a desolate place, to scout players. What good players could possibly emerge from such a location? Gray grumbled. Despite his grievances, Gray diligently proceeded to Egypt for his scouting mission. He scoured his network of contacts, but could not find anyone named Sulla, resorting instead to wandering the streets to inquire. Ultimately, his persistence paid off, and he learned that Sulla had a match that evening. Gray purchased a ticket to observe. What a revelation it was. Sulla appeared slender and frail. Yet when it came to physical confrontations, he held his own against towering opponents. Moreover, his speed was exceptional, whether starting from a standstill or in full sprint. He was as swift as lightning. Additionally, he displayed impressive ball control, albeit still somewhat raw, suggesting great potential with further refinement. While one can improve physical strength through training, the finesse of ball control is often a matter of innate talent. The Premier League is renowned for its emphasis on physicality and its capacity to cultivate athletic ability. Gray was confident that once Sulla entered the Premier League and underwent training, he would flourish. After the match, Gray approached Sulla to introduce himself. Upon learning that an English Premier League scout had traveled such a distance to evaluate him, Sulla was elated. They conversed at length that evening, and Salah expressed a strong desire to play in the Premier League. Who wouldn't he want to compete in one of the top 5 leagues? Especially from a country like Egypt, where football is not well developed. Gray promptly called Coach Robert. At that moment, Robert was sound asleep. It was the early hours, and his phone could not afford to be silent. During the transfer period, news flows in abundance, and due to time zone differences, significant transfer activities often occur at dawn. Thus, one must remain vigilant and ready to respond. Awakened from his slumber, Robert was understandably irritable, but quickly adjusted his mood. After all, he had just taken on a new role, and feeling a bit fatigued was perfectly normal. He also bore the weight of responsibility for the team's performance in the upcoming season, which added to his stress. "What is it?" Robert mumbled, still half asleep. "Good news. Good news. We are set to soar next season," and Gray is brimming with excitement. "What good news?" "Do tell," Robert impatiently interjected. Salah possesses immense potential. His explosiveness, speed, and dribbling skills all indicate that he has the makings of a top-tier winger. He is certainly no less impressive than Fong Yun. "Here is his video," Gray exclaimed. "What? He is even better than Fong Yun? Send it to me right away." Robert leaped from his bed, exhilarated at the prospect of discovering an unrecognized young talent with more potential than Fong Yun. After watching the video, the head coach immediately sought out the chairman. "Chairman, I have found a winger who is every bit as good as Fong Yun." Chairman Randy was rudely awakened in the middle of the night. Initially irked, but soon invigorated by Robert's words. He quickly got up to review the video footage. "He is indeed formidable and exceptionally gifted. How did you come to send someone to Egypt to scout players?" Chairman Randy inquired, somewhat perplexed. Fong Yun mentioned he had crossed paths with Salah and thought highly of him, thus recommending I take a look, Robert explained. "Then there is no issue. If Fong Yun endorses him, he must be exceptional," Chairman Randy affirmed. The chairman promptly drafted a contract and initiated negotiations with Salah's club. Ultimately, both parties agreed on a transfer fee of €500,000 for Salah. This news was officially announced the following day. Upon learning of it, Fong Yun was thoroughly thrilled, harboring no concerns that Salah would overshadow him. His confidence was bolstered by the system he possessed, which allowed him to grow at a pace that dwarfed Salah's. Even against the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, Fong Yun felt undaunted. This was the greatest assurance bestowed upon him by the system. Conversely, Salah's presence would enable Fong Yun to play with greater ease, as Salah would likely score more goals, thus granting Fong Yun more opportunities to shine. Rapid growth was a boon, and Salah could serve as a shield, drawing attention and pressure away. It was a win-win situation. Fong Yun understood that in a few years, greater capital would flow into the league, and the Premier League's wage cap would continue to rise, offering him even more choices. Fong Yun was elated, but the football hooligans from Aston Villa were restless. What? They signed yet another unknown player from Egypt? Can good players emerge from such a football wasteland? The Aston Villa management was ridiculed for their choices, first scouring for discarded talents from Huaxia, now picking up a 20-year-old who hadn't even proven himself yet. You can't find anything about him online. It's absurd. Just wait for relegation to come. Faced with such overwhelming public scrutiny, the Aston Villa management remained calm and collected. Through recent training matches, they recognized how formidable the new additions, Fong Yun and Salah, truly were. Only they understood the current strength of Aston Villa. The management was confident that in the new season, they would unveil a revitalized Aston Villa to fans and the public alike. The Premier League opener saw Aston Villa face Manchester United at home. No one held high hopes for Aston Villa. Birmingham, Villa Park. After a week of scathing criticism, Aston Villa fans filled the stadium. Last season's dismal performance had eroded fan confidence, leading to dwindling attendance, to the point where scalpers refused to sell tickets for fear of losing money. Yet today, Villa Park was packed, a cacophony of voices reverberating throughout the stands. The management was criticized mercilessly, with fans expressing their disdain for the players, and especially for Fong Yun. At that moment, journalists from The Guardian and The Sun had their cameras focused on the players' tunnel. This match was highly controversial. The opening battle was a clash of titans. Manchester United versus Aston Villa. The inclusion of Villa's two young signings, Fong Yun from Huaxia and Salah from Egypt, had sparked much debate. Chapter 14. The Premier League debut against Manchester United. Despite the tumultuous atmosphere, Villa Park welcomed a continuous stream of vitriol from its own fans. It was rare to witness such derision directed at home players. Fong Yun could no longer tolerate it, even before the match had commenced. This group of football hooligans was attacking their own team. It was utterly unacceptable. Even if you don't have faith in us, wait until after the match to voice your discontent. To criticize us before we've even started is simply outrageous. Head coach Robert was deeply troubled by the torrent of insults. The team had narrowly avoided relegation last season. Their prospects for the current season remained uncertain. Facing last season's top team, Manchester United, in the opening match, could provoke a violent reaction from the hooligans if they lost. In the Aston Villa locker room, Robert inquired, "Fong Yun, are you managing in this tumultuous environment?" He was concerned that the immense pressure might hinder Fong Yun's performance. "I'm fine, coach," Fong Yun replied with an air of calm. Having lived 2 lives and equipped with the might of the system, he felt an unparalleled confidence. "I am considering having you come off the bench for this match, given the intense pressure outside. I can also exclude you from the match day squad if you feel overwhelmed," Robert suggested, with the other players nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Fong Yun stood up and addressed the locker room. "Brothers, how can we tolerate the lack of faith from our fans? Even our own supporters are throwing eggs and water bottles. They have no idea about our training matches. Why should they make such judgments about us?" Looking at the upcoming schedule, we have 3 consecutive away games ahead, including tough opponents like Manchester City and Liverpool. If we lose these matches, we'll find ourselves in a precarious situation. Therefore, we must secure a victory today, and I implore you to let me start. I may have been mocked as a worthless signing, but what does that matter? Doubt exists to be shattered. The fans may hurl insults. But are you going to accept that? Fong Yun shouted fervently. "No," the other players responded in unison. "If they doubt us, let us show them what we're made of." Fong Yun's words resonated with unwavering determination, echoing throughout the locker room. Robert watched in awe as this 17-year-old, still a minor, rallied the team with a pre-match pep talk. Fong Yun's passionate speech galvanized the players, igniting within them a fierce resolve and determination. Approaching Fong Yun, Coach Robert placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Well done, Yun. I believe in you. You will start this match and prove to the world that you can silence all doubters with your talent." In response to the dissatisfaction of certain fans, the ball was kicked towards the stands, as if to proclaim that one is not cowardly. Robert was also moved by Fong Yun's words. "The audacity of youth is a trait of true manhood, a call for self-empowerment." Moments later, Aston Villa's starting lineup was revealed, igniting a frenzy among the fans at Villa Park, as well as among the various media and reporters present. The shocking inclusion of a 17-year-old player valued at merely €50 sent shockwaves through the crowd. Media representatives hurriedly raised their cameras, capturing the moment in the players' tunnel. Fong Yun, holding the hand of a bald boy, walked confidently onto the pitch, greeted by a cacophony of voices. Although Fong Yun was aware that much of the noise was filled with insults, he felt exhilarated. The more they booed, the more invigorated he became, fueling his performance. Among the crowd were also media representatives from Huaxia, broadcasting the scene live back home. The absurdity of Aston Villa's decision to recruit a player worth €50, discarded by Ningsu Club, was a source of amusement. Rumors suggested there was a reversal in the situation, with Ningsu Club facing issues and their youth coaches under investigation. But even if there was a twist, what difference did it make? The players were still considered subpar, and the sport's competitive nature deemed incompetence as the ultimate sin. Some fans, even armed with their own beer, threw their empty cans forward, vowing that if Aston Villa lost, they would burn Fong Yun's home. Naturally, security promptly intervened, clearing the remnants of beer cans. Soon, the pre-match ceremonies concluded amidst the clamor of the fans. The match commenced, an opening battle of the Premier League, with Aston Villa as the home team and Manchester United as the visitors. Yet under the overwhelming jeers, one could not help but question whether this truly was Villa's home ground. The patience of Aston Villa supporters was wearing thin. A loss in this match could provoke extreme reactions from a more volatile factions among the fans. Notification. Side quest activated. Debut. The legendary beginning. Quest objective. Silence the boisterous fans. Secure victory in this match for the first win. Quest reward. Skill points x10. Belgian star player chest. The system had issued a task, and Fong Yun was filled with excitement, especially at the prospect of a Belgian star player chest, suggesting a substantial reward. With the referee's whistle, the match began. The cheers of 40,000 fans at Villa Park nearly overwhelmed the 22 players on the pitch. From the south stand to the north stand, from Birmingham South to Birmingham North. The fervent gazes of the fans were fixed upon the field. This was no ordinary opening match of the Premier League. It was a personal battle for Fong Yun to reclaim his name. At that moment, Fong Yun was exceptionally exhilarated, determined to seize victory in this match. From the official commentary box of the Premier League, it was believed that this match held no suspense. The top team from last season was set to triumph over a relegation-bound squad. I concur. The departure of midfield stalwart Ashley to Manchester United would surely disrupt Villa's midfield, leaving them vulnerable. Moreover, I find Robert's decision to start Fong Yun rather inappropriate. A 17-year-old without significant match experience would struggle to adapt to the physicality of the Premier League. Indeed, it seemed like yet another monotonous match in favor of one side. Aston Villa's local fans not supporting their own team was an unimaginable scenario. Beyond the commentators, the general consensus was that Aston Villa was not favored, with betting odds reaching an astonishing 10-1. This was preposterous. Wagering on Manchester United meant that a bet of 10 would only yield a return of 1. A staggering 90 of people had little faith in Aston Villa. Nevertheless, Fong Yun remained steadfast in his self-belief. Chapter 15, a grave mistake. Conceding a goal, the match officially commenced with Aston Villa kicking off in the center circle. The starting lineup for Aston Villa was as follows: goalkeeper, Guzan; defenders, Wilkinson, Clark, Loughton, Muniesa; midfielders, Agbonlauer, El Amadi, Wesson, Fang Yun; forwards, Benteke, Andy Bayman. Manchester United's starting lineup included goalkeeper, De Gea; forwards, Rooney, Nani, Van Persie; midfielders, Ashley, Carrick, Shinji Kagawa; defenders, Evra, Vidic, Ferdinand, Valencia. Aston Villa employed a 4-4-2 formation, while Manchester United utilized a 4-3-3. The luxury of Manchester United's lineup was undeniable, with each player being top tier in their respective positions. Rooney's market value alone could rival that of the entire Aston Villa squad. As the match began, Benteke passed the ball to Fong Yun, entrusting him with the organization of play. This tactic was familiar from their training sessions. The other players were instructed to pass the ball to Fong Yun, while they positioned themselves accordingly. Fong Yun commanded the midfield, distributing the ball wherever space allowed, a strategy that proved effective for the currently technically unrefined Aston Villa players. His 80-meter long passes allowed him to play with remarkable ease, directing the game as he pleased. Manchester United pressed high and aggressively, eschewing any frivolities. Fong Yun's long passes artfully evaded Manchester United's pressing tactics, tracing arcs in the air that left their players scrambling. In the first 20 minutes, Aston Villa surprisingly seized control of the match, aided by Manchester United's generally slow start. Many matches had been turned around in the second half. Aston Villa enjoyed a commanding possession rate of 60, effectively dominating their opponents. Wait a minute. How is Manchester United being outplayed? Could it be that Fong Yun is not as incompetent as presumed? It was evident that those unfamiliar with Manchester United's typical gameplay might be misled. They often began to exert their dominance in the second half, toying with their opponents in the initial stages. Regardless, it was apparent that Fong Yun was making a significant impact. His organization and long passes were remarkably precise. Indeed, his vision was expansive, transitioning from strong to weak sides with remarkable swiftness and accuracy, exhibiting the qualities of a midfield maestro. However, this was merely the beginning. The real test awaited him. Once Manchester United intensified their physical approach, Fong Yun would likely struggle to cope. Meanwhile, Manchester United's coach Moyes could no longer remain seated. It seemed Fong Yun possessed some potential, and it was imperative to impose restrictions on him. Thus, Moyes began directing Ashley to closely mark Fong Yun. Keep an eye on him. Don't allow that washout player to pass easily. Get your spirits up. Play better than this relegation team. Moyes' words evidently ignited a response from the Manchester United players. They gradually found their rhythm and intensified their defensive efforts against Fong Yun. It became increasingly challenging for him to make passes. Whenever he received the ball, defenders would swiftly close in, forcing him to retreat and seek better opportunities. Any attempt to break through or pass would result in Ashley effectively blocking him. "Welcome to the Premier League," Ashley remarked to Fong Yun. Fong Yun acutely sensed the intensity of the Premier League. Ashley's physical prowess far surpassed his own. Whenever the opponent leaned against him, he found himself at a disadvantage, helplessly watching as the ball was seized. To evade direct contact with Ashley, Fong Yun could only maneuver through positioning. In the 27th minute, He executed a precise long pass that found the left winger, Agbonlahor. Agbonlahor skillfully controlled the ball, while Villa's left back, Wilkinson, made an advancing run. Seizing the moment, Agbonlahor delivered a short pass to the encroaching Wilkinson. What should have been a golden opportunity turned into disappointment as Wilkinson miscontrolled the ball, letting it stray 3 meters away. Valencia, the right back for Manchester United, noticed the chance and quickly accelerated. With his robust shoulder, he engaged Wilkinson, who was sent sprawling a meter away as Valencia completed the interception. What a poor display, Wilkinson. Just like players from Huaxia, your ball control is abysmal. Go home. After being outmuscled like that, you're a total softie. Damn it. Robert on the sidelines sighed deeply in frustration. Following the interception, due to Wilkinson's advanced position, the left flank for Villa was entirely unguarded, leaving an expanse of open ground. Valencia surged forward with the ball. At that moment, Fong Yun's mind was flooded with thermal imagery, revealing a vast area of green to the left, prompting him to urgently call for teammates to assist in the left flank defense. Positioned in the center, he was too far to support and could only focus on restricting Ashley's advance nearby. Valencia's speed was remarkable, and Villa's midfielders were unable to keep pace. As he approached the byline, Valencia crossed with his right foot, sending the ball arcing beautifully through the air. Rooney, in the center, instinctively surged forward. The ball from Valencia seemed to unlock a door, finding its way directly to Rooney's head. With a graceful flick, Rooney scored from close range, unmarked, leaving the Villa goalkeeper helpless as he watched the ball nestle into the net. Within the first 30 minutes of the first half, Manchester United struck first, a result of Valencia's long run following the interception and his connection with Rooney, culminating in Rooney's header finding the back of the net. At that moment, the frustrated Aston Villa fans could no longer contain their anger, hurling beer bottles onto the pitch. What a bunch of idiots. Disband this team. What a disgraceful management. What pathetic players. This team is revolting to watch. One counterattack and we're torn apart, with no defense whatsoever. This is disgraceful. Disband. Disband. Wilkinson, you're the worst left back I have ever seen. No offensive capability, and your defense is atrocious. If you can't attack, stay back and defend properly. Why do you have to show off like a complete fool? On the pitch, Valencia and Rooney celebrated, while Wilkinson hung his head in despair, fully aware that his blunder had led to Manchester United's goal. Had he not erred, it could have been a splendid opportunity for a goal. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Robert furrowed his brow, worried about what had transpired. Last season, Villa had conceded many such goals, with the flanks breached and the center-backs distracted, leading to opponents finding space to score. The issues facing Aston Villa were glaringly apparent, incapable of attacking and defensively vulnerable. That previous play had been a promising opportunity. Fang Yun's long pass had accurately found the weak side left winger. Unfortunately, Agbonlahor lacked the explosive capability to break through, leaving hopes pinned on the advancing left back. Should a mistake occur, the left flank would become a vast expanse for the opponent to exploit. If Villa wished to mount an offense, they needed to commit more players. But mistakes would lead to defensive inadequacies, creating a rather awkward situation. Coach Robert was deeply troubled, racking his brain for a solution. Just as misfortune would have it, the match reached the 43rd minute, and Aston Villa's defense gifted another opportunity. During a chaotic scramble in the box, Clark attempted to clear the ball, but inadvertently sent it straight to an opponent's feet. Carrick seized the opportunity with a deft shot, scoring once more. Manchester United had struck again, a colossal error as Villa's defenders failed to clear effectively, gifting the ball to Carrick, who easily converted. This should not have happened. They are lacking in match experience. Villa's defenders are all in their 20s, and their mentality is imbalanced, with their technique severely compromised. They need to adjust their mindset quickly. What a disgrace. If you can't play, just leave the field. It's truly embarrassing. After receiving so much transfer fee, the defense remains unstrengthened. And no reinforcement for the forward line, just scavenging for scraps. To hell with this. Some fans even began to leave the stadium, utterly disillusioned with Aston Villa. Trailing by 2 goals at halftime against the formidable Red Devils of Manchester United, even a lead does not guarantee victory, let alone a deficit. As the referee's whistle marked the end of the first half, Fong Yun refrained from utilizing his long-range shot card, knowing that using it prematurely would render him vulnerable in the second half. A good blade must be wielded wisely. In the Aston Villa locker room, the atmosphere was heavy with gloom, players hanging their heads, disheartened. Coach Robert's brow was furrowed as he clenched his fist and struck the wall in frustration. Damn it. Why can't we get it right? Despite Villa leading in possession for the first 20 minutes, Manchester United dominated overall in possession during the first half, revealing how poorly Villa had performed in the final 25 minutes. Yun set us up nicely in the first half, yet we failed to capitalize. Wilkinson's error was utterly unacceptable. I cannot fathom what you all were thinking, lacking the spirit to fight. Robert roared at the players, visibly dissatisfied with their performance. If that shot had gone in, how could we possibly be down 2-0 to Manchester United? Wilkinson, you need to stay disciplined in your defensive position. Can you manage that? Robert glared at Wilkinson. Yes, I will focus on maintaining my defensive role, Wilkinson replied, subdued. At that moment, Villa's captain, Vlar, remained silent, daunted. Fong Yun sensed the awkward tension and took the initiative to rise and approach the tactical board. I believe we need to make some changes, otherwise, victory will be elusive, he declared, gesturing for all players to gather around the board. This unexpected scene astonished the players. A newcomer dared to propose tactics instead of the head coach. Coach Robert was equally taken aback, but chose not to intervene, curious to see what insights this 17-year-old might offer. The current issue is that we struggle to create opportunities in positional play, and our defensive communication is lacking, making individual marking easy to exploit. Therefore, let us simplify our approach. Exchanging possession for space, we shall adopt a defensive strategy, deploying 5 at the back, leaving only the swift Bentik in the front line. Andre retreated to the midfield to assist in defense. I believe Sulla should come on. In the second half, the opponent's stamina will certainly wane, and Sulla can pose a significant threat on the flanks. Moreover, the opposing defenders, Vidic and Ferdinand, lack pace, both being seasoned players. Bentik, I will provide you with numerous crosses behind the defenders. You need to make frequent runs and position yourself well. Is there any issue with this? Fang Yun's gaze was resolute, his words brimming with confidence. No problem. I trust your long passes. Just leave it to me. I excel at avoiding offside traps. Bentik responded with equal confidence. Thus, we established 3 attacking lines. Agbanlahor on the left, Sulla on the right, and Bentik in the center, while maintaining a solid defense. Once we regain possession, you all just focus on running. If the passes don't come through, that's my responsibility. We shall emulate Mourinho's tactics, crowding the box, defending and counterattacking. Only engaging in transitional offenses. This way, we will have our opportunity, declared Fong Yun with conviction. Robert clapped his hands at this moment. Excellent. Your ideas align perfectly with mine, he said, delighted. He anticipated that Fong Yun, at such a young age, possessed such a profound understanding of football. This was also the direction he wished to adjust in the second half, to park the bus and leverage numerical superiority to restrict Manchester United, whose attacking strategies largely relied on counterattacks. Now, by retreating into our half, Manchester United's counterattacks will be stifled. All right, let's play this way in the second half. 5 defenders, 2 midfielders, and 3 forwards. Isn't that too much pressure on Fong Yun? Wilkinson inquired. Not all, trust me. They won't get past my defensive line. The back line will keep an eye on their men, and the forwards just need to charge. Everything else is on me, Fong Yun declared confidently. Just then, Sulla stood up and said, I believe in you too. Just pass it to me. If I miss it, feel free to shout at me, and if I can't score, blame me as well. Indeed, there's no shame in parking the bus. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, catching mice makes a good cat. Even the formidable Real Madrid has parked the bus in the Champions League. What do we have to fear? Let's just do it. Yes, let us do it. Let those who doubt us and throw beer bottles at us be silenced. Let us defend our glory. In just a few minutes, the Aston Villa players regained their spirits, their confidence stemming entirely from this 17-year-old Chinese prodigy, Fong Yun. They believed that Fong Yun's defense and passing could help the team overturn the score and achieve victory. The players surged towards the tunnel, each holding their heads high. Fong Yun is truly a born leader, capable of uniting the team. In just a few minutes, the morale of the team has changed dramatically, Robert and assistant coach Glenn remarked. Yes, I hope Fong Yun can grow quickly and shoulder the team's responsibilities, Glenn added. Fong Yun took a deep breath. In the second half, he aimed to silence all his doubters and demonstrate who the true king of Villa Park was. Chapter 17. Prepared for battle. Initiating the counterattack as the second half commenced, Aston Villa's defense retreated. The previously dispersed formations became remarkably compact. The defensive deployment was formidable. with only Bentik remaining up front, while all other players fell back to their half to engage in defense. Dressed in deep red and light blue jerseys, the Aston Villa players constructed an impenetrable wall. Furthermore, the 20-year-old prodigy Salah was substituted in at the start of the second half. The Villa fans, witnessing this, were incensed. Is this an early surrender? Trailing by 2 goals, instead of pushing forward, they're playing like turtles, parking the bus. Are they trying to disgust the audience? If they don't want to win, they might as well disband. I don't understand what the coach is thinking. It seems his brain has short-circuited. Even my grandmother would know to ramp up the offense when trailing. Moreover, bringing in Salah, who has barely trained with the team for 2 or 3 days, is absurd. Just wait for the loss. Mark my words. Not only are they not attacking, but they're also completely set in defense, fearing a humiliating scoreline of 6 or 7 goals. They should just roll back into their mother's wombs. A bunch of useless players. Some home fans exited the stadium. Manchester United's coach Moyes, upon observing this, chuckled. So they parked the bus, afraid of conceding again. How pathetic. But it's fine. This way, they won T-score. At this moment, a barrage of insults flooded towards the Villa players. However, the effects of this tactical shift were immediate. Once Aston Villa retreated into their half, Manchester United's counterattacks became ineffective. Whenever wingers Nani and Van Persie received the ball, Fong Yun would promptly come to assist in defense. At this point, Fong Yun played like a free spirit, sweeping across the pitch, frequently disrupting Manchester United's passes. In the first 10 minutes, Manchester United failed to create a single clear-cut chance, registering 0 shots on goal, while Aston Villa managed a counterattack, though it was thwarted. Parking the bus proved effective. Manchester United could not penetrate. And what does that matter? They're just waiting to die, like meat on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Meanwhile, a retired footballer from China, Wang Chuqing, was live-streaming this match. A devoted Manchester United fan. He chose retirement due to club contract issues and later ventured into sports media with a humorous style, turning his streaming room into a festive gathering. Manchester United attack fiercely. This opening match is exhilarating. I've said Manchester United is bound to contend for the title this season. Previously, the opponents were leading, but now United is 2 goals ahead. Haha, this match is secure. Aston Villa 1-0 holdout. Just wait and see, Wang Chuqing sharply commented. Fong Yun is so formidable. He will surely lead the team to overturn Manchester United, someone in the live chat countered. Wang Chuqing chuckled upon reading this comment. Let me tell you, Fong Yun joining Aston Villa is a joke. This player, though Chinese, lacks breakthroughs, passing, physicality, and defensive skills, frequently losing possession. His buyout clause is 5 million. I've got 10 million. However, the next moment, Wang Chuqing would pay for his words. As the match approached the 57th minute, Manchester United's players pressed high, playing with a hint of impatience. Valencia's cross from the wing was cleared by Aston Villa's centre-back, Lodun. Fong Yun, quick on his feet, dashed towards the second drop of the ball, intercepting it before the defending players could react. At this moment, Salah on the right, Agbonlahor on the left, and Bentik in the center all surged forward simultaneously. This is the moment. Fong Yun executed a crescent-shaped long pass, triggering crescent moon long pass. Long pass accuracy increased by 50, ball speed increased by 50. Witnessing the ball soar, he raised his right foot high from the left side of the penalty area, leaning his body at a 45-degree angle, creating a beautifully tense arc. His supporting foot was firmly planted on the grass, slightly bent at the knee, providing a solid foundation for the immense force about to be unleashed. His right foot was taut, like a bowstring drawn tight, all the energy converging at that small point of contact. At the moment his foot met the ball, time seemed to freeze. The football erupted like a white meteor ignited, soaring through the air in a stunningly perfect arc, like a crescent moon suspended in the night sky. With unparalleled grace and velocity, it glides towards the right flank. Salah keenly anticipates the ball's descent and expertly cushions it. My word, Salah's speed is astonishing. The right back has fallen behind by 2 strides. This long pass is extraordinary. The curved ball, reminiscent of Beckham's signature style. The precision and accuracy of the pass are impeccable. Salah's reception is effortless, leaving the Aston Villa fans in awe. Foul Evra, the left back exclaims, bewildered at how easily the opposing winger has accelerated. This could spell disaster. At that moment, Wang Chuqing's smile vanishes. Salah surges into the penalty area, unchallenged. Salah is lightning quick. He has one-on-one. Wang Chuqin bellows, a grimace on his face. Yet, Sulla remains true to form. Facing De Gea, he feints a shot before deftly maneuvering past the goalkeeper, who is already committed to a save. With a gentle flick of his foot, Sulla redirects the ball into the net, sending it crashing home. Wow, Aston Villa has scored the first goal of the match. A stunning connection between the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy, Fong Yun, and Egypt's Sulla is simply magnificent. Fong Yun's exquisite long pass, combined with Sulla's blistering pace, pierces through Manchester United's defense with just one touch. In Fong Yun, I can almost see the shadow of Beckham. One wonders how Beckham feels watching Fong Yun deliver such a pass against his former team. It is indeed a breathtaking moment, as commentator Zhang Jun reflects. After the goal, Sulla and Fong Yun rush towards the corner flag, vocally expressing their exuberance. Fong Yun roars, "This is my territory. This is Aston Villa's home." He shoulders the responsibility with pride. Nearby, coach Robert kneels, letting out a fierce shout, releasing the built-up pressure. That brilliant long pass has struck Manchester United's net. Let us finish them off. Chairman Randy watches the embracing players, tears welling in his eyes. He has endured immense pressure and skepticism leading up to this moment. Yet now he feels his efforts have not been in vain. Fong Yun is indeed worthy. He tightly grasps the hand of his assistant. "I did not misjudge, Yun. He is the genius player who brings boundless surprises to the team. He is a born leader with an immense heart, and at just 17 years old, he will become a legend for Aston Villa." Chapter 18. Fans cheer, spirits soar at this moment in Wang Chuqin's live stream. He reassures himself, it's okay. It's okay. There are still opportunities. Don't rush, retreat, and regroup. You can't press forward with those aging center backs. Can they even keep up? Wang Chuqin is already feeling the heat. Instant calme. Just as I said Fong Yun couldn't deliver, he made a brilliant assist for a one-on-one. This reversal is about to happen, and it's going to be a shocker. I can't even imagine the uproar if last season's top team is turned over by a relegation candidate. The comments section erupts with excitement. Naturally, Wang Chuqin is defiant. Who doesn't enjoy dumplings during the new year? I stand by my words. Manchester United will not lose. This goal was merely luck. If they do lose, I'll give away a smartphone in the stream. In stark contrast, Aston Villa's fans are ecstatic. Just as they exit the stadium, having passed through security, they hear the news of a goal and rush back. "Let me back in, hurry. I just wanted to use the restroom, but got lost." "You've already exited. You can't go back in." That excuse is rather absurd. The security guard firmly replies, "Oh, if only we had stayed a bit longer." To miss such a spectacular goal live is torturous. Those who remained in the stadium are now standing tall, their cheers deafening like a thunderous storm. Some fans even uproot their seats, raising them high in celebration of this hard-earned goal. Let's take them down. So you think you're Manchester United, the Red Devils? Today, you will experience the taste of being overturned. Fong Yun, you're brilliant. I apologize for my earlier comments. If you lead Aston Villa to victory today, I swear I'll stop streaming for a month. Brother, you are truly courageous. I support you. The fickleness of English football fans is striking, akin to the unpredictable weather. When a goal is conceded, they glare with fury, hurling insults, yet when a goal is scored, they cheer wildly, more fervently than ever. At this moment, Fong Yun stands on the field, arms outstretched, chest out, eyes closed, basking in the adulation of the crowd. He harbors no resentment towards the fans who had earlier scorned him. Fong Yun understands well that one can endure as much scorn as they can receive praise. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. If one cannot withstand negative emotions, they will struggle to gain genuine recognition from local fans. Yun. The very fans who once berated him now chant his name in unison. The attending English media frantically capture every moment, eager not to miss a single detail. This is monumental news. A 17-year-old making his Premier League debut, delivering an extraordinary long pass that becomes the catalyst for the team's comeback goal. While Sulla's finish was remarkable, a typical forward would likely have scored in a one-on-one situation. The true allure lies in that long pass, so aesthetically pleasing, reminiscent of Beckham's iconic style, sparking discussions everywhere. At the same time, Manchester United's coach Moyes rubs his head in frustration. Our players are playing too hastily in the second half, overly eager to score, leaving themselves vulnerable to counterattacks. Particularly our two center-backs, Vidic and Ferdinand, who are not known for their speed, are now frequently exposed by the opposing forwards. Perhaps it's time to consider substituting a defender? Moyes rests his chin on his hand, brows furrowed, deep in thought. Ultimately, he decides to wait and see, as his team still leads. As the game resumes, Manchester United appears anxious, compounded by the away crowd's interference, leading to numerous passing errors. Conversely, Aston Villa plays with a newfound relaxation. Fong Yun confidently orchestrates the rhythm of the match, commanding the midfield. With the aid of the hot zone imaging system, his vision is expansive, and he is acutely aware of the available spaces on the field. Aston Villa's squad consists mostly of youthful players, whose physical prowess and match experience pale in comparison to Manchester United. If the ball lingers at a Villa player's feet for more than 3 seconds, it is likely to be intercepted. Thus, Fong Yun frequently positions himself to support his teammates, leveraging pre-planned passing routes to link the team's offensive maneuvers. Aston Villa's players, attuned to his intentions, adeptly play to their strengths, avoiding their weaknesses. The ball glided effortlessly, passing swiftly and smoothly. Manchester United intensified their defense against Fong Yun. Upon receiving the ball, found himself closely marked by Ashley, while Carrick stood ready to provide support. Yet, under the formidable pressure from Manchester United's midfield, Fong Yun did not relinquish possession. This was not solely due to his exceptional dribbling or ball control, but rather his astonishing positional awareness and premeditated passing routes that consistently located teammates in open spaces. Moreover, Fong Yun strategically orchestrated the movements of the opposing defenders, executing numerous shifts between strong and weak sides, which left them exhausted in their attempts to keep pace. In the footage, Ashley could only shadow Fong Yun. Through a series of passes, compelled Ashley to run back and forth. The home crowd erupted in laughter, questioning Fong Yun's worth as he toyed with Ashley. Valued at 16 million, while Fong Yun himself was worth just 50,000 euros. Their amusement was palpable as they witnessed this young talent outmaneuvering a seasoned player. The atmosphere in Villa's home ground was filled with joy, devoid of any pre-match indignation. Regardless of the match outcome, Fong Yun's displayed prowess had already surpassed expectations, embodying the essence of a masterful player, as one Aston Villa fan remarked. Furthermore, he was still young, with the likes of Salah exhibiting remarkable speed. The management had excelled in their acquisitions, hailed as the best they had ever seen. The previous claims of the management being the worst now seemed laughable. For this group of Villa fans, the match result had become irrelevant. They had witnessed the emergence of a rising star. With Fong Yun's incessant long passes, the aging Manchester United players began to tire, their defensive intensity waning, allowing Fong Yun to play with increasing ease. Indeed, the decision to bolster stamina prior to the match proved astute, and now, feeling invigorated, he was eager to conclude this spectacle. Chapter 19. Rising to the Challenge. Equalizing the score on the sidelines, Aston Villa's coach Robert observed as his team adapted their tactics and began to gain control of the match. Strangely, despite trailing by a goal, he sensed that it would not be long before they equalized. Conversely, Manchester United's coach Moyes wore a grim expression, plagued by an ominous premonition that their defense was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, in the 65th minute, United's attack was thwarted once more by Villa's impregnable defense. Valencia's cross was retrieved by Rooney, who secured the first touch before laying it off to Carrick. Fong Yun immediately surged forward, claiming the second ball. With the enhancement of the thermal imaging module, Fong Yun's positioning and timing were consistently ahead of the game. He seized the second ball. His control may not have been flawless, yet it invariably landed in advantageous positions. Robert's excitement grew. This was a tremendous opportunity. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Fong Yun delivered a blind pass, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, nudging the ball forward and executing a powerful shot while half-turning. The ball soared into the air, tracing a breathtaking arc towards Manchester United's defense. The thermal imaging module activated. The crowd erupted into cheers. This long pass was a spectacle of artistry. The United coaches were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, unable to comprehend the precision of such a blind pass. In Villa's attacking third, Bentik sprinted at full speed, the ball landing perfectly in his path. At that moment, defender Vidic was outpaced by Bentik, while another defender, Ferdinand, opted to stay back. Rather than charging forward, Ferdinand trailed Bentik, retreating slowly. Bentik chose not to force a breakthrough, but instead glanced sideways, spotting Salah in support on the right. He played a horizontal pass to Salah, As Vidic rushed back to cover, Sulla assessed the positions of both teammates and opponents. Rather than attempting a direct run to the byline, he executed a back heel pass. Why not go straight to the edge? Once again, a blind pass. Look, Fong Yun had arrived on the right flank, unmarked, receiving the ball. He launched into a stunning cross. Fong Yun leaned at a 45-degree angle, striking the ball with the inside of his right foot with great force. The ball spun gracefully through the air, transforming into a beautiful rainbow, soaring towards Bentik's head. Bentik leapt high, anticipating the ball's arrival. Upon contact, the ball deflected and flew towards the left side of the goal. De Gea, witnessing Bentik's header directed towards the right side, dove in that direction, inadvertently moving away from the ball's trajectory. The ball found the net. Aston Villa had equalized, bringing the score to 2-2. Both teams were back on even ground. This cross was nothing short of breathtaking. The ball seemed destined for Bentik's head. The quality and precision of the delivery were simply sublime. With such proximity, even the world's best goalkeepers could do nothing but watch helplessly, as explained by commentator Fang Yun. The entire Villa Park erupted in waves of jubilant cheers. Aston Villa fans celebrated wildly, roaring with passion as if releasing all their pent-up emotions. Akin to the lion depicted in their crest. The earth stirred, the lion awoke. The dormant beast within them had been roused. A perfect long pass, an exquisite cross, a lightning-fast counterattack. Behold the beauty of that pass. Admire the finesse and positioning. Villa was saved. John, we have found that genius. Fong Yun is our savior. Villa is indeed saved. Tears welled in the eyes of the fans as they kissed the crest on their jerseys, their cheers echoing through the stadium. Fong Yun spread his arms wide, immersing himself in the fervent cheers and shouts of the crowd. His teammates rushed over, embracing him, excitedly ruffling his hair. Yun, I knew you could do it. Go get them. On the sidelines, the Aston Villa cheerleaders began dancing exuberantly, sharing in the joy. High up in the stands, Chairman Randy was so overwhelmed he could scarcely speak. Do you think we can turn this around? Can we really do it? With tears streaming down his face, he grasped his assistant's arm, exclaiming excitedly, Absolutely, Chairman. Fong Yun is your chosen one. He will lead Villa to its first victory. Meanwhile, the expression on Manchester United coach Moyes' face was grim. What manner of player could perform like this? He fervently directed from the sidelines, urging his players to commit fouls and prevent Fong Yun from executing long passes effortlessly. Ashley, Fong Yun is your responsibility. How could you let him evade your defense? At that moment, Ashley was incensed, feeling utterly humiliated to be outperformed by a mere 17-year-old prodigy. How absurd. Wang Chuqing, witnessing his beloved Manchester United concede an equalizer, leapt from his seat in disbelief. Get off the pitch. What sort of performance is this? You let them equalize so easily. You should have immediately reclaimed possession after conceding. Ashley, you're supposed to mark him. How could you let a player worth only 50 euros outshine you? Carrick, how could you allow Fong Yun to intercept your pass? I'm at a loss for words. He chuckled. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. This is just the beginning. Prepare to be overtaken. Observing Wang Chuqing's distress, the online commentators reveled in their amusement. Is this the infamous reverse jinx? They underestimated him before the match, and now there are exquisite assists galore. Hilarious. The clownish streamer has gained a follower. It seemed Manchester United might truly be on the brink of a reversal. Perhaps a phone would need to be thrown in frustration. A double loss indeed. Wang Chuqing found himself speechless, gazing at the mocking comments, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Following that moment, Aston Villa officially initiated their counterattack, their spirits soaring high. This was Aston Villa's home ground, where every fan yearned to witness a dramatic comeback against the Red Devils. In the past, it was Manchester United that reversed fortunes. Now, the tides had turned in their favor. It was a gratifying sight, and if they won this match, Wang Chuqing vowed to refrain from streaming for 2 months. He would keep his promise. Chapter 20. Tactical Duels and United Resolve at this juncture. A blogger known as the 16th defensive midfielder from the Huaxia region posted, Fong Yun's performance today exemplifies the essence of a defensive midfielder. While those 2 goals may appear straightforward, purely a display of skill and precise long passing, such an observation is superficial. Both goals originated from Fong Yun's tenacity in contesting the second ball. In modern football, while the first ball seems paramount, Whoever claims it wields the initiative. This notion is misleading. The second ball presents a greater threat due to its unpredictability, often overlooked, leading to vast spaces. When you secure the second ball, you gain ample time to maneuver. If your team excels in this aspect, you maintain control of the game. Furthermore, if your squad boasts a formidable target striker alongside a cadre of players adept at winning second balls, your counterattacks will be ferocious, affording countless offensive opportunities. This explains why Fong Yun consistently seizes opportunities and delivers exquisitely crafted passes. He has the time to execute his movements and design his passing routes. Indeed, it is apparent that Fong Yun plays with remarkable ease and finesse. But why is he so adept at winning second balls? Why do others struggle to match his prowess? A curious commenter inquired. The 16th defensive midfielder responded. Numerous factors influence this, including a degree of fortune. But have you noticed Fong Yun's exceptional positional awareness? He consistently finds himself in advantageous positions during opponents' attacks. Take, for instance, Manchester United's second goal conceded. Rooney received the ball with his back to the play. His positioning poor as he attempted a back pass, only to be thwarted by a defender, resulting in a lack of precision. Fong Yun astutely anticipated Rooney's pass trajectory, intended for the advancing Carrick, intercepting it before Carrick could make contact. Thus, it fundamentally revolves around spatial understanding and awareness. Fong Yun's spatial and positional acumen is exemplary, an essential trait for a defensive midfielder. Goodness, Fong Yun is truly formidable. I had thought it merely luck that the ball happened to fall in his favor, exclaimed an astonished fan. Moreover, Fong Yun's no-look passing reflects trust in his teammates, showcasing their synergy and understanding of each other's movements. Before receiving the ball, Fong Yun surely surveyed his teammates' positions. The 16th defensive midfielder elaborated. Thus, Fong Yun possesses the potential to become a masterful midfielder, uniquely representing our Huaxia heritage. Remarkable indeed. Truly, he is the god of clouds. I declare my allegiance. I am now a fan, a decade-long supporter of Villa. Uninvited but welcome. The reality is that Fong Yun's interceptions stem from his ability to analyze the opponent's passing routes using advanced imaging technology, highlighting the frightening potential of this skill. Hush! The referee blows the whistle, and the game resumes. Villa has equalized, catching Moyes entirely off guard. Just moments ago, even scalpers were unable to sell tickets. Yet today the stadium is filled to capacity, radiating an overwhelming home advantage that has left Manchester United reeling. The stands, composed of 40,000 fans, rival those grand venues that accommodate 100,000. And all of this arises from one young Huaxia lad, Fong Yun. Who could have predicted that just days ago, this 17-year-old prodigy was dismissed by Manchester United for a mere €50? A player unwanted by Huaxia clubs and even rejected by Manchester City, now single-handedly orchestrates 2 goals to level the score against last season's league champions. Moyes' face contorted with fury, his teeth clenched. This humiliation cannot stand. I demand victory in these final 20 minutes. Our season's ambition is to compete for the title. How can we lose to a relegation battalion composed entirely of youngsters in our opening match? This is unacceptable. We must secure all 3 points. With a decisive wave, Moyes substituted 3 players, pulling off the exhausted Ashley, Shinji Kagawa, and Robin van Persie, bringing on 2 midfielders, Fletcher and Giggs, and a right-back, Raphael. Valencia was positioned as a right winger, with Raphael advancing as an attacking full-back, deploying Fletcher as a destroyer and Giggs as a creative midfielder. Manchester United's strategy was clear. Choke the midfield and launch attacks from the flanks, with both Valencia and Raphael capable of delivering crosses to initiate offensive plays. Robert, witnessing Moyes' substitutions, also made 3 changes, replacing left winger Agbonlahor and 2 midfielders with 2 defensive midfielders and a defensive left winger. Robert's strategy was straightforward. If you intend to dominate the midfield, I shall respond in kind, deploying 2 robust midfielders to engage in physical confrontation. These 2 midfielders would clear the path for Fong Yun, alleviating some of his defensive burdens, especially since Fong Yun was still acclimating to the rigors of the Premier League. If you seek to attack down the right flank, I shall fortify my defense. I will forego my left winger and introduce a defensively competent left midfielder to bolster our defense. I shall focus on the right flank, avoiding your strengths and targeting your weaknesses. With the substitutions completed, both teams prepared for a decisive battle. Observing the opponent's changes, Fong Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. Had they opted for a center-back substitution, they might have managed to hold the draw. However, it was evident that Vidic and Ferdinand were struggling to keep pace with Bentic's speed. Moreover, he still possessed the ace up his sleeve, the long-range shot capability. Should the match remain level, it would serve as a lethal weapon to seal the game. Wang Chuqing, noting these substitutions, felt a slight lift in his spirits. Manchester United's substitution proved to be astutely calculated, enhancing midfield resilience and bolstering wing attacks. The strategy appeared sound, indicating that a goal from Manchester United was imminent. Conversely, Aston Villa's change felt somewhat amateurish. They seemed to prioritize offense over defense. The midfielder brought on lacked both organization and pace, and one could hardly expect Fong Yun's stamina to sustain such an approach. At this moment, Wang Chuqing was visibly amused, observing the substitutions made by both teams. As the match progressed, Fong Yun began to feel a sense of fatigue. His body struggled to keep pace with his intentions. His heart raced, and his breathing became erratic. Aston Villa found themselves under persistent pressure from Manchester United, who dominated their half. Fong Yun took deep breaths during stoppages, inhaling as much oxygen as possible to rejuvenate his energy, like a cheetah poised to strike at the opportune moment. United's players relentlessly probed Villa's defense, with some Villa players throwing themselves in front of the ball, unafraid of injury. With every successful defensive stand, Villa's players encouraged one another, fostering a formidable spirit among them. The crowd echoed their calls for defense, a rare display of unity from Villa. Chairman Randy, watching from the stands, was deeply moved by this scene. Chapter 21, a dramatic turnaround. A new king rises at this juncture. Manchester United struggled to penetrate through the center. The substitute right back, Raphael, found opportunities on the flank. Yet Villa's midfield was heavily congested, stifling United's technical prowess, which typically thrived on counterattacks. Many of United's previous goals had stemmed from quick transitions, with Rooney acting as a pivot to seize second balls and initiate rapid breaks. Not every team can dismantle a well-organized defense. The prevalence of such defensive tactics has its reasons. Quality is often supplemented by quantity, leveraging numerical advantage to establish defensive solidity. Even the most skilled players require space to execute their offensive maneuvers. Guardiola's possession-based football effectively dismantles defensive walls by exploiting spaces through frequent movement and positional exchanges, seizing opportunities to break through with precision. The simplest method to breach a well-structured defense is to deliver high crosses from the wings, relying on aerial prowess. Securing a header can create scoring chances, while failure to do so results in missed opportunities. As the match approached the 90th minute, Valencia passed to Raphael, who was in a favorable position. Aston Villa's right back, unable to keep pace, resorted to a foul, conceding a free kick and receiving a yellow card, eliciting jeers from the crowd. Such a reckless foul at this critical juncture posed a significant threat, as commentator Jean June pointed out. Villa's goalkeeper, Guzan, organized the wall amidst the cacophony of 40,000 fans holding their breath in anticipation. The home supporters began to pray, knowing that if they could withstand the last 4 minutes of injury time, they could secure a draw, a result they would accept against the reigning champions. Fong Yun communicated with Sulla, indicating that if they could defend this free kick, he would pass to him for a long-range shot. Sulla nodded in understanding. Valencia positioned himself at the free kick spot, raising his right arm as if to signal tactic. With the referee's whistle, Valencia ran up and struck the ball with force. The ball soared into the air, tracing a beautiful arc, and found Nani sprinting towards its landing spot. With ample space and no defender in sight, Wang Chuqing watched intently as the tension mounted among the Villa fans. Nani made contact with the ball. It sped towards the upper left corner of the goal. Was it going in? Just as it seemed destined for the net, a shadowy figure lunged out of nowhere, blocking it with his face. It was Fong Yun. He had thrown himself into the fray, using his face to shield the ball. Unbelievable. The commentator Jean June was ecstatic. On the sidelines, Robert had already dropped to his knees. The Villa fans erupted, their cheers piercing through the air, overwhelmed by joy. Incredible. Fong Yun's positioning was exceptional. He had anticipated the trajectory of the ball based on the opposing player's movements and positioning on the field. Although he had sensed the left side was open and that Valencia was clearly aiming for that direction, fatigue had hindered his ability to chase the ball. Thus, he had no choice but to aid the goalkeeper from goal line. Seeing the ball ascend, he instinctively aimed to head it clear but miscalculated his jump. resulting in the ball striking his face. After being hit, Fong Yun felt a sharp pain coursing through his face but quickly rose to his feet. Knowing he could not afford to falter now, there was still a chance to turn the tide. "Don't mind me, push forward," he shouted to his teammates. The goalkeeper, having seized the ball, launched it down the right flank, but the kick lacked precision and threatened to go out of play. In a remarkable display of agility, Sulla dove to keep the ball in play just before it crossed the line. "Unbelievable. He managed to save it," Wang Chuqing exclaimed. Time was ticking away, and Manchester United's players were scrambling to regain their positions. Without hesitation, Sulla confronted the opposing left-back, using his shoulder to maneuver past him. He had broken through. United's center-backs, caught off guard, could only retreat into the penalty area, seeking a chance to clear the ball. Meanwhile, Villa's midfield surged forward. The penalty area was crowded with players, leaving little room for opportunity. "Is Sulla going to cross it? This is the last chance," Wang Chuqing confidently remarked, anticipating cross. Yet, Sulla surprised everyone. Instead of delivering a cross, he opted for a backward triangle pass to the edge of the arc. "Who is that at the arc?" someone exclaimed, as Fong Yun emerged at the top of the penalty area. How did he get there so quickly after being on the ground just moments ago? With unwavering determination, Fong Yun felt a surge of adrenaline, momentarily disregarding the pain in his face. Activate long-range shot card. He struck the ball fiercely with his right foot, sending it skimming along the grass towards the lower right corner of the goal, slipping past Vidic's outstretched foot. De Gea's vision was obscured by the mass of bodies in the penalty area, rendering him unable to discern the ball's path. When he finally spotted the ball, it had already found the back of the net. A last-minute triumph. In the dying moments of the match, Fong Yun unleashed a stunning shot, securing victory against Manchester United. After a brief silence, Villa Park erupted with a cacophony of jubilant cheers. The Villa fans waved flags emblazoned with the image of a roaring lion. The entire stadium and all of Birmingham trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, a resounding roar echoing through the air. Fong Yun had achieved the impossible. He was forever Villa's beloved child. "Yun, you are, indeed, the savior of Villa. Villa will never bow to oppression. I played against the elite. I played against last season's top team, the Red Devils, Manchester United. I heard you relish comebacks. Today, let me show you one." At this moment, the Villa fans were completely ecstatic. Some fans even scaled the barriers and charged onto the pitch, prompting security to intervene. However, this little episode inadvertently bought Villa an extra minute. As the game resumed, a minute later, the referee finally blew the final whistle. Chapter 22. The King of Villa. The child of Villa. The instant the match concluded, Fong Yun and his teammates rushed toward the corner flag, shouting towards the home crowd. "I played against the elite. I played against Manchester United. This is my territory. This is Villa's home ground." After declaring this, he removed his Villa jersey, revealing his chiseled abs, and tossed the shirt onto the pitch. The Villa supporters immediately surged toward the shirt. Fong Yun was now engulfed in ecstasy. Nothing could compare to this moment. All the injustices, all the grievances, all the scornful jibes were shattered by Fong Yun's own hands. From this moment forth, he was no longer the 50-euro discard subjected to public ridicule. He was the new king of Villa Park, the new master. The media present were equally frenzied. They had just witnessed a Chinese prodigy turn the tide against a Manchester United side whose value was many times greater. It was a terrifying yet exhilarating sight. Tomorrow's newspapers were sure to feature Fong Yun on the front pages of every football publication. "Yun, you were incredible. That last-minute goal was simply magnificent." Sulla rushed toward Fong Yun with gratitude, knowing that it was Fong Yun who had recommended him to Aston Villa's management. Although he couldn't recall when they had interacted, it hardly mattered now. This moment was solely about celebration and enjoyment. "You were exceptional too. Your positioning was perfect and your speed was unparalleled," Fong Yun remarked to Sulla. "It's been ages since I played such a thrilling match. Today, I overwhelmed those two world-class center-backs for Manchester United," Bentic proudly stated. "I used to think that world-class center-backs, valued in the tens of millions, were formidable, but today they proved to be paper tigers, unable to keep up with my pace. Your passing was so comfortable. I haven't received such precise and enjoyable passes in a long time. I didn't even need to exert force for my headers. How on earth do you do it?" Bentic expressed his profound admiration for Fong Yun. "After this battle, I feel like today was the least pressured match I've ever played. Though I was constantly defending, I felt an overwhelming sense of security with Fong Yun, the defensive stalwart, ahead of me. Indeed, in the final moments, when Nani's header seemed destined for the net, I was completely oblivious until Fong Yun cleared it. Truly remarkable. The goalkeeper, Guzan, marveled at Fong Yun's performance. At that moment, Fong Yun felt a surge of joy. Yet he also sensed a sharp pain in his nose, grimacing as he fell to the ground. "What's wrong, Fong Yun?" Fong Yun. His teammates quickly summoned the medical staff. The team doctor rushed over to assess the situation. Fong Yun had suffered a nasal fracture from a significant impact, leaving his teammates in shock. How did he manage to rise and execute that world-class goal? Indeed, enduring such pain to finish the match. Could this be the tenacity of a Chinese athlete? It must have been the adrenaline, which can numb certain nerves and diminish pain sensations in a heightened state of excitement. Fortunately, it wasn't a severe injury. After realignment and a few days of rest, he would recover, though he would need to wear a mask for correction to prevent further injury that could affect his breathing. The doctor explained. This was indeed true. While a crooked nose might seem trivial, it significantly impacts respiration, which is crucial for athletes. Mbappe had also suffered a nasal fracture during the 2024 European Championship and later appeared on the field with a mask. It was evident that his performance had declined, affecting his speed and dribbling. After resting for a while, the coach advised him to skip the post-match interview and focus on recovery. However, Fong Yun insisted on attending. He had something to express. The sight of Fong Yun on the interview stage, with bandages adorning his face, astonished everyone. The audience, witnessing the interview, was deeply moved. Fong Yun was truly remarkable, playing through injury and even participating in the interview. Such a real man. We had all misjudged Fong Yun. He was not a flop, but rather a hero of Villa. Indeed, without Fong Yun, we would not have won this match. The Villa fans' perception of Fong Yun had completely transformed. At this moment, a reporter from The Guardian was the first to pose a question. Did you ever expect to perform so well before the match? To be honest, I was a bit angered by the home fans' mockery before the game. It was disheartening to be called a flop without anyone having watched me play. However, I did not dwell on it or blame the Villa fans. They might have been misled by negative opinions about me online. Instead, I channeled that doubt and scorn into motivation, resolving to win this match and secure a victory for the team. I wanted to silence those who looked down on me, those who deemed me inadequate, and show them who truly reigns here. Fong Yun's words were powerful yet gracious. He chose not to blame the Villa fans, recognizing that their mockery reflected their passion for the club. These football enthusiasts were genuinely pure-hearted. As long as he performed well and led the team to victory, they would undoubtedly embrace him as one of their own. The Villa fans watching the live broadcast were moved to tears by Fong Yun's remarks. "Yun, from this moment forth, you are Villa's everlasting child. We shall never blame you again. What a wonderful young man he is, just 17 years old. We should not have treated him this way." Not only did he refrain from blaming us, but he also fought tirelessly on the pitch, defending and attacking with equal fervor. "I'm in tears." The reporter appeared equally touched and continued to inquire. "Why did you choose to come to Aston Villa? I heard your recent experiences have been quite tumultuous." To be honest, I never anticipated joining Aston Villa. My first choice was Manchester City, but they did not select me. I subsequently underwent a trial with Manchester United, only to be dismissed by the coach with a mere €50 for taxi fare. Initially, I believed no team would want me, but then Randy, the chairman of Aston Villa, personally visited Manchester to seek my presence at Villa. At that moment, I was in the depths of despair. Online commentary was rife with criticism, particularly in China. Hence, I am profoundly grateful to Chairman Villa for bringing me to the club. It was then that I resolved to secure a Premier League championship for Villa. I vowed not to depart without delivering that trophy. This was my solemn promise. As Fong Yun spoke with heartfelt emotion, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chairman Randy, watching the live broadcast, found himself moved to tears for the third time. In this moment, an extraordinary resonance emerged between Randy and Fong Yun, two individuals of vastly different status and identity. Chapter 23. Post-match interview. New goals. The reporter continued to inquire. What are the team's objectives for the new season? At this juncture, head coach Robert cleared his throat gently. This question seemed more suited for Fong Yun, yet Robert appeared concerned that Fong Yun might misstep in his response, signaling that he would answer instead. "Well, as you are aware, we narrowly escaped relegation last season, and with several key players having departed during the off-season, the pressure on the team remains substantial. Therefore, Our primary aim this season is to secure our place in the Premier League before contemplating long-term aspirations. Before he could finish, Fong Yun interjected, "No, our goal is to aim for 5th place and contend for a top 4 finish, striving to enter the Champions League." Fong Yun's declaration ignited a frenzy. Was he serious? It seemed rather unrealistic. Indeed, that is quite audacious, considering we were teetering on the brink of relegation last season. To aspire for a top 4 finish this season seems fanciful. Some speculated that he was still youthful and inexperienced, yet to endure the harsh realities faced by elite clubs. Perhaps after a few more matches, he would temper his ambitions. The reporters murmured, expressing skepticism towards Fong Yun's statements. However, deep down, Fong Yun genuinely believed in his potential. His growth had been meteoric, and with the extraordinary winger Sulla by his side, he felt that nothing was unattainable. Leicester City had successfully ascended to the top flight and clinched the championship in their 2nd season, achieving a remarkable progression without any enhancements. If Leicester could accomplish that, why couldn't Fong Yun, equipped with his system? To be frank, he felt he had been conservative in his aspirations, provided the team encountered no significant internal issues. Contending for the championship this season was not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing Fong Yun's spirited remarks, Coach Robert was momentarily taken aback. But then a realization dawned upon him. Yes, what did last season's relegation mean? With the arrival of Fong Yun and Sulla, 2 promising talents, the team had been rejuvenated. Furthermore, they had just triumphed over the formidable Manchester United. What was impossible now? For reasons unknown, Robert felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Aston Villa fans watching the broadcast were equally exhilarated. Let us secure that top 4 finish, charge into the Champions League, and compete with the Giants. After witnessing the team's turnaround, the players were equally electrified. Damn it, let's show them. Who says a relegation team can't aim for the top 4? Miracles are meant to be created, exclaimed Sulla. Robert swiftly adjusted his tone, stating, "Indeed, while we were a relegation-threatened team last season, this season we shall unleash a youthful storm and penetrate the Champions League. No one will wish to face us this season." The excitement among the fans and players reached a fever pitch. They now had a new goal, to qualify for the Champions League, a target they had never dared to envision. Yet, all of this had been transformed by the arrival of one man, Fong Yun. Chairman Randy made the decision to double the bonus for achieving a top 4 finish, intending to inspire the team. He saw boundless hope and potential in this youthful squad. The following day, predictably, various media outlets reported on the thrilling battle from the previous day. Birmingham earthquake. Aston Villa stages a stunning comeback to defeat Manchester United's 17-year-old Chinese prodigy shines at Villa Park, captivating fans' shock. Manchester United upset by relegation team. The 50-year-old player from China contributed 3 goals, 1 goal and 2 assists, leading the team to victory over Manchester United. The relegation team's ambitious goal for the new season, aiming for the top 4. 17-year-old Chinese talent shines across England. Defying doubt and winning over fans, the new king of Villa rises. The 50-year-old player from China confidence or hubris? The 17-year-old declares a top 4 ambition for the new season. The comment sections of fan forums erupted. When did Chinese players become so formidable? This is absurd. Just entering the Premier League, and on his debut, he scores 1 goal and provides 2 assists. Unbelievable. I reviewed the highlights. His interception and anticipation are remarkable. Who knew China had such a talent? And he is the one who was dismissed by Manchester United for just €50, only to score the decisive goal against them. Hilarious. Fong Yun must have been fueled by determination, thinking, "You look down upon me, don't you? You mocked me, didn't you? Well, I just scored the winning goal against you at home." In a sense, that was a poetic form of retribution against his former club, maximizing the entertainment value. After the match, Manchester United fans were left speechless, humiliated by a relegation team. I can barely admit to being a Manchester United fan in public. At that moment, a United fan attempted to retort, "It's just the beginning of the season. Why rush? We let you have those 3 points out of concern for your relegation." Manchester United does not slay the nameless. Exactly. United has always been slow to warm up. They get stronger as the season progresses. Once the players find their rhythm, you'll see. But we won. The Ashley we recently acquired was thoroughly outmatched by a 17-year-old Chinese prodigy making his Premier League debut. Absolutely hilarious, responded a Villa fan. Meanwhile, The Chinese fan community was ablaze with excitement. Fong Yun is incredible. What happened to the guy who said he couldn't dribble or pass? And what about the one who claimed he'd throw his phone if Manchester United lost? Others eagerly tagged Wang Chuqin. Wang Chuqin, however, had no choice but to comply, having tossed his phone during the live broadcast. I never expected this. Being defeated in such a manner is outrageous. Although Fong Yun performed excellently, I maintain my stance. Let's wait and see. One match does not define everything, Wang Chuqin asserted resolutely. Haha. Aside from being soft in other areas, Chi's mouth is quite tenacious. He is truly unyielding. One former Manchester United fan declared, I've decided. I am now an Aston Villa supporter. A loyal fan for a decade. No invitation needed. Enough with the banter. However, I must say, Fong Yun is genuinely impressive. I truly cannot fathom why Manchester United let him go for just €50. At that moment, video footage of the Manchester United coach during an interview surfaced. Following the match, United had prohibited live interviews. Given Fong Yun's stellar performance, why was his trial abruptly cancelled? Do you regret that decision? A reporter inquired. Coach Moyes became visibly agitated. Indeed, Fong Yun performed admirably tonight, but I believe the core issue lies in our players' lack of form. They made numerous mistakes. What is your perspective on Ashley's performance tonight? Reports suggest that it was only after Ashley's arrival that Fong Yun's trial was cancelled. The Manchester United management believes Ashley is superior to Fong Yun. Why then did Ashley find himself thoroughly outmatched by a mere 17-year-old rookie just entering the Premier League? Moyes took a deep breath, clearly reluctant to address this query. Internally, he felt a sense of frustration, knowing it was the assistant coach who had issued the trial invitation to Fong Yun and failed to retract it, leading to this misunderstanding. Furthermore, this Ashley, unable to defend against a fledgling Premier League player, left Moyes puzzled. He felt as though he had been played, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate his suspicions, forcing him to shoulder the burden alone. Chapter 24, Golden Legend. Epic enhancement. Moyes' impatience was almost palpable. Yet, as this was an interview, outright refusal to respond would be inappropriate. After some contemplation, Moyes replied, I believe Ashley's performance was quite commendable. He has only just joined Manchester United and has yet to acclimatize to the overall rhythm. With some additional time to integrate, I am confident he will perform better. Moyes' response remained rather official, as a head coach must refrain from disparaging his players in public. Otherwise, players may harbor grievances and fans would grow discontent. In truth, a significant responsibility of a coach is to shield his players from criticism. After all, a coach can be replaced, but the players are the ones who ultimately determined the outcome of the match. However, Manchester United fans were incensed upon witnessing this interview, bombarding Moyes with emails of outrage. They questioned his vision, lamenting that a player who could have joined Manchester United instead insulted them with a mere €50. You are leading Manchester United to ruin with your amateur management. Since Ferguson's departure, there has not been a competent coach. They also criticized the chairman, expressing disbelief at the acquisition of Ashley, who was deemed inferior even to a €50 player, which they found laughable. Chairman Glazer's inbox was nearing capacity, inundated with complaints that disrupted his normal life. After the interview, Moyes and the assistant coach were summoned for clarification. What is the truth behind this rumor that Fong Yun, whom we dismissed with €50, performed so remarkably? Why was the trial suddenly cancelled? Can anyone provide an explanation? The assistant coach immediately stepped forward, admitting, this was my fault. I happened to watch the match between Manchester City and Huaxia and was impressed by Fong Yun's potential, so I extended a trial invitation. Moyes agreed, but once Ashley arrived, he deemed the trial unnecessary, as we already had sufficient midfielders. Unfortunately, I neglected to cancel it. That was my oversight. Moyes then added, I believe the last match was purely an anomaly. Fong Yun's performance was extraordinary, while Ashley is still adjusting to the team. With time, I am certain he will improve. Chairman Glazer, visibly displeased, remarked, I hope such an anomaly does not recur. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. Look at the volume of emails I've received. If you lead the team to victory, it will ease my burden as well as yours. With that, Glazer dismissed them. After a day of training, Fong Yun returned home with an important task ahead, the system settlement. Ding. Side quest completed. Lead the team to overturn Manchester United. Free attribute points x10. Reward. Belgian star player chest x1. Ding. Personal evaluation of the match. Triggered bonus reward. Stamina potion x1. Stamina Potion. Instantly restores full stamina. This was a valuable asset. Utilizing the Stamina Potion in the second half would significantly amplify his advantages, allowing him to exploit his superior spatial awareness and positioning. Stamina is the cornerstone of all techniques. Without it, one cannot even run, let alone play football, and even the players from the Chinese Super League would outpace you. Those who have played know that a player at 50 stamina would be thoroughly overrun, even if they are a star. As Muhammad Ali famously stated, the key to winning a match lies in having just a bit more stamina and willpower in the final minute. In the World Cup, Belgium's comeback against Japan showcased this. By the last minute, Japanese players were fatigued, allowing Belgium's rapid counterattack to exploit their numerical advantage. Hence, stamina is paramount. Had he used the Stamina Potion in the previous match, Manchester United would have surely conceded goals. With the Stamina Potion in hand, Fong Yun decided not to allocate any more attribute points to stamina. He opened the Belgian star player chest with a command. Suddenly, a flash appeared before him, revealing various quality star player chests. Lukaku's long-range shot module, 2 probability. Courtois' penalty save module, 1 probability. Hazard's silky dribbling module, 1 probability. Upon seeing these chests, Fong Yun felt a wave of disappointment. How could Lukaku's skill module be so trivial, and the probability of acquiring it was higher than the others? Then, a brilliant golden light flashed. A segment of match footage materialized. A player, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, subtly shifting his body to evade the closely following defender. Without hesitation, he quickly controlled the ball with his left foot, leaning back slightly to gather power. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust of his left foot, the ball zipped through the narrow gap between 2 defenders like a white lightning bolt. The speed was breathtaking, precisely finding the advancing forward, who struck without stopping, sending the ball into the net to score. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Belgian star player chest. Reward: world-class midfielder Master De Bruyne's surgical through ball module. Surgical through ball significantly enhances the power and accuracy of short passes and through balls. As a midfield maestro, how can one lack the ability to deliver a piercing through ball? Short pass. 50 to 80, goodness gracious, what a transformation. The short pass attribute skyrocketed from 50 to 80. Moreover, the distinction between short passes and through balls lies in the former's high level of concealment, allowing for unanticipated delivery that leaves opponents defenseless. Furthermore, possessing a precise through ball during counterattacks is immensely formidable, capable of penetrating defenses unlike long passes, which afford ample time for the opponent to regroup. Additionally, if one possesses both excellent long and short passing abilities, the threat posed to opponents increases exponentially, as they will be left guessing your next move. With 10 customizable attribute points remaining, Fong Yun intended to invest in short passing. However, the system indicated that enhancement was impossible. Notice, attribute value of 80 is the threshold. It cannot be increased with attribute points. To surpass this threshold, corresponding star modules must be utilized. This made sense. Elevating an attribute from 50 to 80 is an entirely different endeavor compared to progressing from 80 to 90. The difficulty of the latter is significantly greater. Fong Yun understood that 80 is the dividing line between star players and non-star players. Through customizable attributes and daily training, one can reach a maximum of 80. To break through this barrier, star modules are essential. Moreover, the task rewards appear to fluctuate, adjusting appropriately based on performance in each match. Hence, one cannot afford to be complacent in any game. Delivering one's utmost is imperative. Chapter 25, Post-Match Reflection. A dreadful realization. Fong Yun accessed the system data panel. Attribute panel activated. Host: Fong Yun. Age: 17. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 76 kilograms. Long pass: 80. Short pass: 80. Ball control: 50. Vision: 100. Defensive positioning: 100. Stamina: 70. Tackling: 60. Strength: 50. Balance: 50. Explosiveness: 50. Speed: 55. Heading: 50. Set pieces: 80. Long shot: 50. 100. Club: Aston Villa. Abilities: Hot Zone Imaging Module. Guaranteed Long Shot Card. De Bruyne's Precision Passing Module. Valencia's Long Pass Module. Beckham's Curved Free Kick Module. Evaluation: some improvement, yet still quite lacking. Upon reviewing his data panel, Fong Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. Aside from his athletic prowess being somewhat deficient, his passing abilities were maximized, and both his defensive positioning and vision were exceptional. Among midfielders, he could be considered above average. Fong Yun contemplated where to allocate his attribute points. Stamina could be replenished with stamina potions, so he was not overly concerned. He found himself torn between enhancing ball control and strength, both of which hold significant importance for a midfielder. Ball control aids in maintaining possession, while strength provides an advantage in physical confrontations. After much deliberation, Fong Yun ultimately chose to augment his strength attribute, no matter how proficient one is in ball control. If one lacks physical resilience, a defender's challenge could easily compromise possession. Strength serves as the foundation of ball control. While Messi may not appear particularly muscular, his ability to withstand challenges is unparalleled. His balance is exceptional, allowing him to stand firm against towering center backs. Furthermore, the Premier League encourages physical confrontations. The reason for Haaland's formidable presence is his sheer strength. Once he accelerates, he becomes nearly unstoppable, as even Ruben Dias can be sent sprawling. There was a moment when a defender attempted to tackle Haaland, only to injure himself and be carried off on a stretcher, an entertaining spectacle indeed. Fong Yun decided to allocate 10 points to his strength attribute. Strength, 50 to 60, though his strength level now stands at a mere 60. It is sufficient for the time being, bringing him closer to the average physical standards of professional players. Fong Yun felt an immediate increase in muscle mass. With more pronounced definition, he brimmed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the next match. On that day, a football master known as the 16th defensive midfielder released a video titled "A New Midfield Prodigy Emerges," an analysis of 17-year-old Fong Yun's performance. The video quickly ascended to the trending section, amassing over 1 million views in its first day. The video began with an exhilarating highlight reel of Fong Yun. The first scene showcased his stunning long-range strike that secured a victory against Manchester United. This was followed by clips of Fong Yun's crucial tackles, long passes, and assists to Salah for a goal. The final highlight featured Fong Yun's interception, long pass, and assist to Bentic. These moments merely encapsulated Fong Yun's contributions in that match, yet they could not fully convey his true value. To truly comprehend a player's performance, one must examine their decisions and actions throughout the entire match, particularly leading up to the goals. First, during Aston Villa's opening goal, Fong Yun maintained his defensive positioning in midfield. As the opposing team delivered a cross, he swiftly predicted that Rooney would likely secure the first touch. Thus, he refrained from rushing toward the ball. Instead, he turned to observe the positioning of Manchester United's players and noticed Carrick making a forward run. Fong Yun deduced that Rooney might lay the ball off to Carrick, prompting him to sprint towards the anticipated passing lane. Ultimately, he successfully intercepted the ball before Carrick could receive it. In awe, viewers commented on the multitude of details Fong Yun considered. Did he really think through so many nuances? One remarked, while most midfielders would rush to contest the first touch and fail to intercept, resulting in Carrick scoring, Fong Yun's awareness is remarkable, another added. But the analysis didn't end there. Following the interception, Fong Yun wasted no time, executing a precise long pass to the right flank. This seemingly simple pass was executed with an elegant technique reminiscent of a long-range curler, showcasing pure skill without any preparatory run. Such finesse distinguishes elite midfield maestros from the average players, and this maneuver posed a significant threat for Aston Villa's set pieces. It was evident that Fong Yun anticipated his teammates' movements, having developed a strong synergy with Salah through countless training sessions. Had he hesitated to glance up before passing, it would have been too late, as Carrick was merely 2 meters away, poised to intercept. Examining the second goal, once again, Fong Yun accurately assessed that contesting the first touch would be unfeasible, with no opposing players making forward runs. He seized the opportunity to position himself in an area conducive to a sprint. Though luck played a part, Fong Yun possessed absolute control over this space, thereby enhancing his chances of claiming the second ball. Upon securing the second ball, Fong Yun took the initiative to observe his surroundings. Aware that opposing defenders were unable to close him down in time, granting him ample opportunity to assess his teammates' movements. This time, rather than passing to Salah on the right, he opted to deliver a cross into the space behind Manchester United's centre-back, Vidic. This long pass was strategic. The right back was only marginally positioned ahead of Salah. making it difficult for Sulla to capitalize on the pass. Conversely, the Manchester United centre-backs were spread out and slower compared to the advancing Bentik. Consequently, Fong Yun's choice to send the ball to Bentik was astute. While the two aging centre-backs possessed experience, Vidic chased after Bentik, with Ferdinand retreating to delay Bentik's advance. Left with no alternative, Bentik could only pass laterally to the advancing Sulla. But the sequence didn't conclude there. Sulla, with space to maneuver, opted not to cross, knowing that Fong Yun would join the attack. Despite his reduced speed, Fong Yun's determination remained high. He did not become stagnant after the long pass, but sprinted from defense to offense. Upon receiving the ball, Fong Yun delivered a cross, assisting Bentik's goal. Had Fong Yun not made that run, this offensive opportunity may never have materialized. Such is the terrifying potential of Fong Yun as a player, steadfast and relentless in both defensive and offensive endeavors. My goodness, how intricate are the details regarding Fong Yun. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have observed that after executing a long pass, he independently transitioned from the backfield to the front, assisting his teammates in scoring. Goodness, this is not merely a midfielder's role. It encompasses the responsibilities of both the offense and defense. He excels in striking from the front, while also demonstrating defensive prowess through tackles and long passes. As for the midfield, it goes without saying, he is a veritable jack of all trades. The audience in the comment section was equally astounded by the multitude of details exhibited by Fong Yun. Chapter 26. A grand showdown against Manchester City 2 days later. Aston Villa hosted Southampton at home. Compared to their previous match against Manchester United, Southampton was in a considerably worse state. Last season, they were in a similar predicament as Aston Villa, teetering on the brink of relegation. The suspense of this match dissipated early in the first half. Within that period, Fong Yun notched an impressive hat-trick. Sulla scored once, and Bentik added 2 goals. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Fong Yun delivered a cross from the wing, once more assisting Bentik with a header, bringing the score to 3-0. By the 70th minute, Fong Yun struck from distance, extending the lead to 4-0 before being substituted. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. This match naturally prioritized player protection, especially given the lack of suspense. Fong Yun played for 70 minutes, achieving 1 goal and 3 assists. Aston Villa had secured 2 consecutive victories since the start of the season, temporarily placing them at the top of the league standings. With 2 goals and 5 assists, Fong Yun also ascended to the pinnacle of the assist leaderboard. Upon returning to his rented accommodation that evening, he received a reward for his performance: 5 customizable attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated them to his stamina. Through recent matches and training, he observed slight improvements in all his attributes, proving that diligent practice yields tangible benefits. Ding! Personal evaluation of this match has triggered a hidden reward. 1 clearance card. Upon use. It guarantees the ball will be cleared consumed upon use. My goodness, this is indeed a valuable item. Although it can only be used once, if utilized wisely, it could dramatically alter the outcome by clearing threatening balls. Such experience cards must be conserved for critical moments, as each use diminishes their availability. Fong Yun learned through the system that using experience cards can enhance corresponding attributes, which is quite beneficial. However, as long as one performs well post-match, hidden rewards will be triggered, granting experience cards and attribute boosts. This suggests that if Fong Yun continues to excel in matches, he will consistently receive significant enhancements, promoting a virtuous cycle. Consequently, maintaining good stamina and attendance becomes crucial. Without participating in matches, no rewards can be obtained. Competing against weaker teams yields limited rewards, merely attribute points. Only by challenging formidable teams can one hope to acquire skill cards, particularly from clubs like Manchester United and Manchester City. This is merely the Premier League. If given the opportunity to compete against Real Madrid or Barcelona, wouldn't there be a chance to acquire skills from Ronaldo and Messi? Just the thought is exhilarating. Facing relegation teams in the Premier League and competing against top-tier clubs is not beyond the realm of possibility. If the season culminates in a top 4 finish, the next season could lead to Champions League matches, providing the chance to engage with elite teams from other leagues, reaping substantial rewards. Beep, beep, beep. Fong Yun's phone rang, revealing a call from Uncle Sunday. Although he was currently in the country, he remained attentive to Fong Yun's circumstances. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Zhonghai lauded Fong Yun's impressive performances in the past 2 matches. Fong Yun, your play has been exceptional lately, bringing pride to our Chinese players, haha. There is still a long road ahead, and I am grateful for your unwavering support. Fong Yun understood that without Uncle Son's efforts in securing a friendly match against Manchester City, he would not have garnered Aston Villa's attention. You've been seeking an agent, haven't you? I found a few reputable ones in Europe and sent their details to your phone. Feel free to take a look. They may attend your matches and could be interested in signing you based on your performance. By the way, Fong Yun, there's one more thing I would like to ask of you. Fong Yun was intrigued. My niece, Sun Xiaomin, is heading to Birmingham for her studies. Could you help look after her? She adores football and is a fan of yours. After watching your 2 matches, she is utterly in awe of you, haha. Of course. Uncle Sunday. After ending the call, Fong Yun found himself chuckling at the trust Uncle Sun had placed in him by entrusting his niece's care to him. Fong Yun then perused the information on the agents sent by Uncle Sun, dismissing several at first glance. Chief among them was Raiola, the notorious vampire of the football world, a mercenary agent known for prioritizing profit over players' career development, a fact for which he has faced considerable criticism. Drawing from his past life experiences, Fong Yun added several agents with whom he felt more favorable. 10 minutes later, a friend request appeared. Upon inspection, it was from Sun Xiaomin. She initiated a video call. Brother Fong Yun, do you remember me? When I was little, you took me crab catching. The two quickly fell into conversation. After more than an hour, Fong Yun concluded, let's leave it at that for now. When you arrive in Birmingham, I will come to pick you up. Having wrapped up his tasks, he finally had a moment to rest. The following day, English media erupted with headlines such as, with 2 matches and 5 assists, is a new talent emerging? The young Chinese star shatters stereotypes. Leading relegation battle with 2 consecutive victories. Aston Villa easily defeats Southampton. Fong Yun maintains fiery form. Undoubtedly, Aston Villa had become a dark horse this season, attracting considerable attention. 5 days later, Aston Villa faced Manchester City away. As the reigning champions, City's strength was unquestionable. Many held little hope for Villa, predicting that their winning streak will be halted by City. The official Premier League commentary favored Manchester City, citing their impressive roster. With all-time top scorer Aguero and formidable English midfielder Lampard, along with the defensive stalwart company, their prowess was intimidating. Official statistics indicated that Manchester City enjoyed a 97 support rate, while Aston Villa garnered a mere 3, a portion of which was attributed to support from Chinese fans. This match appeared decidedly one-sided, with City's historical win rate against relegation teams exceeding 90. I foresee no suspense in this match. Manchester City will likely secure the victory, the official commentary stated. However, the Premier League commentary team included Thierry Henry, who offered a different perspective. I find myself supporting Aston Villa. They have revitalized their image this season. Since Fong Yun's arrival, they have secured 2 consecutive victories and are brimming with confidence. I believe they have a chance to triumph over Manchester City. The Chinese commentary team also began their discussion. Zhang Lu posed a question to Zhang Jun. What are your thoughts on this match? I believe that on paper, Manchester City undoubtedly possesses greater strength in terms of both experience and ability. However, I contend that Aston Villa is not without its chances. Fong Yun can indeed bring miracles to the team. His performance is crucial for Aston Villa. Chapter 27. What is genius? Breaking the doubt. What is your perspective on the outcome of this match? I maintain that, in terms of paper strength, Manchester City holds a slight advantage, whether considering player value, honors, or experience. Aston Villa is undeniably at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, there is a saying in the Premier League, there are no weak teams. Football is unpredictable. Anything can occur, especially for relegation-threatened teams, whose energy in times of crisis can be boundless. Moreover, we have our 17-year-old prodigy from Huaxia, Fang Yun, who performed exceptionally in the previous match against Manchester United, contributing to 3 goals and leading his team to a remarkable comeback. Coach Zhang Lu provided an objective analysis. The Huaxia fans felt quite pleased listening to the commentary by Zhang Jun and Coach Zhang Lu. Indeed, this is what neutrality looks like. Although Coach Zhang acknowledged that Aston Villa is a tough opponent, with Fong Yun, anything is possible. Yes, trust in Fong Yun, trust in Aston Villa, exclaimed the Premier League commentator. Fong Yun's remarkable performance in the last match against Manchester United earned him the title of a genius player. What are your thoughts on this? Haha, there are too many players labeled as geniuses, yet most fade away, with numerous examples of talent turning into mediocrity. Besides, Fong Yun has only excelled in 1 match. He cannot yet be called a genius. This statement sparked considerable controversy. The commentator seemed envious, debuting in the Premier League and showcasing a strong character by leading a relegation-threatened team to a comeback against Manchester United. Surely that is enough to denote him as a genius player. The Villa fans expressed their dissatisfaction. Is this what you call a genius? Who doesn't enjoy dumplings during the new year? This match will bring your so-called Huaxiao lad Fong Yun back to reality, retorted a Manchester City fan. Lu Qinru, a student set to graduate from a media university in the country, was contracted as a commentator for the segment Football Genius. She arrived at the Etihad Stadium. You mean this Huaxiao prodigy, who has astonished all of England, is only 17 years old? I must see for myself. In England, especially in the Premier League, it is exceedingly rare for a 17-year-old Huaxiao player to create 3 goals and orchestrate a comeback against Manchester United. Fong Yun has long been a sensation domestically, initially arising from a dispute with the Ningsu club, leading to his participation in a training program in collaboration with Manchester City, where scouts discovered him. Subsequently, he encountered unpleasant events with both Manchester City and Manchester United before joining Aston Villa. The situation with the Ningsu club has escalated significantly, and they are currently under investigation. What a promising talent from Huaxia, remarked the assistant. Currently, the hottest post on Hupu Sports pertains to Fong Yun, the assistant continued. Lu Qinru couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. How many talents must the national team still neglect? Meanwhile, the media in England was avidly stoking the flames of hype. They care little for who is a genius or whether they truly are. What they prioritize is traffic. They relish in elevating players to godlike status only to subsequently cast them down, a tactic that never fails. Fans and viewers also crave this, for it generates excitement and traffic. The football world is rife with highly touted talents who subsequently falter. A notable example is Boyan, who entered La Masia at the age of 7 and broke numerous records set by Messi during his youth, being heralded as the next Messi. The outcome was predictable. He did not become the next Messi, but rather one of the many who did not live up to the hype. There is also the striker Adriano, whose physical attributes, speed, explosiveness, shooting, and positioning were all reminiscent of Ronaldo's level, earning him the title of the next Ronaldo. However, following his father's death, he descended into a life of excess, ultimately retiring early, becoming just another among the multitude of fallen stars. Yet, there are numerous players who were not initially regarded highly, but gradually made their way to becoming world-class talents. For instance, Sulla played in Switzerland at 20 before making his way to the Premier League, establishing himself step by step as a star. Thus, labels are inconsequential. Transient performances matter little. What is crucial is sustained excellence and consistent high-level play. Why are Messi and Ronaldo the only 2 world-class players of the modern era? In their prime, Ronaldinho and Ronaldo were equally formidable. Yet only Messi and Ronaldo are regarded as the 2 elite players because of the longevity of their peak performance. They have nearly monopolized the Ballon d'Or for nearly 2 decades. During their time in the top 5 leagues, the competition for the award was fiercely intense. Therefore, the duration of one's peak is of utmost importance. Later, many debated whether Real Madrid's Ramos or Liverpool's Van Dijk was superior. While Van Dijk was undoubtedly the most formidable in his prime, it was merely for that year. In the context of their entire careers, Ramos's performances have been the most consistent, and his accolades the most numerous. Thus, Fong Yun is unconcerned with the label of genius. He cares only about performing well in each match. On the sidelines, Manchester City's coach Mancini stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence as if victory was assured. Aston Villa's coach Robert was also poised for the challenge, ready for a fierce contest. The match between Manchester United and Aston Villa officially commenced in the 2012 to 2013 Premier League season. Ding! Side mission activated. Break the genius doubt. What is genius? A genius is not a fleeting phenomenon, nor merely someone who excels in a single match, but one who consistently delivers outstanding performances. Use this match to shatter all doubts. You are undoubtedly the genius. Fong Yun. Mission reward. 10 free attribute points. Manchester City star chest hush. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Manchester City employed a 4-3-3 formation, which is typically the most balanced arrangement, allowing for both wing breakthroughs and central penetration. In Fong Yun's memory, Manchester City's most frequently utilized tactic this season was short passing and penetration, emphasizing ball control and central infiltration, a strategy reminiscent of Guardiola's style, yet not entirely reliant on possession. Consequently, Aston Villa's formation was also clear: 5 defenders positioned defensively. Fong Yun was entrusted with the core of both attack and defense. In defense, Fong Yun would serve as the linchpin, stationed in position and ready to assist. In attack, he would act as the primary initiator of the transition. During the opening phase, Manchester City played very proactively, seemingly eager to establish an early lead due to the home advantage. Their immediate counterpressing after losing possession was evident, leaving Fong Yun struggling to find opportunities for counterattacks. Furthermore, Manchester City's defenders appeared highly skilled in creating offside traps, successfully catching Aston Villa offside during 2 long passes, placing them in a rather passive position. Chapter 28. Sharp Attacks. Breathtaking moments. Manchester City's forward Aguero, who scored 23 goals last season, ranked 4th in the scoring chart, demonstrating formidable attacking prowess. Manchester City's playing style is distinctive within the Premier League, characterized by an abundance of technical players, resulting in frequent possession-based play. After a match, Manchester City's possession rate consistently exceeds 70, with goal counts often reaching absurd figures, sometimes 20 to a mere few. The reason is simple: the opposition barely touches the ball. If you cannot seize possession, how can you mount an offense, let alone score? Thus, one frequently observes Manchester City, after taking the lead, indulging in relentless passing while the opposing team is left helpless, frantically chasing shadows, utterly outplayed. Last season, when Manchester City faced the other 5 major teams, the contests were relatively balanced. However, they clinched the championship due to their overwhelming dominance against weaker teams, ensuring a steady accumulation of points with minimal risk of unexpected losses. In contrast, Manchester United employs a different tactical approach, favoring high pressing and long ball strategies, which tends to lead to an equal distribution of attacking opportunities. Even the weaker teams can sometimes snatch a goal. Manchester City, however, offers no such openings. In a single match, they may generate 20 or more scoring opportunities while the opposition is lucky to have just 1 or 2. This was clearly evident against Aston Villa. Their seemingly robust 5-defender formation was already beginning to falter, with cracks beginning to show. The left-back struggled to keep pace against Deco's relentless advances, prompting Fong Yun to assist him defensively. This Wilkinson, alas, appeared rather amateurish, having been the source of goals conceded in the previous match. In the early stages of the game, when players possess the most energy, many weaker teams attempt to seize control by launching aggressive attacks from the outset. They hope to score early and then retreat into a defensive shell. Robert considered this tactic but quickly dismissed it, knowing that Manchester City is adept at countering such strategies and is unafraid to engage in open play. The match commenced with City demonstrating fierce aggression, particularly down the flanks. The interplay between David Silva and his teammates on the left forced Aston Villa's players into defensive collaboration, creating opportunities for long passes to the right flank, thus setting up one-on-one chances for Deco. During this time, Manchester City employed every conceivable tactic: central penetration, wing play, and overlapping runs, all while maintaining an aggressive stance in recovering possession. Once they lost the ball, players within a 10-meter radius would swarm to reclaim it. This style of play has its pros and cons. If they succeed in regaining possession and taking the lead, their advantage becomes monumental. Yet if they fail, the physical toll on City's players is considerable, as the attacking side must engage in extensive running and passing, while the defending side merely needs to hold their positions and block passing lanes. Aston Villa, entrenched in their 5-defender setup, found it easier to support each other with minimal distance, resulting in lower physical exertion. Yet, after 20 minutes, the shot count stood at 6-0 in favor of Manchester City, with corner kicks at 2-0. Aston Villa had not managed a single counterattack, and their forward, Bentique, was thoroughly contained by City's company. The young player seemed to struggle against company's physical dominance, unable to utilize his speed effectively and often finding himself offside. Aston Villa supporters watched anxiously as their team was overwhelmed by City's relentless pressure. With no opportunities arising, Fong Yun too found himself stifled. Whenever he attempted a long pass, it was invariably intercepted, leading to numerous turnovers. As they were once again pushed into submission, he felt despondent, like a lion awakening only to fall back into hibernation. Lu Qinru could only sigh in resignation. Aston Villa's offense was completely stifled. Whenever Fong Yun received the ball, he was besieged by Manchester City players, rendering him ineffective. "Welcome to the Premier League," Lampard quipped to Fong Yun. "You're still too green. Come back after a few more years of honing your skills. This place ISNT for you. Is that so? We'll see if you're still smiling later." Fong Yun retorted calmly. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was buzzing. I've said it before, Fong Yun is merely a system player. He is rendered useless when targeted. A system player? I'll laugh at that. Can a system player turn the game around against Manchester United with 3 goals? You're just bitter. United was merely careless last time. They didn't specifically target Fong Yun. Look at this match. With Lampard marking him closely, Fong Yun has gone missing. ISNT that the definition of a system player? I'm laughing. Anyone who bet on Aston Villa for an upset can head to the rooftop. They're undoubtedly going to lose now. With such a performance, disappearing for the first half hour, and he is supposed to be a genius? I really don't understand what those mindless fans of Fong Yun are thinking. It's like their brains are flooded. As the match reached the 32nd minute, Deco found himself with another one-on-one chance, while Fong Yun remained stationed at the far end to provide support. Should Deco choose to break through, Fong Yun would be quick to close down. This time, Deco opted to pass to the overlapping right-back Zabaleta. Fong Yun immediately sprinted towards Zabaleta, deflecting the cross away for a Manchester City throw-in. It was once again Fong Yun who was pivotal in defense, sacrificing himself for the team, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibilities placed upon him, all while earning a modest salary. Fong Yun sensed that the opposition might attempt a powerful throw-in aimed directly at the center, so he coordinated with his teammates. Wilkinson marked Zabaleta, Agbalmahor took on Deco, and Fong Yun positioned himself closer to the center, suggesting that they allow some space on the flanks. As anticipated, Manchester City's throw-in was directed towards the center. Yaya Toure leaped impressively, but chose not to shoot directly. Instead, he redirected the ball to the left side. At that moment, Kompany was making a diagonal run toward the left. Yaya's header fell to the left side. Was it an unguarded opportunity? The commentators gasped in astonishment. Would they score? It was a prime chance. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth like lightning. It was Fong Yun. He executed a sliding tackle, clearing the ball just before Kompany could seize it, a truly remarkable play. As a commentator exclaimed in excitement, Aston Villa's center-back managed to retrieve the ball before it crossed the line, setting up a counterattack opportunity. Teammates passed the ball back to Fong Yun, who assessed their movements. Sulla surged forward. Was it another familiar connection between Sulla and Fong Yun? The commentator noted, as Sulla's speed resembled that of a rocket. Fong Yun prepared to unleash his skills. At this moment, Fong Yun's body tilted at a 45-degree angle to the ground as he struck the lower half of the ball with his right foot. The soccer ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Sulla received the ball, but Manchester City's left back had already fallen behind him by a body length. The left back of Manchester City pushed Sulla, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "A foul, an undeniable foul," exclaimed commentator Jean June passionately. However, the referee signaled that it was a fair challenge and did not blow the whistle. Aston Villa's fans were incensed by the referee's decision. How can that not be a yellow card? It could even be a red card, pushing someone from behind while in full sprint. This is clearly a biased referee. A corrupt referee. A corrupt referee. Fong Yun also sensed the injustice. Typically, fouls during counterattacks should be penalized more severely. Yet in this instance, not only was there no escalation of the penalty, but the decision was made that no foul had occurred. Fouls committed during counterattacks usually start a yellow card, especially when the attacking player has the advantage of position. Aston Villa's teammates rushed over to debate with Zabaleta. At that moment, Manchester City's left back Zabaleta sneered. "This is the Premier League's physicality. Ha! You fell just from a little shove? You're so weak." The Aston Villa players, witnessing Zabaleta's arrogance after committing a foul, were filled with righteous indignation. Bentique, a man of strong emotions, charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fong Yun was also quite angry, but he understood that escalating the conflict would only put the team at a disadvantage. He proactively restrained his teammates, signaling them to first check on Sulla's condition. Sulla was now lying on the grass, groaning in pain. Fong Yun leaned down to ask, "How are you?" "I'm all right, just a bit sore." Sulla managed a weak smile. Although Fong Yun was furious, he knew that anger would not solve anything. He contemplated how to break the deadlock and ensure the referee could not interfere further. Head coach Robert was equally furious. It was clearly a golden opportunity for a counterattack, yet the referee had called it off. Regardless of the outcome, they would certainly demand the FA conduct a thorough investigation into this referee after the match. After some thought, Fong Yun gathered his teammates and declared, "Since the referee is targeting us, let us not give him a chance to do so. During counterattacks, let us move more, pass more, and deny them any opportunity to foul us. In defense, we must apply pressure. People tend to bully the weak. If we keep retreating, they will take advantage. If the threshold is so lenient, let us see who can be tougher, who can be more resilient." A glint of determination and fierceness shone in Fong Yun's eyes. "Damn it, let us go all out. Who's afraid of whom?" Fortunately, Sulla was not seriously injured and could continue playing. The possession returned to Manchester City. Fong Yun resolved to unleash a powerful long-range shot. To make a strong opening statement, they needed to confront Manchester City head-on. Who has got a bit of spirit left? Who has got any fighting spirit? Fong Yun actively requested to switch positions with left-back Wilkinson. If Wilkinson couldn't contain Zeko, then it would be his responsibility. At that moment, Fong Yun exhibited a commanding presence that surpassed that of a typical captain. He would take on the responsibility of defending against Zeko. Manchester City reverted to their old tactics, attempting to draw defenders in through numerical superiority in certain areas before shifting to the weaker side. Fong Yun communicated with his teammates, indicating that he would handle the left side defense alone. His leadership qualities were evident. He not only spoke to rally his teammates, but also took on the role of guarding the opposing team's key player, Zeko, the god of responsibility, our Yun god. The Aston Villa fans were inspired by Fong Yun's willingness to shoulder such a significant task. "You think you can dribble past me? Come try it." Fong Yun steadied himself, preparing for the challenge. "All right, I'll indulge you. Let me show you what true talent looks like." "You're still too green," Zeko retorted. With that, Zeko began his display. He attempted to execute a bicycle kick, aiming to burst past on that side, while Fong Yun seemed intent on cutting off Zeko's route for an inward cut, allowing him to go down the line. Fong Yun appears unfazed by Zeko's feints. Remaining completely still, commented John June. Fong Yun positioned himself inward to lure Zeko into a dribble. Van Dijk had once said in a defensive tutorial that he never watches the ball, but instead focuses on the opponent's chest, regardless of the opponent's movements. As long as their chest remains still, everything else is deceptive. The second strategy involves allowing the opponent to move in one direction while guiding them to break through on the other, then predicting the ball's trajectory in advance, known as trap-style defending. Thus, Fong Yun focused on Zeko's chest. Zeko's movements showed no change in weight, and naturally, he could not deceive Fong Yun. Sure enough, after numerous unsuccessful attempts, Zeko decided to break toward the baseline. Fong Yun then made his move, intentionally allowing Zeko to pass. Just as Zeko attempted to cross, Fong Yun executed a sliding tackle, simultaneously taking the ball and the man, making contact with the ball first and avoiding a foul. What could Zeko do? He broke toward the baseline, but Fong Yun intercepted, sending the ball away. Fong Yun rose, brushing off the grass clippings from his body, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The match had only just begun. So this is what true talent looks like. I expected him to be much tougher. Zeko, however, lay in agony on the ground, his expression twisted in pain. Manchester City's players rushed over, while Aston Villa's players stood their ground. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a gang confrontation. After being examined by the team doctor, Zeko was found to have sustained an injury to his foot and was unable to continue, being carried off on a stretcher. The Villa fans erupted with excitement. "Well done, Fong Yun." Just like that. Nobody can outdo Fong Yun in toughness. Otherwise, you're just hitting a brick wall. Ha ha ha, what a clown. Did he really think Fong Yun was like Wilkinson? He thought he could get past Fong Yun, only to be tackled and taken off on a stretcher. Ha ha. This tackle significantly boosted Aston Villa's morale. Chapter 30. Reverse Thinking. Seizing the initiative after the tackle, Fong Yun roared in triumph. "That was spectacular, Fong Yun. What a brilliant play. Just tackle and bring the intensity. Damn it. Do they really think Aston Villa is a sick cat?" This tackle was aggressive. He allowed Zeko to go down the flank, blocking his route to the baseline, giving him space, and then intercepting the ball. Truly impressive. Aston Villa fans found great satisfaction in this play. Fong Yun's tackle signified that they were ready to ramp up their intensity and that they had their own fighting spirit. Aston Villa is no pushover. Fong Yun could have opted not to tackle. After all, sliding tackles carry risks. If he failed to make contact with the ball, it could have resulted in a direct red card, leading to his expulsion from the match. However, Fong Yun had compelling reasons to make that tackle. Aston Villa's players and fans needed a spark to rally their spirits. As anticipated, following Fong Yun's clearance, Aston Villa's players' morale surged, and they played with greater initiative. On the Manchester City side, a throw-in was taken. Fong Yun and his teammates suddenly organized an offensive press. Faced with Aston Villa's sudden acceleration, Manchester City clearly struggled to adapt. With a collaboration between Fong Yun and left-back Wilkinson, Aston Villa seized the opportunity to intercept. Once again, a counterattack opportunity arose for Aston Villa. Would Fong Yun opt for a long pass? It was an excellent chance, as Salah had already begun his sprint. Manchester City players seemed to recognize Fong Yun's intention to deliver a long pass and hurriedly retreated. Even Manchester City's coach Mancini signaled for his players to position themselves quickly. However, to everyone's surprise, Fong Yun refrained from executing a long pass and instead chose to advance with the ball himself. With ample space ahead, why not carry the ball forward? Strangely, after the interception, no Manchester City players immediately pressed Fong Yun. It was as if they tacitly assumed he would opt for a long pass. It wasn't until Fong Yun had advanced to the midfield that Manchester City's midfielder Yaya Toure began to step up to apply pressure. Fong Yun distributed the ball to left winger Agbonlahor and immediately made a forward run. Agbonlahor would return the favor to Fong Yun. Their wall pass maneuver left Yaya Toure behind. In a 3-on-3 situation in the attacking third, Fong Yun received the ball in the penalty area. He again chose to carry the ball, forcing the center-back to come out for support, a rather unwise decision, as Fong Yun's ball control was not exceptional. It felt like a potential turnover, Zhang Lu remarked. Fong Yun passed the ball. Don't dribble, there are 3 defenders. Indeed, Salah was unmarked on the right flank. A pass to him was imperative. Aston Villa was growing increasingly anxious. At that moment, Yaya Toure and center-back company closed in on Fong Yun from the left and in front of him, while players pursued from behind. It seemed inevitable that Fong Yun would lose possession, yet he suddenly pushed the ball forward with his right foot. The ball slipped through Company's legs and landed directly at the feet of Aston Villa striker Bentik. What? How did that pass get through? To deliver the ball amid 3 defenders was simply absurd. Unbelievably, Bentik was now one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Fong Yun executed a brilliant through ball under immense pressure, setting Bentik up for a clear shot. The goalkeeper was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. Positioned closer to the right side, he faced Bentik, who was just 5 meters from the goal. With a fierce strike, Bentik found the back of the net. Aston Villa took the lead. An astonishing and unbelievable moment. Fong Yun rushed towards the stands, shouting passionately, "Aston Villa will never be enslaved. Aston Villa will always stand tall. Aston Villa bows to no one." His fervent cries ignited the Aston Villa fans. Yin Shun, this was a display of excellence, a testament to the Premier League champions. Despite the referee's questionable decisions and dubious calls, the game continued unabated. Witnessing such a match in one's lifetime left no regrets. This was a match worth attending. A ticket well spent. Fong Yun, you are the king of Villa, the savior of Villa. Fans from Huaxia erupted in excitement. The English Premier League commentators were taken aback, declaring, "Who says Huaxia players are incapable? Who claims Aston Villa is destined to lose? As long as I have Yun Shun, miracles will happen. Yun Shun, you are the Yao Ming of Huaxia football." Meanwhile, the official English Premier League commentators were left bewildered. What just happened? How could Fong Yun manage to get that pass through? There must be something wrong. This calls for a thorough investigation into performance-enhancing drugs. Indeed, how could a young talent from Huaxia possess such remarkable skill? It defied logic. Aston Villa fans found this notion laughable. The absurdity of it all was precisely what made Yun Shun extraordinary, something beyond comprehension. It seemed even the commentators had placed their bets, and now they must face the consequences. At this point, the number 16 midfielder took to social media. Absolutely astounding. Fong Yun's performance was nothing short of perfection. The passing trajectory and positioning were top-notch, combined with exquisite passing technique. Truly a masterclass. There were numerous insights to draw from that moment. First, Fong Yun's defensive positioning against Zeko was strategic. He chose to block the inside, allowing Zeko to drift outside. Many fans questioned why he would allow Zeko to go outside rather than inside. The reasoning is quite clear. Permitting an inside run without support could lead to a direct shot on goal, while forcing an outside run limits Zeko's options to crossing, a skill he is not adept at, having been thwarted several times by Aston Villa's defense. Fong Yun also exhibited great confidence in his ability to handle Zeko's crosses. Secondly, Fong Yun's sudden command for teammates to press was crucial, especially since the ball was with Zeko. Fong Yun anticipated that Zeko, following a previous interception, would become anxious, leading to a hasty response against Aston Villa's unexpected pressure. As it turned out, this tactic worked brilliantly, as Fong Yun confounded everyone. Everyone expected him to deliver a long pass. Instead, he executed a reverse strategy. This unexpected decision caught Manchester City off guard, granting Fong Yun the space needed to advance the ball, leading to subsequent actions of the highest caliber. Chapter 31. A long-range shot and a pursuit of victory. The number 16 midfielder continued. It was precisely because everyone held a stereotypical view of Fong Yun solely as a long passer that they neglected to defend against him. Subsequently, Fong Yun scored again, utilizing reverse logic to catch Manchester City unprepared. Initially, facing an advancing defender, he executed a clever wall pass with left winger Wilkinson, demonstrating intelligence in recognizing his physical disadvantage against Yaya Touré and avoiding a direct confrontation. A wall pass, as the name suggests, involves one player acting as the wall. After receiving the ball, they quickly return a pass to their teammate, making a forward run, a highly effective maneuver. Fong Yun cut inside, a move that likely bewildered many, including the Manchester City defenders. In his match against Manchester United, Fong Yun had not attempted to break through with the ball, let alone cut inside, a technique requiring high-level dribbling skills. Furthermore, having been intercepted a couple of times earlier, it would be reasonable to assume Fong Yun would refrain from further dribbling. Yet, he defied expectations, taking advantage of their preconceived notions. While Fong Yun's dribbling may not be his forte, he executed it with precision, drawing the attention of surrounding defenders, who rushed to apply pressure. Under intense pursuit, Fong Yun delivered a clever through ball, practically serving on a platter for Bentik. With all defenders fixated on Fong Yun, no one was left to mark Bentik, and by the time they attempted to defend against him, it was already too late. It was nothing short of spectacular. Two instances of reverse thinking, catching the opponents off guard, the number 16 midfielder meticulously analyzed. Incredible. How could he have considered so many details in an instant? What sets his mind apart from ours? I believe it is largely instinctual. Players possess an innate understanding and grasp of space and time, alongside a psychological game at play. Truly, Fong Yun is remarkable, a god among men. Alas, I am but an uneducated soul, merely exclaiming in disbelief, for this goal was indeed magnificent. After conceding, I could have gone after Fong Yun myself. Why would you attempt to do so? You lost your position and failed to mark Bentik, resulting in the goal. In exasperation, Lampard turned to Kompany with hands raised in a gesture of surrender. How was I to know he would make such a precise through ball? This pass was utterly outrageous. If you had gone after Fong Yun, would you have truly succeeded? Had you fouled earlier, perhaps you could have thwarted the attack. Kompany also raised his hands to Lampard in frustration. Both Kompany and Lampard are seasoned players with high salaries within the team, and naturally, their dynamic is fraught with tension. This moment was perfectly captured on camera. Hilariously, it appears there is discord within Manchester City. The two exchanged gestures of exasperation, rendering them rather comical. Is this truly the reigning champion of the Premier League? I find it rather unimpressive. I had expected much more. Fong Yun's actions have evidently led to this internal strife, and I sincerely apologize for the Aston Villa fans reveling in their lead. They are acutely aware that if they do not seize this moment, they risk being equalized and subsequently overturned, which would surely provoke the City fans. We are the champions of last season. What are you? Merely a relegation-threatened team, retorted a Manchester City fan. Aston Villa, however, was not pleased by this remark, particularly regarding the matter of championships. Aston Villa boasts a rich history as one of the founding members of the Premier League, having participated since its inception. Their accolades include multiple league titles, and their roots trace back to the 19th century, demonstrating a profound historical significance. Moreover, the renowned Razor Gang proudly counts themselves as fans of Aston Villa, adding to their prestige. When you won your championship, you were still mere tadpoles. This statement effectively silenced the Manchester City fans, leaving them without retort. Returning to the match, Manchester City, trailing by a goal, began to play with a sense of urgency. Having already conceded, especially on home soil, was a source of embarrassment. However, this urgency often leads to mistakes, and the more one desires to score, the more susceptible they become to conceding. An impatient offensive strategy easily reveals vulnerabilities. As the game approached the 42nd minute, Fong Yun once again executed a successful interception on the left flank. Eco lost possession yet again. This player has consistently squandered opportunities. If one cannot perform, perhaps they should refrain from playing. Following Fong Yun's interception, Manchester City players swiftly converged to apply pressure. Fong Yun, however, launched a long pass, opting not to employ his signature circular moonblade technique, choosing instead to reserve it for the second half. Though he did not utilize his trademark move, the long pass was still impressive, soaring high and accurate. Salah skillfully controlled the ball. In a one-on-one scenario, Salah executed a shoulder drop and bypassed Manchester City's left back. Yet, Kompany, the central defender, was quick to provide support. Consequently, Salah had no choice but to lay the ball back to the right back. At this moment, Fong Yun made a sudden run towards the top of the arc in the center. With the opposing central and right backs occupied on the right side, the middle was left vulnerable. Upon receiving the ball, Fong Yun unleashed a long-range shot. His body tilted slightly as he struck the ball with great force, sending it skimming across the grass like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Manchester City's defense and finding the bottom right corner of the net. Fong Yun's astonishing strike, a powerful ground shot, further solidified the team's lead, akin to a relentless force of nature. The commentator, Fang Yun, exclaimed passionately. A ground shot, executed without the ball leaving the surface, was rapid and precise, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. This goal stemmed from Fong Yun's interception, followed by a long pass, with Salah's breakthrough and subsequent assist to the right back, who then set up Fong Yun for the thunderous shot. The entire offensive sequence flowed seamlessly and elegantly. Aston Villa supporters erupted in ecstasy following this goal. Goodness gracious, Fong Yun's long-range strike was extraordinary. This goal was invincible. There was no hesitation, no pause. Just a confident shot from distance. The precision and power were impeccable. The goalkeeper barely had time to react. Heavens, am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. As a relegation-threatened team, how is it possible that we lead Manchester City 2-0 at halftime? Unbelievable. After conceding the goal, Manchester City's goalkeeper kicked the ball high into the air in frustration. What are you doing, defenders? With so many of you, how could you not block that ball? If you cannot, just step aside. Don't obstruct my view, the goalkeeper, Joe Hart, lamented, directing his ire at his teammates. As a top-tier goalkeeper, he had never endured such a beating. Haha, even Hart has reached his limit. Manchester City's defense is truly porous, he chuckled. Who would have thought that a team as formidable as Manchester City could experience such internal discord? If Manchester City were to genuinely lose this match, the consequences would be unfathomable. The players they deemed expendable have turned against them, creating an utterly captivating spectacle. This narrative of vengeance against a former club is endlessly entertaining. Chinese fans are now thoroughly amused. The dramatic flair of this match has reached its peak. Chapter 32. The storm resumes at halftime. The number 16 defensive midfielder posted again. This goal can only be described as a textbook counterattack. It could not have been executed any better. After regaining possession, I made a decisive long pass to the flank. The winger surged forward, and if the opposing defenders followed, there was no need to recklessly pursue a breakthrough. At this moment, it is essential to exploit numerical superiority or an equal number in defense, waiting for teammates to position themselves for a pass. Salah opted to break through, confident in his ability to succeed. Had the opposition not provided support, he could have crossed the ball, allowing the advancing players to strike. However, with the central defender providing assistance, Salah simply passed back to the right back, who responded promptly. At this juncture, the right back could have crossed, yet he chose to pass to Fong Yun. It is evident that the team has greater faith in Fong Yun's ability to handle the ball, as they have practiced this scenario extensively. Fong Yun's long-range shot was well within his capabilities, showcasing how everyone maximized their strengths. Fong Yun's long pass, Salah's speed and breakthrough, the right back support, and Fong Yun's powerful shot coalesced to create this goal. Modern football emphasizes teamwork. It is no longer the era of one player against many. With the exceptions of Messi and Ronaldo, the fluidity of the play was remarkable. Each pass was perfect and highly rational. It is astonishing to witness how Aston Villa's attack has transformed since Fong Yun's arrival. Last season, the offense lacked speed, long passes, defensive resilience, and effective pressing. It was utterly inept. Now, with the additions of Fong Yun and Sulla, everything has changed. The long passes are precise, the pace is rapid, the coordination is seamless, and the attacks are incisive, truly invincible. I only hope that Chairman Randy does not make foolish decisions. Were he to sell Fong Yun, I would be utterly incensed. Meanwhile, Randy watched from the stands, equally exhilarated. Fong Yun's buyout clause is surprisingly modest. This cannot stand. After this match, we must amend the contract and enhance his salary to prevent other teams from luring him away. Premier League giants are also keenly observing this match, eager to determine whether Fong Yun is a mere pretender or a genuine prodigy. Even Real Madrid's coach, Mourinho, was taken aback by Fong Yun's performance. This player must be secured. He perfectly aligns with our playing style. His long passes and through balls are nothing short of a counterattack weapon, Mourinho declared, promptly contacting the club president. Utilizing his scouting network, Mourinho inquired about Fong Yun's background. What? He was signed by Aston Villa on a free transfer? Aston Villa has struck gold. What is your scouting system even doing? Mourinho was visibly astonished. Upon reviewing Fong Yun's previous professional history, it became apparent that he had only played in China, lacking any overseas experience, with his only notable performance being in a friendly against Manchester City. Friendlies? Who knows if Manchester City played at full strength? However, from what I gather, Fong Yun's buyout clause is only 10 million. We could easily secure him. Real Madrid is not short on funds. Upon hearing the buyout clause, Mourinho immediately leapt from his chair. Contact Fong Yun's agent at once. I must negotiate with him. A talent like Fong Yun must join Real Madrid. At just 17, he has a promising future ahead. Even if we overspend, it matters not, Mourinho decisively stated. Meanwhile, Liu Qinru, present at the match, could not help but be captivated by Fong Yun's dazzling display. Wow, he is incredible. I must arrange a date with him. No, I absolutely must interview him, declared Liu Qinru, a reporter for Football World. Admit it, you just want to date him. You are clearly infatuated. Her assistant mercilessly teased. As the game resumed, Manchester City's morale had been utterly depleted by Aston Villa's performance, compounded by exhaustion. After a few minutes of stalemate, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, and both teams retreated to their locker rooms. In the Manchester City locker room, the coach Mancini erupted in frustration. What on earth are you doing? This is a match, not child's play. Thousands of City fans are watching us. Are we here to be a laughingstock? Wake up. If you can't even surpass a relegation team, how can you talk about the Premier League title or the Champions League? I'm embarrassed for you. He directed his ire particularly at Deco. Why do you insist on trying to dribble past? If you can't, just pass it to the other side. Both goals we conceded started with you. If this continues in the second half, you might as well not play. Moreover, Aston Villa's attacking focal point is solely Fong Yun. The moment he receives the ball, I want you to close in on him immediately. I emphasized this repeatedly before the match, yet it seems forgotten. If you can't contain him, then foul him. Be ruthless, increase the intensity. Yaya Touré, your physique is wasted if you can't handle a frail 17-year-old from China. If you cannot manage it, then we will have to substitute you. Lastly, I want to reiterate, this is our home ground. Do not disappoint our supporters. You all possess talent. Since you have it, show it. Your worth is proven on the pitch. You must demonstrate that your value surpasses theirs, that your capabilities exceed theirs, and that you can score more goals than they can. Is that clear? Yes, let us get it done. A mere relegation team. Let us go. Mancini's impassioned speech reignited the team's spirit. He truly is a commendable coach. On the Aston Villa side, laughter erupted. Fong Yun, you are phenomenal. Without you, we wouldn't have scored at all. Binti gushed, clearly enamored with Fong Yun. That through ball was superb. It was delivered right to my feet. I never thought scoring could be this easy. I simply found space, and the ball arrived. Fong Yun responded with confidence. Just run to where no one is. If the ball doesn't come to you, that is my fault. Coach Robert praised. You performed admirably in the first half, showing no fear at City's home ground. However, be prepared for an even fiercer assault in the second half. Can you withstand it? Yes, came the resolute reply. I may not contribute much in attack, but I will handle the defense, declared the center back. We are professionals. Let us get to work, brothers. Chapter 33. Another point earned. Like a rampaging tiger, as the teams returned to the pitch for the second half, Manchester City altered their formation to a 4-4-2, substituting the attacking midfielder Navas for another forward. Lampard and Yaya Touré formed a double pivot in midfield. Mancini, having reflected on the underwhelming first-half display, decided to replace Deco with David Silva, opting for a more dynamic winger to exploit the other flank and avoid Fong Yun's defensive prowess. City was now playing with fervor, initiating aggressive high pressing. The midfielder issued a statement once more. As anticipated, the second half commenced with Aguero and Navas putting pressure on the opponent's ball handlers. Manchester City abandoned possession play in favor of more direct attacking passes. Fong Yun's space to operate was severely restricted. Whenever he received the ball, players within a 10-meter radius would swarm him. Other players were allowed to pass, but not Fong Yun. Consequently, he faced increasing fouls, with 3 City players already booked for infringing upon him. The referee recognized that he had favored City in the first half and aimed to rectify that in the second. This is disgraceful. It resembles a martial arts exhibition rather than football. If you can't win fairly, resorting to fouls is pitiful. Where is your worth? Where is your sportsmanship? If I were Fong Yun, I would refuse to play under these conditions. The away fans from Aston Villa were incensed by the treatment Fong Yun received, but they were powerless in the face of the match's reality. As the second half unfolded, it was clear that Manchester City was now taking the initiative, particularly in their relentless pursuit of Fong Yun. It seemed the coach had issued stringent orders to neutralize him. One could not deny the impressive adaptability of City's players and their tactical execution. Unfortunately, Fong Yun was suffering. In his debut in the Premier League, he faced such treatment, reminiscent of the challenges often encountered by legends like Messi and Ronaldo. Jean-Louis expressed, recognizing the concerted effort to target him. Fong Yun decided that he would no longer hold back. Upon consuming the stamina potion, Fong Yun instantly felt invigorated, with fatigue dissipating entirely. From this moment forth, I shall make you acquainted with despair. Fong Yun commenced extensive movement without the ball, fully aware of every vacant space on the field, aided by his thermal imaging module. Every inch of available space belonging to Manchester City was keenly detected by him. Undeterred, he continued to run, even when fouled, persistently seeking open space to receive the ball. This is the cloud god, he thought. He has just joined the team and should not bear such burdens. Aston Villa fans were deeply moved by Fong Yun's indomitable spirit. On the field, an absurd scene unfolded as Yaya Touré and Frank Lampard chased after Fong Yun, sometimes even accompanied by another player. Fong Yun maneuvered as a nimble chick evading clumsy hawks, leaving them disoriented. Under the influence of the stamina potion, he felt no exhaustion, while Manchester City's midfielders were utterly drained. How can this Fong Yun run so much? Is he a long-distance runner? Lampard complained. It's absurd. I genuinely suspect he might be on performance-enhancing drugs. Even I cannot outrun him, Yaya Touré lamented, equally exasperated by Fong Yun's relentless pace. In a certain sense, Fong Yun indeed operated at a level akin to that of a performance-enhanced athlete, though it remained undetectable. Chinese fans watching this spectacle were in fits of laughter. Is this really the multi-million-dollar midfield duo of Yaya Touré and Lampard, being outpaced by a player worth merely a few $100,000? They felt privileged to witness such a moment in their lifetimes. After this match, it was estimated that Fong Yun's market value would skyrocket, reaching at least $10 million, if not more. A player capable of outmaneuvering midfielders worth several million surely could not be valued at just $10 million. Mourinho, witnessing Fong Yun's performance and positioning, was once again astonished. This is truly the play style of a free spirit. It is exceedingly rare to see such talent in the 21st century. This style necessitates exceptional stamina and movement, frequently stretching the opponent's defense, akin to a mouse's presence that leads to multiple self-destructing confrontations. However, this approach demands a significant physical toll, requiring constant running and sprinting. It was unexpected for Fong Yun to adopt such a style in the second half. Mourinho found himself at a loss for words. This style was too uncommon in the contemporary era. The only comparable role might be that of a central midfielder, who also requires extensive running and defensive coverage like Bellingham. Yet, even the best central midfielders operate within a confined area, while a free spirit roams the entire field unrestricted. Mancini of Manchester City finally grasped Fong Yun's intentions, but by then, it was too late, as they had exhausted their substitution options prior to the 2022-23 season. Only 3 substitutions were permitted. As the game reached the 81st minute, Manchester's midfield duo of Yaya Toure and Lampard could run no longer. The high-pressing tactic is most vulnerable when players lack stamina, marking a perilous moment. This is because high pressing requires a high level of coordination among the forwards, midfielders, and defenders. If any segment becomes disconnected, vast gaps will be exposed. Meanwhile, Fong Yun's energy remained robust. He now ran freely into open spaces, leaving the surrounding defenders trailing in his wake. Fong Yun positioned himself on the right flank, passing to the right winger, Salah, before immediately making a forward run. Salah, understanding the play, executed a 1-2 pass to return the ball to Fong Yun. Fong Yun then engaged in another wall pass with a midfielder, finding himself in front of a central defender, positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Fong Yun feigned a shot, prompting Company to rush forward to block. With a deft fake, he eluded Company and delivered the ball to Salah, who had made a diagonal run from the right flank. The defenders were completely unaware. Salah faced the goalkeeper, aimed for the far corner, and struck into the near post. Having outsmarted the goalkeeper, he scored. Aston Villa struck again in the 81st minute, bringing the score to 3-0. Chapter 34. Like a startled swan, graceful as a drifting dragon. Oh my goodness, how fierce he is, the cloud god. He has truly single-handedly brought down the entirety of Manchester City. It was the first time one had witnessed Manchester City so utterly defeated, their defensive focus clearly lacking. Fang Yun's speed was astonishing. Despite the match reaching the 80th minute, he continued to run. Indeed, it's ridiculous. I truly wonder if Fong Yun has South African ancestry, as they're all long-distance runners. The fans were awestruck by Fong Yun's maneuvers. He had evaded Manchester City's midfield for so long, waiting for this moment. In reality, Fong Yun had begun strategizing right after Manchester made their substitutions. The switch to a 4-4-2 formation was evidently aimed at abandoning possession play in favor of high pressing. They deployed 2 quick forwards and wingers, with 1 midfielder for interception and another for organization. A beautiful idea, yet overly simplistic. If they wished to engage in an attacking battle, he would not comply. He would remain steadfast, like a turtle, and they could do nothing about it. Fong Yun understood that once entrenched in a fast-paced attacking scenario, Aston Villa would surely be at a disadvantage. Manchester City boasted many speedy players, and Aguero was adept at counterattacks. However, what City did not anticipate was that even after relinquishing possession to Aston Villa, pleading for them to attack, Fong Yun would not respond in kind. He refrained from long passes. Both wingers ceased their runs, and the midfielders stayed back. Instead, they remained stationary, moving to Fong Yun's rhythm. In contrast, Fong Yun continued to run, his teammates forming a wall, engaging in wall passes with him. They had no choice but to follow his lead. If they did not, Fong Yun would unexpectedly deliver a through ball, a long pass, or a distant shot. How could they defend against that? After this goal, the Manchester City players were surprisingly less irate. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. They had indeed lost, and in every aspect, they were outperformed. The midfielder wearing number 16 posted again. Incredible. Fong Yun completely outsmarted Manchester's star players. In the second half, facing such brutal fouls and pressing, Fong Yun did not choose to retreat, but rather opted to confront head-on, taking the initiative. No one knew his intent. Yet Fong Yun employed reverse thinking, deviating from conventional strategies. Leveraging his stamina advantage, he effectively drained Yaya Toure and Lampard, rendering the 2 midfield anchors of the 4-4-2 high press ineffective. The consequences of a team devoid of a functioning midfield are well understood. Throughout history, the midfield has been a coveted battleground. He who controls the midfield controls the game. With both Manchester City midfielders out of gas, what could they possibly say about their engine? A machine, no matter how well made, remains useless without an engine. Such was the state of Manchester City post 80 minutes. Although their wingers possessed speed and impact, they were rendered ineffective without the ball. Moreover, even if the ball is secured, the absence of suitable teammates and forward runs leaves the player surrounded by 2 opposing players, rendering Manchester City devoid of any offensive strategy. Aston Villa's attack is remarkably simplistic, relying solely on the most basic wall pass combination. Had this occurred at the outset, Fong Yun would certainly have struggled to score. However, this event unfolds in the 80th minute, with Manchester City players exhibiting severe fatigue. Fong Yun's straightforward movement allows him to effortlessly evade defenders. His final touch is exemplary, feigning a long-range shot. Naturally, the opponents rush to defend, recalling Fong Yun's previous goal from a similar position. Yet, Fong Yun cleverly subverts expectations, deceiving company and passing to Sulla. Sulla, having conserved his stamina throughout the match, surges forward with vigor, delivering a spectacular shot aimed at the near post. I am genuinely intrigued by Fong Yun's intellectual capacity. It seems to surpass that of an ordinary individual, reflecting an extraordinary cleverness. Indeed, he deftly adapts to each situation with remarkable speed. It is astonishing that such a prodigy has emerged from Huaxia. The Huaxia fans are utterly captivated by Fong Yun. Unsurprisingly, Aston Villa supporters are equally enamored. The King of Villa. The crowd erupts in waves of cheers. In stark contrast, many Manchester City fans have already vacated their seats, bewildered by their team's inability to compete even against a relegation-threatened side. The coach's decisions seem perplexing. Why exhaust substitution opportunities so early when midfield fatigue is evident? Surely, introducing fresh midfielders could have offered a glimmer of hope. The coach's amateurish tactics are laughable. His level of competence pales in comparison to mine. Furthermore, the two midfielders on the pitch are truly lacking. They cannot even contain a 17-year-old child, failing to commit fouls effectively. It is not that they are incapable of fouling, but rather that they cannot keep pace, failing to make contact at all. Upon hearing the complaints from Manchester City supporters, Aston Villa fans merely chuckle. As the match resumes, Manchester City appears utterly disheartened, devoid of any fighting spirit. Their offense falters and their defense crumbles. Meanwhile, Coach Mancini continues to shout instructions. Yet the players have expended all their energy in high-press situations, leaving no stamina to push forward. Those familiar with football simulations understand that players with a speed rating above 90, when operating at less than 30 stamina, cannot outrun an opponent with a speed rating of merely 60. Manchester City has completely lost its resolve, but Fong Yun has no intention of easing up. He vividly remembers the earlier reckless fouls and adheres to the principle of swift retribution, believing that a gentleman does not delay revenge lest it lead to prolonged troubles. Fong Yun continues to position himself strategically, surging forward. He even begins to take on opponents in midfield, confronting the fatigued Yaya Toure. Aren't you fond of fouling? Come at me. He taunts before executing a shoulder drop, skillfully maneuvering past the ball, when one's speed and stamina vastly surpass those of the opponent. The most effective dribbling technique is an explosive burst. Fong Yun glides past Yaya Toure in the midfield, astonishingly leaving him behind. As Fong Yun approaches the center back, on the verge of entering the penalty area, he seeks to break through, prompting company to commit a foul. Fong Yun skillfully plays the ball ahead. The referee awards a free kick and shows a yellow card. As the commentary unfolds, Fong Yun stands over the ball, taking a deep breath. His gaze reflects determination and a hint of ferocity. Fong Yun unleashes a stunning shot, propelling himself towards the ball with great strides. His body tilts at a 45-degree angle as his right foot strikes the ball's underside. The football arcs through the air, soaring towards the upper right corner of the goal with lightning speed. The goalkeeper can only stand helplessly. The ball finds a net. As if the very essence of a phoenix has taken flight, the crowd erupts in euphoric cheers. Chapter 35. A post-match turnaround, a resounding slap in the face. This goal channels the spirit of a legend. It is simply magnificent. Indeed, that resolute gaze is extraordinary. To witness such a likeness to a footballing icon in Fong Yun is overwhelming, bringing tears of joy to Huaxia fans. Aston Villa supporters, witnessing Fong Yun's direct free-kick goal, leap from their seats in exhilaration. The Etihad Stadium reverberates with the cheers of Aston Villa fans. Even Manchester City supporters find themselves at a loss for words in the face of Fong Yun's prowess. Fong Yun has embodied the elegance of a phoenix and the grace of a dragon. Let him bask in victory. The presence of a legendary figure is undeniable. Does Fong Yun harbor such animosity toward Manchester City? We have already surrendered. Why pursue relentlessly without sportsmanship? This is Fong Yun's response. He aims to tread upon Manchester City's reputation and carve out his own legacy. Fong Yun does not target the nameless. First, he conquers Manchester United. Then he sets his sights on Manchester City, who will fall beneath Fong Yun's feet next. Coach Robert of Aston Villa raises his arms in celebration, sprinting along the sidelines. The substitutes behind him rush to join the fray, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watch the replay on the big screen. What manner of prodigy has the team signed? Capable of long-range shots, invincible from free kicks, adept at long passes and through balls. He embodies every trait of a top-tier midfielder. It feels as though our bright days are dawning with a player like Fong Yun. We may never have a chance to take the field ourselves, one substitute remarks. I would wager that after this match, Fong Yun will receive numerous offers from prestigious clubs. Acquiring a 17-year-old midfield core for less than 10 million is akin to a gift. Robert acknowledges the gravity of the situation. The team must retain Fong Yun at all costs. If he stays, the dream of competing in the Champions League remains alive. A salary increase is imperative. Immediate contact with Chairman Randy is essential. We must secure Fong Yun with a pay raise. Subsequently, we will see what he desires. Alas, as a small club, we must spend more to keep such a deity. This is undeniably unfair to Fong Yun, yet the team is in dire need of him. We can only hope that the scouts' movements are slow. As expected, numerous scouts arrive on site, with an overwhelming presence from elite clubs. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal. All the renowned clubs have sent their scouts. Following Fong Yun's astonishing free kick, scouts discreetly add a note to their reports. Exceptional free kick ability, potential to rival the greats. This statement holds significant weight, as scouts must stand by their assessments, especially those representing prestigious clubs. A misjudgment could lead to immediate dismissal, underscoring the high regard in which elite scouts hold Fong Yun. As these scouts review Fong Yun's comprehensive scouting report, they cannot help but gasp in disbelief. What kind of phenomenon is this? Exceptional long passing, outstanding through balls, solid defense, high football intelligence, remarkable free kick skills, and powerful long-range shooting. Such a player can occupy any position in midfield, be it defensive or attacking, orchestrating play, or serving as a shadow striker, capable of penetrating defenses and scoring from distance. He is simply unparalleled. It can be said that Fong Yun possesses all the essential qualities of a top-tier midfield maestro. Even if you were to present the scouting report of Zidane from back in the day, it would pale in comparison. While it may sound somewhat exaggerated, the truth remains. The astute scouts exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of each other's thoughts. They were resolute in convincing their chairman to secure Fong Yun as signature. The pool of elite young talent is dwindling, particularly in the midfield position, which demands excellence across the board. After this match, Manchester City crumbled, unable to muster any offensive momentum, retreating into a defensive shell. Who would have thought that the once mighty Manchester City would be overwhelmed by a relegation-threatened team? This is poetic justice, a consequence of their earlier misjudgments. It must be said that Manchester City displayed commendable resilience, leveraging their experience to withstand Aston Villa's onslaught, preventing further goals. Ultimately, the score settled at 4-0, with Fong Yun contributing 2 goals and 2 assists. As the match concluded, Aston Villa triumphed over Manchester City, with Fong Yun being the standout performer, achieving a remarkable double in both scoring and assisting. The wind and snow may press upon me for years, yet I laugh as if in slumber amidst it all. Fong Yun led the relegation-threatened Aston Villa to an exhilarating 4-0 victory against Manchester City, savoring the sweet taste of triumph. After the match, media rushed onto the pitch, eager to interview Fong Yun, but they were intercepted by Coach Robert. Our player Fong Yun is quite fatigued and requires rest, he stated. The journalist had no choice but to withdraw, hoping for a better opportunity to speak with Fong Yun in the future. Post-match, Manchester City's head coach Mancini was interviewed. When asked why the team suffered defeat, given that he had previously stated that a relegation team posed no threat, the astonished audience, particularly Aston Villa fans, awaited his response. Many expected Mancini to admit his errors, yet his reply was shocking. Our pre-match tactics were sound. We simply lost to a player we hadn't scouted beforehand, Mancini replied nonchalantly. How could a player you hadn't studied score twice and assist twice against you? Are you perhaps underestimating Fong Yun? The reporter pressed. Indeed, Fong Yun has neither accolades nor experience. I only consider statistics. In this match, he simply performed exceptionally well, but it is merely a fleeting moment. Mancini continued to defend his stance. Only statistics? 2 goals, 2 assists, and 10 threatening passes. These are the numbers. Are they not worthy of your attention? Wasn't it his past performance that led you to disregard him? The reporter pursued. Mancini, evidently irritated, retorted, "Humph, you simply do not understand the game. What does it matter if you won today? Fong Yun is simply not suited for the Premier League. nor for Manchester City. Time will prove that our choices were correct. He is but a fleeting phenomenon. With that, Mancini departed without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 36, Golden Legend, reinforced once more. Ha. The defense crumbled, and he walked away. He couldn't hold it together, still claiming to focus solely on statistics. Yet Fong Yun's performance would astound him. Truly a jester, the loudest voice amid silence. One wonders how he ever became Manchester City's coach. It remains to be seen how the chairman will handle him upon his return, having let slip a top midfield talent. Mancini is undoubtedly in a precarious position. He cannot show weakness in a press conference, else he would lose credibility and control over his team. Crucially, he had wanted to retain Fang Yun, but the management and the chairman were opposed. He could not publicly criticize his superior, for doing so would lead to his dismissal the following day. Ultimately, he bore the burden alone. Upon returning, the Manchester City chairman sought out Mancini, who had no kind words to offer. Surprisingly, the chairman questioned why Mancini did not adopt a firmer stance at the time, suggesting that perhaps he would have agreed. Mancini found himself at a loss for words, realizing that both praise and criticism had been directed at him. After the match, Fong Yun took a refreshing shower to unwind. Although teammates invited him to a nightclub to celebrate, he declined. There's a saying, with no distractions of women in the heart, one performs naturally like a god on the field. This holds true in both sports and esports. Enzo's performance faltered during his romantic entanglements, but post-separation, he thrived. Tyson, the boxing champion, once relaxed before a match only to be defeated by an unknown opponent the next day. The renowned professional player, known for his early genius, experienced a decline after a relationship with his older sister, leading to an early retirement. The reason for their 5 championship titles, even after a decade, lies significantly in their avoidance of romantic distractions. Fong Yun understands this well. Indulging in romantic pursuits at a young age would only lead to a decline in his performance, a cost too great to bear. Immediately after the match, Fong Yun opted to return to his rented accommodation to activate his system for assessment. Ding. Side quest completed. Break the genius's doubt. Quest reward. 10 free attribute points. 1 Manchester City star treasure chest. Ding. Performance evaluation for this match. Hidden reward activated. Hidden reward. Scorpion kick shot card X1. Destroyed upon use. Oh my, scorpion kick. The dream of countless men. Achieving it even once in a match can etch one's name in history. Fong Yun vividly recalls Bale's iconic scorpion kick. From that moment, he became a fan. Although such a kick may only occur once, the allure of its beauty lasts a lifetime. With 10 attribute points to allocate, Fong Yun decided to enhance his stamina, as it was the stamina potion that enabled him to wear down Manchester City's midfielders in the second half. Without the stamina potion, the outcome could have been quite different. After using it, stamina 70 to 80. A stamina level of 80 is considered above average in the Premier League. Stamina is always a player's foundation, akin to a game's mana. Without it, one cannot unleash any skills, rendering them no different from a mere foot soldier. Opening the treasure chest, Fong Yun eagerly anticipated the skills it might bestow upon him, envisioning names of various Manchester City stars: De Bruyne, Aguero, Silva, Holland, and so forth. Suddenly, a golden light flickered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Ballon d'Or defensive module for Rodri, passive. The Ballon d'Or midfielder Rodri's defensive module highlights his unbeaten record in the Premier League during the 23-24 season, where his remarkable defensive positioning and exceptional anticipatory interception abilities rendered him an unyielding barrier for the team. This module enhances the host's capacity to read the game, enabling a more astute judgment of opponents' passing routes and intentions, thereby allowing for more precise defensive actions. As Fong Yun examined his system panel, he noted an impressive increase in his tackling attribute from 60 to 80. Indeed, Rodri is a master of defense. Furthermore, the attribute panel revealed an additional module, anticipation, now rated at 100. This anticipation capability pertains to predicting the passing routes and attacking trajectories of offensive players. Astonishingly, his anticipation skill had skyrocketed to 100, marking the second attribute to reach such a peak. An impressive feat. Fong Yun casually watched a match, and the paths of the attacking players formed instinctively in his mind. His predicted attacking routes mirrored those of the players on screen perfectly. This was remarkable. When combined with his defensive positioning during matches, he felt invincible. The opponent's attacks were entirely foreseen, allowing him to anticipate and execute defensive maneuvers effectively. It was exhilarating. Moreover, upon a successful tackle, he would seize a prime opportunity for a counterattack, complemented by his long passes and through balls, rendering him unstoppable. His defensive and offensive logic had formed a perfect closed loop. The following day, scouts reported back to their respective clubs. The media across England erupted with sensational headlines, devastating former club Manchester City, 17-year-old Huaxiao prodigy's path to glory, assisting with a brace. The miracle continues, and stunning upset. 17-year-old Huaxiao prodigy shines again, delivering a 4-0 rout to last season's Premier League champions Manchester City. Recently, Fong Yun had become the headline of numerous English football publications. Randy, the chairman of Aston Villa, glanced at the myriad of offers cluttering his office desk and felt a pang of concern. Alas, the anticipated moment had arrived. He found himself in a quandary, as the club's financial situation had been dire, with scant revenues from jersey sales and ticket sales from last season. Although Fong Yun's presence had rejuvenated the team somewhat in the current season, it was insufficient to bridge the financial gap. Robert also sighed. This morning, security apprehended 2 thieves who had been secretly recording Fong Yun's training, only to discover they were scouts from Arsenal, specifically there to observe Fong Yun's training performance. Quite absurd. It was reported that Wenger had expressed interest in Fong Yun during a post-match interview, prompting swift action from scouts. Manchester United and Manchester City seemed to have dispatched representatives as well, which felt particularly shameless. Having cast him aside, they now sought him again in light of his success. Fong Yun was unlikely to consider either Manchester club. It was rumored that Mourinho had also shown interest in him, which startled Chairman Randy. What? Mourinho is interested in Fong Yun, and it has even attracted the attention of Real Madrid. The sense of urgency surged within Randy. Chapter 37. Team Strategy. Retaining Fong Yun. Mourinho, now at Real Madrid, undoubtedly held significant allure for such a talent. No player could resist the olive branch extended by Real Madrid. The club offers visibility, resources, and a pathway to success, with championships almost guaranteed barring any major misfortunes. Under Mourinho's management, the club had consistently reached the Champions League semi-finals since his arrival in 2010, with only a couple of setbacks against formidable opponents. Real Madrid's pressing concern lay in the midfield, while they boasted superstars like Ronaldo and Benzema up front, and stalwarts like Ramos and Pepe in defense. Their midfield lacked comparable strength. Although they had talents like Zil and Xabi Alonso, they paled in creativity and defensive solidity against powerhouse teams like Barcelona. Consequently, Real Madrid was in dire need of a top-tier midfielder. Though young, Fong Yun had already exhibited the potential to evolve into a midfield maestro, making him a prime target for Mourinho. Furthermore, Real Madrid was known for their generous financial offers, which would undoubtedly entice Fong Yun. Coach Robert was well aware of the situation at Real Madrid and addressed Randy, pointing out their urgent need for a midfielder following humiliating exits from the Champions League. He stressed the necessity of acting swiftly, presenting the utmost sincerity, and restructuring the team around Fong Yun as the core strategy. Upon hearing Robert's words, Chairman Randy felt overwhelmed and pressured. Last season, Aston Villa had incurred losses amounting to $30 million, and their financial situation had further deteriorated. Randy contemplated whether to take a risk, potentially jeopardizing future finances for a chance at success. If Fong Yun excelled and raised his market value, it could significantly benefit the club. However, should his performance decline, relegation was a genuine threat, complicating future prospects and possibly worsening their situation. Chairman Randy let out a long sigh. Why was it so challenging? After finally acquiring a gem, an extraordinary talent on a free transfer, the team was performing better, but the pressure remained immense. Nevertheless, after regaining his composure, he made a pivotal decision. He returned to his original aspiration. His entry into the football realm was to reach the pinnacle of the sport and transform Aston Villa into a powerhouse. With financial fair play regulations in effect, even elite clubs could not recklessly spend. The key to their success lay in historical depth, a substantial fan base, and robust commercial operations. Regarding history, Aston Villa was second to none, having been established in the 19th century, boasting a rich legacy. They certainly had a fan base. However, the team's decline in performance during the 21st century had led to a loss of supporters. Yet, as the team improved, fans would naturally return. For commercial operations, The focus should be on hiring the most exceptional professionals and football directors. Ultimately, commercial success hinges on the players themselves. If they perform admirably, visibility, buzz, and exposure will follow. Should Fong Yun achieve stardom this season, his commercial value would soar, and the prospects for commercial operations would undoubtedly flourish. Moreover, compared to other teams in the top 5 leagues, Premier League clubs benefit from a highly advantageous condition. They receive substantial broadcasting fees, typically starting at around 70 to 80 million. This means that as long as a team avoids relegation, they're guaranteed a minimum of 70 million each season. Such financial security provides teams with significant operational flexibility, resulting in fierce competition among Premier League clubs, where championship titles are rarely retained. Unlike in other leagues where champions tend to be more predictable. For instance, La Liga sees a rotation between Real Madrid and Barcelona. The Bundesliga is dominated by Bayern Munich. Ligue 1 is largely a contest for Paris Saint-Germain, and Serie A often revolve around the two Milan clubs and Juventus. After careful consideration, Chairman Randy decided to take a gamble, extending the utmost sincerity to Fang Yun by offering the most favorable conditions. If Fang Yun chose not to stay, Randy would feel he had done his best. If Fong Yun viewed Aston Villa merely as a stepping stone, that was acceptable. It is natural for players to aspire to join better teams, win more titles, and earn higher wages. Following the match, Chairman Randy approached Fong Yun directly to gauge his thoughts. He was forthright from the outset. Fong Yun, we have received numerous offers for you, and we wish to retain you with a weekly salary increase to 50,000 euros. What do you think? This offer was indeed generous, representing a tenfold increase from before, especially considering that the highest salary in the squad, held by Agbonlahor, was merely 550,000 euros, and even that was for a relegation-threatened team. Other relegation sides, such as Queen's Park Rangers and Reading, had their highest salaries hovering around 40,000, not exceeding 50,000 euros. This display of commitment was substantial. Regarding the buyout clause, the previous contract was for 2 years, and Randy proposed extending it to 5 years with a buyout amount of 30 million euros. What did Fong Yun think? Fong Yun had always intended to lead Aston Villa to a league championship first. His character dictated that he would repay the kindness shown to him during his low points. Aston Villa had placed their faith in him when few others did, and he had committed this gratitude to memory. The sincerity of this contract, coupled with a reasonable buyout clause, resonated with him. Fong Yun was aware that the buyout clause for 17-year-old Yamal in the 2024 season had soared to 1 billion euros, highlighting Barcelona's valuation of him. Randy's 30 million euros buyout for Fong Yun indicated that he did not wish to bind Fong Yun to the club unnecessarily. Chairman Randy continued, "If you agree, the club intends to build a team around you. You will have a say in recruitment, and we will consider your opinions." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's eyes brightened. Having a voice in recruitment would make him immensely powerful. Although Fong Yun could easily secure a position in a top-tier team due to his rapid development, he preferred to carve out his own path rather than relying on the shoulders of giants. The support from the system emboldened him to face any challenger, believing that with sufficient time, surpassing the likes of Ronaldo and Messi would be well within reach. If a team were constructed around him, he could leverage his past knowledge to recruit budding stars early on, amassing a constellation of talents to forge a team more formidable than the legendary Barcelona of the Dream Team era. Fong Yun readily accepted the terms. "Yes, I am willing to sign such a contract, and I can raise the buyout clause to 50 million, but I have one condition. I require greater authority in transfer decisions. As you have seen, the acquisition of Sulla has proven to be highly successful. You can trust my judgment." Fong Yun's initiative to increase the buyout clause to 50 million deeply touched Randy. For context, this year's transfer market's highest price for Thiago Silva was only 42 million. A buyout of 50 million would cause any club contemplating his acquisition to hesitate, as it was not an insignificant sum. Randy promptly agreed, "No problem. As long as you sign the contract, the club will build the squad around you for the next 5 years. We will promptly assess any players you desire, and I will include this in the contract." Thus, a fruitful partnership was established. Fong Yun signed a new contract with Aston Villa, which did not impose stringent restrictions due to it being outside the transfer window and mutually agreed upon. The day following the signing, the club officially announced the new contract, which included a buyout clause of 50 million euros and a weekly salary of 50,000 euros. This news sent shockwaves through England. as scouts from various elite clubs were caught off guard. Mourinho, in particular, was left bewildered, wondering why he was not given an opportunity, as even Real Madrid seemed uninterested. With his extraordinary abilities, Fong Yun was now beyond the reach of any club, determined to lead his team to greatness. Fans of other top-tier clubs could only sigh at the news. Why am I not joining a prestigious club? Why waste my youth and time at a smaller team? They lamented. They feared that once Fong Yun realized that such a club could not provide the success or salary he sought, he would regret his decision. Moreover, with a 5-year commitment and a buyout of $50 million, which elite club would consider him, after 5 years without a title, his ambition might dwindle significantly. Conversely, Aston Villa fans were elated. Aston Villa is saved. Fong Yun, you are the child of Aston Villa, the new king. There was talk of the club building the team around him, igniting excitement for the revival of Aston Villa. Fong Yun's success could also open doors to the burgeoning Chinese market. Fans from China were equally thrilled, recognizing that Chinese football had a promising future, as Fong Yun had signed a 5-year contract, illuminating his path ahead. Indeed, with a weekly salary of €50,000, he ranks among the highest in the team, breaking the record for salaries of Chinese players abroad. Exclaimed one fan, "I'm off to buy Fong Yun's jersey. I'll definitely profit in a few years." Others echoed the sentiment, and soon, Fong Yun's jerseys flew off the shelves, sold out in record time. Aston Villa assigned the number 10 jersey to Fong Yun, a number with immense significance. Legends such as Pele, Zinedine Zidane, Lionel Messi, and Luka Modric wore the number 10, symbolizing the core, the soul of the team, and the heart of the fans. In a flash, Fong Yun's jersey was being resold for over €3,000 by opportunistic sellers. Aston Villa's jersey manufacturer scrambled to meet the demand, working around the clock to produce Fong Yun's jerseys, which significantly benefited the club financially. Concurrently, numerous endorsements sought to partner with Fong Yun, yet he chose not to pursue them immediately, recognizing that the fees offered at this stage were modest, and his focus remained on his performance in the matches. This season, his primary goal was to improve himself, lead the team to commendable achievements, and secure a place in the Champions League. A few days later, Aston Villa faced Queen's Park Rangers in the 3rd round of the Premier League, another relegation-threatened team. Aston Villa triumphed effortlessly in this match. By halftime, they led 3-0, with Fong Yun contributing 1 goal and 2 assists. In the second half, at the 54th minute, Fong Yun, anticipating a defensive maneuver by Rodri, executed a timely interception, delivering a precise through ball that assisted Bentic in scoring, thus completing his hat-trick of assists. At the 60th minute, after a long pass to switch play, Agbonlahor delivered a low cross, and Fong Yun struck from distance to score. In the 80th minute, he netted another goal from a free kick, executing a stunning curved shot to complete his offensive hat-trick. Substituted in the 81st minute, Fong Yun was met with thunderous applause from the crowd. In such a match devoid of suspense, the coach naturally aimed to protect Fong Yun. A solid physical foundation is essential for him to perform at his best. Should he score again, one can only wonder how the opposing team would react. An injury could be catastrophic. Although Fong Yun is currently dominating the entire Premier League, we must remember he is just 17 years old, still in a crucial growth phase, and a single injury could significantly impact his future career. Following this match, Aston Villa secured their 3rd consecutive victory, boasting an impressive goal difference that places them at the top of the Premier League table. With 6 goals and 7 assists over 3 matches, Fong Yun leads both the scoring and assist charts. The renowned midfielder Thierry Henry commented on the show, expressing disbelief that a 17-year-old midfielder could directly contribute to 13 goals in just 3 matches, especially against heavyweight teams like Manchester City and Manchester United. It seems the Golden Boy Award is rightfully his. A player who averages a goal contribution per game is already considered a star. Yet Fong Yun averages 4 contributions per match, which is astonishing. However, some skeptics remain. Can one truly assess a player's quality from such a small sample size of 3 matches? At the start of the season, many players are still finding their form, and Fong Yun has yet to be thoroughly analyzed. Once that happens, he may not fare as well. Indeed, even if he excels this season, he may still hit the rookie wall and fade into obscurity next season. The world of football is never short of detractors. Fong Yun simply chuckled at these comments, allowing time to be the judge of his worth. Chapter 39, Football. Beyond just football. After the match, Fong Yun returned to his rented accommodation. Just as he intended to lie down for a rest, a notification chimed. Stage main task completed. Secure a starting position for 3 consecutive matches. Task reward. System upgrade. Without the system's reminder, Fong Yun had forgotten about this task, and he promptly upgraded the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the system. A new intimacy value module has been added. You may check it. Fong Yun eagerly opened it. Intimacy value module. The host can interact with other players to increase intimacy values. Upon reaching 100, you can randomly draw skills from that player. Fong Yun was thrilled. This was a remarkable feature. By fostering good relationships and achieving high intimacy values, he could extract skills from others, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, he was uncertain how the intimacy value would be accumulated and what relationships would be necessary to reach 100. He certainly did not want it to require a certain type of relationship. Fong Yun believed that his current deficiencies lay in dribbling and shooting. With the Rodri defensive module enhancing his defensive capabilities, his only area for improvement was physicality and combat skills. After thoughtful consideration, he decided to approach Bentik as a forward. His shooting and dribbling attributes were not too shabby, and he also possessed commendable physical strength. At just over 20, he was likely easier to get along with. Fong Yun felt that for the next season, the team should recruit a few emerging talents like Mbappe, Kimmich, Pogba, and Lukaku, who were still relatively young and could be acquired. Then, he could exploit his intimacy value system to reap the rewards. What a splendid prospect. Truly a synthesis of various strengths. Currently, most Villa players are not even as skilled as Fong Yun, making it unlikely to draw exceptional skills from them. But having some is certainly better than none. Thus, the following day after training, Fong Yun took the initiative to invite Bentik out for a meal. He had some understanding of Bentik from his previous life. Bentik could be likened to a budget version of Lukaku, a typical stationary center forward, albeit lacking in speed. Against Manchester United, he could overpower their defenders with speed and strength, primarily due to the sluggishness and age of their backline. However, against most center-backs, Bentik's speed remains average. Born in Congo, Africa, he possesses remarkable physical attributes. His offensive techniques primarily rely on heading and using his body to receive passes and shoot. After joining Liverpool in the 2015 to 2016 season, he moved to Crystal Palace. But injuries plagued him, causing his form to decline year after year, ultimately leading him to mediocrity. Fong Yun believed that Bentik's limited offensive repertoire, solely relying on physicality and heading, was what hindered his upward trajectory. In his youth, when his physical capabilities were at their peak, this style worked, much like how James initially played. However, as one ages, a change in playing style is necessary. James later transitioned to a playmaking role, emphasizing possession and developing his back-to-basket and three-point shooting skills. During their meal, Fong Yun spoke earnestly to Bentik. "Do you believe in me? Do you wish to elevate your game?" Bentik, being straightforward and trusting, traits often found among African people, looked intently into Fong Yun's eyes and replied, "I believe you." Fong Yun continued, "If you want to advance, you need to diversify your scoring methods and refine your technique. Most of your goals currently come from physicality and instinct. If you find yourself aging or facing injuries, your athleticism will decline and you will lose all your advantages." Fong Yun's words were sincere. There's an old Chinese saying, "Bitter medicine is good for the disease." Honest advice is often hard to hear. Though his words may have been harsh, they pinpointed areas for improvement. Bentik nodded in agreement. Host's intimacy value with player Bentik has increased by 10. Fong Yun received the notification. It seemed his words had made an impact. "So how do I go about it?" Bentik asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "It's simple. Speak to the coach about your training needs. Express your desire to focus on technical skills. If the team lacks resources, consider hiring a technical coach for targeted training. Furthermore, I suggest you lose weight to enhance your explosiveness and speed. Both are crucial in matches." Fong Yun's advice was not arbitrary. Anyone who had witnessed Haaland's performance in his first season at Manchester City would understand. A physically gifted player at 1.9 meters combined with impressive speed and explosiveness creates a daunting spectacle. He bulldozed defenders, with even the 80 million defender Ruben Dias relegated to the background. In his debut year, he shattered the Premier League scoring record, an astonishing feat, earning him the moniker the Beast. In the second season, due to tactical reasons and his own form, his goal tally dipped. Haaland requires space to sprint and gain momentum, yet Manchester City primarily plays possession football, leaving him largely stationary. If Aston Villa were to acquire a player like Haaland now, Fong Yun would confidently assert that they could triumph over Real Madrid and Barcelona. You may observe the playing style of Adriano. He possesses all the skills you have, along with the ability to dribble past opponents and deliver powerful long-range shots and free kicks. Your positioning is quite similar, and there is much to learn from him. Fong Yun continued, I understand your humble beginnings and the challenging circumstances you faced, where football became your means to alter your destiny. The journey has not been easy, and I sincerely hope you can go further. Moreover, steer clear of temptations, particularly those of the opposite sex. I must emphasize this thrice for its importance. Your focus must remain steadfast on football, enhancing your abilities to reach grander stages and claim more championships, Fong Yun stated earnestly. Many players indeed possess the potential and ability to become stars, yet they often succumb to the allure of hedonism or alcohol after accumulating wealth, unable to extricate themselves from such vices. Adriano's decline began after his father's passing, leading him to indulge in alcohol and neglect his training. At this moment, Binti grasped Fong Yun's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yun, you are the first person to share these words with me, and I will commit them to memory. I will train diligently and play with purpose for my family and my country. Since my birth, I have been surrounded by conflict. My father, a soldier, spent years fighting against insurgents, returning only sporadically. It was my mother who raised my siblings and me, instilling in me the values of resilience and the drive to excel in football to change our fate. I strive to ensure my brother and sister and my parents are far removed from war. I am fortunate to have arrived in the Premier League. Thank you, Fong Yun. With that, Bintik was unable to hold back his tears. Fong Yun, deeply moved, reflected on the arduous journey from a war-torn African nation, enduring hunger and hardship, to achieving a place in one of the top 5 leagues. He could not help but think of the plight of refugees in places like Palestine and Iraq, recalling a heart-wrenching scene of a young girl questioning an American soldier about the invasion of her country. The image lingered painfully in his mind, reminiscent of Drogba kneeling in prayer after reaching the World Cup finals in 2006, beseeching for peace amid turmoil. Football transcends the sport itself. It truly has the power to change the world and bring about peace. Bintik, I believe in you. You can become the Drogba of Congo. You can lead your nation to the World Cup and help quell the violence. You are a man capable of bearing the weight of your entire country on your shoulders. Bintik erupted into tears, releasing the pent-up emotions he had long endured. Chapter 40. Reinforcement and rising attention. Both Fong Yun and Bintik found themselves intoxicated, reveling in a rare moment of relaxation since Fong Yun joined Aston Villa. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, a notification appeared. Congratulations. The intimacy level between the host and Bintik has reached 100. Reward. Randomly select one skill from Bintik. Before Fong Yun's eyes, various skills of Bintik floated by. Bintik's back-to-goal, turn, and shot module, 20 chance. Bintik's physical conditioning module, 20 chance. Bintik's powerful header module, 20 chance. The pointer halted. Congratulations. You have acquired Bintik's physical conditioning module. This module significantly enhances the host's physical attributes, including confrontation, balance, and height. Fong Yun opened the system panel. Confrontation, 50 to 80 balance, 50 to 70 height, 184 to 186. He felt his muscles becoming more defined, growing in size, as if imbued with inexhaustible strength. Goodness, this is incredible. The confrontation attribute has surged by 30 points, showcasing Bintik's remarkable physical prowess. Previously, Fong Yun's performances were limited by his physical confrontations, often relying on technique and anticipation for defense. With confrontation now at 80, he could directly use his body to displace opponents, effectively disrupting attacks with greater ease and efficiency. Balance, a crucial attribute, tests one's core stability. Without it, a player is prone to losing position and control of the ball under pressure. Messi, despite his less imposing stature, excels in dribbling due to his exceptional balance, akin to a weeble that cannot be toppled, maintaining possession effortlessly. Height is self-explanatory, as modern football places a premium on aerial duels and physical contests. A lack of height can be a disadvantage. Rodri's formidable defensive capabilities are partly attributed to his aerial success rate, which is notably high, making him a formidable presence in any aerial challenge. The modest increase in height may seem negligible, but can result in a transformative impact. However, excessive height can lead to an imbalance, as seen with Arsenal's forward Havertz. Now, Fong Yun felt prepared to contend physically with Manchester City's midfielders, Lampard and Yaya Touré, effortlessly. Previously reliant on stamina and positioning to evade opponents, the enhancement in physical confrontations would significantly alter his approach. In Portugal, within a villa, Mendes had just begun his holiday when his inbox exploded with messages. As one of the top 4 agents in football, Mendes constantly traverses Europe, creating opportunities for numerous stars and clubs, while receiving recommendations for promising players. Being an agent may seem straightforward. Many assume it merely involves negotiations. But the reality is far more complex. Without a keen understanding of football and the ability to identify true talent, one's career can stall. Imagine, as an agent, securing a player of mediocre talent for a hefty transfer fee to a top team, only for them to underperform. No amount of negotiation prowess can salvage your reputation in such a scenario. Thus, a good agent must harmonize relationships with clubs and players. Mendes excels in this regard. Having been a player himself, he possesses insight into which players are gifted and which clubs suit them, combined with astute business acumen and negotiation skills, making him highly regarded in the industry. This contrasts sharply with the notorious agent Raiola. As Mendes sifted through the emails, he encountered sensational headlines. A Belgian new star emerges. Numerous clubs eager to acquire another English Premier League genius strikes. Local talent is a guaranteed when Brazil unveils another Ronaldinho. Valued at $20 million upon reading these exaggerated headlines, Mendes felt exasperated. Upon further inspection of the accompanying footage, he found them to be mere highlight reels, and upon scrutinizing regular matches, the performances were lackluster. 17-year-old Huaxiao prodigy scores 6 goals and provides 6 assists in 3 Premier League matches, dominating both the scoring and assist charts. Seeing this title, Mendes could not help but curse. What kind of fool would send me such an email? Firstly, it is absurd to think that players from a nation that cannot even qualify for the World Cup could make it to the Premier League. Secondly, scoring 13 goals in 3 matches. Does that not suggest that this player is even more impressive than Messi? Such a feat, especially if he was solely responsible for those goals, is utterly impossible. The convergence of these highly improbable events renders it completely inconceivable. Who could have sent me this email? I am blocking them immediately, as they are wasting my time. However, when he opened the email and saw the signature, he was taken aback. Johnson. He had collaborated with Johnson for a long time, and his discerning eye was well known. How could he send something so ludicrous to him? Mendes, puzzled, opened the email's contents and videos. My heavens, is this a human being? Mendes was utterly astonished. Is this the caliber of football that a player from China can produce? And he is only 17. This physique, this quality, these passes, this positioning. Mendes was completely blown away by Fong Yun's performance. During his time as the youth training director, Mendes had a profound understanding of youth teams, rarely misjudging talent. This player, Fang Yun, is undoubtedly a remarkable prospect. His defensive positioning is top-notch. He saved the team in several critical situations. Although his physical attributes are not extraordinary, he is only 17 and possesses all the qualities of a midfield maestro. His passing is unrivaled, with long balls and through passes executed with impeccable precision, delivered at just the right moment. Moreover, his stamina is impressive. In the 3rd match, he ran tirelessly, effectively exhausting Manchester City's midfield. He can shoot, defend, and pass, truly a versatile player. More importantly, his mental attributes are exceptional. He is always the most proactive on the field, able to inspire his teammates and turn the tide of the game. This quality is essential for a top superstar. How many stars falter in critical moments, unable to deliver when it counts, while others dominate weaker opponents yet crumble under pressure in significant matches? A player of this caliber should command at least $20 million in value, with a salary of no less than $60,000 to $70,000, Mendes speculated. However, upon discovering that Fong Yun's weekly wage was only $50,000 and that he had just renewed his contract with his original club, with a staggering buyout clause of $50 million and still playing for a relegation-threatened team, Mendes was utterly disheartened. A player of such talent earning so little and bound by a 5-year contract that effectively ties him to a struggling Aston Villa for half a decade. Mendes could not accept this. What was his agent doing? Upon further inspection, he realized Fong Yun had no agent. Mendes felt a wave of relief. This player seemingly had no negotiation skills at all. I must sign him, he thought confidently. Under Mendes's guidance, his value could soar to at least 50 million. I must act now and book a flight to England. This player must be signed. Mendes felt a mix of frustration and determination. Fong Yun did not seem to appreciate his own worth. Chapter 41. A powerful alliance to unfold great aspirations that day. After training, Fong Yun received a call from an unfamiliar number. He often received such nuisance calls, typically from phishing scams, and he was unsure how his information had been leaked. Fong Yun usually ignored unknown numbers, but today he was in good spirits, so he decided to answer. Is this Mr. Fong Yun? I am football agent Mendes. I believe you possess great potential and would like to discuss it with you. Is that all right? Mendes got straight to the point. Upon hearing Mendes's name, Fong Yun perked up. Who is Mendes? He is a renowned football agent. In his previous life, Mendes represented illustrious stars, such as the legendary Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester City's defensive linchpin Ruben Dias, and the formidable Cancelo. All of them boasted valuations close to 70 to 80 million, although most of his clients were Portuguese. Mendes's interest in Fong Yun indicated his recognition of Fong Yun's talent. Mendes's discerning eye was undeniable. He could assess a player's potential after just 3 matches. The two met at Starbucks. Mendes's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. Yun, your performance has left me in awe. The matches against Manchester United and Manchester City were exhilarating. It has been a long time since I witnessed such brilliance on the pitch. Your displayed abilities and potential are boundless. I believe that with proper development on a suitable platform, your journey will not merely culminate in the Ballon d'Or. You possess the capabilities of a top-tier midfield maestro. Mendes openly expressed his admiration for Fong Yun. After a brief pause, Mendes continued, I am thoroughly impressed by your performance today. I am here to propose a contract, as I understand you currently do not have an agent. An agent's role in a player's career is critical, as you likely know. I believe I can assist you in reaching a higher platform, securing better resources, and achieving more championships. Allow me to share my advantages. Mendes's gaze was intense, and his words exuded confidence. Fong Yun had been seeking a professional and competent football agent, understanding that a poor agent could jeopardize a player's career. The case of Adriano, who fell into alcohol addiction after his father's passing, reflects the importance of guidance. A great agent can provide invaluable support to a player. No need for an introduction. I trust your abilities, Fong Yun stated directly. Mendes was taken aback. Had Fong Yun conducted prior research on him? However, it made sense. Given Fong Yun's upbringing in China, he likely received a quality education and was quite astute. Recognizing their mutual understanding, the negotiation process proceeded smoothly. In just a few minutes of interaction, Fong Yun could tell that Mendes's appeal to numerous stars was not unfounded. He approached issues from a player's perspective. Unlike some agents who solely pursued short-term gains without considering long-term development, Mendes's commission had reached as high as 20% when signing Ronaldo, yet during negotiations with Fong Yun, he felt considerable pressure. This young Chinese player was quite the negotiator, asking for a 10% commission up front. Fong Yun understood that as long as he dedicated himself to football, his development would flourish. The agent's role was merely supplementary, and he was the core of his career. Thus, Fong Yun maintained the psychological upper hand. Eventually, after some haggling, they settled on a 12% commission. You Chinese truly excel in business. Your negotiation skills surpass even those of some club owners I've encountered, Mendes thought, now reassessing this 17-year-old Chinese prodigy. It was hard to believe he was still a minor. Frankly, he was sharper in negotiations than many seasoned veterans. Having lived 2 lives, Fong Yun had encountered numerous individuals and navigated many pitfalls, dedicating time to study contracts to avoid being trapped in unfavorable situations. This, in turn, excited Mendes, as it demonstrated Fong Yun's strong potential for growth, competitive spirit, and assertiveness, showcasing the qualities of a formidable athlete. Subsequently, both parties affixed their signatures, finalizing the contract. I firmly believe that our formidable alliance will undoubtedly usher in a new era for the football world, Mendes proclaimed with great fervor. However, I contend that Aston Villa, a team fighting for survival, may significantly hinder your development. You should aspire to join a prestigious club, where your talents can truly flourish, Mendes added. The primary concern regarding a move to a prominent club is undoubtedly the assurance of playing time. I can guarantee you that upon joining such a club, your playing time will be secure and your salary will be considerably higher, not to mention the prospect of winning championships. If you wish to expedite your transition to a grand club, I can assist you during this winter transfer window, Fong Yun interjected. I assure you, I will not be leaving this season. Aston Villa extended a helping hand during my lowest moments, and I have pledged to lead the team to a championship before considering a departure. Indeed, a player's brand image and personal charisma are of paramount importance, largely determining the size of their fan base. Let us confirm this for next summer's transfer window. To be candid, a buyout clause of $50 million is rather daunting. Fortunately, the contract spans 5 years. You are still young and possess room for maneuver. Fang Yun remained non-committal. After careful contemplation, he responded, I possess a degree of influence in player recruitment at Aston Villa. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Mendes sprang to his feet, visibly exhilarated. Is that true? In a top-tier club, even core players have limited sway over recruitment, let alone a relegation-threatened team. Unless you're Messi or Ronaldo, you may choose your teammates. The pressure on a relegation team is immense. They constantly face the specter of demotion, plummeting from grace to despair. This underscores Aston Villa's regard for Fong Yun. Furthermore, I maintain an excellent relationship with Chairman Randy, who personally invited me to join Villa, Fong Yun stated with calm assurance. This statement carries immense weight. Team owners typically express interest only in world-class superstars. It is rare for a player to cultivate a strong rapport with a club owner. Presently, only Messi and Laporta, Ronaldo, and Beckham have such close ties. The fact that Fong Yun enjoys such proximity to the Aston Villa owner illustrates Randy's esteem for him. It is noteworthy that Randy operates a family business, having inherited a billion-dollar fortune from his father. In contrast, Real Madrid's Florentino Perez is valued at a mere $1.3 billion. It can be posited that if Randy chooses to invest judiciously in Aston Villa, his financial resources could rival those of Real Madrid, enabling him to transform Aston Villa into a prestigious club. For instance, acquiring a young talent like Mbappe, nurturing him, and subsequently selling him for a substantial profit could yield significant financial returns for the club. As long as Fong Yun excels, the presence of lesser-known players becomes inconsequential. Did not Messi lead a team of lesser-known players to a World Cup victory? This forms the crux of Fong Yun's confidence. Chapter 42, The Galactic Armada. Tactical Blueprint. Fong Yun continued. This is a list of young players I believe you should explore. Each possesses tremendous potential. Mendes opened his notebook, perplexed, as he perused the document containing the names of Fong Yun's players. Man, Kane, De Bruyne, Neymar, Carvajal, Lautaro, Demel, Theo, De Jong, Nkunku, Jesus, Lukaku. Fong Yun elaborated. These players, born between 1991 and 1997, are currently aged between 15 and 22, representing promising prospects. If you click on their names, you will find information about their current clubs and contract situations. Fong Yun had dedicated considerable time to compiling this list, ensuring it contained comprehensive data, making information retrieval relatively convenient. I am familiar with some of these players, such as Neymar and Kane, who are renowned prodigies, yet others are unfamiliar to me. I will look into them upon my return, Mendes remarked earnestly. I have a question. How did you compile this list? Did you gather it yourself? Mendes inquired after a moment of contemplation. Of course, I synthesized information from various sources. I have also connected with several scouts across Europe, and some of the players on this list are among my favorites. It took considerable effort to organize, Fong Yun replied, half-jokingly. Mendes was taken aback. Could one truly evaluate a player's merit through mere statistics? All right then, I will take some time to study this when I return, Mendes conceded, albeit hesitantly. When the summer transfer window arrives, I will share my thoughts with you. You will know then whether to stay or go, Fong Yun added. Fong Yun had prepared for both scenarios. If the club heeded his recruitment suggestions and the process progressed smoothly, aligning with his expectations, and if Mendes secured contracts with these future stars, it would likely result in his retention at the club. After all, Mendes was deeply invested in his interests, enhancing Fong Yun's influence. The newly arrived young talents would be inclined to heed his guidance, elevating his status within the locker room. Having undergone a decade of tactical evolution in football, Fong Yun was confident in his coaching abilities and tactical acumen, believing he could rival many established coaches. If Aston Villa could indeed be shaped into a galactic armada, it would be an exhilarating prospect. Fong Yun harbored numerous tactical ideas, aspiring to replicate Guardiola's 3-4-2-1 formation, leaving Guardiola with no strategic recourse upon his arrival at Manchester City. He envisioned employing a 4-4-2 high-pressing strategy against Liverpool. Once the players matured and the formation solidified, they would execute the 3-4-2-1 strategy in league matches, dominating possession and securing championships with ease. In cup competitions, he would emulate Mourinho's defensive counterattacks, amassing a plethora of trophies. Why has Guardiola, during his 8 seasons at Manchester City, secured 6 Premier League titles yet achieved limited success in cup competitions, with only 1 Champions League title? The answer lies in his league strategy. Manchester City consistently earns points against weaker teams, dominating possession to the extent that opponents struggle to even touch the ball. With numerous attacking opportunities, they inevitably score. In stark contrast, Manchester United, despite their struggles, manages to compete against stronger teams, even achieving draws against Liverpool and Arsenal during a lackluster season. Unfortunately, in the 2024 season, Manchester United suffered defeats to relegation-threatened teams, illustrating their struggles. Thus, in league play, consistently securing points against weaker teams is crucial. As for cup competitions, Manchester City's performance falters due to the unpredictability of the matchups. The pressure and defensive intensity vary significantly. Opponents often focus on neutralizing key players during these encounters. Additionally, most teams adopt a defensive counterattack strategy against Manchester City, enhancing their scoring efficiency during such matches. Mourinho serves as a prime example of success in cup competitions. Furthermore, Guardiola's substitutions have never been his strength. Cup tournaments demand astute tactical adjustments and timely substitutions from head coaches. Guardiola excels in roster management and player development. Therefore, Fong Yun's strategy is straightforward. Dominate possession in league matches for a stable championship run, while employing defensive counterattacks or high pressing in cup competitions for a more straightforward approach. This constitutes Fong Yun's initial plan, albeit one fraught with challenges, such as the slow development of these young talents, fan pressure, coaching expectations, and the operational demands of the team. Moreover, Chairman Randy indicated that it was to grant himself a certain degree of influence, the extent of which remains uncertain, as it is merely a verbal agreement. Should Randy have a change of heart, Fong Yun would be left to bear the consequences. Thus, if the recruitment fails to meet Fong Yun's expectations, he would still choose to depart and pursue opportunities at a prestigious club. All right, I shall await your news. You need not concern yourself with matters off the pitch. I shall handle all aspects of commercial value and operations. Your sole focus should be on performing splendidly on the field, he said. The following day, Fong Yun directly approached the head coach to propose a tactical change. I believe our current style of play is overly simplistic, primarily relying on defensive counterattacks. If the opposition offers no opportunities, our play tends to be overly conservative, making it difficult for us to score, Fong Yun articulated candidly. Robert did not respond immediately, but instead queried, "What are your thoughts?" He was eager to hear Fong Yun's insights. The primary issue with the team's attacking strategy lies in the lack of effectiveness in positional play. The fullbacks possess inadequate capabilities, both in pace and crossing, and their coordination often leads to errors. The forward, Bentik, has a limited scoring repertoire, lacking in speed and explosiveness. Although Salah on the wing is swift, he often finds himself isolated, devoid of teammates to support him, and struggles when faced with defensive cooperation, Fong Yun analyzed. Please continue, Robert urged, encouraging Fong Yun to elaborate. We could enhance the connection between the center forward, midfield, and flanks. By having Bentik drop back to receive the ball, we could draw out the defenders. The wingers would then make diagonal runs. At this moment, the opposition would only have one center back to defend, allowing our midfield to advance and receive the ball for a through pass to the flanks, thus creating opportunities. If the opposing fullbacks track our wingers, Salah can cut inside, allowing me to cross the ball to Bentik, whose heading ability is also a significant weapon. Robert nodded in praise. Excellent, very insightful. Moreover, during counterattacks, utilizing Bentik's strength in aerial duels, we can directly target him as a pivot. The center forward can lay the ball back to the midfield, while wingers make diagonal runs, and the midfield executes a swift through pass for a counterattack. If Bentik can improve his speed, he could become a direct target, enriching the team's offensive options. Fong Yun articulated his tactical vision. Chapter 43. New tactics, new atmosphere. The team could also implement variations on strong and weak sides. Robert listened intently, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He recognized that although Fong Yun was merely 17, his understanding of football surpassed that of his peers. We could assign an inwardly focused winger on the left flank, who, during attacks, would drift towards the center, leaving space on the wings, Fong Yun suggested, simultaneously sketching a clear route on the tactical board. The fullbacks would assume the role of wingers, forming a three-defender attacking system, and I would collaborate closely with the left fullback. His fingers moved swiftly across the tactical board, akin to a pre-match strategy briefing. If the opposition fails to provide defensive support, we could exploit the left flank with a numerical advantage. Whether the fullback beats his marker or I deliver a through ball to him, it could create a crossing threat. With my presence on the left, the risk is minimized. Fong Yun's tone was resolute, his eyes shimmering with confidence. If the opposition does provide support, I would drop back and switch the play to the weaker side. At that moment, Salo would have a one-on-one opportunity, which is also his forte, capable of creating threats regardless of the situation. After articulating his thoughts, he looked up at Robert, awaiting his reaction. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Robert marveled at Fong Yun's tactical acumen, astonished that a 17-year-old player could possess such profound insight into tactics and spatial awareness. However, there remained a concern. Playing in this manner could be exhausting, requiring frequent transitions between the flanks and the center. You must engage in both offensive and defensive responsibilities. Can your stamina support this? Robert inquired. In truth, Robert had contemplated this style of play, but sudden tactical shifts could prove challenging for the players. Consistency was paramount at the onset of the season, and Fong Yun already bore significant defensive responsibilities, needing to balance both central and lateral duties while teammates often fell short in their defensive efforts. There's no issue. My stamina is currently excellent, Fong Yun replied, his physical attributes having reached an impressive level of 80. Being young and relatively lightweight, he felt less burdened. Trust my judgment. I will manage the team's attacking rhythm, knowing when to slow down and when to accelerate, he assured. Your realization of this aspect reassures me. Indeed, mastering the rhythm of the game is crucial for a midfielder, Robert acknowledged. Absolutely. If you observe the gameplay of top midfield maestros, such as Luka Modric from Croatia, you will notice how effortlessly he plays, exhibiting minimal errors and an impressive level of confidence and composure. He can even toy with 3 opposing players in his own half before delivering a stunning long pass or an outside-of-the-foot assist, resulting in a goal, Fong Yun elaborated. This encapsulates rhythm. Throughout a match, players cannot constantly be on the move or engaged in attacks, as fatigue inevitably sets in, necessitating moments of rest. For a midfielder, maintaining the overall attacking rhythm and managing player conditions is essential. Furthermore, rhythm is not merely about speed. It is about variation. Pep Guardiola's Manchester City exemplifies a team adept at manipulating rhythm, he continued. Anyone who has watched Manchester City play will attest to the experience of their ball possession, often inducing drowsiness with their repetitive passing, only to suddenly score a goal. This scenario is prevalent, showcasing how they exploit rhythm changes, initially through frequent passing to wear down the opposition's resolve while orchestrating their defensive movements. Once the opposition relaxes and loses focus, they capitalize on that moment with a swift touch, executing a rapid pass to penetrate the defense and score, he explained. It is nearly impossible to defend against, particularly when one's focus wanes, especially during extended periods of ball possession by the opposition. This is also why Guardiola prohibits long balls. They grant the opposition too much time to react, hampering offensive prospects. After Manchester City takes the lead, they slow the pace down. And if you attempt to quicken the tempo for a rapid counter, they deftly manipulate the ball with quick passes, toying with you as if you were a mere plaything. The players at Manchester City are all exceptionally skilled with the ball, renowned for their ability to retain possession and deliver precise passes. Attempting to pressure them into making mistakes is a futile endeavor, he concluded. Clearly, the significance of rhythm variation cannot be overstated. This is why midfield maestros are often referred to as the engine of the team. They possess the ability to control the tempo of the attack. Currently, Fong Yun stands as the rhythm engine of Aston Villa, the team's sole nucleus. Head coach Robert acknowledged Fong Yun's insights and promptly initiated training on a new tactics the following day. Initially, Bentique struggled to adapt, as it diverged significantly from his previous style of play. He was accustomed to positioning himself just ahead of the defensive line, without dropping back or engaging in passing responsibilities. However, The role of the pivot center forward is crucial. The ability to position oneself effectively and reclaim the ball, as well as the importance of timely retreats, cannot be overstated. Nevertheless, after a few days of adjustment, conditions began to improve. Bentik possesses remarkable physical prowess, excelling in positioning and seizing opportunities. Now, he has merely added the elements of passing back and retreating, which, with a bit of practice, can significantly enhance his game. During a training match 2 days prior, Bentik's strategic withdrawal contributed to several points for the team, and he was elated. "Coach, I'm immensely grateful to you. I believe I've discovered a new offensive approach that suits me perfectly. In a back-to-goal situation, no one can outmaneuver me. Haha." Concurrently, he's been honing his tactics for shifting play from strong to weak sides. Wilkinson, who had been struggling previously, gradually regained his confidence. With Fong Yun's support and assistance, I feel much more at ease and confident. I am now more daring to make forward runs and take on defenders, and my crosses have improved in quality as well. Thank you, Coach. Agbanlahor also sensed his own transformation and progress. Previously, I was a right-footed player, but the tactical arrangement has positioned me as a left winger, requiring me to frequently make runs down the flank. Although I have practiced with my left foot, it still feels awkward. However, this tactic allows me to cut inside often, and the sensation of shooting directly after an inward cut is simply exhilarating. Sulla was equally thrilled. In this tactic, I have numerous one-on-one opportunities. The feeling of dribbling past defenders without any support is utterly delightful. Previously, once I beat a defender, I was swarmed by reinforcements, which was quite frustrating. The entire team expressed their excitement about the new strategy, playing more comfortably and thanking the coach profusely. Fong Yun, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. At that moment, head coach Robert remarked, "Haha, this tactic was devised by Fong Yun. I merely assisted." Instantly, the others were taken aback, gazing at Fong Yun, whose stature in their minds seemed to grow considerably. In Chapter 44, as they face formidable opponents once more, the team aims to seize the initiative. The other players now regard Fong Yun with renewed respect, acknowledging the depth of understanding he possesses at just 17 years of age, while they themselves are still grappling through youth training. The implementation of the new tactic has elevated Aston Villa's offensive capabilities, and the team is thriving. Fong Yun accessed the system panel and noted that his attributes in ball control, shooting, and long-range shooting had all improved by 2 or 3 points, indicating significant progress. 2 days later, Aston Villa faced the formidable Liverpool away from home. Liverpool, too, boasts several powerful players. The starting lineups were announced. Liverpool's forwards included Suarez, center forward, Daniel, right winger, and Sterling, left winger, with Gerrard, Henderson, and Joe Allen in midfield, Johnson and Enrique as fullbacks, Skrtel and Adra as centre-backs, and Pepe Reina in goal. Aston Villa also deployed a 4-3-3 formation, featuring Agbanlahor, left winger, Christian Bentik, center forward, and Sulla, right winger, up front with Fabian, Fong Yun, and Bari Banham in midfield. And Wilkinson, left back, Matthew Loughton, right back, Ron Vlaar and Nathan Baker in defense, with Brad Guzan in goal. Liverpool's midfield and forward line included the illustrious Suarez, whose current form may not match his peak, yet his experience and playing style are well-honed and pose a significant threat. In midfield, they had the renowned English maestro Gerrard, alongside the promising Sterling. Liverpool's style is characterized by defensive counterattacks and high pressing, making it challenging for even top-tier teams to find success against them. As the match approached, fans from both sides exchanged barbs, each unyielding in their fervor. When the game commenced, Liverpool opted not for their usual high press, but instead chose a more cautious approach, likely seeking to avoid giving Aston Villa opportunities to capitalize on quick transitions. Fong Yun's long balls and through passes are not to be underestimated. Seizing such opportunities can be quite perilous. In previous matches, Fong Yun might have found himself at a loss on how to respond, but with Aston Villa's expanded tactical arsenal, the scenario has changed dramatically. Unexpectedly, Liverpool refrained from their familiar high-pressing style, opting instead for a more compact defense and counterattacking strategy. It appears Aston Villa's counterattacks had instilled a measure of caution in Liverpool, as noted by the commentators. Aston Villa fans were quick to mock. "Look at Liverpool, playing conservatively against a relegation-threatened team. Haha." However, some supporters voiced concerns, remembering that Aston Villa's previous goals had primarily come from counterattacks. "Against a parked bus, we struggle in possession," they worried. As the match progressed to the 12th minute, Aston Villa gained possession and initiated an attack from the back. At this moment, Bentic retreated to create space, drawing out Liverpool's centre-backs, who then passed to him. Bentic received the ball effectively. Fong Yun immediately made a forward run, and Bentic delivered the ball to him. A threatening play is about to unfold. The right-back Salah had already begun his diagonal run. Fong Yun patiently awaited the opportune moment, waiting until Salah was not in an offside position before executing his skill. With a precise through ball, Fong Yun sent the ball behind the centre-backs. Salah appeared suddenly, unmarked. Would the defenders manage to recover in time? The situation unfolded rapidly. Within mere seconds, Salah found himself in space. "He is too quick to catch," the commentator exclaimed. Salah was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He unleashed a powerful strike, and although the keeper made contact, he fumbled the ball, which ricocheted into the net. Aston Villa had scored in just the 12th minute, an astonishing feat, cutting through Liverpool's defense with just a few passes, culminating in Salah's clear shot on goal. The excitement among the Aston Villa supporters was palpable. Who says Aston Villa cannot play a structured attack and only excels in counterattacks? Haha, who is the real fool here? I know, but I want to say, this was a side of Aston Villa they had never seen before. Fluid attacking play during a structured offense, and Liverpool's players appeared well positioned. It was the first time witnessing Bentic effectively retreat to receive the ball. Previously, he either never retreated or made errors in receiving, but now he had finally fulfilled the role of a target forward. Tears of joy streamed down fans' faces in the Aston Villa section. At this moment, Mourinho was also watching the match. Aston Villa had evolved. The strategy of Bentic's retreat was executed fluidly. Although it seemed simple, the details were intricate. Bentic's timing was impeccable, drawing attention away from Fong Yun on the left side, allowing a gap for the right side defender to exploit and receive the ball. Fong Yun's timing for his forward run was also crucial, as he made an arcing run to receive the pass and did not play a direct through ball immediately. Ensuring Salah was not offside, Fong Yun took a step before executing the pass, which was executed with surgical precision. This strategy clearly resulted from extensive practice, requiring exceptional coordination among forwards, wingers, midfielders, and defenders to succeed. Mourinho analyzed the play intently. Following this goal, Liverpool could no longer afford to sit back and opted for a more aggressive approach, as they now found themselves trailing. Fong Yun merely smiled, fearing you might not emerge. Liverpool successfully regained possession through high pressing, orchestrating an offensive play. Utilizing the hot zone imaging module and Rodri's defensive module, Fong Yun discerned the opponent's passing routes. As Giroud passed to the winger, Fong Yun positioned himself along the trajectory of the pass and intercepted the ball. This marked his third successful tackle of the match. Truly impressive. Fong Yun executed a long pass directly to the striker Bentic, who, utilizing his physical prowess, positioned himself effectively to fend off the defender. He headed the ball to the supporting inward forward, Agbonlahor. Agbonlahor received the ball, cut inside, while Bentic made a diagonal run to draw away the center-back. After creating space, Agbonlahor executed a curling shot, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. It nestled into the upper right corner of the goal, leaving keeper Reina to watch helplessly as the ball found the net. Another counterattack from Aston Villa, with Agbonlahor's curling shot securing another point for the team. Chapter 45, Self-Destruction. Fong Yun observes Aston Villa's tactical coordination was seamless, like mercury flowing. Following the interception, a swift long pass found the pivotal striker Bentic, who, without hesitation, redirected the ball to the advancing Agbonlahor. Their interplay was exquisite, with Bentic making a forward run to the left while Agbonlahor cut inward to the right. This maneuver forced the opposing center-backs into a defensive quandary, allowing Agbonlahor to exploit the space and score. A truly remarkable display. Analyze the number 16 defensive midfielder. This play showcased numerous intricacies. Previously, Aston Villa's counterattacks were rather simplistic. Long balls from Fong Yun followed by flanking speed and central positioning. Now, the inclusion of Bentic introduced a variable. He could return the ball to seek forward opportunities or, leveraging his exceptional heading ability, redirect it to teammates making runs, leaving the opposition utterly confounded. Moreover, Bentic's physical attributes were outstanding. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he surpassed many center-backs in height and strength, combined with remarkable jumping ability, granting him a significant advantage in aerial duels. Those who excelled in heading lacked his positional prowess, and those who were better positioned could not match his heading skill, rendering this tactic nearly indefensible. In my view, Aston Villa had indeed evolved. Fong Yun was unfazed by the rapid pace of play. His anticipatory skills transformed every interception into an opportunity. Nearby, Liverpool's coach Rodgers paced back and forth, genuinely at a loss for how to counter Aston Villa's strategies. No matter the tactics he employed, they seemed futile against Aston Villa, especially against Fong Yun, who could seize fleeting opportunities to deliver threatening through balls. Even when pressing high, he consistently reclaimed possession, an absurdity appearing at the precise moment to intercept long passes. After much contemplation, Rodgers resolved to take a gamble. It was a do-or-die situation. He instructed Gerrard and Henderson to cease ball-watching, focusing solely on Fong Yun, adhering closely to him like two sticky band-aids. Initially, this strategy bore fruit. Fong Yun found himself unable to receive the ball, with Gerrard and Henderson shadowing him relentlessly, much to the amusement of Chinese fans who found the scene comical. This was undoubtedly a spectacle of global proportions. England's midfield maestro, Gerrard, acting as a bodyguard for Fong Yun, accompanied by Henderson. Was this truly the extent of measures necessary to contain Fong Yun? Surely, Messi and Ronaldo received similar treatment. Aston Villa's fans were indeed appalled, finding such tactics distasteful. How could one play in this manner? They simply ceased to attack, dragging the game out, ensuring Fong Yun could not touch the ball. Observing this, Fong Yun contemplated self-destruction. He was more than willing to accept this challenge. A 1-for-2 exchange seemed undeniably advantageous. Fong Yun dashed back to his own half, drawing Gerrard and Henderson along with him. They, too, dared not defy Rodgers' orders, trailing Fong Yun to their own half. Thus, a rather humorous scene unfolded on the pitch, transforming it into a lopsided affair, with Fong Yun of Aston Villa dragging along Liverpool's two midfielders. At this juncture, Fong Yun could take a moment to rest, conserving his energy for the impending onslaught. While this approach may appear somewhat foolish, it proved effective. Liverpool, outnumbered 9-10, could only adopt a defensive stance against Aston Villa's attack, finding it challenging to create any substantial opportunities without Fong Yun's passing and support. Moreover, whenever Liverpool regained possession and sought to counter, Fong Yun could predict the landing points and passing routes, clearing the ball with powerful kicks, much to Liverpool's dismay. Gerrard and Henderson could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. With time on his hands, Fong Yun struck up a conversation with the duo. With this approach, you won't score. You've lost two midfielders. How can you find the net without touching the ball? Yet, they remained unyielding, akin to wooden posts, indifferent to his words. Minutes passed, and under the relentless assault from Aston Villa, Liverpool eventually conceded a goal. Although Fong Yun had no direct involvement in this play, it was executed according to the tactics he previously outlined. On the left, Agbonlahor cut inside with his weaker foot, while left-back Wilkinson made a forward run to deliver a cross. Bentik leaped high above the two center-backs, powerfully heading the ball into the net. Aston Villa scored once more, extending the lead to 3-0, a complete frenzy. Even in Fong Yun's absence, Aston Villa managed to score, an inward-cutting winger, a full-back overlapping for a cross, and a center-forward heading the ball home, a classic tactical collaboration executed flawlessly. Jean Jun commented on this play, noting that it was genuinely astonishing. Aston Villa's tactical repertoire in organized play was abundant and highly targeted. The play may have appeared straightforward, yet it demanded exceptional synergy among teammates. To start, Agbonlahor's inward cut was particularly threatening. The previous goal had already demonstrated his capability to shoot directly after cutting in, compelling the opposition to defend. Meanwhile, Wilkinson's forward run went unchallenged as the opposition sat back, allowing him to deliver a cross directly to Bentik. Bentik's heading prowess is well known, and within the first 30 minutes of the half, Aston Villa showcased several tactical variations, truly remarkable, leaving one eager to see what other strategies they would employ. Aston Villa's fans began to sing their team anthem, leading 3-0 within 30 minutes, free from any pressure, merely anticipating how many more goals they could score. Regrettably, Fong Yun had yet to score. Liverpool's strategy was cunning, outright abandoning offensive play, solely fixating on Fong Yun, leaving everyone curious about how he would respond. Fong Yun's response in the first half was rather straightforward. If the enemy remained still, so would he. With such a splendid opportunity for rest, he would take full advantage of it. Given the congested schedule and the upcoming FA Cup match, Fong Yun welcomed the chance to recuperate. Rogers, however, was restless, opting to change tactics once more, continuing with the high press. Fong Yun perceived the situation clearly. It was a matter of survival. Thus, he decided to oblige Rogers' desire for a more significant defeat. After gaining possession, Fong Yun signaled to slow the tempo, deliberately decelerating the pace of play. Since Liverpool is eager to play quickly, Fong Yun deliberately hinders their pace, for causing discomfort to the opponent is the most effective strategy in offense. The more comfortable the adversary feels, the more difficult it becomes for them. Conversely, the more they suffer, the more at ease one becomes. In Chapter 46, titled Malicious Fouls and Red Cards, the Liverpool fans expressed their discontent, questioning the shift from an attacking style to one of possession and passing. Isn't it supposed to be an open game? Why resort to such mundane tactics? They lament. Aston Villa fans retort, if anyone lacks sportsmanship, it's you, choosing to play with one less man just to prevent Fong Yun from scoring or assisting. How shameless! Fong Yun, through his relentless movement and precise passing, proves to be a source of great discomfort for Liverpool. Whenever Liverpool relaxes, he capitalizes with a long pass that slices through their defense, leaving them utterly unprepared. Despite Aston Villa's overall weaker squad, they gradually establish a system centered around Fong Yun's playstyle. The players consistently look for at least two passing options, and, if uncertain, they send the ball to the spaces near Fong Yun, who is always ready to receive. This sentiment is frequently echoed among Aston Villa's players, and it holds true. With the aid of thermal imaging technology, Fong Yun's ability to exploit space has reached an extraordinary level. The scene depicts Liverpool players frantically dashing about like mad dogs while Aston Villa players engage in swift passing, carefully avoiding reckless forward assaults. Liverpool fans grow increasingly frustrated, booing from the stands as they protest Aston Villa's decision to play conservatively while ahead. Guardiola, observing the match, recognizes Fong Yun's talent, noting, this player is exceptional, perfectly suited to my system. He controls the tempo of the game. When to accelerate or decelerate, the other players follow his lead. As the first half approaches stoppage time, Liverpool players, unable to contain their frustration, resort to fouling Fong Yun, abandoning any semblance of fair play. Having watched countless replays in his previous life, Fong Yun adeptly anticipates the foul, ensuring he protects himself. As Henderson charges toward him, Fong Yun timely releases the ball and falls dramatically, hitting the ground strategically to minimize impact. How disgusting. Resorting to violence when you can't win. Henderson deserves a suspension. It's no wonder Liverpool fans are so ill-mannered. A team reflects its supporters. Fong Yun, while on the ground, angles his body to reduce strain and rolls to dissipate energy, ensuring he is not visibly injured. This is a test of his acting skills. He feigns agony, crying out in pain. Aston Villa players rush to his side, their coach visibly worried, knowing that Fong Yun is crucial to their survival this season. The referee, recognizing the severity of the situation, issues a red card. The Premier League places great emphasis on protecting young players. An injury could harm not just the player but the club and the league as a whole. The repercussions of a young player's injury can be dire, impacting the team's future prospects and potentially leaving lingering effects on the player's career. After a thorough examination, the team doctor allows Fong Yun to continue playing, though Coach Robert is still apprehensive and considers substituting him. Fong Yun, with a subtle glance, reassures Robert. You sly fox. Robert thinks, relieved to see Fong Yun's determination. He knows that injuries are his greatest obstacle, and although he has a system to assist him, a significant injury could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Ashley watches the match closely, noting Fong Yun's fall was clearly calculated. He knows how to dive. His landing was intentional, and he even kicked the ball beforehand, indicating he anticipated the challenge. Under such circumstances, he still managed to fall, clearly attempting to draw a foul. Most players would have jumped to evade the tackle. They might even turn it back on the challenger. But Henderson's intentions were glaringly obvious, and his execution was lacking. Ashley, a recognized authority on diving, has been dubbed the best in the media, claiming to have taught Cristiano Ronaldo the art of the dive, though the veracity of this claim remains subject to scrutiny. Following this incident, Liverpool is reduced to 10 men, losing a midfielder and relinquishing control of the game. During stoppage time, Fong Yun initiates an attack from the left. Agbonlahor cuts inside, but chooses not to pass to Wilkinson. as Liverpool has learned to assign a defender to him. However, Fong Yun, a master of countering tactics, recognizes that with one player dedicated to Wilkinson, the right side is left vulnerable. Fong Yun positions himself to receive the ball, and Agbonlahor passes it back to him. Fong Yun executes a long pass to the right. What a splendid switch! The commentator exclaims, as Sulla finds himself in an open position. Sulla races down the flank, outpacing three defenders who are fixated on Bendik, who suddenly makes a forward run. Recognizing the situation, Sulla opts against a high cross, instead delivering a precise pass to the edge of the penalty area. With Liverpool's formation completely flattened, the area that should have been guarded by Henderson is now unprotected. At this moment, Fong Yun, having positioned himself perfectly, activates his skill long-range shot. He swings his right leg with considerable force, striking the ball cleanly. The shot flies like an arrow towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper guesses the correct direction, but narrowly misses the ball, which finds the net. Fong Yun's spectacular long-range goal propels Aston Villa to a 4-0 lead. His goals may arrive fashionably late, but they are never absent. Aston Villa fans erupt in jubilant cheers. In Chapter 47, aiming for the championship, leading by a wide margin, Fong Yun's goal becomes the final blow to Liverpool's hopes. A decisive act that strikes at their very heart. His response to the malicious fouls is simple: score goals and resolve issues through football. Following halftime, Liverpool players display a complete lack of spirit, and Fong Yun is substituted after 60 minutes, receiving waves of applause and cheers from the crowd. Without Fong Yun, Liverpool, lacking a key player, set up a defensive wall, leaving Aston Villa with few effective strategies. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, the final score stood at an emphatic 4-0. Anfield had transformed into a veritable home ground for Aston Villa. The resounding cheers of Villa fans echoed throughout the stadium, exclaiming the name of their Lion King, Fong Yun. In the stands, fans unfurled a banner that unmistakably displayed the back of Fong Yun's jersey, emblazoned with the number 10. The banner proclaimed, "You will never walk alone. You are the Lion King of Aston Villa, leading us forward." Among the crowd, shouts of Bendik rang out. Bendik, the golden boot. Overcome with emotion upon hearing the fans chant his name, Bendik shed tears of joy. The weight of his journey from a war-torn country to this moment was immense, yet he had achieved greatness. At this moment, the stadium was alive with an end-of-match ceremony. Fong Yun led the Aston Villa players to the stands. "What is our goal this season?" Fong Yun suddenly shouted, igniting a fervor among the Aston Villa fans. The response was a chorus of enthusiasm: to fight for the top four, to qualify for the Champions League. The coach, Robert, was filled with passion, and the players were equally exhilarated. They realized it was time to declare their unprecedented ambition to the fans. "No, our goal is not merely to secure a top four finish, but to claim the championship. Our singular aim is to win the league title and the FA Cup," Fong Yun fervently proclaimed. As his words echoed, the giant screen above the stadium captured this moment for posterity. Fong Yun's declaration of championship aspirations, delivered to 10,000 Villa fans, was immortalized. The supporters stared in disbelief. A team that had barely fought off relegation last season now aspired for the title. Was this reality? Instantly, the stadium erupted. They rose from their seats, arms raised in unison, welcoming their young Lion King, Fong Yun. The 17-year-old new king of Villa rallied the fans, proclaiming their goal for the season. "Champions, we only set out for the championship." The Villa fans roared, unleashing their pent-up emotions, believing wholeheartedly in Fong Yun. With formidable clubs like Manchester City, Manchester United, and Liverpool vanquished by Fong Yun, what was impossible? The King of Villa had stated their goal was to contend for the championship, so let them rise. Nothing was unattainable. Aston Villa supporters, at last, found their conviction in this moment. The goal for this season was to fight for the championship. Even before this match, the Villa squad had synchronized their aspirations. This season was about the title, and Fong Yun was confident in his current abilities. The multitude of skill modules allowed Villa to consistently lead by 2 to 3 goals in every match, a significant psychological advantage. Moreover, the rapid development of the young players, coupled with Fong Yun's consistently brilliant performances, added to the team's momentum. Chairman Randy had invested heavily in recruiting Omar Beleda, a director from Manchester City, who displayed exceptional talent in commercial operations, significantly benefiting the team's finances. Thus, they decided to make a championship declaration post-victory to awaken the Villa faithful. The English media and fans were in a frenzy. Aston Villa supporters could hardly contain their excitement. Had the long-silent lion finally awakened? The singular goal in the hearts of both players and fans was to secure the championship. Years later, they would still remember this night, a seemingly ordinary Premier League match where Fong Yun boldly declared the team's ambition to win the title. In that moment, Fong Yun became the eternal king in the hearts of Aston Villa fans, their everlasting Lion King. Following this match, Aston Villa surged forth with unstoppable momentum, winning 10 consecutive matches. The team boasted an average of 4 goals per game, dominating the entire Premier League. With 30 points, they led the league, while second-placed Manchester United trailed with just 24 points. Aston Villa had scored 39 goals, conceding only 8, resulting in a staggering goal difference of 31, compared to Manchester United's 12. Though only 2 victories separated them, many Villa fans were already exhilarated. Fong Yun's tally rose to 14 goals and 17 assists, maintaining his positions atop both the scoring and assist charts. Following closely was Villa's forward Bentik with 13 goals and Sulla with 10. The 4th place was occupied by Manchester United's Van Persie with 8 goals. In assists, Fong Yun had a commanding lead, with David Silva in 2nd place at just 5 assists. Fong Yun's performance had shattered previous records, and the belief that Aston Villa was genuinely in contention for the title began to take root among the public. It was astonishing. Aston Villa had swept the top 3 spots on the scoring list. Fong Yun was indeed a phenomenon, his statistics overwhelmingly superior, leaving many in awe of his training regimen. Aston Villa was truly vying for the championship. The notion had ceased to be a mere jest. Fans from Huaxiao were equally thrilled, likening Fong Yun's impact to that of a colossal figure, surpassing even Yao Ming. While Yao was a #1 draft pick, he faced challenges early in his career. Fong Yun, however, was at his peak from the start, an incomparable feat there was nothing Fong Yun could not achieve. It was only a matter of imagination. Chapter 48, The Diamond Treasure Chest. Epic reward that night. Fong Yun lay in bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. Represent your professional team in 10 matches. Reward, Platinum Chest. The host's outstanding performance, leading the team to 10 consecutive victories, has triggered a hidden reward. The chest has been upgraded to a diamond chest. Fong Yun had felt somewhat disheartened lately, as the system had ceased to provide rewards and tasks for subsequent matches, leading him to wonder if the system had disappeared. Previously, every match had come with tasks and rewards. Why had the frequency diminished? Fong Yun questioned. As he was initially in a novice protection period, the rewards provided were somewhat more generous and frequent. Now, however, the system has returned to a normal state, transitioning into phased rewards. Fong Yun realized that the system had not abandoned him. Rather, it had simply reverted to its standard mode of reward distribution. As long as he dedicated himself to playing football and gave his utmost in each match, the rewards would still be commendable. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Yun opened the diamond treasure chest. Various star modules of differing qualities floated before his eyes. The CAC module, 2 chance of drawing. The Great Sage equal to Heaven Bale overtaking module, 2 chance of drawing. The Mbap Sprint Speed module, 2 chance of drawing. And the Robin Inward Cutting Shot module, 2 chance of drawing. Indeed, the diamond treasure chest did not disappoint. Each option was a superstar caliber. Fong Yun adhered to his usual ritual before the draw, a refreshing shower, timing his draw perfectly and fervently praying for good fortune. At last, he confirmed the opening of the diamond chest. The moment it was unlocked, a blinding light enveloped him, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes. Is it coming? Fong Yun's heart raced, akin to the feeling of awaiting his exam results. Suddenly, he experienced a sharp pain coursing through his body, as if his muscles were being reshaped. The agony felt akin to a complete restructuring of his sinews and bones, leaving him curled up on the ground. After 10 minutes, he began to feel somewhat better. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Iron Man module. The Iron Man module, passive never injure on the field, stamina rises to 100. This is extraordinary. The ability to remain unscathed on the pitch is terrifying in itself. Injuries are indeed a player's greatest adversary, no matter how skilled one may be. A significant injury can have a profound impact. Players like Bale, Hazard, and Neymar have all been heralded as the best just beneath Messi and Ronaldo. Yet none have reached the heights of these legends due to injuries. Skill is not the sole determining factor. Injuries play a crucial role. Before his injuries, Hazard was a dazzling force at Chelsea, but once he joined Real Madrid, he lost his luster. Why have Messi and Ronaldo reign supreme, capturing nearly 2 decades of Ballon d'Or awards? Beyond their abilities, the most significant factor is their remarkable durability, having suffered minimal serious injuries. Though Messi has aged, one can still observe him conserving energy on the field. In stark contrast, Ronaldo remains the epitome of physical prowess, exhibiting incredible athleticism and an extraordinarily disciplined lifestyle. With boundless stamina in every match, he is widely regarded as the Iron Man of football. Fong Yun opened his data panel. Stamina, 80 to 100. This is an immense enhancement. With a stamina of 100 and the assurance of never being injured, he would become a human meat grinder and perpetual motion machine on the field. With a confrontation score of 80, even if he struggles in the first half, the second half would see him outmaneuver opponents, whether they are serpents or dragons. This transformation opens a plethora of tactical options for Fong Yun. He can make relentless runs, engaging in wall passes and single-handedly orchestrate the entire team. Alternatively, in the latter half, he can exploit the flanks, using his stamina and physicality to outpace defenders. In defense, he can adopt the role of a sweeping midfielder, akin to Kant, pressuring opponents with ferocity, instilling fear and trepidation. This represents an epic enhancement, a beastly midfielder, replete with both technical skill and martial prowess. Furthermore, this season, Aston Villa is not burdened by the pressures of multiple competitions. The FA Cup will not commence until around the 20th round of the Premier League, providing ample time for preparation. With several Premier League giants engaged in the Champions League, many teams are dealing with injuries, while Aston Villa remains in a relatively stable position. The schedule is not overly congested, allowing for collaboration with the club on various commercial activities. Recently, Fong Yun received an invitation from Football World for an interview, aiming to provide deeper insights into himself. The reporter dispatched by Football World is Lu Qinru, who had reached out to Fong Yun. The production team deemed her presence suitable, given her commendable demeanor and attributes, thus selecting her for the interview. Upon learning of this news, Lu Qinru felt a surge of excitement, albeit accompanied by a hint of nervousness. Although she had previously watched Fong Yun play live, the prospect of meeting him one-on-one in person was daunting, especially given her admiration for him. When they met in the studio, Lu Qinru was aware that Fong Yun was merely 17, while she was several years his senior. Yet, she could not shake the impression of maturity and composure that he exuded, which seemed beyond his years. Noticing her nervousness, Fong Yun took the initiative to reassure her. "Don't worry, just treat me like an ordinary person, haha. You're older than me. Why are you more nervous?" He joked, causing Lu Qinru to blush. "Not at all. I'm just a bit unaccustomed," she replied shyly. After a brief exchange of preliminary questions, the interview commenced. Lu Qinru gradually settled into the flow, shedding her initial anxiety. As a Chinese player in the Premier League, having become a core member of your team, how have you achieved this? What challenges have you faced? She asked first. My arrival in the Premier League owes much to the support of many individuals. My family, friends, supportive fans, and the trust from Aston Villa's management. I am particularly grateful to Ningsu Club, Fong Yun responded. "Oh, why do you say that?" Lu Qinru inquired, puzzled. "They chose to let me go, allowing me to become a free agent. I'm also thankful for the harsh realities they showed me, which have only made me stronger. My mindset has improved, and I am no longer easily swayed by superficial matters," Fong Yun answered calmly. He continued, "This also ties back to the roles played by Manchester City and Manchester United. Had either of them chosen to sign me, I might not have excelled as I do now. Why is that? Don't Manchester City and Manchester United have better resources?" Lu Qinru pressed on. "That is indeed true, but at a big club, opportunities to play are scarce. Many young talents are forced to go on loan to other leagues. And if they perform poorly, they are often sold off. Therefore, I'm very grateful for the trust Aston Villa has placed in me, providing ample opportunities and the space to showcase my abilities," Fong Yun articulated with tranquility. The reporter continued with her inquiries. "Do you have any plans to return to China to represent the national team?" "At present, I have no such plans. I believe my current skill level is insufficient to lead China to the World Cup. Nevertheless, I will not forget my roots. I'm always aware of where I come from and who I am. For now, I wish to focus on establishing myself firmly in the Premier League," Fong Yun stated with resolute conviction. "I would like to offer one final piece of advice. I hope that China can rigorously investigate certain unscrupulous clubs, enforcing fair regulations to create a competitive environment for players. Only then can Chinese football progress further. My beginnings were not easy. I faced considerable injustice, including unpaid wages, restrictions on training, deceit during trial periods, and being vilified by many, becoming a target of disdain among fans. In my first match for Villa, played at home, countless fans hurled water bottles and eggs at me. I felt deeply wronged, and a voice within me cried out, "Why is this happening to me?" I resolutely vowed that my fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by fate. I shall use my fists and feet to shatter all doubts and reach the heights I stand at today. Thus, I hope that regardless of the challenges one encounters in life, one should never surrender. The most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it with courage. This sentiment resonates deeply with Fong Yun. In the wake of the financial upheaval in Chinese football, where various corrupt practices have emerged, opportunities for fair competition have become scarce. Success on the pitch requires both luck and skill. Following the interview, which was published online days later, many were moved to tears, realizing that Fong Yun had also endured profound struggles. It was heart-wrenching to witness his journey, as this documentary revealed the resilience of our people. We must stand tall and assert our worth through our abilities. I feel invigorated, ready to learn and work diligently. Subsequently, Fong Yun's documentary aired on CCTV Sports Channel, elevating him to a household name in China and illuminating the path for countless individuals. In the following 2 months, Aston Villa engaged in a single-line battle, with players brimming with energy and few injuries, leading to an impressive streak of 8 consecutive victories. However, 2 of these matches were against formidable opponents, Arsenal and Tottenham, each having their own vulnerabilities that Fong Yun adeptly exploited. Over these months, Fong Yun dedicated himself to rigorous training, gradually enhancing his attributes: speed from 55 to 60, explosiveness from 50 to 60, ball control from 50 to 60. Yet, misfortune struck the team when Sulla suffered an injury during a competitive encounter, necessitating a recovery period of 3 to 4 weeks. Vintic also sustained a knee injury, requiring 2 to 3 weeks for recuperation. With the FA Cup third round approaching, and the League Cup entering the quarterfinals, Aston Villa found themselves fortunate in the earlier draws, avoiding the elite clubs. However, in the quarterfinals, they were unfortunate to face Arsenal, intensifying the pressure of competing on 3 fronts while 2 key forwards were sidelined. The burden of back-to-back matches weighed heavily on the club, with even a potential third match in 1 week looming. Task released 1. Lead Aston Villa to achieve success in the FA Cup. Task reward, dependent on ranking, with a maximum reward of a diamond chest. Task release 2. Lead Aston Villa to achieve success in the English League Cup. Task reward, dependent on ranking, with a maximum reward of a black gold chest. Fong Yun was elated at the prospect of a diamond chest and a black gold chest. Having experienced the rewards of the diamond chest, he knew the potential it held and was determined to secure victory. However, Coach Robert wore a troubled expression. The next day, Fong Yun was summoned to the coach's office. Now, Fong Yun had ascended to the role of team captain, engaging in discussions regarding tactical arrangements and training content with the coaching staff. Robert presented Fong Yun with the schedule: 3 matches in 1 week. This arrangement seems utterly unreasonable, Fong Yun exclaimed in astonishment. The burden of back-to-back matches was already considerable for players. 4 away games, the travel alone consumed a day, followed by a match day, and another day for return. Thus, each away game required 3 days, with 2 away matches that amounted to 6 days, leaving only a day for training and opponent analysis. Hardly any time for recovery or rest. Anyone who has experienced back-to-back matches understands how difficult it is to secure victories. Fatigue often hampers performance, rendering even a strong lineup ineffective, let alone the prospect of 3 matches in 1 week. In the coming week, we face Arsenal in the League Cup, and in the FA Cup, we contend with a championship side, which is no easy feat additionally. We must face Tottenham in the league, and with 2 forwards injured, our options are limited. My suggestion is to forego the League Cup, field substitutes for the next match, and focus on the FA Cup and Premier League. Our primary goal remains the Premier League title, while we can assess the FA Cup based on circumstances. What do you think? Robert articulated his thoughts, acknowledging the team's dire situation. The disparity between starters and substitutes was stark, with 2 pivotal players injured. Without Bentic and Sulla, Maintaining offensive momentum became a daunting task. If anything were to happen to Fong Yun, Aston Villa's season would be in jeopardy. The management emphasized that all players could sustain injuries, but Fong Yun was to remain unscathed. The club situation was precarious, often unable to field a complete squad of 25, sometimes relying on as few as 17 players, with youth players not yet meeting the standards. Fong Yun understood the gravity of the situation. Even elite clubs struggled under the pressure of congested schedules, let alone ordinary teams. Even the indomitable Rodri, after competing in the European Championship, faced injury during the Premier League season, sidelining him for the remainder of the campaign and leaving Manchester City winless for several matches. Chelsea's ability to secure a top-4 finish in the 2024-2025 season was largely due to their acquisition of numerous talented players, boasting a squad depth of over 30, which left other clubs envious. Fong Yun felt it imperative to bolster the team's ranks during the winter transfer window. If the objective for this season was to contend for titles on 3 fronts, relying solely on oneself was insufficient. No matter how strong or fit he was, it was impossible to take on 10 others alone. Many elite clubs, facing the pressure of multi-front competitions, often relinquished one line to ensure success in others. Yet Fong Yun was different. He aspired to achieve it all. He was determined to strive, unencumbered by injury, and therefore why not take the risk? Let us take a chance. Let us transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chapter 50. Seeking sponsorship to increase funds. Our squad depth is severely lacking. On average, there are merely a handful of substitutes for each position, and several players can only perform in one role. Transitioning them to other positions often results in positional errors, complicating squad rotation. Robert was at his wit's end. Fong Yun would not allow such circumstances to persist. Contending for titles on 3 fronts necessitated victory. Are you suggesting we continue to pursue signings during the winter window? Robert inquired. It's feasible, but the stronger players available in the market are beyond our reach. And we have less than 10 million remaining in our transfer budget, he lamented. A club's expenditure on transfers is subject to restrictions. Under the Premier League's financial fair play regulations, a club's spending is contingent upon its total revenue, typically not exceeding 70% of that income. Aston Villa had been operating at a loss for several years, limiting their financial capacity. Fong Yun felt compelled to contribute to the team. With countless fans supporting him, he believed he could secure sponsorships in China, not for personal gain, but to benefit the club and augment their transfer funds. I can travel to China to secure some commercial sponsorships, not for myself, but to directly support the team and enhance our transfer budget, Fong Yun declared resolutely. Robert was taken aback by this proposal. Are you serious? While this could provide immediate assistance to the team, it may come at a personal cost to you, he responded, torn between gratitude and concern. However, I have conditions. I must take the lead in the recruitment process, ensuring that I can collaborate effectively with the new players. Fong Yun added. Of course, the team intends to build a roster around you, Robert affirmed. Fong Yun set off for China, embarking on his quest for sponsorship. He first reached out to well-known domestic sports brands, such as Li Ning and Anta, but received responses indicating they only sponsor individuals, not teams. This left Fong Yun feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he did not relent. During discussions with the newly appointed football director, Beleda, a fresh perspective was proposed. We can change our approach. We need not confine ourselves to sports brands. You have garnered significant attention in Huaxia, even from those who do not closely follow football. I believe we can explore sponsorships from other fields. Fong Yun was enlightened by Belada's words and began to seek potential sponsors in other domains. He noticed Xiaomi, an internet company that had only recently emerged in 2012, was experiencing rapid growth. Fong Yun decided to contact Xiaomi's founder, Lei Jun. Their meeting in a CAF became a topic of great interest and has been widely recounted. Fong Yun was deeply impressed by Lei Jun's charismatic personality, while Lei Jun expressed admiration for Fong Yun's accomplishments in football. Mr. Lei, it is truly a pleasure to meet you, Fong Yun exclaimed warmly. I have been a loyal Xiaomi user, from the very first generation of phones to the latest models. Each upgrade has left me feeling it was worth every penny. Lei Jun laughed heartily, patting Fong Yun on the shoulder. You flatter me. I heard you led a relegation team in the Premier League to the top. That is a genuine miracle. After exchanging pleasantries, Fong Yun swiftly got to the crux of the matter. Our team is currently facing some challenges. Injuries and financial constraints are limiting our development. However, I firmly believe that if we can strengthen our squad during the winter window, we will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Therefore, I am in search of commercial partners. Why did you choose Xiaomi? Lei Jun inquired, a smile appearing on his face, seemingly eager for Fong Yun's response. Fong Yun smiled slightly, his tone resolute, because Xiaomi and Aston Villa share many similarities. Xiaomi achieved miraculous growth in just 2 years, and under my leadership, Aston Villa has transformed from a relegation team into a contender for the championship. More importantly, I admire your customer-centric philosophy, which resonates deeply with the masses. A flicker of approval crossed Lei Jun's eyes, clearly surprised by Fong Yun's insight. He did not expect that this 17-year-old youth possessed such acumen. Moreover, Aston Villa could facilitate Xiaomi's expansion into overseas markets, allowing easier access to cutting-edge technology from excellent foreign mobile companies. Fong Yun continued, I believe that following our cross-industry collaboration, Xiaomi's phone sales will also see a significant surge. It is a win-win situation. Why not embrace it, Mr. Lei? Lei Jun chuckled. Very well. Although I am not well-versed in the realm of football, I will take this opportunity because of you. Let us discuss the specific details. In the ensuing days, Fong Yun and Bellata engaged in numerous in-depth discussions with Xiaomi's team. They meticulously planned the specifics of their collaboration, encompassing sponsorship amounts, brand exposure, and marketing strategies. Fong Yun also proposed innovative collaboration methods, such as establishing a fan zone for Villa in Xiaomi's offline stores, as well as launching Villa-themed mobile wallpapers and ringtones on Xiaomi's online platform. Lei Jun was astonished by Fong Yun's commercial acumen. He had not anticipated that a young football player could possess such keen market insight. Lei Jun decided to personally oversee the project to ensure its success. Simultaneously, Fong Yun did not cease his search for other potential sponsors. He reached out to several technology and consumer goods companies in Huaxia, introducing them to Villa's potential and market value. Although some companies were not familiar with the football sector, Fong Yun's sincerity and enthusiasm moved them. Ultimately, in addition to Xiaomi, Fong Yun successfully secured sponsorship from several other companies, totaling over 60 million euros. This funding would significantly alleviate Villa's financial pressure, providing ample support for winter window acquisitions. During the sponsorship pursuit, Fong Yun encountered some unexpected challenges. On one occasion, while negotiating with a large tech company, they imposed very stringent conditions, demanding that Villa promote their products in future matches. Fong Yun realized that such a collaboration could compromise the team's independence and image, and thus he resolutely declined. We cannot sacrifice the long-term development of the team for short-term gains, Fong Yun said to Bellata. What we need is a true partner who supports us, not someone who seeks to control our club. Bellata nodded in agreement. You are correct. What we need is a mutually beneficial partnership, not a one-sided transaction. After considerable effort, Fong Yun finally found a Huaxia company willing to support Villa unconditionally. This company not only provided generous sponsorship, but also committed to offering technical support for Villa's youth training system, aiding the team in cultivating more young players. This is the partner we have been searching for, Fong Yun exclaimed excitedly to Robert. They not only provide financial support, but are also willing to contribute to our future development. Robert was equally elated. This is fantastic. With this sponsorship, we can bring in more outstanding players during the winter window, enhancing the overall strength of the team. The subsequent negotiations were led by Bellata, and both parties quickly finalized the contract. Xiaomi provided a one-time sponsorship of 40 million euros, of which 30 million came from the group, while an additional 10 million was Lei Jun's personal investment in acquiring shares of Villa. Furthermore, Lei Jun also sponsored Fong Yun 5 million euros in his personal capacity. The announcement of Fong Yun endorsing Xiaomi sent waves of excitement through fans across Huaxia and England. The most exhilarated, of course, were the Aston Villa supporters. What? A sponsorship of 40 million euros, which is nearly 400 million in RMB. Huaxia merchants are indeed affluent. It feels like a windfall has fallen from the sky. Fong Yun, you are the deity of Villa. You must not leave. If you do, you should pursue a higher platform. You have already accomplished so much. Huaxia fans were also taken aback. Xiaomi has actually collaborated with Fong Yun. It's a double delight. It must be said that Xiaomi's generosity is truly remarkable, with a single stroke amounting to several hundred million. What does this signify? Xiaomi's revenue is approaching 100 billion this year. This is merely a drop in the bucket. Rumors circulated that late June had acquired shares in Villa, raising questions about whether he intended to venture into the football domain. This was indeed a fascinating alliance. However, fans of other prestigious clubs were envious. Why do we not have such a prodigious Huaxia talent? The Huaxia market is indeed lucrative. Aston Villa has inexplicably received 40 million. Fong Yun not only brings championships to the club, but also financial support. How did such good fortune land on a relegation team like Aston Villa? The management of Manchester United was indeed perplexed, having squandered the opportunity to tap into the lucrative Huaxia market, resulting in both lost championships and financial resources. Wasn't it your own decision to let him go for 50 euros? Haha, the management must be regretting it immensely. Indeed, the management of Manchester United and Manchester City felt profound remorse. They could not comprehend the allure Fong Yun possessed that allowed him to secure such substantial sponsorship for Huaxia. The day after Xiaomi officially announced its collaboration with Fong Yun, the products were sold out within hours. Xiaomi was compelled to ramp up production, facing the delightful dilemma of overwhelming demand. Other mobile manufacturers looked on enviously. Xiaomi already held a significant share of the market, and with Fong Yun's arrival, they found themselves with little room to maneuver. Some domestic smartphone brands sought to have Fong Yun as their spokesperson. However, due to an exclusive contract with Xiaomi that prohibits him from endorsing competing products, he declined their offers. The collaboration between Xiaomi and Fong Yun has illuminated new prospects for other companies in Huaxia, prompting them to pursue partnerships with him. Drawing on his past experiences, Fong Yun selectively signed sponsorship deals with a few companies to support Aston Villa. At this point, the sponsorship fees have already exceeded 60 million. Randy is also quite exhilarated, as this opens up ample opportunities for acquisitions during the winter transfer window. In no time, Fong Yun's popularity surged, reclaiming a spot on Weibo's trending list and breaking through the noise. The atmosphere within Aston Villa is markedly uplifting, a stark contrast to the previous days of gloom. As the players anticipate significant reinforcements during the winter transfer window, with hopes of achieving historic triumphs and multiple championships this season. Fong Yun, keen on resting after resolving a major dilemma, can now wholly immerse himself in the matches. He understands that commercial operations are crucial for a football club, serving as its lifeblood. During a press conference, he was asked about his views on Xiaomi sponsorship. After a brief moment of reflection, he replied, "Xiaomi sponsorship is immensely significant for us. It not only alleviates our financial challenges, but also instills greater confidence in our pursuit of loftier ambitions. I am profoundly grateful for Mr. Lay's support." Following the interview, fans and other clubs eagerly awaited Aston Villa's winter acquisitions, with several star players expressing interest in joining the club. Various media outlets speculated on the positions that Villa might reinforce. The atmosphere within Aston Villa is vibrant and bustling, with players intensifying their training efforts, fearing that new signings might usurp their starting positions. Notably, Bentik, who typically heads straight home after training, has astonishingly requested additional practice sessions. Fong Yun secretly relished this newfound determination among his teammates, noting that if they are working this hard even before the new arrivals, their dedication will undoubtedly intensify once they join. With the encouragement of Huaxia fans and Xiaomi Group, Aston Villa and Guangzhou Evergrande organized a friendly match, held at the iconic Bird's Nest Stadium, where tickets were in high demand. The scalpers drove prices beyond 3,000, reflecting Fong Yun's immense popularity in Huaxia, rivaling that of top-tier celebrities. Being a friendly match, Fong Yun intended to take it easy, not out of lack of seriousness, but because his intensity could be overwhelmingly formidable. After all, Aston Villa had previously triumphed over teams like Manchester City and Manchester United. How could they falter against Guangzhou Evergrande? Although Evergrande currently stands tall in Asia, claiming the title of the continent's premier club, they languish at the bottom of the European hierarchy. From the outset, Guangzhou Evergrande struggled to cope with Aston Villa's pace and physicality, which were on entirely different levels. Playing at home, Fong Yun aimed to showcase his skills. In the 14th minute, he struck a long-range shot that put his team ahead, igniting jubilant cheers from the crowd. The excitement was palpable, with many female fans vocally expressing their admiration. Observing that Guangzhou Evergrande was faltering, Fong Yun signaled to his teammates to ease off, understanding the importance of maintaining his local reputation. The match then took a comical turn when, following a counterattack, Fong Yun instinctively played a through ball to Bentik, who found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. To everyone's surprise, Bentik blasted the ball into the stands, playfully rewarding the fans. Fong Yun couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all. With such acting skills, Bentik could easily have pursued a career in theater. Subsequently, Aston Villa focused on maintaining possession, occasionally erring and allowing Guangzhou Evergrande some attacking opportunities. Villa's defenders adeptly communicated through glances, and Evergrande managed to score a goal in the second half. This period became Fong Yun's stage, as he orchestrated the play, providing assists and directly contributing to 3 goals, culminating in a resounding victory. After the match, enthusiastic fans even climbed over barriers to seek selfies with Fong Yun, who greeted them with a warm smile. This encounter was a resounding triumph for all parties involved. The sponsors reaped substantial rewards. Fong Yun basked in success, and Huaxia celebrated wholeheartedly. Chapter 52. The end of the winning streak? We shall see. Despite the increase in transfer funds and operational flexibility for Aston Villa, many fans remained skeptical, especially upon hearing the club's announcement. Aston Villa declared that they would not relinquish any cup competition and would give their all in every match. This revelation stirred considerable debate, as the team is set to face a grueling schedule of 3 matches in a week against formidable opponents like Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur. A single loss in a cup match could spell elimination, leading some to conclude that the focus should solely be on the league, as they cannot afford to be distracted by multiple fronts. Although Aston Villa has achieved an impressive 18-match winning streak, setting a historical record, concerns loom over the injuries plaguing their forwards, severely hampering their attacking prowess. While they currently lead the second-place team by 12 points, the margin is merely 4 victories, and the quality of the substitutes raises apprehension. If reinforcements are not executed effectively, maintaining a top 4 position will remain a daunting challenge. Yet, a significant number of fans continue to support Aston Villa. The onus now lies on Fong Yun to navigate these challenging matches successfully. If he can prevail, alongside the returns of Bentik and Sulla and the addition of new signings, there is a palpable sense of optimism. Villa fans are relatively hopeful, recognizing that the team has already performed admirably to reach this point. Although they may not fully comprehend the club's decision to pursue multiple competitions rather than focusing on a single one, their only recourse is to place their trust in Fong Yun, who, being uninjured, embodies the very essence of a miracle, consistently delivering surprises for the Aston Villa supporters. The transformation from relegation battlers to champions of the Premier League midway through the season marks a remarkable leap, leaving Villa fans thoroughly satisfied. In training matches, Aston Villa was compelled to unveil a new lineup. After discussions with the coaching staff, Fong Yun decided to adopt a high-pressing tactical approach, shifting Agbalmahor from the left-wing position to center forward. The role transformed from Bentik's stationary target man to Agbalmahor's dynamic forward presence, with Charles serving as the left winger, utilizing his notable speed and explosiveness. Though he may lack in physical confrontations and defensive skills, he can still deliver as a wing threat. The right-wing substitute Wyman boasts commendable stamina and resilience, while the right back, Hutton, possesses excellent crossing ability. By winning the ball back, Agbalmahor's speed will create advantageous opportunities, particularly when paired with Fong Yun's incisive through balls, which will pose a significant threat. With a lack of aerial presence, long passes will be minimized, and ground through balls will be prioritized, allowing Charles' speed to shine. The 2 defensive midfielders, Fabian and Carlin, will amplify the midfield's intensity, while Fong Yun will manage the passing and organization. To everyone's astonishment, this tactical shift proved extraordinarily effective. The trio in midfield frequently pressed, creating numerous counterattack opportunities. The front 3, characterized by their rapidity and clinical finishing, benefited from Fong Yun's plethora of passing options, with 3 passing angles rendering the opposition utterly confounded. Players who previously sat on the bench now exuded vitality, eager to prove themselves and earn more playing time. Fong Yun and several forward players have developed an increasingly harmonious synergy. The ball is almost delivered right to their feet, rendering any attempts to miss the opportunity futile. Charles and Wyman, who had spent half a season languishing on the bench, have now regained their confidence. They too can feel the joy radiating from Sulla and Bentik. It turns out playing alongside Fong Yun is remarkably simple. All one has to do is find an open space, and the ball will effortlessly arrive at their feet. Such ease in scoring has never been experienced before. Watching this, Bentik and Sulla felt a pang of nostalgia. I'm still your favorite forward, am I not? I'm the rightful heir. This realization ignited a sense of urgency in both players, compelling them to train diligently and recover well. Otherwise, their starting positions could be jeopardized. Many star players encounter this dilemma. Once they secure a starting role and realize that the substitutes cannot compete, they may lose their drive and determination. At such times, teams often resort to rotation or even new signings to rekindle the competitive spirit among players. The Manchester City squad in the 2024-25 season faced a similar issue. Despite being the reigning Premier League champions last season, they found themselves winless in 10 matches, with only 2 or 3 players differing from the starting lineup. Yet their form was inexplicably poor. A significant reason for this decline was the lack of competition. Competition is essential for igniting one's ambition and potential. In the winter transfer window, Manchester City invested a staggering $8 billion to strengthen their midfield, attack, and defense. The message was clear: if performance does not improve, a place on the bench awaits. Consequently, in the next match, the City players exhibited a markedly different demeanor, each acutely aware of the competitive stakes, leading to a noticeable improvement in their performance. In sports, competition is inescapable. The capable rise, the average yield, and the inferior are eliminated. This is the law of survival for players, and none can contravene it. After a training match, Fong Yun gathered his teammates and emphasized the importance of defensive cohesion. When pressing, all 3 lines must advance together, maintaining a straight formation, ensuring that the gaps between lines do not widen. This is how we play. Nobody can stop us. Beside him, Robert watched Fang Yun with admiration in his eyes. He is truly a promising talent. He will undoubtedly become a top-tier coach in the future. The quarterfinals of the League Cup have finally arrived. Aston Villa faces Arsenal at home. Fong Yun is determined to lead Villa to a resounding victory against Arsenal, especially on their home turf. He can feel the fervor of the 40,000 Villa supporters echoing in the stadium. As the starting lineups were announced before the match, Arsenal's coach Wenger was quite pleased. Aston Villa has made significant rotations in their midfield, he scoffed. Do they think their bench is that deep? How absurd. They believe they can compete on 3 fronts like this. Arsenal, having experienced a fluctuating form recently, desperately needed a decisive victory to restore morale. And Aston Villa was their target. Aston Villa's astonishing 18-match winning streak in the Premier League was a remarkable feat, breaking the previous record of 14 consecutive wins set by Arsenal in the 2002-2003 season. This provided Arsenal with all the more reason to secure a win in this match. They aimed to personally terminate Villa's winning streak and avenge the record's demise. A victory would propel Arsenal over Aston Villa, paving their path toward the league title. However, Arsenal's assistant coach expressed concern. Fong Yun is the core of Villa. His passing is exceptional. Even though most other players are substitutes, with Fong Yun, Villa remains formidable. Wenger laughed heartily and posed a rhetorical question. Let me ask you, if you had peak Zidane, peak Xavi, and Iniesta providing you passes as a forward, how many could you score? The assistant hesitated. I couldn't score any. I wouldn't even be able to move. Precisely. Even with world-class midfielders, if the forwards lack shooting and positioning skills, it amounts to nothing. Just wait and watch the spectacle. They will suffer the consequences of their arrogance. Midfielders and forwards require synergy and cooperation. Without a forward who consistently collaborates, even the best passes are rendered futile, Wenger asserted confidently. Although it was Aston Villa's home ground, numerous media representatives from Arsenal were present, keenly observing the match. If they could secure a win, it would mark the end of Aston Villa's remarkable 18-match winning streak. Presently, Villa resembled a weakened lion, and who wouldn't want to feast on a sumptuous lion's head? Wenger's demeanor exuded formidable confidence. However, just 6 minutes into the match, that confidence was doused with cold water. Arsenal began the match with an aggressive approach, seemingly sensing their chance to end Villa's winning streak. They pushed Villa back, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Fong Yun directed his teammates to adopt a defensive stance. Engaging Arsenal head-on would prove arduous and unproductive. Momentum can wane. Patience is key. We will wait for Arsenal to falter, seize the opportunity, and strike decisively. To attack when they are unprepared is the mark of true cunning. Arsenal's towering striker Giroud was filled with a desire to score, but the reality was far from his expectations. Aston Villa's defense was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Positioned in the penalty area, flanked by Villa's central defenders, he found himself thwarted every time he sought to contest a header. Furthermore, Villa's midfield was fiercely tenacious. While passing around the outskirts of the box was feasible, crossing the ball was out of the question. Wenger furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was not unfolding as he had envisioned. In truth, Fong Yun and the coaching staff had already foreseen Arsenal's tactical approach. Aware of Villa's extensive rotations across the pitch, Arsenal anticipated a highly aggressive game. However, Aston Villa had not completely rotated their lineup in every position. Noticing a moment of laxity among the opposing players, Fong Yun promptly urged his teammates to press forward. Forward Agbanlahor charged at defender Sagna. The other players matched up against their respective opponents, cutting off passing lanes. Fong Yun intentionally delayed his engagement, leaving his defensive player, Thomas, unmarked. When Sagna noticed Thomas in space, he passed the ball directly to him. Yet, in the instant he released the ball, Fong Yun sprinted into the passing lane, successfully intercepting the pass before Thomas could receive it. Fong Yun has made the interception. Estern Vilo Luinchis au counter-attack. The three forwards quickly reposition themselves. Fong Yun advances the ball. Executing a skillful surgical pass, he delivered a pinpoint through ball that sliced through the defensive line, evading Arsenal's defenders. Agbanlahor, having found space, received Fong Yun's pass. It was a clear shot on goal. Now face-to-face with Arsenal's keeper, Lucas had no choice but to charge forward. Agbanlahor deftly lifted the ball over the keeper's head, watching as it nestled into the net. Within just 6 minutes of the match, Aston Villa had broken the deadlock, executing a counterattack with Fong Yun's brilliant assist. This precision pass was swift and incisive, exploiting the gap behind the center-backs. One must commend Agbanlahor's speed. He darted past in an instant, as Zhang Lu commented. The stadium erupted with cheers from the Villa fans. Fong Yun did not execute a long pass. Instead, he delivered a precise, through ball, recognizing the towering presence of the opposing central defender, which rendered a long pass ineffective. Moreover, Fong Yun advanced a considerable distance before making the pass, ensuring the through ball was perfectly measured. This exemplifies Fong Yun's tactical acumen. He positions himself defensively when required, and upon sensing any slackness from the opponents, he immediately applies pressure, striking decisively. Truly remarkable. What of a diminished Villa squad? They still managed to challenge the full-strength Arsenal. Our counterattacks remained sharp and threatening, leading within the first 10 minutes. What bliss for the Villa fans. On the sidelines, Robert clenched his fist tightly, embodying what it means to be a genius. A genius remains poised in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Despite the tumultuous environment, he stands unwavering like a mountain, orchestrating with confidence. Wenger's expression, however, was far from serene. He did not anticipate conceding so early in the match and was taken aback by Villa's staunch defense and incisive counterattacks. Fong Yun, in his performance, evoked comparisons to Messi and Ronaldo, able to command the defense like an anchor, yet strike with lethal precision like a powerful sledgehammer. Truly fearsome. Following this play, Fong Yun urged his teammates to press relentlessly. With his full stamina, he raised the intensity of the game. The scene depicted Villa players pushing their formation high up the pitch. Fong Yun relentlessly pursued the ball carrier, while his teammates disrupted passing lanes. The Arsenal fans were bewildered by Fong Yun's tireless running. Was he not fatigued? Finally, under the relentless pressure from Aston Villa, Arsenal faltered. In the 20th minute, Arsenal midfielder Wilshere was dispossessed by Fabian. Fong Yun immediately repositioned to receive the ball. Aston Villa reclaimed possession, with Fong Yun receiving the pass. The attack unfolded in a 4-on-4 scenario. How would Fong Yun handle this? Observing the opponent's compact defense, he noted an opening in the center. However, passing there would yield no follow-up. Instead, he delivered the ball to Charles on the left flank. Arsenal's full-back rushed to defend. At that moment, Fong Yun seized the gap and darted diagonally into the left channel. With defenders drawn to Charles, Fong Yun was unmarked. Receiving the pass from Charles, he drove towards the byline. Agbanlahor sprinted to the near post for support. Fong Yun delivered a right-footed pass to Agbanlahor, who deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. The shot too swift for the goalkeeper to react, finding the net. With Fong Yun's incisive assist, Agbanlahor's flick found the goal, putting Aston Villa ahead 2-0. As the match reached the 36th minute, the tides shifted dramatically. Giroud, attempting to control a high ball, felt an unsettling jolt in his back as Villa defender Vlar pressed against his support leg. Just as the referee's view was obstructed, the ball rolled ominously towards the sideline. Danger averted. The commentator's voice cracked in surprise as everyone watched in disbelief as the ball, which should have gone out, was hooked back by Fong Yun's toe. This Chinese midfielder, like a leopard, lowered his center of gravity and deftly maneuvered past a trio of Arsenal players. Back to defend. Xhaka's shout was drowned out by the sudden surge of noise. Fong Yun halted abruptly in the 30-meter zone, executing a spectacular arc with the outside of his left foot. Agbonlahor, like an arrow, darted past Mertesacker and, upon facing the goalkeeper, took a moment to confirm the offside line before dispatching a precise shot that found its way into the net. Chapter 54, a ruthless onslaught. Unstoppable, the Arsenal away fans could no longer contain their frustration. Wenger stepped down. The away supporters directed boos towards both the Arsenal fans and coaching staff. At this point, Wenger departed the sidelines, taking a seat on the bench, seemingly resigned. Many Arsenal fans began to leave, shouting for refunds. With the restart, Arsenal had completely lost their fighting spirit. Their initial momentum had waned, leaving them akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In the final 10 minutes of the first half, Villa's high press suffocated Arsenal, who could barely cross half the pitch, let alone score. During stoppage time, Aston Villa struck again. Fong Yun's interception led to a distant shot on goal. He had effectively exhausted Arsenal's defenses in the first half. As anticipated, the second half commenced with Arsenal substituting in several forwards and midfielders, while Aston Villa replaced Agbonlahor and Charles to preserve their stamina for upcoming matches. Fong Yun assumed the role of a sweeping midfielder in the second half, directing his teammates to maintain defensive positioning. The high press demanded exceptional coordination, and while Fong Yun's energy remained abundant, his teammates struggled to sustain prolonged high-pressure tactics. In the opening 20 minutes of the second half, both teams engaged in a fierce midfield battle, with neither able to penetrate the other's defenses. In the 70th minute, Fong Yun made another interception and passed the striker, forcing the opponent to commit a foul. From outside the penalty area, Fong Yun stepped up to take the free kick without hesitation, executing his skillful technique. Moonlit crescent free kick. The ball curved beautifully, nestling into the corner of the net. The Arsenal goalkeeper could only watch helplessly, rooted to the spot. A stunning leaf-curving shot. Fong Yun's free kick echoed the brilliance of that legendary player, truly moving. The score reached 5-0, with Fong Yun netting a brace, effectively sealing the match. After this goal, Fong Yun signaled to his teammates to slow down the tempo. There was no need for further aggression. It was vital to extinguish Arsenal's momentum to avoid provoking retaliatory aggression that could result in injuries for Villa ahead of their next two matches. Following this goal, both sides ceased hostilities, with Fong Yun remaining vigilant on the pitch, just in case. As the match concluded, the referee blew the final whistle. This game set the Villa fans ablaze with excitement. The heavily rotated Aston Villa team continued to charge forward with unyielding momentum. After the match, Agbonlahor approached Fong Yun. Fong Yun, I have received offers from other teams with lucrative salaries. Should I stay or leave? That's a positive development. It's your choice. If you seek higher wages and a better life, pursue it, Fong Yun replied, genuinely pleased to see Agbonlahor, who had long been dormant, rejuvenated. Host and Agbonlahor's intimacy level. 20 Fong Yun was surprised that this could enhance intimacy. He continued, I believe playing at a higher level would benefit you. Here, while I can provide you opportunities, you might become too comfortable. Once the support diminishes, you could find yourself in a predicament. For forward, the ability to create opportunities and score is paramount. Fong Yun sincerely believed this. As time progresses, it is inevitable that more exceptional forwards with greater potential will join the team, likely squeezing his position and diminishing his playing time. This circumstance is unavoidable. Thus, a transfer might be a more prudent choice. Host's intimacy level with Agbonlahor. 20 Agbonlahor attentively considered Fong Yun's advice. However, I suggest you refrain from leaving during the winter transfer window. The summer window would be more advantageous. On one hand, the team still greatly requires your offensive prowess. On the other, with my assistance, you will score more goals, significantly boosting your market value and salary in the transfer market. While ensuring victories, I will also prioritize passing the ball to you. Host's intimacy level with Agbonlahor. 50. Congratulations. Host and Agbomohore's intimacy level has reached 100, allowing the selection of one skill at random. Fong Yun's insights were astute. During a player's contract year, the team aims to maximize profit by enhancing the player's statistics. The more impressive the stats, the higher the potential transfer fee. Agbomohore was evidently moved by Fong Yun's sincere words. Thank you, Yun. Last season, the team was struggling on the brink of relegation, and my performance was quite dismal. I thought my career was an end, and I am deeply grateful for your willingness to pass the ball more often. For Fong Yun, assisting any player was equally rewarding, as all assists yield bonuses. However, for Agbomohore, scoring more goals would significantly elevate his market value. While statistics may not encapsulate everything, they certainly convey a great deal. If you maintain your health, I can help you secure the golden boot. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, Agbomohore felt even more touched. You are still leading the scoring charts. Don't you desire the golden boot? As a midfielder, the golden boot is not an essential accolade for me. Being the top assist provider suffices. This was the truth. The contract did not stipulate any additional rewards for securing the golden boot, as the bonuses for goals and assists were the same. Not claiming the golden boot was inconsequential in the grand scheme. Moreover, fame often invites scrutiny. If one's growth accelerates too rapidly, it may attract unnecessary controversy. Should Agbomohore secure the golden boot, his brilliance might be overshadowed, allowing him to develop in peace and amass wealth discreetly. Recognizing the opportunity, Fong Yun skillfully raised his intimacy level with Agbomohore to 100 and proceeded to select a skill. Congratulations! Host has acquired Agbomohore's speed module. Agbomohore's speed module significantly enhances speed and explosiveness. What a fortuitous acquisition. Fong Yun's current deficiencies were indeed speed and explosiveness, which have now been adequately addressed. Fong Yun accessed the system panel. Speed, 60 to 80. Explosiveness, 60 to 80. This marked the upper limit. To further enhance speed and explosiveness, he would need to obtain a more advanced star module. Filled with confidence, Fong Yun recognized that apart from average ball control, he surpassed the average standard in all other aspects. Not to mention, he possessed 3 skills rated above 100 points. In the upcoming FA Cup match against the championship team, Fong Yun was prepared to unleash his prowess and test his newfound speed. Chapter 55. A comfortable victory over the championship team. Tactical innovation 3 days later. In the FA Cup, Aston Villa faced Cardiff City, a championship team. Cardiff City had been dominating the championship this season and was a leading contender for the title. Moreover, they enjoyed the advantage of playing at home. In the first half, Cardiff City adopted a defensive strategy, aware of Aston Villa's formidable counterattacks, thereby denying them any opportunity to strike. Due to fatigue and travel weariness, despite Fong Yun delivering numerous exquisite passes, the forward squandered several golden opportunities. Villa's fans watched in frustration, sensing that only Fong Yun was performing at his best while the others appeared lethargic, committing various blunders, including Agbomohore's inexplicable miss in front of an open goal. Surely, Aston Villa's winning streak would not be halted by a lesser team like Cardiff City. However, in the second half, Fong Yun responded to these criticisms. In the 54th minute, Fong Yun drew a foul in the attacking third, converting a free kick to break the deadlock and give his team the lead. Cardiff City was compelled to attack, which thrilled Fong Yun. A precise long pass pierced through their defense, assisting Agbomohore in scoring. This aligned with the coach's earlier discussions. Management was aware that Agbomohore was likely to depart next season. Thus, it was vital to enhance his statistics this season. In the 70th minute, Fong Yun executed a successful interception in the offensive zone, delivering a surgical through ball to assist Agbomohore once more. In the 89th minute, Fong Yun scored again from distance. He had requested to play the full match, and the coaching staff consented after he passed a fitness test. The match concluded with Fong Yun achieving 1 goal and 3 assists, securing an easy victory. Following the match, he participated in an interview. When facing immense pressure from competing in multiple tournaments, how do you manage? A reporter inquired. I simply grit my teeth. I expressed to the coach my willingness to play the entire match, as I believe it is my duty to help the team win. And I am grateful for the coach's trust in me. Aren't you concerned about injury? Competing 3 times a week places a significant burden on players. Of course, I am concerned, but as the core of Aston Villa, winning is paramount, and I have great confidence in my physical condition. Furthermore, Aston Villa's objective this season is not merely to secure one championship, I aspire to win the league title, the FA Cup, and the League Cup. This statement sparked a considerable uproar. How audacious! The league title alone could not satiate Fong Yun's ambition. Yet, he indeed possessed the strength and resources to back his claims. The team had achieved a remarkable 20 consecutive victories across various competitions, an unstoppable force. The following day, Aston Villa's achievements were prominently featured in numerous publications. Aston Villa aiming for multiple titles, overreaching or truly capable. Agbon Lahore shines with a brace, outshining Fong Yun. Agbon Lahore ascends to the top of the scoring charts. He is the true genius. As Fong Yun perused these headlines, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, while Agbon Lahore was undoubtedly elated. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Ding earned 5 custom attribute points. Fong Yun had only garnered 5 attribute points from this match, and no hidden rewards were triggered. He felt that his performance had been commendable. The evaluation of hidden rewards is based on the comparison of the host's current ability and actual performance. Understanding this, Fong Yun realized that as his capabilities improved, the corresponding standards would also rise. The system deemed his performance in this match to be merely on par with expectations. Fong Yun agreed. He faced no pressure from the opponent, and his assists and passes felt as effortless as if he were playing with anyone else. He recognized that to earn better rewards, he must elevate his own game. Fong Yun allocated his 5 attribute points to his dribbling. Dribbling, 65 to 70. His dribbling was now reasonably proficient. With another match looming in 2 days, the league would see a clash against Tottenham, presenting yet another formidable challenge. Fortunately, playing at home would alleviate some of the team's fatigue issues. Recently, Fong Yun had also engaged a technical coach to refine his ball control and dribbling skills. Although his passing had reached an exquisite level, his ball progression and interception abilities still required improvement, lacking the capacity to resolve problems independently. In facing Tottenham, Fong Yun intended to adopt a new tactical approach. With his impressive speed now at 80, he had become a significant threat on the flanks, especially against moderately skilled defenders. He approached Coach Robert with a proposal, stating, "Coach, I would like to experiment with playing as a fullback. During offensive plays, I can venture wide, while I will remain a defensive midfielder when we are under pressure." Robert was taken aback. "Are you serious? The risks of shifting a midfielder to the flanks are considerable. If we suffer a counterattack and the holding midfielder is absent, the team could be easily breached," he questioned. "Not to worry, Coach. My speed is exceptional now. I believe we can try a 3-defender system. If it works, it will greatly diversify our tactics," Fong Yun insisted. Robert decided to trust Fong Yun, feeling assured that he was not joking. Initially, other players expressed skepticism. "Yun, I have no complaints about your midfield skills, but there's no need to encroach on my position. Is there?" Right back, Lawton remarked. "Indeed. Yun, why not focus on the midfield where you excel? Playing as a fullback is not as straightforward as it seems," Wilkinson added. However, during a training match, the dynamic shifted. As the right winger cut inside, Fong Yun moved wide. With a deft touch, he outmaneuvered his opponent and delivered a pinpoint cross, assisting the striker in scoring. "Yun, how have you become so fast? This can't be real. You're even quicker than I am," Lawton exclaimed, astonished. Fong Yun merely smiled. As a result, the opposing team had no choice but to assign extra coverage to Fong Yun, but he was undeterred. If they sent a defender to assist on the flanks, the central area would inevitably be left vulnerable. A quick pass to the advancing winger allowed for a triangular cross that resulted in another goal. Coach Robert was astonished by Fong Yun's effectiveness on the wing. Moreover, the midfield remained well-staffed. Even without Fong Yun centrally, at least 3 players were present, ensuring stability. This arrangement also alleviated the issue of a depleted forward line. Robert decisively opted to practice this formation further. Fong Yun found playing on the wing to be more liberating, as his stamina was robust, allowing him to cover both the flanks and the midfield effectively. He gained a deeper understanding of wing play, including positioning and timing for passes. Finally, the day arrived for Aston Villa to face Tottenham. The atmosphere was electric, with fans from both sides fiercely supportive. Tottenham had recently achieved 3 consecutive victories and was determined to end Aston Villa's winning streak. Major English media outlets gathered for this crucial match for both teams. Although Aston Villa held a 12-point lead over the second place, with 20 matches remaining, a loss could alter everything. Chapter 56. Referee interference and adversity. Tottenham's starting lineup was formidable, featuring the promising French star Ndombele and the rapid English player Kyle Walker, alongside the explosive Gareth Bale. Bale, known for his speed and ability to outpace opponents, had once eclipsed even Cristiano Ronaldo during his tenure at Real Madrid, though injuries had since diminished his form. Tottenham's youthful lineup, while perhaps lacking in experience, held a distinct advantage in terms of athleticism and speed. From the outset, Tottenham exerted considerable pressure on Aston Villa. The latter set up in a familiar 4-3-3 formation, opting for stability and cohesion among their players. Should the situation dictate, they would adjust their tactics accordingly. Ndombele relentlessly attacked down the right flank, while Bale did the same on the left, relying on their speed to penetrate Aston Villa's defenses. Tottenham's combination of wing and central play had always been among the league's finest. Their high-pressing strategy rendered Aston Villa's attempts to build play exceedingly difficult. Press, keep pressing, was Tottenham's mantra, as their relentless pursuit inhibited any effective counteraction from the opposition. This season, Tottenham's style leaned heavily towards technical play and ground-based attacks, focusing on penetrating through the center and flanks. Within the first 10 minutes, Tottenham dominated possession with over 70, keeping the ball firmly within their control. Fong Yun attempted to initiate counterattacks through interceptions, but Tottenham's swift recovery upon losing possession thwarted such efforts. The pressure was unyielding, leaving Aston Villa in a precarious position, struggling to gain possession. Whenever Fong Yun received the ball, he was immediately surrounded by a swarm of Tottenham defenders, leaving him no space to maneuver. It was evident that Tottenham had prepared specifically for Fong Yun, aiming to neutralize his impact. They consistently delivered threatening balls, with Bale and Ndombele alternating in challenging Aston Villa's fullbacks, frequently sending in crosses. Consequently, Fong Yun found himself retreating to the penalty area to assist defensively. However, mere defense would not suffice. At last, in the 24th minute, Bale delivered a low cross from the right, and Tottenham's striker Adebayor headed it home. The goal stemmed from a straightforward cross, devoid of any embellishments, simple and effective, granting them the lead. Following the goal, Aston Villa's defenders were visibly frustrated, appealing to the referee for a foul, claiming they had been held back and could have contested the header otherwise. Yet the referee remained unresponsive. Following the goal, Tottenham players celebrated exuberantly, while the home crowd erupted in boos. Aston Villa fans were incensed. What kind of referee is this? Can't he see such an obvious foul in the box? Truly blind. The supporters rose in protest against the referee's decision. On the sidelines, Robert was equally furious, engaging in a heated discussion with the official, only to receive a yellow card in return. Left with no recourse, he suppressed his anger, placing his faith in the players to turn the tide. Tottenham's coach, Andre, exuded confidence post-goal, settling into a seat on the bench with a soda in hand, embodying the assurance of victory. Aston Villa players, dissatisfied, sought to argue with the referee, but Fong Yun intervened, gathering his teammates. It's early days. Let's maintain focus, enhance our communication, and concentrate on the game. We can still win this. After conceding, Aston Villa's fans refrained from excessively criticizing their players. Fong Yun had yet to unleash his full potential. How could one claim Villa was defeated? They believed in Fong Yun, their young lion of Villa Park. Standing at the center circle, he prepared to resume play, contemplating Tottenham's vulnerabilities. This Tottenham side thrived on high pressing and wing attacks, embracing an aggressive style of football. Yet, their defensive positioning was average, and their youthful squad could be exploited. If that was the case, then they would engage in a battle of attrition, contesting in midfield and testing their physical limits. However, Fong Yun quickly recognized that the team's stamina had been a persistent concern. Aston Villa's fitness issues posed a significant threat when pitted against the well-conditioned Tottenham. The defenders, despite generally covering less ground than forwards and midfielders, were struggling to keep pace after a grueling schedule of 3 matches in a week. Fleur had started in all 3 recent games and was now visibly fatigued. Yet, there were no substitutes available, leaving the situation quite awkward. 10 minutes later, Tottenham struck again. Ndombele cut inside and passed to right-back Kyle Walker, who surged forward. Wilkinson found it impossible to contain Walker, who utilized his speed to outpace him. In a one-on-one with Fleur, the latter's sluggishness allowed Walker to leave him in the dust once more. Subsequently, with a swift shot, he deceived the goalkeeper and effortlessly scored, bringing the score to 0-2. Kyle Walker, with an astonishing solo run, weaved past 3 defenders before outmaneuvering the keeper to score. It was unbelievable, extraordinary. The fullback displayed such remarkable speed and exquisite footwork, leaving the Tottenham fans ecstatic. Aston Villa, with an 18-match winning streak, was faltering. I expected them to be formidable, yet they proved to be so vulnerable. Under Tottenham's relentless assault, Aston Villa struggled to maintain composure. A relegation team, indeed, remains a relegation team. Once a flaw is exposed, they become alarmingly fragile. Flair fell to the ground, writhing in pain and filled with self-reproach. Had his stamina been better, had his legs not betrayed him, Walker surely would not have scored that goal. His physical condition was still lacking. If only he were younger, he could have defended against it. With no other choice, Roberts substituted him with a young defender promoted from the youth team. Misfortunes seldom come alone. 5 minutes later, Fong Yun seized an opportunity, executing a precise tackle before delivering a long pass to Charles on the left flank. Without hesitation, Charles opted to break through, aiming to accelerate and cross for the advancing Agbonlahor. However, the English sprinter Walker's recovery speed was astonishing. Despite being 3 positions behind, he remarkably caught up with Charles purely on the basis of speed. Is it reasonable for a fullback to outrun a winger? Aston Villa fans were in disbelief. Moreover, Walker's challenge was brutally aggressive, as a scissor tackle from behind sent Charles tumbling to the ground. Charles's agonized cries echoed throughout the stadium, as he was unceremoniously knocked out of bounds, clutching his calf and rolling in pain. The stands erupted with deafening boos. Aston Villa supporters rose from their seats, hurling curses in anger. The referee promptly approached and issued a yellow card to Walker. Coach Roberts stormed towards the 4th official in fury. Is this football? Is this murder? A scissor tackle from behind warrants a red card. Will you not take action? The referee's decisions were utterly unreasonable. Fong Yun pondered how to turn the tide. Chapter 57. Pulling one back. Close quarters combat. Fong Yun rushed to Charles's side to assess his injury. Charles managed to stand, albeit barely. I'm fine. I can continue playing, he insisted, despite the evident swelling in his calf. Do not push yourself. This injury is serious. If left untreated, it may worsen. You need to come off for evaluation. The team doctor responded. Yet, Charles remained adamant. I cannot leave. The team is 2 goals down, and we need my presence on the wing. Help me up. I can still play. Upon hearing this, Aston Villa's players felt a pang of sympathy. Watching their injured comrade, they felt powerless, their frustration simmering beneath the surface. Fong Yun recognized that this match was inherently unfair. The referee overlooked Tottenham's fouls while scrutinizing Aston Villa closely. This was not the first time such a situation had unfolded for Villa, but under Fong Yun's encouragement, they began to regain their composure. They believed in their ability to win this match. Let our play speak for itself. That is Aston Villa's preferred rebuttal to defense. Charles, trust us. The outcome of this match is far less significant than your entire career. Fong Yun reassured him. Touched, Charles ultimately chose to leave the field. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause for the brave warrior. Aston Villa would not back down. You are a hero. We will win this match. Coach Robert also regained his composure, signaling the team to slow down, to remain patient and seek out the opponent's weaknesses with precision. The referee was undoubtedly focused on Aston Villa. Any minor infraction would be magnified, leading to stricter penalties. Fong Yun's communication with his teammates became increasingly proactive. Get forward. Let's score one back, he shouted. Brilliant. His teammates successfully defended, and Fong Yun responded enthusiastically. Agbonlahor, be cautious. There's no need to foul in positions where I can cover. Guardiola, watching the match, was moved by Fong Yun's performance. This is a true leader, a captain who can step up at any moment, guiding his teammates in the right direction. The blend of offense and defense is admirable, and his decisive clarity in defense is truly rare. If only Bayern had such a player. Sun Xiaoman was also present, cheering for Fong Yun. Brother Fong Yun, you must win. I believe you can do it. As the match approached the 36th minute, a free kick near Aston Villa's midfield was awarded. Fong Yun stood over the ball, exhaling deeply. The fans held their breath, hoping Fong Yun would equalize. Coach Robert watched intently, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Fong Yun observed the positioning of the opposing players. A direct shot from this distance was impractical due to insufficient power. Noticing a gap behind Tottenham's wall, he sensed an opportunity. The referee's whistle blew. Players in the box began to jostle for position, engaging in a physical contest. Fong Yun unleashed his skill. Long shot guaranteed, activated. With a fierce strike, he shot. The Tottenham wall leapt, but the ball zipped through the gap like an arrow, speeding towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, obstructed by players in the box, was blind to the ball's trajectory, helplessly watching it nestle into the net. The audacity of Fong Yun's world-class long-range shot was nothing short of astonishing, piercing through the wall. Fang Yun was left speechless. Aston Villa sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. The fans leapt to their feet, raising their arms in exuberance. Cloud God is incredible. King of adversity. I only bow to Fong Yun. Once again, Fong Yun, the young lion of Villa, had saved his team. The Tottenham coach on the bench rose, his expression shifting to one of concern. Fong Yun had an uncanny ability to seize opportunities. Any flaw in the opposing defense was swiftly identified by his keen insight. All eyes were on Fong Yun, anticipating whether he would deliver a curling cross over the wall. Yet, he chose the unexpected path, opting for a low shot that sliced through the wall. Such creativity was undeniable. The Tottenham coaching staff began strategizing. This match was crucial for them. They needed to secure all 3 points. Their objective for the season was to break into the top 4 and earn a place in the Champions League, placing immense pressure on the coach. A victory in this match would level their points with the 4th-place team, giving them an edge on goal difference. Hence, this match was critical for Tottenham, and despite their current lead, the coaching staff dared not relax their vigilance. Once Fong Yun exerted his strength, launching a flurry of goals, the outcome was beyond imagination. In today's Premier League, no one dares to underestimate this relegation-threatened team, especially one that currently occupies the top position among relegation candidates. A defeat in this match would significantly diminish their hopes of contending for a top 4 finish, a reality that Coach Andre cannot bear to accept. However, soon their anxieties were alleviated. Aston Villa's defensive line encountered issues once more. A young substitute center-back made a catastrophic error. Under pressure from the opposing team, he failed to assess the goalkeeper's position while attempting a back pass, resulting in a careless interception by Dembele, who effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. 1-3 away fans erupted in jubilation once again. This exemplifies the pitfalls of youth academy defenders. Lacking experience and composure, a single mistake can lead to conceding a goal. Fang Yun sighed heavily. Villa supporters expressed their frustration as well. The team was depleted of available center-backs due to injuries and fatigue, leaving them with no choice but to field a young academy player. Unlike forwards, defenders bear a heavier burden. When they falter, the opposing team has a direct path to the goal, often resulting in conceding a goal. Villa fans could only hope that Fong Yun might once again defy the odds. The Spurs coach was not yet satisfied and sought to continue their offensive onslaught. In the second half, they aimed to maintain pressure, delivering a resounding lesson to Villa on what it means to be a top club. This match was the last of their grueling trio of games within a week, and fatigue was inevitable. Seizing the moment, they intended to engage in an all-out attack, suffocating Villa and securing a decisive victory. Head coach Robert signaled for them to lie in wait for counterattack opportunities, a strategy they were most familiar with, and also their most stable defensive approach. At that moment, Fong Yun took the initiative. Let's switch to a 3-defender setup in the second half and go toe-to-toe with them. Our defense can no longer hold, Fong Yun asserted resolutely. Are you certain? The training matches yielded positive results, but the actual game is unpredictable, Robert inquired. Trust me, coach. This is the only solution we have left. It's all or nothing. Fong Yun replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. After exchanging gestures with his teammates, they all nodded in agreement. Upon restarting the game, Villa's demeanor transformed entirely. They did not dwell on their previous blunder. With little time left in the first half, neither side had managed to score. Fong Yun's wing play generated numerous opportunities within minutes, but due to a lack of a definitive aerial threat in the center, Agbonlahor repeatedly squandered chances and failed to score. Agbonlahor felt a wave of self-reproach. I made too many mistakes. I've wasted countless opportunities. It's all right. There's still another 45 minutes in the second half. Just play confidently. I'll ensure you get at least 10 chances, Fong Yun reassured him. Moreover, I have thoroughly analyzed their defensive positioning. As the half concluded, both teams returned to the locker rooms. Was Aston Villa's remarkable streak of 18 consecutive victories about to come to an end? Indeed, but it was unavoidable given the team's injuries and the demanding schedule. Even top-tier teams would struggle under such intensity. I believe Fong Yun can work miracles. Trust in Fong Yun. Trust in the king of Villa. In the Villa locker room, Robert relinquished the tactical board once more. Fong Yun rapped on the blackboard, commanding the attention of all his teammates. The key to the three-defender setup lay in creating space, and the wing players had to remain active. Be mindful of your movements. Avoid overlapping runs. Just like that play earlier, Agbomohor and right winger Wyman crossed paths, which restricted my passing options. When I make a run to the byline, we can't all swarm the penalty area. Some must drift left, some retreat, and others go right. Don't worry about being intercepted or countered. As long as you position yourselves in open spaces, I will deliver the ball accurately. Just finish the chances, it's that simple. Fong Yun then guided Wyman to one side. When you receive the ball, you have only one option: cut inside. Don't hesitate. This will create space on the wing. Do you understand? Wyman stammered a response. I get it, but their players are much faster and stronger than us. What should we do? Wilkinson asked. Move more, pass more, stretch the formation, and exploit our strengths while minimizing our weaknesses. From my observations, they will surely maintain their offensive pressure in the second half. We must grit our teeth and endure. We can turn this around. Fong Yun inspired his teammates. Countless England fans are watching this match. We cannot afford to slacken our efforts. Our goal this season is to contend for titles on 3 fronts. How can we let a mere Tottenham stand in our way? Brothers, this is Villa Park, where countless supporters cheer for us, and we must not disappoint them. We fight for the fans. We fight for our families. We fight for our team. The Aston Villa locker room erupted with thunderous cheers once more. Every player raised their arms high, brimming with fighting spirit. Head coach Robert was profoundly moved by the scene. In the past, when Villa fell behind, they would simply hang their heads in defeat. Since Fong Yun's arrival, the team had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although they now trailed 1-3, the players retained their fervent gaze, filled with an insatiable desire for victory. This is the power of a team leader. The significance of a leader to a team. Fong Yun's presence had not only bestowed Villa with the potential to contend for championships, but had also fostered an unprecedented unity within the squad. Fong Yun adjusted the captain's armband on his arm, feeling the weight of responsibility, the absolute trust bestowed upon him by the team and the fans. As a 17-year-old captain in the Premier League, he must rise to the occasion and lead the team to a remarkable comeback. Head coach Robert gently patted Fong Yun on the shoulder. Go forth. The team will always be your staunchest support. The 15-minute halftime passed swiftly. The Villa players re-entered the tunnel, greeted by thunderous applause from the home crowd. As the second half commenced, Spurs players sensed something was amiss. Villa players, as if invigorated, pressed ferociously and displayed an entirely different mentality and spirit compared to the first half. It was hard to fathom what transpired in the Villa locker room during the brief intermission. However, that was now inconsequential. Both head coaches stood on the sidelines. Andre no longer wore the relaxed expression from the beginning. His demeanor had turned serious. Villa, trailing 1-3, altered their formation from 4-3-3 to 3-4-2-1, moving the original right back, Loughton, into the midfield. The 2 wingers dropped back to play as wide midfielders. Was it not a gamble for Villa to suddenly adopt a 3-defender system? Indeed, the team had never attempted such a formation before. Was Aston Villa truly willing to take such risks? However, this aligned with Fong Yun's style. Either achieve success or perish in the attempt. It was a matter of heaven or hell. This would make the match much more exciting, and the second half promised to be filled with goals. With the change in formation, Fong Yun's position on the field also shifted subtly. In attack, he proactively moved to the flank to orchestrate the offense, while in defense, he returned to midfield to direct the defensive efforts. More often than not, his position oscillated between the right flank and the center, resembling a right-sided libero and a pseudo-winger. In the 53rd minute, Fong Yun advanced into the attacking zone to apply pressure. An opponent cleared the ball with a long kick, which was intercepted by a Villa defender and passed to Loughton. Loughton then relayed it to the right winger, Wyman. Wyman, recalling Fong Yun's instructions, seized the ball and cut inside without hesitation. Spurs quickly dispatched reinforcements in defense. At that moment, Fong Yun, unnoticed in a secluded corner, lay in wait on the right flank, poised to spring into action. Wyman laid the ball back to midfielder Bannon, who, without a touch, threaded a pass to the right wing. Suddenly, the ball was sent to the right flank where, astonishingly, Fong Yun had reappeared. How could he have covered that distance so swiftly? Fong Yun surged down the wing, caught Spurs utterly off guard. He wasted no time and unleashed his skill. A curling cross, Fong Yun positioned his body at a 45-degree angle to the ground and struck the ball powerfully with his right foot. The ball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc. The curling cross was executed with remarkable velocity, landing precisely at the far post. At that moment, Adbonlahor made a diagonal run towards the left side of the goal, and the ball struck his head perfectly. With a gentle nod, Adbonlahor sent the ball into the net. Fong Yun's cross from the byline, executed with such speed and precision, left spectators in awe. In Chapter 59, the score was equalized, marking a decisive moment. The score reached 3-2 as Aston Villa clawed back a goal, intensifying the match. Following the goal, Adbonlahor raised his arms in triumph, seemingly rediscovering the sensation of 2 years prior, when he was a prolific scorer. The Villa fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. Once again, it was Fong Yun. Once again, he had rescued his team from peril. Aston Villa could not do without Fong Yun, just as the West could not do without Jerusalem. Fong Yun opened his arms, welcoming the adoration of the home crowd. On the sidelines, head coach Robert embraced his assistant, confident in Fong Yun's decisions. Guardiola's eyes widened in astonishment. He seemed to perceive the shadow of Messi in Fong Yun, a midfielder capable of adapting to various tactical systems and swiftly switching styles. What a high footballing intelligence he possessed. His positioning was also remarkably versatile. He could serve as a commander, orchestrating play from the midfield, or act as a dynamo, charging down the wing to exploit gaps. If there were a player of such caliber, what more could one desire? Moreover, Guardiola, a tactical genius who had pioneered numerous strategies, found Fong Yun to be the perfect fit for his tactical style. Guardiola had resolved to engage in discussions with Bayern's management, determined to bring Fong Yun's prodigious talent to Bayern Munich. Mendes, meanwhile, was enjoying a fine wine in his private club, relishing Fong Yun's spectacular performance. He felt fortunate to have recognized Fong Yun's potential and to have signed him. This young man possessed the makings of a football king. At Villa Park, the fans erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The afternoon sun illuminated Fong Yun's profile, casting a long shadow that incited countless female admirers to scream and cheer. Among them, the most fervent was Sun Xiaomin. "Brother Fong Yun, I always knew you could do it." On the sidelines, Spurs coach Andre quickly called his assistant. "We can no longer engage in an open duel with Aston Villa. We must defend this lead." "I agree," replied the assistant. "With the home advantage, they are relentless. Their attack is overwhelming. Continuing to trade blows could lead to unpredictable consequences." Fong Yun's leadership in Aston Villa's counterattack evidently intimidated Andre. Having boasted pre-match of a resounding victory over Villa, he now swallowed his words. Andre's only desire was to fortify their defense and secure the slender advantage. Eager to bask in the cheers of the supporters, with Villa having scored again, their performance improved significantly. They were gradually mastering the rhythm of the match. Under Fong Yun's orchestration, Villa's three forwards relentlessly challenged Spurs' backline. Although Spurs' defenders were tall and robust, their slow turns proved vulnerable. Adbonlahor, with his nimble agility, seized any opportunity to advance. Fong Yun frequently shifted between the flanks and the center, leaving Spurs' defense in disarray. In the second half, Spurs players often found themselves uncertain of whom to mark. Villa's frequent positional rotations left Spurs' defense, once solid, teetering on the brink of collapse. Villa reverted to a four-man defense while their attack morphed into a three-man front, leaving Spurs players scrambling. Meanwhile, Spurs' offense had stalled. The coach's directive to refrain from aggressive passing and to adopt a defensive posture had rendered Spurs' play awkward, akin to self-sabotage. Additionally, defensive tactics had never been Spurs' forte, especially as their players leaned towards technical prowess, lacking the physicality of Villa. Is Spurs truly resorting to such tactics? Indeed, having boasted pre-match of a decisive victory over Villa, they were now retreating into a defensive shell, evidently intimidated by Fong Yun. If they chose to play so defensively, they might as well concede the point. Their players' valuations and abilities were on par with Villa's, yet they opted for such a cowardly approach. How shameful. Chinese fans, witnessing Spurs' retreat into defense, could no longer contain their laughter. Yet Fong Yun was determined to demonstrate through action that it was futile to attempt to defend against Villa. As the match reached the 76th minute, Wyman's incisive pass found Fong Yun once again on the right flank. This time, Spurs had learned their lesson, deploying two players to mark Fong Yun. One player stood directly in front of him while another loomed behind, ready to assist. Fong Yun, however, chose not to pass back. Instead, he feigned a breakthrough. With a subtle shoulder drop, he deftly maneuvered past the defender, who was caught off guard. Fong Yun proceeded, opting to dribble past another defender. As a second player rushed in to cover, Fong Yun delivered a brilliant pass to the advancing right back, Lotun. Lotun surged into the space, penetrating the penalty area. Chaos ensued in Spurs' box. On the sidelines, Robert held his breath. Meanwhile, Andre's eyes widened in disbelief. Lotun wasted no time, unleashing a fierce shot. The goalkeeper charged out, deflecting the ball. Had the goalkeeper managed to stop it? Andre leaped in joy. Haha, see? The defensive strategy works. He turned to tightly grasp his assistant's arm. In the next moment, the ball fortuitously fell to Fong Yun's feet. With less than 5 meters to the goal, Fong Yun took a swift shot, sending the ball crashing into the net. What? The ball had fortuitously bounced to Fong Yun. He merely nudged it in. What incredible luck. It was as if Fong Yun were playing with borrowed time. Who could possibly outshine him? Spurs fans were momentarily stunned. Is this the end for us? At that moment, Andre turned to see. How do we concede? Wasn't it saved by the goalkeeper? Andre's composure shattered. His expression twisted in anguish as he sank to his knees. As the fans of Aston Villa witnessed the unfolding drama, they erupted into laughter. One moment, they were joyously celebrating, and the next, their expressions turned to sorrow. Just as they had popped the champagne, the tide of the match shifted, and the score was equalized, making the situation all the more intriguing. After the goal, the Aston Villa players chose not to celebrate. Fong Yun dashed towards the net, retrieving the ball and bringing it back to the center circle. He understood that the match was far from over, with still several minutes remaining. The goal was not merely to secure a draw, but to emerge victorious. Aston Villa had transformed. Last season, they would have celebrated after equalizing, but now, with time ticking away, they refrained from celebration, showcasing their composure. This is Fong Yun, unpretentious in victory and undeterred in defeat, the true king of our Aston Villa. Guardiola was increasingly impressed by Fong Yun, who remained calm even when the team was trailing. From 0-2 to 1-2, after conceding another goal to make it 1-3, the team rallied back with 2 consecutive goals, leveling the playing field once more. Fong Yun possessed an extraordinary charisma. Chapter 60, a stunning overhead kick, a miraculous last-minute goal. The match resumed with a center kick. The Aston Villa players reorganized themselves, their eyes aflame with determination. They were intent on seizing control of this match, which had been marred by the referee's decisions. Regardless of the unfolding circumstances, Fong Yun, the new king of Villa, would guide his team towards victory. Time was running short for both sides. Tottenham made a triple substitution, replacing 3 attacking players with defenders. Inter decided to hold on to the draw, determined not to allow Aston Villa another goal. The Tottenham fans could hardly contain their frustration. What was happening? Were they really swapping forwards for a draw, especially against a team they deemed inferior? It was a disgrace for the Tottenham supporters to be outmaneuvered by a relegation-threatened team. Moreover, Inter substitutions left the fans dissatisfied. Was this a classic case of playing defensively while not even being behind? Even if they were to lose, they would have accepted it. But to retreat like turtles without holding firm was the ultimate humiliation, surely destined to be etched in the annals of football shame. Aston Villa's relentless assault continued, creating numerous opportunities but failing to convert. In a mere 10 minutes, they registered 20 shots with 10 on target, yet the score remained at 0. Absurd. As fatigue set in for both teams, the game seemed increasingly destined for a draw. Robert braced himself for a stalemate, considering it a commendable outcome given the circumstances. After all, with a congested schedule, the team's physical condition was severely compromised, while the opponents appeared fresh and in good form. However, Fong Yun disagreed. They could win this match. Why settle for a draw? Fong Yun actively directed his teammates, urging them to make runs, even with time slipping away. This 17-year-old captain was burning with passion, tirelessly sprinting across the pitch, seeking opportunities to score. As the match reached the 94th minute, in the dying moments of injury time, many Villa fans began to leave, resigned to the belief that a draw was inevitable. Yet a faction of steadfast supporters remained, rising from their seats to sing the Villa anthem, their voices soaring to inspire every player on the pitch. They fervently prayed for a miracle. Tottenham's 11 players retreated almost entirely into their penalty area, leaving only the fullbacks to guard the flanks. Fong Yun received the ball on the wing. aware that the only way to score was to cross from the side. The space was too limited for a penetrating attack. Using his physical advantage, Fong Yun attempted a forceful breakthrough, but the newly substituted defender swiftly intercepted the ball, sending it out for a corner. This was Aston Villa's last corner. Their final chance. Would Fong Yun take the corner? He assessed his available skill cards and realized he had one. After communicating with his teammates, he decided to let Lo Un take the corner while he positioned himself to make a run. Why didn't Fong Yun take the corner himself? Had he lost confidence? That couldn't be. Aston Villa's goalkeeper also joined the fray in the penalty area. This was a do-or-die moment. Everyone at the ground held their breath, coaches, fans, and viewers watching from afar, all anticipating a miracle. The corner was taken, landing at the far post, where Tottenham's right-back Kyle Walker stood. Beside him, Wilkinson had no advantage and chose not to contest the header. Abong Lahore secured his position against the Tottenham centre-back. It was at that moment Fong Yun appeared in the right spot. Yet the ball was behind him. Could he reach it? In the next instant, Fong Yun executed a breathtaking maneuver that left the world in awe. With his back to the goal, he bent his left knee, forcefully pushed off the ground, and connected with the soaring ball using his right foot. The ball flew like lightning into the top right corner of the net. The overhead kick had succeeded. Tottenham's formidable defense crumbled at the last moment under Fong Yun's spectacular strike. The stadium fell into silence, only to be shattered moments later by a deafening roar that swept across Villa Park. Aston Villa supporters erupted in euphoric celebration, their cheers resonating like a seismic wave, akin to an earthquake, overwhelming the atmosphere. An overhead kick for the win. Can you imagine? An overhead kick, a last-minute goal. At just 17 years of age, these three words converging in the same moment, at the same place. Unprecedented, unparalleled, and unforgettable. This goal undoubtedly deserves a nomination for this year's Puskas Award. It was extraordinary, surreal, and utterly breathtaking. Just when it seemed the chance was lost, Fong Yun's overhead kick secured the victory. Aston Villa's prodigy had once again created a miracle, propelling Fong Yun's value to new heights. From trailing by 1 to winning 4-3, such a narrative could scarcely be penned in a novel. The commentator, Jean Jun, was left speechless, his excitement too overwhelming for words. In a moment of pure exhilaration, he tossed aside his microphone and stood, pumping his fist in triumph. The entirety of Villa Park was engulfed in a tidal wave of jubilant cheers and roars. The fans, hoarse from shouting, chanted Fong Yun's name, Yun. Aston Villa's winning streak continued. The miracle of Aston Villa was still being written. Fong Yun's name echoed throughout the stadium, enduring and unyielding. Surely I must be dreaming. Fong Yun had once again triumphed in the most spectacular fashion. You can always believe in Fong Yun. He is the everlasting deity. On the sidelines, Robert was ecstatically sprinting about, filled with the unbridled joy of a child. The entire Aston Villa bench disregarded the referee's attempts to restrain them. Rushing onto the pitch in celebration, they exerted their utmost effort, sliding on their knees in celebration. Fong Yun once again pulled Aston Villa back from the brink, rescuing the team from dire straits. He turned the tide when all seemed lost, supporting the crumbling edifice. This is what one calls a great general, a last-minute victory. What an exhilarating term in the realm of sports. Fong Yun achieved it once more, in the presence of countless Villa fans. The players hoisted Fong Yun high and tossed him into the air. Fong Yun has once again demonstrated to all that as long as he is on the field, Villa will never fear anyone. This is Fong Yun, the new king of Villa. Chapter 61. Epic rewards. The magic flute's assistance after the match at the press conference. Tottenham's coach, Andre, faced pointed inquiries from the media. The team had once led by 3 goals in the first half, seemingly on the verge of finishing the match decisively. Why, then, did they falter in the second half, allowing Aston Villa to equalize? Ultimately, they adopted a defensive stance, like a turtle retreating into its shell. Yet, even that shell was breached. Was it the immense pressure exerted by Fong Yun that caused this? Andre, his face ashen, stormed out of the interview room. Robert, when questioned, acknowledged their shortcomings in the match, including some unreasonable rotations that led to a collapse in player stamina. He urged fans not to blame the players, but rather to hold him accountable. The following day, headlines erupted. Who can stop this Villa? A thrilling 4-3 comeback against Tottenham. The Premier League cannot cope with Fong Yun's intensity. His acrobatic strike seals the victory. Aston Villa achieves 19 consecutive league victories. Unstoppable. Guardiola declares Fong Yun his ideal player. Aston Villa's three center-back system scores 4 goals, creating a miracle. Fong Yun leads a depleted Villa to triumph over Tottenham. The miracle continues. Fong Yun's acrobatic volley. Has this year's PUSK award already been secured? In the aftermath, a series of sensational news stories dominated the trending topics, all concerning Fong Yun. Guardiola also spoke with the Bayern management, indicating that one of the conditions for joining Bayern was the acquisition of Fong Yun. They must ensure that Fong Yun arrives at Bayern. He will be the final piece in their championship puzzle. However, the management responded that Fong Yun's buyout clause stood at a staggering €50 million, posing a risk to the team. In the previous life, the management only brought Guardiola in as head coach after the 12-13 season. Now, having witnessed Fong Yun's remarkable talent, Guardiola was eager to sign him. After being declined, Guardiola expressed his frustration, allegedly storming out of his office. Ultimately, Bayern relented, promising to pursue Fong Yun in the summer transfer window. Meanwhile, Fong Yun at Aston Villa remained unaware of these developments. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leading the team to a comeback victory over Tottenham, earning 5 custom attribute points and a Tottenham star treasure chest. Fong Yun thought, the wait has been arduous. The system has finally delivered. Without hesitation, he allocated the attribute points to dribbling. Dribbling, 70-75. He then opened the Tottenham star treasure chest, revealing a variety of star modules. Harry Kane's positioning module, 2 chance of selection. Son Heung-min's wing breakthrough module, 2 chance of selection. Richarlison's heading module, 2 chance of selection. Gareth Bale's outside acceleration module, 2 chance of selection. All valuable items, any of which would greatly enhance his skills. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Modric's outside foot module. Modric's outside foot module can be used during passing and shooting, enhancing the subtlety and flexibility of both. Oh my goodness, Modric's outside foot. This reward is exceptional. His outside foot technique is among the finest in the history of world football. In the 2018 World Cup, Modric led a war-torn Croatia to a surprising second-place finish. He is a quintessential midfield maestro, exuding calmness and ball control. His outside foot technique is nothing short of miraculous, catching opponents off guard. Had Fong Yun possessed Modric's outside foot module in the previous match, the challenges faced would have been significantly alleviated. The outside foot pass can produce exceptionally tricky angles, making it difficult for defenders to anticipate. Furthermore, shots executed with the outside foot are often unpredictable. Typically, an inside foot shot involves a considerable range of motion, utilizing the thigh to drive the lower leg, which in turn propels the foot. In contrast, the outside foot requires only the ankle and lower leg, offering great concealment. Thus, it demands a high level of technical skill from the player. Any slight deviation can result in a misfire. Fong Yun accessed the system panel. Attribute panel activated. Host, Fong Yun, age, 17, height, 187 centimeters, weight, 77 kilograms, long pass, 90 short pass, 80 ball control, 75 vision, 100 defensive positioning, 100 stamina, 100 anticipation, 100 tackling, 80 strength, 80 balance, 80 explosiveness, 80 speed, 80 heading, 50 set pieces, 80 shooting, 70 long shot, 75 100 modules, thermal imaging module, long shot guaranteed module, curled shot module, Rodri defensive module, Modric outside foot module, Abanglahor speed module, Bentique physical module, De Bruyne through ball module, evaluation, considered to possess some skill, though still a distance from being a top-tier star. Fong Yun noted that his long shot attribute had risen to 75. Observing his consistent use of the long shot skill card, it was gradually increasing. Additionally, his height and weight had also improved as he continued to grow. His shooting attribute stood at 70, indicating a lack of discernible weaknesses. Moreover, he possessed 4 fully leveled attributes: defensive positioning, vision, tackling, and anticipation, albeit leaning more towards defensive capabilities. Fong Yun perceived his strengths to lie in movement and passing, while his weaknesses resided in dribbling and shooting. From the match against Tottenham, it was evident that although he created numerous opportunities, the forwards failed to capitalize on them. His methods of scoring were also limited. Apart from long shots, he had nearly no other means to find the net. Fong Yun concluded that he needed to enhance his shooting skills. After defeating Tottenham, the team granted the players a 3-day break. For professional players, 3 days is a considerable amount of time. Most teams rarely provide such breaks outside of the off-season. During this period, Fong Yun did not remain idle, hiring a top-tier technical coach for specialized training. Although expensive, the adage holds true: you get what you pay for. Within 2 days, his dribbling attribute surged from 75 to 76. Fong Yun felt more in sync with the ball, and his ball control had improved further. With 2 rounds remaining before the winter transfer window opens, Fong Yun, Mendez, and the team discussed potential signings. Fong Yun believed the team's fullbacks needed improvement. Not only were their defensive capabilities lacking, but their stamina issues were also pronounced. The midfield lacked a genuine defensive midfielder, resulting in Fong Yun facing considerable defensive pressure in every match. The forward line is in need of a nimble and agile striker, as Bentik's speed cannot be developed overnight. After much contemplation, Fong Yun believes that Carvajal would be an excellent addition. His defensive prowess on the right flank is commendable, coupled with remarkable mobility. At just 20 years of age and currently part of Real Madrid's second team, securing his transfer would significantly alleviate the offensive burden on Fong Yun. In the last match, despite being at full fitness, he struggled to maintain his stamina throughout the game. If he could recruit Harry Kane as a central striker, it would be nothing short of a blessing. Fong Yun envisions leading him to championship glory, transforming the title-less king, Kane, into a trophy collector. Chapter 62. Grealish's debut. Moreover, Harry Kane possesses an English passport, which is crucial since Premier League teams must include at least 8 English passport holders among their 25 registered players. In Fong Yun's future plans, non-English players will undoubtedly comprise the majority. Furthermore, he must consider work permit issues, as acquiring a player who cannot take the field would be quite troublesome. Fong Yun's preferred central forwards are Kane and Lukaku. On the right wing, Carvajal can both attack and defend effectively. The midfield is envisioned with Kant and Casemiro, as Kant's remarkable stamina is well recognized, while Casemiro excels in both offensive and defensive roles. For left back, Fong Yun considers France's Mendy and England's Luke Shaw to be excellent options. As for the left winger, Fong Yun recalls that Grealish is now of age and has emerged from Aston Villa's youth academy, making him a candidate for focused development. The defensive line should be comprised of Ruben Dias and Van Dijk without dispute. Fong Yun presented this roster to the management for discussion. After deliberation, the management concurred with Fong Yun's proposal and dispatched personnel to engage with the agents. Fong Yun could only await further news. Fong Yun suggested that Grealish from the second team be given a chance. A week later, in the 20th round of the Premier League, Aston Villa faced Newcastle away. This match marked Bentik's return. Aston Villa dominated the game from the outset. Within 3 minutes, Fong Yun delivered an exquisite outside-of-the-foot pass. Bentik dropped back to draw defenders, allowing Agbonlahor to surge forward. Fong Yun's deft pass found Agbonlahor, who scored a one-on-one goal. 1-0. In the 10th minute, Fong Yun executed a long pass from the right side to the left, where Agbonlahor cut inside and curled a shot into the net. 2-0. In the 15th minute, Fong Yun scored with a long-range shot from the edge of the box. 3-0. By the 20th minute, Fong Yun dribbled past defenders on the wing and cut inside to score with an outside-of-the-foot shot. 4-0. In the 42nd minute, Fong Yun assisted Bentik with a cross from the outside of his foot, leading to another goal. 5-0. The stadium fell silent, as if transformed into a library. Fong Yun had astonishingly utilized his outside-of-the-foot technique to contribute to 3 goals, once again surpassing his previous limits. Indeed, it felt as though Fong Yun was playing effortlessly, while the opposition was utterly unable to contain him. Villa fans had never been this jubilant. Some even began to indulge in a bit of self-congratulation. The game was so one-sided that waking up felt like experiencing yet another resounding victory. During halftime, Coach Robert prepared to substitute Fong Yun, but Fong Yun insisted he could continue playing. The bonuses for assists and goals were naturally enticing, but there was another reason for his persistence. He had promised to help Agbonlahor boost his statistics, which would be beneficial for both parties as Agbonlahor planned to leave during the summer transfer window. Furthermore, Fong Yun proposed to give Grealish playing time to begin his development. With Fong Yun's support, he firmly believed Grealish would make rapid progress. In the second half, Coach Roberts substituted Grealish from the second team onto the field. Initially, Grealish appeared somewhat unsettled, hesitating to take on defenders and frequently losing possession. Fong Yun encouraged him, saying, "No worries, we're leading by a wide margin. Play your game. I've got your back." Grealish felt a surge of admiration for Fong Yun. Here was a peer, not only immensely talented, but also remarkably composed. Consequently, Fong Yun began to pass the ball to Grealish more frequently. In the 54th minute, during an Aston Villa counterattack, Fong Yun embarked on an impressive solo run, effortlessly bypassing two defenders to face the goalkeeper. Although he could have taken the shot himself, he opted to pass to Grealish, who scored with a simple push. 6-0. Fong Yun displayed remarkable selflessness, clearly feeding Grealish to build his confidence. Hadn't Grealish been visibly nervous at the start? Both players were 17, yet Fong Yun exuded leadership qualities, while Grealish seemed like a novice. It was typical for a player like Grealish to exhibit such nerves, but Fong Yun's extraordinary talent was a rarity in Premier League history. Following this assist, Grealish's confidence visibly soared. He began to dance around defenders on the wing, tearing through the opposition's defensive line. In the 65th minute, Fong Yun executed another long pass to Grealish on the left. Grealish feigned with his shoulder and immediately cut inside. Facing a double team, he cleverly faked a shot, maneuvered past a defender, and unleashed a curled shot into the net. 7-0. Grealish proved to be a formidable talent. His handsome appearance belied his skill. Although he had once been a striking young man, frequent nightclub visits had aged him prematurely, transforming him from a youthful star into a seasoned veteran. Fans affectionately referred to him as Jack the Lad. Grealish was renowned for his rhythm, effortlessly gliding past defenders with his impeccable timing. His subsequent transfer to Manchester City for a record fee of $100 million was a testament to his talent. In the 80th minute, Grealish struck again, showcasing his flair on the wing. After outmaneuvering a defender, he set up Agbonlahor with a triangular assist, resulting in another goal. 8-0. The Villa fans were in a state of ecstatic frenzy, pleasantly surprised to have discovered such a gem from their own academy. Robert was elated. Grealish epitomized the ideal inward-cutting winger, perfectly aligning with Villa's playing style and creating ample space on the flanks. Additionally, Grealish demonstrated versatility with both feet, including a solid left foot and a foundational ability to deliver crosses. He was indeed a talent ripe for development. Subsequently, Aston Villa concluded the match, replacing Fong Yun and several key players to avoid further scoreline embarrassment. After the game, Grealish approached Fong Yun with heartfelt gratitude. "Fong Yun, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, my performance today could have been disastrous." Fong Yun replied, "You possess the talent. I merely played a supportive role. Continue to excel. The team needs you, and I have faith in your abilities." Grealish expressed his appreciation fervently. "I will strive to improve." The closeness between Fong Yun and Grealish was palpable, with their bond now rated at 30. Fong Yun eagerly anticipated Grealish's future performances. With Grealish's inherent star potential and Fong Yun's guidance, his ascent would only accelerate. Moreover, should their bond reach 100, skills can still be extracted, and Grealish is undeniably a player of immense potential, boasting a comprehensive skill set and versatility to play in multiple positions. Moreover, should Grealish secure a starting position, the team could adopt a 4-4-2 formation, allowing Agbonlahor and Bentik to take on the roles of strikers. A combination of height and speed theoretically constitutes the most formidable attacking lineup. Fong Yun is increasingly looking forward to this prospect. Chapter 63. The winter transfer window opens. Progress in recruitment. With only one round of matches remaining before the winter transfer window opens in the Premier League, Fong Yun eagerly anticipates the arrival of new recruits. He proactively inquires with the management about the progress. "The players you recommended to us are quite promising. I've communicated with their agents, and currently, Kant and Mendy are showing considerable interest. French players still hold a fascination for the Premier League, and we've also preliminarily settled on Van Dijk. However, Casemiro and Carvajal are both at Real Madrid, making their acquisition quite difficult. Ruben Dias, currently in Benfica's youth training, is likely to demand a high price, which complicates matters. Harry Kane, trained at Tottenham, is a key player they are focusing on, so they are unlikely to let him go easily. Lukaku is at Chelsea, and they would part with him, especially since they are our rivals," the chief scout explained. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun felt a twinge of frustration. He had anticipated some challenges, but not to this extent. Aston Villa, as a relegation-threatened team, lacks the allure to attract gifted players. No matter, he resolved, I will lead Villa to establish prestige, achieve results, and enhance our appeal. In time, Aston Villa will hold the upper hand. It's all right. I'll have Mendes handle Ruben Dias. He has Portuguese, so it shouldn't be a problem. Let us secure Kant and Mendy first. They are crucial. I will take care of Kane. A forward is indispensable, as it is the position that poses the greatest threat to the goal. And Kane's versatility allows him to adapt to various tactics. Fong Yun conversed with Mendes for a while regarding Ruben Dias. Leave Ruben to me. He has already signed with me. I'll have a good talk with him. He will definitely come, Mendes asserted confidently. As Ronaldo's agent, Mendes undoubtedly wields a significant influence over Portuguese talents. Soon, the 21st round of the Premier League commenced. Aston Villa faced Wigan Athletic away from home. Wigan's season had been tumultuous, teetering on the brink of relegation and struggling mightily. Fong Yun poured his all into this match, eager to showcase a different aspect of himself as he prepared to welcome new teammates. This match marked Salah's return, and Grealish started on the field. Bentic's form had also fully recovered. Agbonlahor, who had been a consistent starter, finally enjoyed a well-deserved rest. The full-strength Aston Villa was back. In the first half, they quickly opened the scoring with a long-range shot, leading 1-0. In the 21st minute, Fong Yun delivered a cross from the byline, assisting Bentic's header for a 2-0 lead. By the 34th minute, Fong Yun passed to Grealish, who surged into the penalty area and scored with a push, making it 3-0. Just before halftime, Bentic drew defenders away, allowing Fong Yun to advance, where Grealish provided a pass, and Fong Yun scored with a deft shot from the outside of his foot, bringing the score to 4-0. Fong Yun was unstoppable, netting 2 goals in the first half, with more to come in the second. Aston Villa's attacking prowess rivaled that of any top club. Please spare us, Cloud God. We fear for our safety. The Villa fans began to worry, concerned about Fong Yun's relentless onslaught. In the second half, Fong Yun declared, "Let's strike back." Right from the start, the opposing midfielders lunged at him with a flurry of tackles. Yet, Fong Yun skillfully evaded them, either dodging or falling protectively to draw fouls. He also engaged in tackles, and with Rodri's defensive support, his tackles were precise, consistently winning the ball first before making contact with the opponent. The opposing team found themselves exasperated, forced to relent. Ah, pure jester. Even tackling shows a difference in skill, they laughed. Fong Yun was in full form, leaving the opposition bewildered. With the forward scoring, only the Egyptian pharaoh, Salah, had yet to find the net, appearing to struggle after his return. Just as a fan voiced this sentiment, Salah scored. In the 53rd minute, Fong Yun launched a counterattack, threading a pass directly to Salah, who scored with a push. But didn't end there. In the 55th minute, Fong Yun and Salah executed a wall pass to bypass the opposition's fullback, with Salah receiving the ball in the penalty area. He feigned a shot and then unleashed a powerful strike into the net. My goodness, the Pharaoh has returned, scoring 2 goals in 2 minutes. What a display. In the 70th minute, Coach Robert opted to substitute Bentic and Salah for Agbonlahor. In the final 20 minutes, Fong Yun continuously supplied Agbonlahor with passes. Agbonlahor found the net shortly after coming on, as the interplay between Grealish and Agbonlahor left Wigan's defense in disarray. Subsequently, Fong Yun delivered a precise through ball, threading it past the defender straight to Agbonlahor, who scored with a confident shot. The match concluded with waves of cheers erupting from the crowd. After the match, Fong Yun earned 5 custom attribute points, all of which he allocated to dribbling, raising it from 75 to 80. Following the game, the Golden Boy Award odds indicated that Fong Yun was leading by a significant margin, rightfully so, given that it transformed a relegation-threatened team into league leaders since joining Villa. Post-match, Fong Yun took the initiative to meet with Harry Kane in Toronto. After their match against Tottenham, Fong Yun had exchanged contact information with Kane. During the transfer window, teams generally cannot directly approach players or their agents without notifying their clubs, but casual social activities are typically permissible. Seizing this opportunity, Fong Yun sought out Kane, who was surprised by Fong Yun's proactive approach. "Harry, I wish to invite you to join Aston Villa. I believe you are an immensely talented player. Yet the team and your teammates have limited your development," Fong Yun stated candidly. Kane appeared puzzled. "I think Tottenham is a great place. I'm quite happy here." Kane is generally quite easygoing, never vying for a position among teammates, as witnessed during the Euro 2020, where he consistently played his role without contention, which is why he has yet to move to a better club. Do you know where you need to improve? Fong Yun inquired. No, Kane replied. It's ambition. I see your talent steadily improving, but you lack ambition. Let me ask you, why do you play football? For the championship. Kane replied without hesitation. Honestly, how many championships can you win at Tottenham? The last time they won a trophy was 6 years ago in the League Cup. How absurd. And you may not even get playing time. In contrast, Aston Villa is currently at the top of the league. And our goal this season is to compete for titles on 3 fronts. You heard that right. And I guarantee that should you join us, you will have ample playing time, with a salary several times higher than what you earn at Tottenham. Fong Yun spoke with sincerity, knowing that players typically seek 3 things: money, championships, and playing time. Aston Villa offers a lucrative salary and possesses the strength to contend for championships, coupled with guaranteed playing time, which undeniably makes it a more appealing choice than Villa. In Chapter 64, new signings arrive. Good fortune comes in pairs. Fong Yun initially expected Kane to accept immediately, but to his surprise, Kane declined. I'm truly sorry. This news is too sudden. Tottenham has nurtured me for so many years, and I am reluctant to leave. I sincerely apologize, Kane stated. Fong Yun had anticipated this response, knowing Kane to be a person of deep loyalty, often described as a nice guy. With nothing more to say, Fong Yun could only leave it to fate. As the transfer window opened, Aston Villa officially announced the signings of Kanté, Mendy, and Ruben Dias. Kanté's transfer fee was set at $5 million, Mendy at $8 million, and Ruben at $10 million. The news sent shockwaves throughout England. What was Aston Villa doing? Were they gambling? Why acquire so many young players? Indeed, they lacked achievements and experience, and whether they would develop into talents remained uncertain. The decision to sign a player from League Two was incomprehensible. They seemed to be treating Scrap as treasure, possibly even inferior to players from the Chinese Super League. At 21, still in League Two, one could hardly evaluate his level. Mendy, only 18 and still a minor, could not be utilized immediately. As for Ruben Dias, a product of Benfica's youth academy at just 17, he had yet to fully develop physically. Villa fans were understandably concerned and skeptical about these signings, while fans of other teams laughed heartily. I thought Aston Villa had secured a substantial transfer budget to acquire formidable players. But it turns out they've only brought in a bunch of kids who haven't even fully matured. I could perform better than these little ones. Are they even capable? With such acquisitions, Villa's season appeared doomed, and the very thought brought laughter to Fong Yun's sleep. The next day, headlines read, Aston Villa spends heavily on youth. 2 of them are youth academy products. Villa's signings sparked debate. Are they gambling? Aston Villa's signings rated as the worst in 5 years. Ding. Detected skepticism regarding the signings. Task issued. Alleviate concerns. Alleviate concerns. Lead the new players to showcase their talents. Task reward. Player Growth Acceleration Card X1 can be used to accelerate the growth of young players. Only usable on others. My goodness, this is extraordinary. The ability to assist others in accelerating their growth is truly remarkable. Previously, Fong Yun had worried about whether these future stars would develop too slowly, requiring time, but now he need not fret. With the Player Acceleration Card, their growth would surely hasten. Additionally, he could engage with them more, fostering intimacy and learning superior skills in return. It was a reciprocal, mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon witnessing these news reports, Fong Yun simply smiled, thinking, let us wait and see. The 3 new signings appeared slightly out of sorts during their initial training sessions. Fong Yun took the initiative to welcome them, sharing meals and conversations, which gradually built their trust in him. During a training match, all 3 showcased commendable performances. Kanté exhibited his prowess as a ball recovery machine, relentlessly pressing without showing signs of fatigue, significantly alleviating Fong Yun's pressure. Mendy's defensive skills on the left flank were impressive, managing to contain Sulla, who found it challenging to gain an advantage. Despite being just 18, Mendy's physical maturity posed considerable difficulty for Sulla. Mendy, I sense great potential in you. There aren't many defenders in the Premier League who can make me feel this challenged, Sulla remarked, to which Mendy shyly nodded, clearly a bit embarrassed. Ruben Dias, undeterred by his youth at 17, demonstrated remarkable judgment and decisiveness, fearlessly engaging in tackles. His aggressiveness was palpable, even when contesting with Bentic. He held his ground, What kind of monsters has the team recruited? At 17, his physique is exceptional. His positioning is reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, and his tackles are so decisive that they give me chills, Binti complained. Fong Yun merely chuckled, acknowledging that this was just the beginning, and they were still in their formative stages. Ruben Dias embodied the essence of a multi-talented player, excelling in various aspects. Head coach Robert was visibly pleased with the trio's performance and engaged in a discussion with Fong Yun regarding the tactical setup for the upcoming FA Cup match. The draw had paired them against Manchester City, an unfortunate matchup, presenting yet another formidable challenge. I believe we can start all three. I have confidence in them. City has already lost to us once, giving us a psychological edge, Robert said. However, he expressed concern, but they are so young. Will the pressure be too much for them? Not to worry, if I'm not afraid. Why should they be? If we lose, the blame will fall on me. Fong Yun confidently asserted. For this match, he was compelled to start them, as the task required it. A victory would yield the growth acceleration card, fostering a virtuous cycle of development. Fong Yun held no apprehensions about their growth surpassing his own. He was the host, the core of the team, and the king of Villa. Manchester City, having weathered an early season slump, was gradually regaining form, currently sitting third in the league after a resounding victory over Chelsea. At the post-match press conference, a journalist inquired of Mancini with the upcoming FA Cup fourth-round match against Aston Villa. Do you have confidence considering you lost to them earlier this season? Mancini, unfazed, replied, "It is time to end this farce." Aston Villa's strong performance this season is merely due to a lack of comprehensive analysis. Fong Yun is the same. Once thoroughly studied, Aston Villa will be revealed as nothing more than a paper tiger, easily shattered. In truth, players of Aston Villa's caliber were unworthy of comparison to Manchester City. And Fong Yun could not be equated with our talented midfielder, Suarez. Yet, Fong Yun was currently the frontrunner for the Golden Boy Award, with odds favoring him. As we know, the Golden Boy Award is given each year. There are talents aplenty, but stars are rare. Many past winners of the Golden Boy Award have ultimately faded. Only those truly tested by time are the real stars. I will ensure Fong Yun understands what true talent is, Mancini concluded before leaving with a flourish. This statement was explosive, leaving reporters in shock. The entire football media landscape in England and Europe covered this news. In the highly anticipated FA Cup clash, Manchester City applied pressure early, directing the heat toward Aston Villa. Mancini claims Fong Yun is a false talent. He has no match for Suarez. Mancini asserts he has thoroughly analyzed Aston Villa, declaring them a paper tiger. Mancini vows to decisively conquer Aston Villa. Everyone awaited how Aston Villa would respond. Chapter 65. Manchester City strikes. With intensity now, Fong Yun had significantly strengthened since facing Manchester City at the season's beginning. Although he was about to lead a squad of young players in a battle, facing considerable pressure, Fong Yun stood undaunted, confident in his ability to guide the current Aston Villa to victory over Manchester City. The strength of City resided primarily in their midfield. Yaya Toure, Frank Lampard, and David Silva form a midfield that possesses both strength and defensive prowess, as well as exceptional organizational skills. However, Fong Yun's side is equally formidable. With the addition of Kant, the partnership between Fong Yun and Kant in a dual intercepting midfield exploits their physical advantages, potentially overwhelming their opponents. The team engages in a final training session to enhance their synergy. Aston Villa's players are filled with determination. The upcoming tough battle and the pressure of public opinion have not deterred their spirits. Compared to last season, the current Villa players have undergone a remarkable transformation, significantly boosting both their abilities and self-confidence. Any challenges seem trivial in the face of their winning streak. With Fong Yun leading the charge, the players draw immense confidence and security from his presence on the field. The prevailing thought among them is that as long as Fong Yun is present, victory is assured. Robert gazes at this youthful Villa squad, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. He marvels at his fortune to coach such a rising team. Grasping Fong Yun's hand, he imparts encouragement. Fong Yun, steadfast in your beliefs, pursue your vision without burden. I will be your strongest support. Even if we were to lose this match, do not be disheartened. The team's journey thus far is commendable. Fong Yun feels the weight of this trust, although a defeat would not significantly impact the team. Victory is imperative. To live once more means to live splendidly, and to perform means to achieve the utmost excellence. The following day, a highly anticipated clash is set to unfold. The fourth round of the FA Cup, where Aston Villa faces Manchester City. The draw has determined the venue, with the match taking place at Manchester's Etihad Stadium. The City fans are in a frenzy. This is their prime opportunity for revenge. They yearn to avenge the humiliation suffered at the hands of a relegation-threatened team last season. If they fail to reclaim their honor, it will haunt the team deeply. As a newly ascendant power, Manchester City seeks to maintain its burgeoning influence. Since the investment from their wealthy benefactor, their fortunes have soared. Their strategy is simple: acquire the most expensive talents, believing that among them lies excellence. Success naturally attracts a larger fan base, elevating City to a stature rivaling that of Manchester United. The timing of the oil money's arrival was fortuitous, coinciding with Sir Alex Ferguson's impending retirement. Following his departure, as anticipated, United's performance began to wane, leading to multiple managerial changes. City, on the rise, encountered a declining United, resulting in a predictable outcome. A loss in this match would significantly hinder City's progress. Fong Yun, too, harbors a contentious history with Manchester City. Both sides possess compelling reasons to secure victory, promising an explosive encounter. In Birmingham, Aston Villa's coach slowly drives the team bus towards the airport, departing the city. The Villa's supporters trail behind, their cheers drowning out the sound of the bus's engine and enveloping the urban clamor. Those who could not secure tickets bid farewell to the players with heartfelt gazes, expressing their unwavering support. Yun, young king of Aston Villa, lead us once more. The entire Villa squad stands firmly behind him, urging him to charge ahead. The Lions of Aston Villa shall crush the Blue Moon. The fervent cheers of the fans compose a stirring anthem, resonating within the hearts of the Villa players as they march forward. Fang Yun stands at the front of the bus, rallying his teammates. Did you hear the roars of the Villa fans? Did you feel their sincere blessings? This battle is one we cannot afford to lose. If we can triumph once, we can surely do so again. Do we have confidence? Yes. They all respond in unison. The echoes of their determination reverberate within the bus. Indeed, Manchester City is merely a paper tiger. What does it matter if their market values are several times greater? The disparity in experience and accolades is irrelevant. Market value is earned through performance. Do you desire higher earnings, greater market value, and more championships? Fong Yun continues to challenge. Yes, they exclaim. Then let us shatter Manchester City, making them realize that even with their oil wealth, investing in Aston Villa is far more rewarding. Laughter erupts among the players, their spirits soaring. At this moment, each member of Villa embodies the tenacity of the most resilient creatures in the jungle, compelled to fight for their sustenance. As they currently dwell at the bottom of the Premier League, Manchester City represents the towering predator, and Aston Villa must confront them with unwavering resolve. For hours later, the night in Manchester is enchanting, yet all fans are too preoccupied to appreciate it. The impending clash looms large. City supporters flood into the Etihad Stadium like a relentless tide. Fortune appears to favor Manchester City once more, having drawn the home advantage, a crucial factor for their fans. They now face a fully equipped Manchester City. Surely, the prospect is daunting. Having previously allowed you a single point, do you feel emboldened? Tonight, we shall show you why the Manchester moon shines so blue and round. Since joining Aston Villa, Fong Yun has seemingly never tasted defeat. Today may herald the beginning of his downfall. Suarez, though not as formidable as Fong Yun, remains a lurking threat, yet he has not been fully analyzed. Rest assured, the rookie wall will soon emerge. After this match, all teams may look to replicate how Manchester City dismantled Villa, setting the stage for a series of defeats for Villa. Lion? Today, Manchester City shall braze Lioness head. The fervor among City fans mirrors that of their players, both brimming with combativeness. Half an hour later, the entire Aston Villa squad disembarks from the plane at Manchester Airport, greeted by flowers from their traveling supporters. Yet, they also face relentless inquiries from the media. With Manchester City in peak form, does Aston Villa retain confidence in securing a victory? In response to Coach Mancini's pre-match taunts, what is your reply? After 8 consecutive wins, will Aston Villa face a calamitous defeat? Chapter 66. Open and Hidden Weapons. Tensions mount, the media's incessant questioning and veiled barbs infuriate Coach Robert, who wishes to disregard such baseless inquiries. However, Fong Yun dashes forward, seizing the microphone. Addressing the camera directly, he declares, "The oil magnate behind Manchester City has chosen the wrong target. If you cannot even defeat a relegation team, yet still mock us before the match, how shameless. Instead, invest in Aston Villa, and we will deliver championships into your hands. Otherwise, this season will see you lose the league title, the FA Cup, and all else." What a predicament that would be for the financial backers. But it's not too late to change your mind. As his words echo, the Manchester media erupts into chaos. Manchester City fans are on the brink of exasperation. A mere 17-year-old fledgling dares to openly mock such a venerable club. Although he has performed admirably, this is merely the beginning, and it remains uncertain whether he can sustain such a level of excellence. To exhibit such arrogance now, is he not afraid of facing a backlash later? His brazen mockery of the consortium behind the scenes is utterly audacious. This match serves as a pivotal moment for Balotelli, a player once heralded as the golden boy of Europe in 2010, yet whose subsequent seasons at Manchester City have been rather lackluster. Rumors of a transfer abound, making this game crucial for Balotelli. Should he fail to demonstrate the requisite skill, the likelihood of being traded increases significantly. His agent, Raiola, is particularly attentive to this match, as is Mendes, the agent of Fong Yun, who has come to witness this monumental clash, especially since his newly signed Ruben Dias is slated to start. Being present could provide the young Ruben Dias with much-needed confidence and support. This match also represents a battle between two of the most illustrious agents in contemporary football. The victor will not only signify superior judgment, but will also enhance their allure to future stars. At the Etihad Stadium, the cheers reverberate throughout the venue. In the locker room, Fong Yun rallies the Aston Villa players for a pre-match pep talk before they proceed down the player tunnel. Manchester City players, donned in their light blue home jerseys, queue in anticipation. Their gazes turn towards the Aston Villa players, igniting a fierce exchange of glances filled with the fire of competition. Both sides resolute in their desire to claim victory. Balotelli's eyes lock onto Fong Yun, equally aflame with determination. If he can overshadow Fong Yun's performance, he may secure his place at Manchester City and continue his career. This match is critical, and defeat is not an option. Conversely, Fong Yun remains composed, seemingly dismissive of Balotelli's intensity. The latter's frustration grows as Fong Yun does not even spare him a glance. The captains of Aston Villa and Manchester City stand at the front of the line. "This time, I shall ensure your defeat is resounding, and you will witness what it means to be a champion." Company declares, "We shall see, but do not be surprised if you find yourself in tears after losing." Fong Yun playfully retorts. Company gestures towards the emblem on Fong Yun's jersey. "Afterwards, I shall treat you to braised lion's head. Who was it that I walked like a dog last time? I seem to have forgotten," he scoffs. The two then turn their attention forward, stepping out of the player tunnel, greeted by a cacophony of enthusiastic cheers. The atmosphere of the Premier League's formidable home ground is palpable, with a full house of 70,000 fans and ticket prices soaring due to scalpers. Fong Yun, in this moment, feels no trepidation akin to his debut in the Premier League. Instead, he is filled with exhilaration. He is eager to lead this group of young talents to triumph over Manchester City. Just then, a notification chimes. Side quest activated. Lead Villa to victory against Manchester City. Are you intimidated by the daunting atmosphere of the Etihad? Show your talent and shatter all doubts and ridicule. The rewards for this monumental clash are substantial, further motivating the need for victory. If they prevail, the rewards will be plentiful, including an acceleration card for player development, enhancing the growth of the newly acquired future star. As the starting lineups are announced, the reaction is explosive. Manchester City retains a 4-3-3 formation, with Aguero on the left wing and Balotelli as the striker, signaling their intent to give Balotelli a chance to seize the moment. Aston Villa also adopts a 4-3-3 formation, featuring Grealish on the left wing, Bentic at center forward, and Sell on the right. The midfield comprises Fong Yun, Kanté, and Bannon, while the defense includes Mendy, Ruben Dias, and Vlar. Manchester City fans are astonished and amused. City has fielded 4 youngsters, Mendy, Kanté, Ruben Dias, and Grealish, all underage. Is this a charity match? With Fong Yun included, that's 5 young players. Their average age not even reaching 20. Aston Villa fans share similar bewilderment. Do they not claim to be in contention for titles across 3 competitions? I can understand fielding young players in league matches, but in cup games? Is this a concession? Nonetheless, we will trust Fong Yun and the coach. Let us believe before we question. Tonight in Manchester is destined to be anything but tranquil. Will the blue moon of Manchester City savor braised lion's head? Or will the Villa Lions successfully seize the moon? As the referee's whistle signals the commencement of the match, Manchester City takes the initiative, with their midfielders exhibiting great vigor. Aston Villa mirrors this intensity. Neither side is willing to yield. Fong Yun faces Lampard. Kenny squares off against Yaya Touré, and Bannon contends with David Silva. Contrary to expectations of a one-sided encounter, the reality is quite the opposite. From the outset, Fong Yun and Kenny engage in vigorous pressing, demonstrating their physicality and holding their ground firmly. Within the first 5 minutes, Aston Villa has successfully intercepted the ball from Manchester City's midfield 3 times, twice by Kenny and once by Fong Yun. The prowess of Kanté is evident. Though his technique may be somewhat rough, his physicality and speed are impressive. Is this Kanté truly from League Two? Are players from that league this formidable? Manchester City fans ponder in disbelief. As the match progresses, tensions mount, and mistakes lead to goals, prompting a need to regroup and rally. Early encounters between the two teams have been fiercely contested, with Dzeko previously injured by Fong Yun's tackle. This match, characterized by its ironclad intensity, sees the referee halting play multiple times in the opening 10 minutes as both teams struggle to find their attacking rhythm. Dzeko, having recovered from his earlier slump and now regaining form with 10 goals and 3 assists this season, finds himself facing Mendy's staunch defense and struggling to gain any advantage. Each opportunity presented to Dzeko against Mendy results in thwarted attempts, a scenario reminiscent of their initial encounter. In the 15th minute of the match, the left winger Grealish cut inside to pass to Mendy, who feinted and accelerated, preparing to break towards the byline. Dzeko obstructed Mendy's offensive path. However, Mendy, with his core engaged, collided with Dzeko, successfully breaking through. How amusing. Is this truly the genius Dzeko? Not only could he not surpass the fullback, but he was also overtaken by him. What a laugh. Mendy is quite formidable as well. The athleticism of French players is undeniable. He embodies a straightforward approach, relying solely on his physicality and speed to bulldoze through. One cannot help but feel that Dzeko appears almost childlike in Mendy's presence. It seems that Mendy's acquisition was indeed a wise investment, a veritable stroke of luck. The Villa fans were ecstatic, witnessing the evident talent and capability of the new signings, Mendy and Kanté. Even though Ruben Dias might not possess overwhelming strength, the Villa fans felt content. Yet, Ruben Dias, unwilling to concede defeat, was determined to showcase his skills in light of Mendy and Kanté's impressive performances. In the 11th minute, Aston Villa's right back, Loughton, surged forward in an offensive attempt, only to be thwarted by Manchester City. Kompany cleared the ball with a long pass towards Aston Villa's right flank. Loughton was out of position, prompting Ruben Dias to hasten to provide support. The ball landed at a half height, and Ruben Dias aimed to head it back to the goalkeeper, but misjudged the distance. Suddenly, Aguero burst forth, seizing the ball while the goalkeeper was far from the net. Such an opportunity would never be squandered by a striker of Aguero's caliber. Aguero executed a precise shot from a tight-angle goal, a monumental blunder. Ruben Dias's mispass allowed Manchester City to take the lead. Jean Jun's commentary bore a hint of regret as Villa fans expressed their fury. How could such a return pass lead to a mistake? It was blatantly poor, indicative of a weak mindset. Even my grandmother would know not to pass back to the keeper in that situation. Indeed, near the penalty area, a clearance was necessary. Yet, Fong Yun refrained from chastising Ruben Dias, instead offering encouragement. It's all right. Your awareness to cover is commendable. Don't rush, take your time. I've got your back along with the team. Ruben Dias felt immense guilt, realizing he could have successfully returned the ball to the goalkeeper had he not been so tense. On the sidelines, Coach Mancini was exhilarated, gesturing for his players to maintain their offensive momentum. In this match, identifying the opponent's defensive weaknesses and exploiting them was paramount. Mancini seemed to have pinpointed Aston Villa's defensive vulnerability, the right back Loughton, who frequently surged forward, leaving gaps exposed. In the 15th minute, a fierce onslaught emerged from Manchester City's left wing. Midfielder Lampard intercepted the ball from Bannon, delivering a clever through pass to David Silva. The crowd erupted in applause. Kanté and Fong Yun swiftly pressed. Silva's pass was indeed threatening. With remarkable agility, Silva maneuvered between the two defenders, seamlessly dribbling through. Manchester City, as home, fans erupted in cheers once more. David Silva, a world-class midfielder, displayed exceptional ball control as he broke through the two-man defense. Fong Yun was taken aback by Silva's remarkable dribbling skills. Subsequently, Silva delivered an exquisite through ball to the left side of the penalty area. Balotelli suddenly made a diagonal run from the center. The Manchester City supporters were thrilled. Was another goal imminent? Balotelli bore the weight of immense pressure in this match. Failure was not an option. However, sometimes the desire to score can hinder performance. Balotelli unleashed a powerful shot, only to send it soaring over the bar. What a blunder. The City fans could barely contain their frustration. I would argue that Balotelli's performance paled in comparison to Fong Yun's. Before the home fans could react, the referee's whistle blew. A foul was called, awarding a free kick to the visiting Villa side. The away fans booed, but their jeers were swiftly drowned out by the home crowd's cheers. What transpired? It turned out Balotelli had been brought down by a Villa player after his shot. This decision was controversial. The foul occurred not during the shot, but afterward. Fang Yun remarked in confusion. Yet, one could not deny Balotelli's fervor in this match. He was eager to prove himself. Not long after the match commenced, Balotelli's shot had already posed a threat to Villa's goal. Fans believed it was only a matter of time before he found the net again. As he prepared to take the free kick, Balotelli dismissed David Silva, the team's primary set-piece taker. The referee's whistle sounded. Balotelli took a run-up and struck the ball, which soared once more into the stands. Even Fong Yun, known for his composed demeanor, couldn't help but react. 2 consecutive shots flying into the stands were truly bewildering. As they repositioned, Fong Yun couldn't resist commenting to Balotelli, "Is the pressure really that intense, my friend? No need to punish the fans for your own struggles, haha." Balotelli, infuriated, shoved Fong Yun. Unyielding, Fong Yun confronted him head-on, their foreheads nearly touching. Teammates from both Villa and Manchester City rushed over. Following a previous clash between the two teams, Villa had pressured the FA, resulting in the disqualification of the referee involved due to reported issues. This time, a seasoned referee was in charge. He promptly issued yellow cards to both Fong Yun and Balotelli. The severity of the punishment was inconsequential. What mattered was fairness. Once the referee intervened, both parties ceased their altercation and play resumed. In the stands, Raiola remarked, "Useless player, always shooting aimlessly and missing." Nearby fans were taken aback. Raiola, Balotelli's agent, should have a strong rapport with him. How could he speak so disparagingly of his own client, especially one who had once won the Golden Boy Award? Did I say anything incorrect? If it weren't for his incessant erratic shooting, I would have already arranged a transfer to Real Madrid and pocketed a substantial commission. Now, with this performance, Manchester City views him as a liability, and no major club desires him, offering only paltry sums. It's simply because he fails to deliver. On the pitch, Balotelli remained oblivious to the external discourse. He stood still, fixated on Fong Yun, continuing to taunt him. "I bet you haven't had a single shot on goal in the first half. I may have missed, but at least I can shoot. Unlike you, can find a defense, haha." Noticing Fong Yun's silence, Balotelli persisted. "People like you have no right to play in the Premier League. Recognize your place and concede." With the taunt escalating to a racial level, Fong Yun decided to retaliate. "Go back to your cotton fields, you black fool." The moment the words left his lips, Balotelli was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Fong Yun dared to retaliate against Balotelli. Balotelli, a native black player, inherently harbors a sense of inferiority. Fong Yun's words struck directly at Balotelli's sore spot. "You people constantly lament discrimination, yet you also discriminate against Asians. It is a case of the pot calling the kettle black." Utterly laughable, Fong Yun added. During an off-the-ball confrontation, Fong Yun used his body to push Balotelli aside and immediately surged towards the ball's landing spot while Balotelli remained oblivious. This moment was perfectly captured by the cameras on site. Raiola, witnessing this, grew even angrier and shouted louder, wishing to rush in and deliver a beating. "Instead of focusing on football, you mock others. Fong Yun is now far superior to you." A verbal clash erupted between the two prodigious talents, Fong Yun and Balotelli. Although the specifics of their exchange were unclear, the lip-reading experts in England attempted to decipher it. In an instant, the dynamics on the field shifted. Fong Yun seized possession, keenly observing the positioning of his opponents and the movements of his teammates. With just one glance, he comprehended the entire situation on the pitch. He decided to cease waiting and exploit his extraordinary individual prowess to open the game for his team. Now possessing an impressive dribbling skill rating of 80, Fong Yun became an imminent threat with the ball at his feet, capable of passing, dribbling, or shooting. He gestured to his teammates and loudly called out a signal. The forwards, attuned to his intent, responded accordingly. Grealish did not cut inside to the right, but remained on the flanks, creating space. Bintik did not retreat, but charged forward, drawing away a center-back. Salah, too, understood the cue and made a penetrating run into the left channel. Fong Yun dribbled diagonally to the right, facing Lampard. With a feigned shoulder drop and a deft touch, he effortlessly bypassed him. At this moment, Manchester City's two center-backs, Madia and Company, were occupied. Madia was drawn away by Bintik, while Company was entangled with the advancing Salah. Company had to abandon Salah to cover Fong Yun, who seemed poised to pass to Salah. However, Fong Yun chose not to pass. Instead, he maintained possession. As Company lunged to intercept Fong Yun, he feigned a shot and nimbly flicked the ball to the right, leaving Company to slice through the air. Fong Yun unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, taken by surprise, could only react instinctively. Though he dived in the right direction, the ball sped past him with blistering velocity. Fong Yun executed a stunning counterattack, dribbling past defenders and scoring from distance. The zenith of his individual talent was on display. This is Fong Yun, the very core of Villa. The entire stadium erupted in euphoria. Fong Yun did not activate the long-range shot guarantee, for the space had already opened up. With a long-range shooting ability rating of 80, he felt an abundance of confidence. The Manchester City fans were left slack-jawed, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. A world-class midfielder, Lampard, had been cleanly outmaneuvered by Fong Yun, who did not even decelerate. Mancini, on the sidelines, wore an expression of confusion and disbelief. After analyzing Fong Yun's playing style for 2 hours before the match, he could hardly fathom how Fong Yun, who had previously completed fewer than 5 dribbles, could now effortlessly glide past defenders. It was utterly absurd. He was a monster, a complete anomaly. This was entirely beyond the expectations of the Manchester City coaching staff. Not only had he outmaneuvered Lampard, but he had also surpassed the center-back Company. To outplay 2 world-class players was nothing short of terrifying. On the field, Villa players rushed towards Fong Yun, exclaiming, "You can do that too? When did your dribbling become so formidable?" Grealish was astonished. "I thought you would pass to me, but instead, you went past Company and scored. Incredible." Everyone had assumed Fong Yun would opt for a pass, yet he chose to continue dribbling and shoot instead. You can never predict Fong Yun's next move. He consistently reshapes your understanding of him, remarked Jean Jun. At this moment, Manchester City fans began to come to terms with the situation. How on earth do you defend against such a phenomenon? Interceptions, dribbling, shooting, all accomplished by a single player. Robert was filled with joy, realizing that Fong Yun now possessed the ability to advance with the ball and dribble past opponents, a significant enhancement for Aston Villa. Previously, Fong Yun's capacity to progress with the ball was limited. Opponents merely needed to sever his passing lanes or eliminate his teammates. Now, they had to contend with the added threat of his dribbling prowess, greatly complicating their defensive efforts. At this juncture, the number 16 defensive midfielder commented, "That was simply spectacular." Although Fong Yun's remarkable solo goal was brilliant, it was also a product of the team's cohesion. After Fong Yun signaled for tactics, the forwards immediately began to reposition. Grealish, who usually would have converged towards the center, instead remained on the wing to occupy the fullback, preventing him from assisting in defense. Bintik chose to advance rather than retreat, drawing a center-back away. Salah's intelligent run to the left drew another center-back, creating space on the right flank. Fong Yun, dribbling to the right, faced only a solitary defensive midfielder. He decisively opted to dribble past, and once through, the path was clear. With the center-back committed to covering, he had numerous options. Ultimately, he chose to shoot after dribbling past his defender, a risky decision, yet one he executed with unwavering confidence, resulting in a goal. The entire field seemed to exist merely to highlight Fong Yun's brilliance, and he did not disappoint, scoring with remarkable prowess. Chapter 69. Manchester City's counterattack. A stalemate Fong Yun's goal ignited a fiery determination among the Aston Villa players. "If I can defeat you once, I can do so again." What does it matter if our market values differ by dozens of times? Value is earned through performance. Aston Villa had already achieved numerous miracles this season. Winning against Manchester City was no longer an extraordinary feat. Their squad had improved dramatically since the start of the season. As they witnessed Fong Yun's display of exceptional individual skill, the fans of the Blue Moon were momentarily dazed. Perhaps this is what true genius looks like. The media present in Manchester were utterly astonished, unable to believe that the team which had initially taken the lead had, within mere minutes, conceded an equalizer. It was an incredibly dramatic turn of events. The Manchester media felt a sense of disappointment. 2 years ago, the Golden Boy Award winner Balotelli appeared overshadowed by Fong Yun. The former squandered several golden opportunities, missing 2 prime shooting chances. In contrast, Fong Yun created opportunities for himself and finished with remarkable precision, scoring beautifully. On the sidelines, Robert and the assistant coach embraced in celebration. Not only did Manchester City fail to anticipate this, but even we were unprepared for Fong Yun's evolution as a player. This is what genius embodies. You can never predict his next move. All you can do is hope he has an off day, the assistant coach exclaimed with excitement. In the distance, the Manchester City coaching bench huddled together in discussion, grappling with the enigma of Fong Yun's playing style. Despite the statistics indicating that his probability of successfully dribbling past an opponent was less than 1%, they were at a loss. They meticulously perused the analytical data, convinced that they had overlooked some critical detail. Otherwise, they would not have missed such significant information. Perhaps it was simply a moment of inspiration from this extraordinary talent. Messi once remarked in an interview that he could not explain why he played the way he did. It just felt right and led to goals. This has given rise to the adage that genius players rarely make good coaches, as ordinary players struggle to comprehend the mindset of a prodigy. Mancini stood at the sidelines, the biting cold of the Manchester night causing him to shiver involuntarily. However, he quickly composed himself, urging his players to focus on the game. They had merely returned to the starting line. Scoring more goals was within their reach, and they were not entirely without hope. Captain Company rose from grass, brushing off the remnants of the turf. He was not overly angered by the previous foul. He understood the weight of his responsibilities as captain. This match was a quest for revenge on their home ground. Company shouted to his teammates, "Forget that last goal. This is the Etihad, our fortress. With countless supporters behind us. Stay focused and give everything you've got." The Manchester City players seemed to respond with renewed vigor, except for Balotelli, who appeared detached from the team dynamics. Ignoring the encouragement from his teammates, he seemed oblivious to their attempts to rally his spirits. At the beginning of the match, he had resolved to prove himself anew, but as the game progressed, he found himself lacking the previous explosiveness and precision in his shots, leading to a growing self-doubt. Particularly when he noticed Fong Yun's superior performance, he became hesitant and reluctant to take risks. Mino Raiola observed Balotelli's state with mounting frustration. How could I have signed this useless player? Just 2 years in, and he can hardly play. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the stadium was electric, filled with cheers and excitement. The referee's whistle signaled the restart of the game. This time, Balotelli did not charge forward aggressively, as he had at the outset. Instead, he ambled about nonchalantly. "Are you planning to stay at Manchester City?" Lampard asked. Balotelli jolted his head, snapping up. "Of course I want to." "Then get moving. Show everyone your attitude. Take a few shots, and you'll find your rhythm again," Lampard encouraged. Seemingly awakened, Balotelli became more active on the pitch, embodying a sense of determination. Could the once promising Italian talent be making a comeback? The dynamics of the game shifted rapidly. Manchester City soon sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. With a collective value exceeding 100 million, their players undeniably possessed greater strength than Aston Villa's. However, Villa's young recruit, Mendy, made a critical error. His aggressive defending provided Deco with an opening. In the 30th minute, Mendy attempted a direct tackle on Deco, but was skillfully sidestepped. Deco then delivered a precise pass to the center, where AG Aero accelerated, meeting the ball before Vlar and executing a deft shot that found the back of the net. 2-1. Manchester City surged ahead once more, with Deco and AG Aero's connection proving both simple and effective, eliciting thunderous applause from the Etihad crowd. This was the spectacle the Manchester City fans craved, the hallmark of last season's Premier League champions. Deco raced towards the corner flag, sliding on the turf as he unleashed his pent-up emotions. having awaited this moment for far too long. Finally scoring against Aston Villa, he triumphed over his internal demons. Mancini raised his right hand emphatically, dispelling the gloom that had lingered. On the pitch, all Manchester City players celebrated towards the home stands. Yet, Balotelli remained detached from the team's jubilation. Noticing this, Kompany approached him. "What's the matter? Come celebrate with us." "I want to score," Balotelli replied, knowing full well that he was not integral to the goal. Even if the team won, his lack of contribution could lead to his departure. "Don't worry, opportunities will come. If you keep moving and focus on the game, you'll score," Kompany reassured him. However, his words did little to alleviate Balotelli's frustration, which simmered within him, yearning for an outlet. Fong Yun anticipated this moment. Young players often succumb to such pressure. Many did not need to attempt that tackle. He should have simply positioned himself correctly. Fong Yun encouraged him. "It's all right. Keep a calm mindset. Don't be too anxious. I believe you can do it." He refrained from excessive criticism, trusting that Mendy would recognize his mistakes and improve moving forward. As play resumed, Manchester City's momentum surged, dominating the field and leaving Aston Villa struggling to breathe. Canny's errant pass was intercepted by David Silva, leading to a prime counterattack opportunity for Manchester City. Balotelli was now actively seeking space. Silva delivered a brilliant through ball to Vlar's blind side. In the heat of the moment, Balotelli seized the ball, while Villa's center back Vlar failed to intervene. Was this a clear shot on goal? Ruben Dias had no choice but to track back. Seeing this, AG Arrow darted to the right. A pass to AG Arrow would have left him one-on-one with the keeper, with no defenders in sight. Yet, Balotelli seemed oblivious to AG Arrow's positioning, forcing his way to the byline. Dias closely shadowed him, blocking his path and angle for a shot, while the Villa goalkeeper guarded the near post. Balotelli opted for a hasty strike, which was easily parried away by the keeper. What a poor choice of shot. There was no angle left. The commentator lamented. The Manchester City fans erupted in frustration. What on earth is Balotelli doing? Why not just pass it to AG Arrow? This is infuriating. They clamored for him to leave the team, visibly disgusted. AG Arrow, equally bewildered and furious, gestured to Balotelli. "What are you doing? Pass it over. I had a clear shot." Balotelli, inwardly conflicted, could only lower his head in silence. Mancini sighed, realizing they had squandered a golden opportunity to extend their lead to 3-1. His resolve to trade Balotelli strengthened. The player was entirely out of form and detached from the team. "What are you doing? If you don't want to play properly, just leave," Mancini shouted at Balotelli. The young and impetuous Balotelli, already fragile in spirit, became even more disheartened, unsure of his next steps. In the following minutes, despite a few good opportunities, neither side managed to score, and they headed into halftime. Raiola, disregarding any objections, stormed into the Manchester City locker room. With great excitement, he addressed Balotelli. "Did you have a quarrel with Fong Yun in the first half? A lip-reading expert informed me that he made a racist remark towards you. Is that correct? Did he insult your skin color? Did he call you a black bastard? Fantastic. This will surely bring trouble for Fong Yun. I will expose this incident to the media. Mendes will no longer stand a chance against me for the title of best agent. Haha. Fong Yun will also face a suspension, no matter how well he performs. He won't be able to play." These words stirred unrest in the Manchester City locker room. They were utterly unaware that such an incident had transpired during the match. Everyone eagerly awaited Balotelli's response, which left Raiola utterly astonished. "It was I who first made a racist comment towards him. The fault lies with me." Raiola was taken aback and inquired, "What did you say to him?" "I discriminated against him for being yellow-skinned, an Asian, unworthy of playing in the Premier League." A profound silence enveloped the locker room. Raiola, fuming, bit his lip, wishing to throw the locker room bench in frustration, yet refrained since it was not his own. "You are infuriating. I will terminate our contract immediately. How could I have signed a player like you? Your performance is dreadful, and your character is in question." At that moment, Balotelli resembled a lost soul, gradually succumbing to despair, akin to a disillusioned college student. Raiola intended to continue his tirade, but Balotelli stood up abruptly. "Have you considered my feelings? Where were you when I was injured? Where were you when I needed help due to poor performance? From beginning to end, you only care about your own interests. Your anger stems from the fact that no big club wants me, leaving you without a transfer fee. If you wish to terminate the contract, so be it. I don't care." The argument between the two cast a heavy silence over the entire locker room. At that moment, Captain Company spoke. Balotelli, perhaps you should sit out the second half. The pressure seems overwhelming. Balotelli had come to a realization. The issue of racism would undoubtedly surface, and he might face suspension. Manchester City was likely to trade him. He still wished to relish his final match with the club. Coach, I want to continue playing in the second half. Although I know I'm likely to leave, you can substitute me anytime if my performance falters. His eyes brimmed with desire and sincerity. Mancini felt a pang of empathy, recognizing the plight of this young talent. Having risen to fame at a young age and received the Golden Boy Award, he found himself in a downward spiral after signing with a black agent and facing injuries, a stark contrast that posed a significant blow to a prodigy like him. It was no small feat for him to reach this point. Moreover, with Manchester City in a leading position, allowing him to play longer seemed harmless. All right, I will trust you one more time. Play well. In the Aston Villa locker room, Fong Yun stated, "Do not feel too much pressure. They're merely our subordinates. So let's play normally, supporting each other and not allowing their momentum to intimidate us. Mendy, Kanté, Ruben Dias, you are young. Mistakes are acceptable, and we will cover for each other. I believe as long as we play our usual game, victory is assured." Fong Yun knew that Aston Villa had an advantage in the first half, but two fatal mistakes had cost them dearly. However, he remained unperturbed, aware that he still had aces up his sleeve, with many strategies yet to be deployed. Ding! Accompanied by the fans' roaring cheers, the second half commenced. Right from the start, Manchester City's assault intensified, with the home advantage fueling the players' enthusiasm. With their luxurious midfield, they relentlessly pressured Villa, dominating their half. Aston Villa, in turn, fell back into a disciplined defensive formation, ready to counterattack. This defensive strategy was their forte, often leaving strong teams in dismay. Aston Villa's defensive shell appeared more formidable than that of an average team. The players maintained an excellent distance from one another, and their coordination during zonal defense was impeccable. Particularly during Manchester City players' cross movements, Villa denied them any opportunity. Manchester struggled to penetrate the flanks, resorting instead to high crosses. Ruben Dias emerged as a formidable presence. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, his impressive jumping ability and positional awareness allowed him to dominate the penalty area. His head became a no-fly zone. In the span of 10 minutes, Manchester sent 5 high crosses, all thwarted by Ruben Dias's headers. Manchester's triangular passes and lateral movements failed against Aston Villa's dense central defense. At this moment, Fong Yun was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack and score. When silent, "We shall strike with brilliance." Aston Villa's defense was commendable. How could Ruben Dias be so proficient in aerial duels? The crosses were utterly ineffective. Chapter 71. Frequent interceptions, creating opportunities. Aston Villa's players struggled to hold on. Fong Yun shouted, "Hold on firmly for the first 20 minutes. Endure their strongest assault." The away fans were filled with anxiety. Coach Robert paced back and forth. Manchester City's offensive waves crashed like a tide. Balotelli seemed to have awakened, frequently challenging Aston Villa's defense. Aston Villa's backline was on the verge of collapse. At the 65th minute, Balotelli received a brilliant through ball from David Silva, unleashing a powerful shot. The ball was heroically saved by Aston Villa's goalkeeper, ricocheting out of bounds. Villa's fans breathed a sigh of relief, erupting in gasps. Manchester fans were ecstatic, their cheers drowning the entire Etihad Stadium. Some even pulled out their phones to capture this thrilling moment. Although the score was 2-1, Manchester City had a commanding lead. Their fans believed that shortly, Manchester would score again, sealing the match. Meanwhile, the Aston Villa coaching staff was equally anxious, as Manchester's formidable adaptability and strength exceeded their expectations. As the 70th minute approached, Manchester City earned a corner. The second half's possession statistics showed Manchester City holding a terrifying 70%, utterly dominating Aston Villa. Aguero dropped back to organize play, passing to the advancing David Silva, who then delivered a through ball to Balotelli. Balotelli received the ball, but did not rush to shoot. He felt no pressure now. Knowing the impending exit, he decided to savor the match. Observing the players' positions, he took a step forward, executing a shoulder feint to evade Aston Villa's centre-back, Furlan. He then glanced at the near corner of the goal, aiming for a distant shot. His precisely angled strike sent chills through Aston Villa's fans. Could it be a goal? Just then, a figure dashed out, clearing the ball. It was Fong Yun. Fong Yun saved the entire team. Fong Yun had anticipated Manchester City's attacking route and returned to the penalty area well in advance, positioning himself for defense. He observed that the Manchester City players were exhausted at this point, and he was ready to showcase his skills. He intended to take complete control of the match and deliver yet another significant blow to Manchester City. He exchanged a knowing gesture with Coach Robert, who understood immediately. Bentique was substituted for Agbonlahor, a prearranged strategy. The tactical plan prior to the match had been to first focus on defensive counterattacks, waiting for Manchester City to tire before introducing Agbonlahor, whose speed could exploit the vulnerabilities in City's defense. As Bentique left the field, the away fans erupted in thunderous applause. The moment Agbonlahor stepped onto the pitch, the Aston Villa players understood the cue. They immediately intensified their pressing game. The forward players pressured Manchester City's defenders to pass the ball, while the midfielders cut off passing lanes. The defenders encircled the ball carrier. Aston Villa's sudden surge in pace caught Manchester City off guard. The relentless pressing by Kanté and Fong Yun finally bore fruit. Kanté deflected Yaya Touré's pass, allowing Fong Yun to pounce on the ball. He then drew back his leg, delivering a world-class through ball that zipped past Manchester City centre-back, Kompany. Agbonlahor, propelled by speed, left Kompany unable to intervene. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. As a Manchester City keeper rushed out, Agbonlahor deftly lifted the ball with the tip of his boot just before the goalkeeper could make contact. The ball soared over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. Aston Villa's incisive counterattack pierced through Manchester City's defense with just 2 touches. Fong Yun's through ball directly assisted Agbonlahor, who scored within a mere 5 seconds of his introduction. After the goal, Fong Yun sprinted towards the corner flag in celebration. "Yun, I knew you would pass to me. The Manchester City defenders couldn't keep up with me, haha." Coming off the bench and scoring immediately is simply exhilarating. Agbonlahor was overjoyed. Previously dissatisfied with being a substitute, he leaped in excitement after the goal. On the sidelines, Robert shouted, "Do not give Aston Villa any opportunities, otherwise your efforts will be in vain." Meanwhile, Coach Mancini was visibly upset. He could not fathom how Yaya Touré's pass had gone awry. In truth, Manchester City's midfield was clearly outmatched by Aston Villa's. Kanté was known for his incredible stamina, and Fong Yun's fitness attribute was a staggering 100. Given the high pressing from Aston Villa, it was impressive that Manchester City had managed to avoid mistakes for this long. Against an ordinary team, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. It was only due to Manchester City's technical prowess that they could withstand such pressure. The Manchester City players were not overly disheartened. The situation still favored them, and they held a psychological advantage. As play resumed, Mancini fought hard for his team. In the 72nd minute, Fong Yun executed a fierce tackle, clearing Balotelli's threatening shot. The crowd erupted. Fong Yun, a likely candidate for this year's Golden Boy Award, was thoroughly dominating Balotelli, the previous recipient from 3 years ago. Not only was he leading in offensive contributions, having directly influenced 2 goals, but he was also suffocating Balotelli defensively. A typical attacking midfielder had little opportunity to clash directly with a forward, yet Fong Yun continually reshaped the fans' perception of him. He retreated from his number 8 position to a more defensive number 6 role, effectively neutralizing Balotelli's powerful strike. Balotelli was bewildered. How could Fong Yun have predicted his passing route? It was almost otherworldly. Before he could collect his thoughts, Fong Yun dashed past him, racing towards the ball's landing spot. The ball was cleared towards a Manchester City player. David Silva managed to control it, but Fong Yun swiftly closed in. He challenged the relatively diminutive Silva, who stumbled and lost control of the ball. Fong Yun effortlessly intercepted it, seizing possession from the renowned Manchester City midfielder. In the face of absolute physical confrontation, all technical skills seemed insignificant. The fans erupted in cheers. The entire Etihad Stadium was in a frenzy. Balotelli was left despondent, questioning his own significance on the field. In the stands, Villa fans were ecstatic. Fong Yun's performance drove them into a frenzy. What they witnessed was Aston Villa's attacking linchpin transforming into a sweeping defensive midfielder. Alongside Kanté, dismantling Manchester City's midfield. His interceptions and tackles, coupled with impeccable timing, resembled that of a seasoned veteran, as if he had everything under control. The spectators were astounded. The other Aston Villa players fulfilled their roles diligently, collaborating with Fong Yun to fortify their defense. They stood united, resembling an impenetrable fortress. In stark contrast, the Manchester City fans began to express their concerns. On the sidelines, Mancini paced anxiously. The Manchester City coaching staff pored over their notes, puzzled. This isn't right. We have no record of such a defensive approach. He has always been an organizing player. How has he transformed into a sweeping midfielder? These revelations were uncharted territory. Could he have trained in secret? It seemed implausible, as such abilities cannot be developed overnight. Had he been concealing his true capabilities in previous matches? The Manchester City assistant coach was bewildered. This was beyond mere genius. He was a monster, a true anomaly. Chaos reigned on the Manchester City bench as opinions clashed. The players could no longer remain passive. They, who were worth millions, could not accept a draw on their home turf. The Manchester City players intensified their efforts in attack, with defender company pushing forward into the attack. They relentlessly flooded the Villa players in an attempt to shift the momentum. As the regular time dwindled, the Manchester City players grew frantic. Their aging roster knew that if the match extended to extra time, they would surely be outlasted by Aston Villa's youthful vigor. At this moment, Manchester City, with their apparent superiority on paper, found themselves held in check by Villa. No matter how aggressively they pressed, they could not find the net. This left the renowned stars of Manchester City humiliated. Yet, with their increasingly desperate offensive maneuvers, they became even more disheartened. On the pitch, two relentless ball-winning machines emerged: Fong Yun and Canny. Enhanced by thermal imaging technology and Rodri's defensive anticipation, Fong Yun consistently positioned himself in key areas, thwarting Manchester City's threatening advances time and again. The precise and ferocious tackles executed by Fong Yun left Manchester City players in distress. Whenever they possessed the ball and caught sight of Fong Yun, a shiver would run down their spines, fearing injury from a potential interception. This was the intangible pressure he exerted on them. The Manchester fans erupted in excitement. What kind of monster is this? One individual single-handedly upheld the team's defense. His presence felt everywhere, like a haunting specter. Even if they managed to bypass Fong Yun, they still had to contend with Canty, another ironclad defender. How were they to navigate this? This is the mark of a true genius, seamlessly blending offense and defense. He could advance to play as an attacking midfielder, orchestrating the team's attacks, or retreat to a defensive role, bolstering the team's defense. Such terror. Guardiola in the stands was visibly restless, yearning for this prodigy. With a tactical adaptability as high as his strategic visions could become reality. He felt compelled to persuade Bayern to acquire Fong Yun, if Bayern disagreed. He even contemplated coaching Aston Villa. This seemingly unremarkable FA Cup match drew the attention of multiple teams. Fong Yun once again captivated England with a performance that bordered on madness, a player capable of fluidly transitioning between the 6th and 8th positions, and even adept at playing as a defensive midfielder, making him the dream of any coach. Not only could he deliver exquisite passes to teammates, but he could also single-handedly navigate defenses, solving problems and scoring goals. Such versatility and high football intelligence are exceedingly rare in the annals of football history. As the match approached its climax, Balotelli found himself utterly lost in Fong Yun's relentless defense. Whenever he received the ball, Fong Yun would be upon him within 3 steps, leading to an inevitable interception without mercy. Ha! Balotelli must be dreaming of Fong Yun, a nightmare of nightmares. Fong Yun continued to dart across the field. His presence felt everywhere, leaving Balotelli in a state of existential contemplation. Why is it like this? In that moment, Balotelli experienced a sense of despair, akin to witnessing a rival thrive while he faltered. Mancini, Manchester City's coach, could no longer bear to watch and substituted Balotelli. Aguero moved to the center. As Balotelli exited, he was met with jeers from the home crowd. Useless waste, he squandered countless opportunities. Aguero would have already torn through Villa's defense. Hurry up and leave. Go play for another team. Hearing the crowd's disdain, Balotelli descended into despondency. He recalled his past glory, the prestigious Golden Boy award ceremony 3 years prior, filled with honor. Now, he had become a pariah, reviled by all. Overcome with emotion, Balotelli wept bitterly. Yet, there was no shame in shedding tears. He needed to leave. The referee approached to escort him off the pitch. At that moment, the Villa fans felt a twinge of sympathy. Why provoke anyone but Fong Yun? Now, they had lost both their reputation and a player, their prospects in disarray. Fong Yun had been ruthless, leaving Balotelli in tears, returning home to seek comfort from his mother. Fong Yun bore no compassion. Competitive sports are inherently cruel. The victor takes all. From the moment Balotelli expressed disdain for him, his fate was sealed. Fong Yun would ensure he felt more wretched than dead, rendering him unable to score or even touch the ball. After Balotelli's departure, Manchester City's offense improved somewhat, as the team began to find its rhythm. However, as the match neared its conclusion, fatigue set in, and players struggled to keep pace. Aston Villa also had numerous counterattack opportunities, yet their forwards seemed collectively off target today. Agbamahor and Sulla squandered golden chances. Ultimately, the match ended in a draw, with both teams preparing for extra time. Fong Yun and the coaching staff engaged in fervent discussions, recognizing that extra time was Villa's domain, where their physical advantage could be leveraged. As the extra time commenced, Fong Yun resolved to take the lead. Sensing his fellow forward's lack of form, he understood the necessity of stepping up. Whether I play as a defensive midfielder or within a three-back system, I must either secure victory or leave with nothing, he declared resolutely. His teammates and coaches offered their unwavering support. With the crowd's cheers echoing, the referee's whistle signaled the beginning of extra time. From the outset, Aston Villa exhibited proactive play, demonstrating lively movement and tenacity. Conversely, Manchester City's players appeared fatigued, their energy waning. Aston Villa seized their moment, showcasing a clear advantage in stamina during extra time. Yet, Manchester City boasted greater experience in such scenarios, as it was Aston Villa's first encounter with extra time. Analytical discussions highlighted Kanny's vigorous performance in the first half, showcasing his relentless pursuit and ball-winning prowess. In the 4th minute of extra time, Kanny intercepted the ball in midfield and passed it to Fong Yun. Without pausing, Fong Yun delivered a swift pass to the flanks, targeting Sulla. Sulla, understanding the play, feigned a shoulder drop to cut inside. As he drew the attention of Manchester City's defenders, Kanny moved to support him. Sulla then laid the ball back to Kanny. Without hesitation, sent it to Fong Yun racing down the right flank. Fong Yun received the ball, unopposed. David Silva was compelled to rush in for support. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Yun planted his left foot as a pivot on the left side of the ball, then deftly nudged it forward with his right foot, instantly accelerating. Silva attempted to intercept, but Fong Yun brushed him aside with his physicality. Fong Yun surged forward. His speed was remarkable. Even in extra time, his stamina was impressive. At this moment, no City players could provide support, as they were too exhausted to keep pace. Fong Yun opted against a cross. He understood that there were no aerial threats in the box, with Bentique already substituted, and high balls were easily thwarted by the opposition. Fong Yun charged into the penalty area, and Kompany, gasping for breath, rushed forward to defend, knowing as captain he had to lead by example, despite his fatigue. Fong Yun lifted his gaze and noticed Ruben Dias making a run, so he slowed down, waiting for Kompany to close the gap. The instant Kompany approached, Fong Yun executed a sudden backheel flick. This move caught the defenders completely off guard. Dias leaped high, executing a graceful header that connected with the ball. The ball shot like lightning into the bottom right corner of the net, finding its mark from the connection between Fong Yun and Ruben Dias. Fong Yun delivered a deft cross with the outside of his foot, allowing Ruben Dias to score with a header, effortlessly executed. In his debut match, Ruben Dias found the net, redeeming himself after conceding an early goal and making amends in extra time. Truly breathtaking. Following the goal, Fong Yun was quick to celebrate, patting his head. "I told you could do it. Be confident. You possess the skill. Just go out and do your job." "Thank you, Yun. I am completely at ease now. That pass was exquisite, perfectly placed. I didn't need to adjust at all." The Aston Villa players embraced one another in celebration of the goal, while the stands erupted with cheers. Robert turned to his assistant, embracing him, visibly elated. Meanwhile, Manchester City's coach Mancini knelt down, his expression contorted in disbelief as he pondered why Aston Villa could score while his team struggled to find the net. At this moment, the number 16 defensive midfielder posted again. Fong Yun is truly remarkable. This tactical setup embodies the classic Aston Villa 3 center-back offensive system. Fong Yun played as a full-back, and the timing of the formation switch was impeccable, occurring just as extra time commenced. At this juncture, Manchester City was experiencing a physical decline. Had their fullbacks been fit, Fong Yun would not have easily penetrated the penalty area. Instead, he would have opted for a straightforward cross, but by then, Aston Villa's attacking players would not have been in position, likely resulting in a clearance. Fong Yun anticipated this. Even with space for a direct cross, he chose to penetrate the box, drawing defenders in. This strategy was twofold: to attract the defense within the penalty area. Where Kompany was steadfast, he deliberately slowed his pace to lure him out and to await Ruben's timely run. Ruben's aerial prowess was dominant in this match. Ultimately, Fong Yun executed a cross with the outside of his foot, catching Manchester City off guard. Ruben Dias's header was equally outstanding, and the attack flowed seamlessly, showcasing the classic approach of Fong Yun's wing play. Truly spectacular. This analysis sparked an immediate debate. Is this how the god of Yun operates? I cannot find a single mistake in his actions. Could it be that the god of Yun contemplated so much in an instant? If it were me, I would have been utterly bewildered. In my opinion, Aston Villa was toying with Manchester City. Despite City's aggressive attacks earlier, they were merely baiting Villa. Now that Villa exerted their strength, City seemed dazed. As the match resumed, Aston Villa's momentum surged, their confidence growing with each passing minute. Kant and Grealish began to showcase their skills. Another interception by Kant. Silva received the ball, but Kant pressed him with unwavering force. Silva appeared fatigued, his legs faltering, and a misplaced touch landed the ball at Kant's feet. Kant, though not tall, boasted a low center of gravity, swiftly executing a challenge. Kant intercepted again. He immediately passed to Grealish on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Grealish feigned with a shoulder drop, causing the opposing right back, Zabaleta, to lose his balance and fall. Subsequently, he executed a deft nutmeg, leaving his opponent in the dust, who, upon recovering, attempted another challenge. Grealish skillfully nudged the ball to the right with his left foot, causing the opponent to miss entirely. Another air tackle from Manchester City. Absolutely hilarious. But Grealish was not done yet. He cut inside, prompting Kompany to come over for cover. Agbonlahor, seeing Kompany preoccupied, made a forward run. Grealish, instead of passing, continued his advance. Zabaleta, now infuriated, charged at Grealish, crashing into him and sending him sprawling to the ground, a pained and grimacing expression on his face. The away fans were understandably concerned. Chapter 74. The match concludes with a resounding victory over Manchester City. What a petty move. No sense of sportsmanship. When unable to win the ball, they resort to fouling. Such a blatant act of malice, aimed squarely at the player rather than the ball. Aston Villa's players immediately gathered around to check on the situation. Fong Yun observed Grealish's expression and recognized he was merely acting. Grealish, often dubbed a shield striker in his past life, frequently faced fouls but rarely sustained injuries, a natural provocateur, drawing attention to himself. To prevent further escalation, the referee swiftly issued a yellow card. Seeing that Grealish was unharmed, Aston Villa's players refrained from escalating the conflict, and both sides moved on. Fong Yun stood over the ball, preparing to take the free kick. This time, the Manchester City players were wise to the tactic, with one line behind the wall to prevent a low shot. Clearly, they had studied Aston Villa closely. In response, Fong Yun decided to alter his approach. His eyes conveyed determination and a hint of ferocity. He unleashed the skill crescent moon blade shot. With his left foot anchoring his body, he tilted at a 45-degree angle, his right leg swinging with great force. He struck the ball's lower half with remarkable power. The ball soared through the air, tracing an extraordinarily exaggerated arc. It appeared to be veering off course. What a pity. However, as the ball approached the goal, it plummeted swiftly. A banana shot. The drop was astonishing. I thought it was going out. As the ball neared the goal, it descended sharply, leaving the goalkeeper unable to anticipate its trajectory, merely watching as it nestled into the net. As graceful as a swan, as fluid as a dragon. This free kick, reminiscent of Beckham's finesse, curve around the wall, seemingly destined for the sidelines, only to return with a dramatic drop. Truly magnificent. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers. They had not witnessed such a free kick in ages. Meanwhile, Manchester City fans had come to terms with it. How can one compete with such a prodigy? A jack of all trades. It seems his free kicks are destined for success, each executed with a unique flair. Who can defend against that? At this moment, Beckham was also watching the match. In fact, he had begun to pay attention to Fong Yun the moment he showcased the crescent moon shot. He felt that Fong Yun's free kick was perhaps superior to his own, possessing an additional layer of strength. Truly extraordinary. This young man is destined for greatness. The Manchester City players were enveloped in silence, each lost in thought. The goalkeeper could only sigh in resignation, overwhelmed by the challenge posed by such a phenomenon. Zabaleta, bewildered, reflected, "My foul was truly unwarranted. Had I not fouled, what would have happened if Grealish had passed or shot?" He found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Balotelli, seated on the bench, watching that strike, began to recognize the chasm between himself and Fong Yun. "I should never have compared myself to him. His baseline is far beyond my peak." Mancini buried his face in his hands, deeply sighing. "How I wish I had been more resolute in signing Fong Yun." With him, Manchester City could have contended for 4 titles this season. But alas, there are no what-ifs. The times have changed. Fong Yun is no longer the same player he once was. Manchester City is no longer the formidable team it once was. Following a critical play, Mancini replaced the exhausted David Silva and Yaya Touré, determined to make a final stand. However, what Mancini did not anticipate was the complete collapse of City's midfield post-substitutions. Although Silva and Touré were fatigued, their technical prowess and teamwork had allowed them to compete effectively against Aston Villa. Once other midfielders were introduced, City struggled to maintain possession and their defensive structure faltered. In the 13th minute of the first half's extra time, Fong Yun executed a successful interception in collaboration with Canny. He then advanced the ball single-handedly, deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders before unleashing a long-range strike, further extending the score to 4-2. After Silva and Touré exited, City's midfield could not withstand the relentless pressure and aggression from Fong Yun and Canny, culminating in Fong Yun's spectacular long-range goal. As the second half commenced, City substituted Aguero, effectively conceding defeat. Yet, Fong Yun was far from finished. In the 3rd minute of the second half, he intercepted the ball and passed it to Grealish. Facing Zabaleta, who was already on a yellow card and hesitant to challenge, Grealish easily cut inside. With the opposition's energy depleted and no support in defense, he executed a curling shot, scoring once more. 5-2. City fans began to trickle out of the stadium, having expected a tightly contested match that might lead to penalties, only to witness a dramatic collapse in extra time. In the 10th minute of the second half's extra period, Ruben Dias connected with a cross before launching a long pass to Sulla on the wing. Sulla, yet to score in the match, cut inside, evaded Kompany, and struck the ball towards the near post, scoring again. 6-2. Aston Villa was reveling in their performance, and Sulla had finally found the net, with Kompany becoming an unwitting background figure in the spectacle. As the match progressed to the 14th minute, Grealish sought to attack again, prompting Zabaleta to lash out in frustration. In a reckless challenge, Zabaleta lunged at Grealish once more, receiving a red card for his actions. Fortunately, Grealish was unharmed, quickly returning to the fray just a minute later. In the 15th minute of the second half's extra time, Fong Yun, eager to defend Grealish's honor, accelerated down the right flank before delivering a long pass to Grealish, who was unmarked. He scored effortlessly, and after his goal, he cheekily taunted Zabaleta. Zabaleta attempted to retaliate, but his teammates restrained him. The red card merely suspended him for 1 match. If you're to enter the field to confront Grealish, the consequences will be far more severe. It was truly poetic justice. Zabaleta was infuriated, unable to injure Grealish despite his brutal attempts. One must commend Grealish's resilience. He remarkably remained unscathed after 2 fierce tackles. Fong Yun exhibited great camaraderie, immediately seeking Grealish for another goal, showcasing his selflessness. Truly magnificent, this is the essence of the Cloud God. Chapter 75. Once again ascending to greatness, an epic reinforcement. With the final whistle from the referee, the Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Aston Villa's fans leapt from their seats, celebrating an astonishing victory. The match had been closely contested during regular time, but in extra time, City was utterly overwhelmed, conceding 4 goals. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Those who wagered on the game were likely left incensed. Moreover, Aston Villa had achieved a double victory over City. This was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to their tactical superiority and strength. They once more dismantled the powerful City, delivering a performance akin to a lion grasping at the moon. Fong Yun's brilliance shone through, elevating public perception of his capabilities to new heights. I improve with every match. What do you have to analyze about me? My previous footage? The fans erupted in cheers, chanting Fong Yun's name. Fong Yun waved to the supporters, having led a youthful Aston Villa to this remarkable triumph. It is worth noting that this match featured 3 new starters, reflecting a significant gap in cohesion and mental fortitude compared to the previous lineup. Mendy and Ruben Dias each contributed a goal to City's tally, implying that if Aston Villa had not made errors, City would have had no opportunities to score, a terrifying prospect. Had Villa fielded their previous starting 11, they might have resolved the match in regular time. This match can be aptly described as a victory secured by Fong Yun's singular brilliance. He scored the opening goal and subsequently played the role of the team's engine, fervently assisting his teammates. In this moment, Fong Yun basked in the adulation of the crowd, embracing his teammates in celebration. In stark contrast, Manchester City appeared despondent. The reigning champions of the Premier League found themselves overshadowed by a squad that narrowly escaped relegation last season, all due to the under-18 prodigy, Fang Yun. The City players were left bewildered. Competing on 4 fronts, they had already relinquished 2 titles, with the FA Cup now out of reach. Their prospects in the league appeared bleak, leaving only the Champions League and the League Cup as potential salvations. Given their current form, the players' confidence was waning, and the prospect of leaving empty-handed loomed large. The City locker room was rife with heated disputes, particularly between Balotelli and Raiola, a scene that the media captured, leading to an awkward aftermath. At the post-match press conference, Aston Villa's coach, Robert, praised Fong Yun's exceptional performance. In a player rating conducted by other coaches and fans, Fong Yun undoubtedly received the highest score and was named the standout player of the FA Cup elimination round, a well-deserved accolade. Robert expressed his confidence and pride, stating, "Fong Yun's performance today was historic. Without him, this match would have been exceedingly difficult. I believe after this game, there should be no controversy regarding the Golden Boy Award." His words conveyed a clear message. It is not Fong Yun who needs the award. Rather, the award requires Fong Yun to validate its prestige. In contrast, the press conference for Manchester City was a torment for Mancini, who had made grand proclamations prior to the match. Faced with pointed questions from reporters, he felt as though time was standing still, his demeanor reflecting the weight of defeat. This was Mancini's worst result since taking charge of City. Last season's champions have been eliminated by a relegation-threatened team, suffering a double defeat. Without the cushion of past achievements, he might soon find himself facing dismissal. The role of a top-tier coach is perpetually one of the most precarious professions in this world. Fluctuating performance can swiftly lead to the risk of dismissal. The following day, Fong Yun's odds for the Golden Boy Award soared to an astonishing 60. How terrifying! Once again, the prodigious Fong Yun led Aston Villa to a resounding victory over Manchester City. The Premier League champions suffered a shocking defeat at the hands of a relegation-threatened team, with Aston Villa triumphing 4-0 in extra time. Fong Yun has seemingly secured the Golden Boy Award, and the grand finale is approaching. Transitioning from the number 8 to the number 4 position, from a playmaking midfielder to a defensive midfielder, Fong Yun continues to redefine the limits of public perception regarding his capabilities. Aston Villa and Fong Yun once again dominated the headlines in the football world. This night undoubtedly belonged to Aston Villa. Upon arriving at the airport, Manchester was already teeming with fans, including a notable number of Manchester City supporters who had defected to cheer for Villa. After all, many fans perceive City as a nouveau riche club, having only begun to flourish since the influx of oil money. Their fan base remains relatively tenuous, especially when compared to the loyal followers of Manchester United. Let us acquire Fong Yun. After all, we were his first love, some fans suggested. Indeed, I believe Fong Yun would not be so heartless. Manchester City currently lacks many essentials: loyal supporters, championships, a rich heritage, and a robust fan culture. However, they are never short of funds. The extravagance of their oil magnate is beyond imagination. Mancini was foolish. He should have signed Fong Yun outright back then. Even if he didn't play, no other club could have acquired him. Now, he plays with fervor against us, and it's infuriating. City fans are relentlessly pressuring the club. The chairman's office is inundated with calls and emails, and he deeply regrets not retaining Fong Yun. In a fit of anger, he slashed the salaries of the management team members who had initially refused to sign Fong Yun. The chief scout, the chief analyst, and others were not spared. Half an hour later, Aston Villa boarded their flight. Upon returning home, Fong Yun eagerly opened his rewards. This time, he received not only player growth cards, but also a Manchester City star treasure chest. How exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Lead Aston Villa to victory over Manchester City. Quest reward. Custom attribute points x5. Manchester City star treasure chest. Fong Yun had lost count of how many times he had taken advantage of Manchester City's resources, and they never raised an objection. He opened the treasure chest, revealing a variety of chests of differing quality. Holland header module, 2 chance. Silva dribbling module, 2 chance. Ederson save module, 2 chance. Fong Yun felt a wave of despair. Why is there a goalkeeper save module? And as for Holland's header, that S better left alone. If it were to miss, that would be amusing indeed. Suddenly, Fong Yun's eyes widened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the De Bruyne ground arc passing module. Fong Yun was elated. This was a valuable asset. De Bruyne's curve-through ball is a skill that terrifies many defenders. Chapter 76. Feeling unwell? Deliberate intent. This ground arc pass allows one to bypass the defense. A straight pass is easily defendable. It can be intercepted between the passer and the recipient. However, a curve pass will evade defenders and reach the receiver directly. Yet, this skill requires exceptional footwork. Not everyone can execute it, and even top midfielders have a significant chance of making mistakes. With this ability, Fong Yun's options have expanded. He decided to allocate his 5 custom attribute points to heading, as his current score of 50 was barely passing. Then Fong Yun claimed his second system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Break the Doubts side quest. Reward. Player acceleration card X1. Match evaluation. Triggers hidden reward. Hidden reward. Player acceleration card X3. My goodness. 3 additional acceleration cards. How delightful. Initially, he had hesitated on whom to grant the acceleration card. Now, there was no need for indecision. He distributed 1 each to Candy, Mendy, Ruben Dias, and Grealish. Contentment washed over him. Fong Yun accessed the system panel. Attribute panel opened. Host, Fong Yun, age, 17, height, 187 centimeters, weight, 77 kilograms, long pass, 90, short pass, 90, ball control, 80, vision, 100, defensive positioning, 100, stamina, 100, anticipation, 100, tackling, 80, strength, 80, balance, 80, explosiveness, 80, speed, 80, heading, 55, set pieces, 80, shooting, 75, long shot, 80, 100, modules, thermal imaging module, guaranteed, long shot module, curled shot module, Rodri defensive module, Modric outside foot module, Agbonlahor speed module, Bitty body module, De Bruyne through ball module, De Bruyne ground arc passing module, evaluation, beginning to exude the aura of a top-tier superstar. Fong Yun noted with astonishment that his short passing had improved from 80 to 90, surpassing the threshold. This clearly indicated De Bruyne's through ball had remarkable quality. Indeed, world-class precision is not to be underestimated. It is no wonder that products from Manchester City are of such high caliber. Gazing at his attributes, Fong Yun couldn't help but marvel at the transformation over just 6 months. Given a few more years, the prospects are staggering. After the match against Manchester City, Fong Yun returned to Villa Park, where they needed to prepare for their upcoming league fixtures. The fervor surrounding this match quickly swept across the continent. The Golden Boy award ceremony at the end of the month was also approaching. In Turin, Italy, the venue for the Golden Boy Award, the local media expressed their discontent. The award, which should have rightfully gone to Juventus Pogba, was unexpectedly claimed by Fong Yun, who had led a relegation-threatened team to the top of the league, holding a 12-point lead over the second-place team. Moreover, he is an Asian, with black hair, a historical first in the world of football. Mendes was immensely pleased, grateful that he had placed his bet wisely. Fong Yun is indeed worthy of trust and destined to be a superstar. Naturally, Mendes' status has risen alongside Fong Yun's burgeoning reputation. This marks the first time a player of Asian descent has received the European Golden Boy Award since its inception. Amidst the anticipation on the award stage, Fong Yun was bestowed with the Golden Boy Award for 2013. From this moment forth, the world of football officially enters the era of Fong Yun. As the Premier League schedule continued, Aston Villa faced a daunting task this season, contending on 3 fronts. In the 22nd round of the Premier League, Aston Villa hosted Southampton, a team whose performance this season has been quite erratic, currently languishing in the mid to lower tier of the standings. In this match, Fong Yun chose not to overly showcase his own abilities. Rather, He sought to observe the extent to which the players' acceleration cards could manifest their potential. To his surprise, all three new signings delivered remarkable performances. In the first half, Mendy provided 2 assists with low crosses, facilitating Bentik's header into the net. The score stood at 2-0. Khan intercepted a defender in the attacking third and scored with a precise shot, marking his first goal for Aston Villa. The score escalated to 3-0. In the second half, Ruben Dias exhibited his prowess, scoring from a cross delivered by Fong Yun. The tally reached 4-0. He then netted another from a cross by Mendy. The score became 5-0. Following this, he scored yet again from a cross by Lotan, bringing the score to 6-0. Bentik, astonished, thought to himself, how could he be better at heading than I am? What's my role here? Grealish did not lag behind either. His ability to cut in and curl shots resembled that of Robin. In the second half, consecutive curling shots left Southampton utterly defeated. The score soared to 8-0. Observing these vigorous young players, Fong Yun couldn't help but reflect on the situation. What was going on? Each one outshone the last, each one capable of scoring. While he felt overshadowed in this match, was this the allure of the players' acceleration cards? The 4 young players had transformed dramatically. Fong Yun refrained from employing De Bruyne's low-arc passing module during this match. What if it were targeted now? It wasn't yet time to reveal his full hand. Concealing 1's strengths remained crucial. Naturally, he still needed to utilize the long-range shooting card, as there were bonuses for goals. In the final moments of the match, Fong Yun executed a dazzling solo run, scoring with a long-range shot, exuding an effortless elegance. The score settled at 9-0. The following day, headlines read, Fong Yun records 1 goal and 1 assist, but appears off form. Has he hit a rookie wall? Eston wieder times niet to no lower soul hum. Fong Yun's contributions seem minimal. Ruben Dias achieves a hat-trick. Grealish scores twice. Kant's solo effort leads to a goal. Mendy's assists total a hat-trick. Bentik scores twice with headers. What about Fong Yun? His single goal and assist reveal a decline in form. Has he truly been thoroughly analyzed? Upon seeing these news articles, Fong Yun merely smiled. He preferred to depart quietly, concealing his merits and fame. Aston Villa fans, upon reading these reports, burst into laughter. Fong Yun was evidently playing the game. Against weaker teams, he took it easy, allowing the younger players to shine, while against stronger opponents, he would exert himself just enough to lead the team to victory. It was no wonder his stamina was so impressive. They finally understood the reason. Their expectations of Fong Yun were quite high. It was clear that he had not exerted himself during this match, nor was he overly involved in the play, choosing instead to create opportunities for others. A single goal and assist. If it were any other young player, they would have been lauded to the heavens. Indeed, now that Fong Yun was no longer averaging 4 or 5 contributions per match, his performance was deemed subpar, which was quite amusing. Nevertheless, the young talents at Aston Villa were truly remarkable. The management seemed astute, having struck gold with their signings. The quality was commendable, hinting at the revival of Villa. At that moment, head coach Robert was with Villa chairman Randy, observing the vibrant young players on the training ground, feeling quite pleased. Fong Yun is indeed a miracle boy. I was right not to misjudge him, Randy remarked. Indeed, Fong Yun is an extraordinary talent. Even I, as the head coach, feel somewhat superfluous, Robert joked. 2 days later, Aston Villa achieved a resounding 6-0 victory against Norwich City. This season, Norwich has been a team that struggles between mediocrity and excellence, sometimes losing to weaker teams and occasionally surprising stronger ones. They were certainly no match for Aston Villa's youthful vigor. Fong Yun assisted 4 goals and scored twice, while Agbonlahor netted a hat-trick, alongside notable contributions from 4 young players. However, their performances did not quite match the previous match's brilliance. Fong Yun's display once again sent Aston Villa fans into a frenzy. He is not one to chase statistics. When other players shine, he willingly plays a supporting role, facilitating assists. Yet, when the front line falters, he steps up to score, propelling the team forward. He possesses the ability to both assist and score, to attack and defend, not only supplying his teammates with opportunities, but also creating chances for himself. A truly formidable presence. This season, Fong Yun's assists have reached an astounding 50, double that of the second-place player. Moreover, his goal tally has placed him among the top scorers. Aston Villa fans have long grown accustomed to Fong Yun's astonishing assist rate. Now, his frightening offensive prowess has once again left Villa fans in awe. 3 days later, Aston Villa faced Everton, winning 4-1. Fong Yun scored and assisted twice, while Grealish and Agbonlahor each also scored twice. Aston Villa's attacking firepower has reached an unparalleled level of luxury. Each match, there's uncertainty over who should lead the line, as each player seems capable of overwhelming the opposition. The top 10 scorers list is dominated by Aston Villa, with Agbonlahor, Bintik, Fang Yun, and Sulla occupying the top 4 spots. Grealish, having only recently joined, sits just outside the rankings, 3 goals shy of the 10th position. If Fong Yun wished to inflate his statistics, first place in the scoring chart would be assured. However, he sees no need, aside from a slight increase in financial rewards. There is little benefit to hoarding statistics. He prefers to grant other players more opportunities and platforms, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the team more swiftly. After 24 rounds of the Premier League, Aston Villa leads the second-place team by 15 points. The championship seems effectively secured, with 14 matches remaining and a 5-match advantage in wins, not to mention a staggering lead in goal difference. Fong Yun's goal tally has reached 32, a remarkable number for a midfielder. If one were to claim he was a forward, it would be entirely believable. An astonishing fact remains. Fong Yun's goal count surpasses that of all forwards in the league. When a midfielder scores more than opposing forwards, how does one compete? The media has turned its attention to the assist statistics. 52 assists, averaging nearly 2 per match. Truly terrifying. The entire of England is in an uproar. Fong Yun's assists lead the chart, breaking multiple records. Is the high goal tally for a midfielder a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Epic statistics. Historic performance. Could he become a genius surpassing Messi and Ronaldo? Fong Yun's market value skyrockets, doubling and shaking the entirety of Europe. Speculation abounds regarding Fong Yun's summer destination. Yet another fierce competition for a top talent is about to commence. These sensational headlines swept across England. Major clubs began contemplating summer bids for Fong Yun. Currently, the highest market values belong to Messi and Ronaldo, at $1.2 billion, according to the latest reports. Fong Yun's value has reached $90 million, positioning him just below Messi and Ronaldo. Next is Bale, valued at $80 million. The implications from the reports are clear. They believe Fong Yun's potential matches that of Messi and Ronaldo. The reason his valuation hasn't surpassed $100 million is due to the limited sample size of just over 20 matches. Should he falter in subsequent performances, it would reflect poorly on their judgment. Nonetheless, the fact that in 17-year-old commands an $80 million valuation has sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world. The chairman of Manchester United was furious. The assistant coach had inexplicably dismissed a player whose current market value stands at €80 million for a mere €50. This imbecile is undoubtedly a spy within Manchester United, deliberately allowing the talented player Fong Yun to slip away, resulting in a devastating financial loss for the club amounting to tens of millions of euros. I not only intend to terminate his employment, but also to bring him to court. The chairman's secretary stood by, too terrified to utter a word, fearing that the chairman's wrath might be directed at him. Similarly, the chairman of Manchester City was incensed. He ordered the dismissal of the chief scout and chief analyst, along with all those who had initially rejected Fong Yun's transfer. They were nothing but a bunch of inept fools, utterly lacking in insight. As for the head coach, should the team fail to secure the League Cup this season, he would be dismissed as well. The sporting director is also to be sacked. However, with the sporting director's departure, there is no one to take their place, especially after Aston Villa had previously poached a collaborator from the sporting director's office. What? Aston Villa again? How maddening. Not only have we been defeated by Aston Villa twice, but our sporting director has also been taken away. This infuriates me. The chairman of Manchester City roared in his office, his fury echoing even 2 floors away, where Mancini could hear every word. Now, the only chance left to compete for silverware was the League Cup. Moreover, Aston Villa was also in contention for the League Cup. If they could triumph over Manchester City, Mancini might have a chance to remain in his position. The ban on Balotelli due to racial discrimination has also been announced. The English FA ultimately imposed a 5-match suspension on Balotelli, along with a fine of €50,000 as a warning. Meanwhile, Aston Villa, situated far away in Birmingham, had no time to focus on such news as they were about to face Chelsea in the 5th round of the FA Cup. Chelsea, the Blue Army, is no pushover. They currently hold the second position in the Premier League. This is particularly due to the fact that they have yet to face Aston Villa in the league. Chelsea boasts prodigy Torres, whose explosive physicality and exceptional shooting skills are formidable. The goalkeeper Czech is historically renowned. At this time, Hazard had yet to experience injuries and was on the rise, showcasing dribbling skills reminiscent of Messi. Fortunately, Hazard had not yet reached his peak. Upon the announcement of the fifth-round draw, the fans erupted in excitement. Aston Villa supporters were most apprehensive about facing Chelsea since other top-tier teams had already succumbed to Aston Villa. Only Chelsea remained a threat, closely trailing Aston Villa in the league. Should Aston Villa falter, Chelsea, in second place, could easily catch up. Conversely, Chelsea fans were filled with confidence. Chelsea had recently enjoyed a streak of 6 consecutive victories, their momentum surging. In their eyes, Chelsea was invincible, while Aston Villa was merely a fleeting phenomenon. Let us bring this farce to an end. They are merely a relegation team. In this match, Aston Villa shall reveal its true form. A rubbish relegation team, emboldened by victories over Manchester City and Manchester United, while we, Chelsea, are the real giants. Chapter 78. The Blue Army strikes, whom will the blossoms fall upon? Outside the stadium, Chelsea fans were in a frenzy, a scene that delighted the English media. Fong Yun's matches hardly required media hype. The excitement surrounding him was organic. He is the first Asian player to win the Golden Boy Award at the age of 17. His current popularity has swept across Europe, dominating major media outlets. Football bloggers from China are eager to post videos related to Fong Yun daily, solely due to the high interest surrounding him. Despite Aston Villa's impressive streak of over 20 consecutive victories, Chelsea still felt apprehensive. Although Chelsea has not won as many titles in recent years compared to Manchester City and Manchester United, their prowess remains unquestionable. Their attacking force includes formidable players like Torres and Hazard, while Czech stands as a legendary goalkeeper. Their balance in attack and defense leaves little to be desired. However, they are not intimidated, for Aston Villa has Fong Yun. As long as Fong Yun is at the helm, the team remains steadfast. In a lead-up to the match, major media outlets feverishly reported on the encounter. Will Aston Villa continue their triumphant march, or will the Blue Army put an end to their winning streak? In a clash of generations, who will prevail? The peak performer Torres or the newly crowned Golden Boy Fong Yun? The sharpest spear faces the toughest shield. Which side will emerge victorious? Many fans were bewildered. Torres and Fong Yun in a generational clash? Torres is only 27. Is that considered old? Yet, with Fong Yun at 17, he certainly appears to be the younger contender. Aston Villa fans were exhilarated. Their new king is merely 17. As long as Fong Yun remains with the team, Aston Villa will maintain its competitive edge. At Villa Park, Fong Yun and the coaching staff were engaged in tactical discussions. Chelsea's most frequently employed strategies this season include counterattacks and possession-based play. What do you think Chelsea will employ against us? Robert inquired. Counterattacks, Fong Yun replied without hesitation. They have no alternative, for teams that attempt to play possession against us have invariably lost. Chelsea cannot be unaware of this. They favor the tactic of fullbacks, making overlapping runs. We can exploit this weakness. After finalizing the tactics, the team underwent targeted training, particularly focusing on speed and endurance drill for the flanks. Even Mendy, a physically gifted player, began to complain. Boss, is this really necessary? I am exhausted. Within the Villa squad, Fong Yun is affectionately referred to as the boss, as he embodies both the strength and spirit of the team. After the training session, Fong Yun emphasized individual skills, particularly dribbling and ball control, as he had already devised optimal strategies for the upcoming match. As time advanced, only a day or two remained before the 5th round of the FA Cup. This season, Aston Villa was engaged in 3 competitions. Many teams were keen to witness Aston Villa's collapse. After all, a dark horse had emerged from nowhere. Seizing what was rightfully the domain of the giants. Who would be pleased? Not even top-tier teams can withstand the pressure of competing on multiple fronts without faltering. Numerous examples abound. Many teams opt to forfeit less significant matches to rotate players. However, Aston Villa disappointed the malicious media, as Fong Yun continued to play every match without missing a single one since the start of the season. It seemed as though fatigue was a foreign concept to him. Aston Villa, buoyed by Fong Yun's unwavering presence, surged forward, conquering all opposition. It is safe to say that this team is transformed entirely by Fong Yun's presence. Statistical data indicate that when he plays, the team wins an average of 4 additional goals per match. In matches with Fong Yun, Aston Villa averages a 3-goal victory over their opponents, while in matches without him, they suffer an average loss of 1 goal. Such is the disparity. This team can do without any single player, but it cannot do without Fong Yun. With Sulla and Bentik sidelined, Aston Villa faced a grueling schedule of 3 matches a week. Many anticipated that Aston Villa would falter, their aspirations for 3 titles ultimately collapsing into nothingness. However, to everyone's astonishment, Fong Yun withstood the pressure, playing every match in its entirety, starting each game, and turning the tide time and again. The true measure of a star player often lies in their ability to withstand pressure during critical moments, and Fong Yun has proven himself capable of this. Today, Fong Yun holds a fearsome title, the king of long shots. Each match, he delivers at least one remarkable long-range shot, and, astonishingly, many find the back of the net. From 30 yards out, Fong Yun poses a genuine threat to the goal. Who can withstand that? The accuracy of long shots is typically low, rendering them unreliable as a routine weapon. Many players resort to them only when they feel inspired, seldom employing them otherwise. Yet, Fong Yun defies convention. Long-range shots have become his most frequent means of scoring, and they are virtually impossible to defend against. Possessing long shots as a standard weapon, Fong Yun is truly unparalleled in midfield. Liverpool's captain, Gerrard, renowned for his long-range prowess, has praised Fong Yun's striking ability, describing it as possessing a violent beauty, enigmatic yet incredibly effective. Moreover, Fong Yun's free kick conversion rate is exceptionally high. While others treat free kicks and long shots as tricks, for Fong Yun, they are fundamental tools. Of the 30-plus goals he has scored, half have come from free kicks and long shots, leaving analysts utterly bewildered. They find themselves at a loss, unable to comprehend his extraordinary accuracy, which the system records as a perfect rate. Consequently, many teams have sought to study Fong Yun, yet they have been unable to decipher his methods. I don't even know how I score. How could you? He quips with a laugh. Soon, the 5th round of the FA Cup knockout stage will commence. Aston Villa is set to face the Blues, Chelsea, at Stamford Bridge, where the stands will be filled with fans. The live viewership will exceed 100 million. The media across England is in a frenzy. 2 teams known for their counter-attacking prowess, who will emerge victorious. A clash of old and new talents, Torres and Fong Yun. A battle is imminent. In this season's encounter between Chelsea and Aston Villa, who will claim the spoils? After disembarking from the plane, Aston Villa players board the bus heading to Stamford Bridge with one singular goal: victory. Inside the bus, Fong Yun stands at the front, pointing at the tactical board. Tonight, Aston Villa will reveal its true hand. We will play in a 4-4-2 formation. Fong Yun asserts confidently. This formation is seldom utilized by Aston Villa due to previous limitations in forward depth. The 2 forwards in a 4-4-2 require one to be tall and the other swift. Thus, substitutions have been commonplace in the forward position. However, now things are different. Bentik serves as a towering striker, providing a solid pivot, while Agbonlahor embodies speed, having previously filled the striker role with considerable synergy. On the left wing is the formidable Grealish, while the stable Sulla occupies the right wing. The 4-4-2 formation demands much from the midfield, necessitating players who can both attack and defend while maintaining stamina. Kant and Fong Yun are perfectly suited for this role, having recently dismantled Manchester City's midfield trio. The back four remains unchanged. Chelsea is likely to adopt a counter-attacking strategy. If the game devolves into a possession battle, the variables become overwhelming. Aston Villa must accelerate the pace, exploit transitions, and strike from behind. Fong Yun emphasizes the key defensive assignments for this match, with his teammates listening intently. The night at Stamford Bridge is ablaze with lights, the stadium packed to the brim, and tickets are in high demand. The price of tickets for this match is 50% higher than usual, a testament to the excitement Aston Villa brings. The roar of nearly 40,000 fans reverberates, nearly shattering the sky. When the starting lineups are announced, the crowd erupts. Aston Villa has surprisingly opted against their frequently used 4-3-3 formation or 3-man defense, instead deploying an untested 4-4-2 formation. Up front, Bentik partners with Agbonlahor, while Fong Yun teams up with Khan in midfield. Chelsea fans are incensed. You used 3 at the back against Manchester City, but you think you can play us with a 4-4-2? Who do you think you are? They shout. Two midfielders against our three? DC sans affront. As Aston Villa players emerge from the tunnel, a chorus of boos erupts. Show Aston Villa no mercy. Do they think Chelsea is an easy target, like that incompetent Manchester City? Torres, step up and show Aston Villa's defenders your strength and shooting prowess. Check. Keep a clean sheet this match, and I'll reward you out of my own pocket. Defend against Aston Villa with all your might. Amidst the thunderous cheers at Stamford Bridge, the two teams line up. In his mind, the system's voice echoes once more. Winning this match will yield a treasure chest of Chelsea stars. Such treasures are rare, with many legends having graced Chelsea's history. Near the center line, the baby-faced Torres smirks, seemingly saying, "Let me show you what a true star looks like in this match." Czech, pumped and ready, is determined to secure this clean sheet and uphold the honor of Stamford Bridge. The sanctity of the home ground is not to be violated. With the fans' deafening cheers ringing in their ears, the referee blows the whistle. Aston Villa kicks off. Agbonlahor passes to Kant, who promptly moves forward. Kant immediately feeds Fong Yun. Fong Yun glances up. Aston Villa's two forwards, one tall and one fast, swiftly advance, launching an assault on Chelsea's defense. The crowd erupts in cheers. Aston Villa dares to seize the initiative against the formidable Chelsea. This unexpected aggression catches Chelsea fans completely off guard. Chelsea players, known for their youth and vigor, are characterized by their speed and physicality. Aston Villa's strategy appears to be a gift to Chelsea. Any mistakes could leave Aston Villa's backline vulnerable. However, the coaching staff at Aston Villa anticipated this, as it is a tactic meticulously prepared in advance, taking advantage of Chelsea's unsteady footing to strike unexpectedly. The most vulnerable moments in a 90-minute match are often at the start and the end. At the beginning, players have yet to find their rhythm, their focus scattered, leading to defensive lapses. Near the conclusion, fatigue sets in, creating gaps in defense. Aston Villa's 4-4-2 formation advances steadily, with the three lines maintaining a remarkable tightness. Unlike their initial foray into this tactical setup, mere seconds into the match, Fong Yun's hot zone imaging module activates fully. The opponent's defensive weaknesses immediately come to light. Both Bentik and Agbonlahor find themselves in superbly advantageous positions. Fong Yun, with a significant backward swing of his thigh, adopts a posture suggesting a long pass. Chelsea's Mikel, quick to react, rushes towards Fong Yun. Mikel, a defensive midfielder known for his exceptional interception skills, anticipates the play. Just as Fong Yun's right foot is about to connect with the ball, he relieves the force and deftly nudges it to the right with the outside of his foot. Mikel misses completely, as Fong Yun elegantly bypasses him. A wave of cheers erupts from the crowd. In the astonished gaze of the fans, Fong Yun unleashes his skill, De Bruyne's ground arc through pass module. With a swift motion, he sends a perfectly timed ground pass that slices through Chelsea's entire defense at an astonishing speed. Stamford Bridge erupts. Such a deceptive and creative feint. Only a talent like Fong Yun among the young players could execute it. The ball, imbued with intense spin, traces a grand arc on the grass, evading for Chelsea defenders and penetrating the back line directly. At the end of this incisive pass, Agbonlahor, utilizing his speed, receives the ball, takes a stride, and charges into the penalty area. A clear shot. Czech reacts swiftly, advancing decisively. Agbonlahor fakes a shot, deftly evading Czech and facing an open goal. He strikes. 1 o'clock. A tidal wave of cheers sweeps across Stamford Bridge. No one anticipated that Aston Villa would score within the first minute. In this opening phase, Fong Yun's ground arc through pass penetrates the entire defense, assisting Agbonlahor in securing the early lead. The entire stadium reverberates with exuberant applause. Chelsea fans are left bewildered. What has transpired? They gaze at the replay on the big screen. Less than 30 seconds into the match, many fans hadn't even switched on their televisions, and the score had already changed to 1 o'clock. Villa fans are equally astonished. The joy arrives so unexpectedly. After scoring, Agbonlahor excitedly runs towards Fong Yun, scarcely believing that he has scored, exclaiming, "Haha, I thought you wouldn't get that pass to me. Thankfully, I made the run, or I would have missed the opportunity." Aston Villa players embrace in celebration, marking the first strike in this critical match. Fong Yun understands that this is merely the beginning. More thrilling moments await. Chapter 80. The Blues counterattack, a critical moment. The cheers for Aston Villa resonate throughout Stamford Bridge. The goal came far too swiftly. The Chelsea fans are utterly stunned. Watching the replay on the big screen, Fong Yun through ball-piercing Chelsea's entire defense is simply terrifying. Chelsea fans cannot help but admire Fong Yun. The imagination and creativity displayed in that play are remarkable. They ponder why such a prodigy resides not with Chelsea, but with a smaller club like Aston Villa. It is astonishing that a team that battled relegation last season possesses a midfield talent like Fong Yun. However, Chelsea fans quickly regain their composure. This is not a league match, but rather an FA Cup knockout game, a matter of life and death. This disparity in mindset is evident in the coaching strategies. Chelsea aims to stabilize and fortify their defense, seeking counterattack opportunities, while Aston Villa charges forward with relentless vigor, determined to secure an early point. Yet this is just the beginning. Ample time remains for Chelsea to adjust. Chelsea coach Rafael calls over Torres, having just taken charge last month. Rafael's motivation to change coaches mid-season stems from an early exit in the Champions League, notably a 3 o'clock defeat to Juventus. Chelsea's only remaining hopes lie in the league and the FA Cup. With little chance of contending for the league title, they must place their faith in the FA Cup. Hence, this match is crucial. Its outcome could determine Rafael's authority in the winter transfer window. If the season ends in futility, his position will likely be in jeopardy. Torres, utilize your speed to challenge Aston Villa center-backs. Understand? Communicate with the wings to press forward and attack. We can no longer afford to defend. Torres plays a vital role in counterattacks, significantly impacting the defense. It seems Rafael has made a resolute decision, recognizing that victory is essential for his future. As play resumes at the center circle, Chelsea, after a series of passes, finds the ball at Ramirez's feet in midfield. Ramirez is a balanced midfielder without notable weaknesses. Chelsea abandons their defensive strategy and opts for an offensive approach, compelled by their current deficit. This is precisely the scenario Fong Yun hoped for, transforming a static confrontation into an open contest. Aston Villa has yet to fear anyone in such attacking exchanges this season. Their counterattacks rank among the best in Europe, orchestrated by Fong Yun. Chelsea's 4-2-3-1 formation advances relentlessly. They're a vibrant, youthful team. Their play is marked by aggression and extremity. They either retreat entirely to defend or surge forward to attack, steadfastly adhering to an all-out philosophy. Aston Villa refrains from rashly pressing forward, as Fong Yun observes Chelsea's tactical movements, seeking an opportunity to strike decisively. Chelsea advances the ball past the halfway line. Left winger Florent receives it, cutting inside to draw defenders before distributing to Ramirez in midfield. Without hesitation, Ramirez sends a through ball to the left flank. Chelsea's core tactic is well known. The attacking overlap by the fullbacks, delivering high crosses to find Torres. Utilizing his robust physique and positional play, Torres aims to score. Everyone is aware of this strategy, yet it remains uncontainable due to Chelsea's potent fullback capabilities. Previously, Chelsea often focused on the right flank, where Bozingwa showcased the strongest overlapping ability. However, this match sees a rare emphasis on the left side. It is evident that Chelsea meticulously analyzed Aston Villa's recent match footage. Aston Villa's left side defense features Mendy, a physically imposing defender, while Grealish's defensive skills are above average. In a physical contest, they may not hold the advantage. But who defends Aston Villa's right side? It is Lodon, known for his exceptional crossing but weaker defensively. Lodon fails to respond quickly enough as Bozingwa takes possession and drives forward. Aston Villa fans are left in shock. What speed? Bozingwa's pace rivals that of a winger. Fortunately, Bozingwa's touch is too heavy and the ball rolls out of play. After stepping out of bounds, he still managed to give a thumbs up to the passer, Ramirez. Although the pass did not reach its destination, Robert on the sidelines appeared visibly concerned. Loughton was utterly incapable of containing Chelsea's overlapping fullbacks. The opponents played with remarkable simplicity and efficiency. They did not dawdle, swiftly distributing the ball to the flanks, then launching into crosses that culminated in headers. Embodying the quintessential English style of play, it was straightforward and effective, yet exceedingly difficult to defend against. If this continued, their one-goal lead would evaporate, and the danger of conceding an equalizer loomed large. In the previous match against Manchester City, the latter lacked potent, speed-oriented players. They either possessed physicality without pace or speed without strength. This encounter with Chelsea was a different story altogether. Aston Villa faced unprecedented defensive pressure against the Chelsea side brimming with dynamic, pacey players. While Aston Villa also had speedy forwards, their defenders, particularly Mendy on the left flank, were not renowned for their speed, making defensive tasks considerably challenging. As anticipated, in the ensuing minutes, Aston Villa failed to register a single shot, while Chelsea took 3 shots, 2 of which were on target, gradually tilting the match in Chelsea's favor. By the 28th minute, Chelsea orchestrated their most threatening attack of the first half. A goal kick from Aston Villa's goalkeeper was intercepted by a Chelsea defender, who promptly passed it to midfielder Ramrez. Ramrez then relayed the ball to left winger Florent. Loughton assumed Florent would cut inside and position himself accordingly, but Florent's pace and dribbling were exceptional, with no discernible weakness on his weaker side. Capitalizing on the moment, he executed a shoulder drop to break past Loughton with a combination of speed and strength. After several minutes of frenetic running at the start of the match, Aston Villa's defensive coordination began to falter. Fong Yun in midfield was unable to promptly cover the defensive duties on the flanks. This was where Chelsea exhibited their astuteness, recognizing Villa's robust central defense. They chose to exploit the vulnerabilities on the wings. Following Florent's breakthrough, Aston Villa's players were unable to retreat in time, forcing center-back Ben Diaz to step in for support. Florent, however, did not linger on the ball before Ben Diaz could engage. He lofted a cross in the box. Florent sent in a cross from the flank. Ben Diaz, who was a high point in the box, had been drawn away. Torres was positioned in front of center-back Villar. The ball was heading directly towards Torres. Was it going in? Chapter 81. A moment of inspiration to extend the lead, just as everyone anticipated that the ball would find the net. Suddenly, the fans witnessed a shocking scene. A figure dashed forward. Fong Yun. How could he be so swift? Wasn't he just outside the penalty area moments ago? He had somehow arrived inside the box in an instant, clearing the ball just before Torres could make contact. Raphael on the sidelines had already begun to stand up in celebration, only to be deflated in an instant. What was happening? Raphael sighed. In stark contrast, Robert felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, it hadn't gone in. Under the night sky at Stamford Bridge, a spectacular aerial duel unfolded. Fang Yun accelerated to head the ball away, sending the fans into a frenzy. It seemed as if he had teleported from outside the box to the 6-yard area in an instant. Chelsea fans could hardly believe their eyes. In contemporary football, who could compete with a striker like Torres for positioning? He was indeed a nightmare for defenders in the Premier League. Encountering Torres was enough to send shivers down their spines. Yet, Fong Yun achieved what seemed impossible, leaving Torres powerless. Just days prior, Torres had completed a hat-trick away from home, decimating the opposition. Today, however, he was thwarted by a 17-year-old prodigy from Huaxia. Torres was bewildered. When he saw the ball's trajectory, he thought it was a certain goal. Yet, Fong Yun emerged from nowhere to intercept it. Who could remain composed in such a situation? The cheers from the crowd only served to infuriate Torres further. The louder the cheers grew, the more inadequate he felt. Fong Yun had anticipated the attacking method the moment the opponent's boat Injua broke down the wing. It must be said that Torres possessed explosive physical attributes. Had he not utilized his running start, he might not have been able to seize that moment and clear the ball. Torres had no time for anger, as Chelsea was awarded a corner kick, a chance for him to redeem himself. Fong Yun and Ben Diaz exchanged tactical signals. Fong Yun then positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, allowing Ben Diaz to cover the box. This was one of Aston Villa's corner kick defensive strategies. At that moment, the number 16 defensive midfielder noticed a subtle shift in Fong Yun's positioning. Commentators noted that Fong Yun was not stationed within the box, but rather at the edge, closer to Ben Diaz. If Chelsea's corner did not result in a goal, Aston Villa would surely capitalize on that. Just as the commentary concluded, Chelsea took the corner. Inside the box, Ben Diaz and Torres engaged in a fierce tussle for position. The two were locked in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to discern who had the upper hand. Both were worthy adversaries, and against others, they would have a success rate exceeding 90. Today, however, it was a clash of titans. Fans were astonished by the intensity of their off-the-ball positioning. Ultimately, Torres managed to secure a position in front of Ben Diaz, gaining the advantage. Ben Diaz was slightly outmatched. However, the moment the ball was delivered, Ben Diaz immediately engaged, and Torres instinctively responded. At that moment, Ben Diaz suddenly released his strength, swiftly maneuvering in front of Torres. Torres lost his balance and position. Ruben Dias reclaimed his spot. Ruben Dias leaped high, opting not to clear, but instead to cushion the ball forward to Fong Yun. Fong Yun received the ball without hesitation, launching a powerful pass down the center. Who would he find? Bentik or Agbalmahor? Fong Yun directly handed it back to the retreating Bentik. Bentik executed a glancing header, setting up the diagonal run of Agbalmahor. At this point, Chelsea's defensive line was completely stretched, no longer in sync. Agbalmahor surged forward with the ball. Bentik sprinted towards Agbalmahor's left front. Agbalmahor advanced to the right. The Chelsea defenders found themselves in a quandary, uncertain of whom to mark. Just as they hesitated, Agbalmahor unleashed a long-range shot. The goalkeeper, caught off guard, could only watch as the ball found the back of the net. 2-0. Aston Villa scored again, executing a splendid defensive corner and a breathtaking counterattack, all unfolding in mere seconds. This was the delightful attacking style of Aston Villa. The cheers from the crowd were deafening. Aston Villa fans rose in unison, while Chelsea supporters fell silent, grappling with the reality of their team's collapse. The score had widened. Their tactics had been thoroughly dismantled, completely at the mercy of Aston Villa's strategy. This is a scenario that even Chelsea fans could scarcely imagine. The match commenced with an early goal conceded, a corner missed, and then a swift counterattack resulting in yet another goal against them. At this moment, Aston Villa resembled an impregnable fortress. Any attempt at offense would expose vulnerabilities, and once a flaw was revealed, the opponents would seize the opportunity. On the sidelines, Lemire paced back and forth, his expression grave. How could this be happening? He was at a loss for what to do. To attack meant risking counterattacks that could lead to conceding more goals. Yet, refraining from offense would ensure they never scored, trapping them in a vicious cycle. Initially, Lemire's tactical plan was to employ a defensive counterattack, waiting for Aston Villa to make a mistake. However, Aston Villa's aggressive opening strategy completely disrupted Chelsea's pre-match arrangements. Trailing by a goal, Chelsea had no choice but to push forward. Yet, any offensive maneuver would inevitably reveal gaps, much to Lemire's dismay. At that moment, the number 16 midfielder remarked, "I told you, as long as Chelsea fails to score, Aston Villa will capitalize." Fong Yun's positioning is crucial. He did not position himself within the box to assist in clearing the ball, but rather stayed on the periphery, expressing his faith in his teammates to clear the ball to him, which Aston Villa successfully accomplished. Subsequently, Fong Yun did not make a direct pass to Agbalmahor, but rather aimed for Bentik, and the reasoning was simple. The first goal had already been a direct pass to Agbalmahor, resulting in a one-on-one situation. Chelsea's players were not naive and would certainly be on guard. By targeting Bentik, who could then flick the ball to Agbalmahor, the deception and surprise were far more effective. The true and false intermingled, and that was Fong Yun. His methods were inscrutable, truly remarkable. Fans of Huaxiao were elated. This is the god of clouds. In playfulness or jest, do not trifle with the god of clouds. There is hope for the national team. However, if Torres had scored, Aston Villa would have been on the back foot. The number 16 midfielder added. At this moment, Torres was filled with frustration. Had he converted, he could have equalized the score. What a pity. Ruben Dias was exceedingly astute, employing his intellect on the field. Chapter 82. Can he surge, sealing the match indeed? Ruben Dias was cunning, recognizing that he could not outmaneuver Torres and thus withdrew strategically. With physical prowess, skill, and intellect, how did such a player end up at Aston Villa? Remarkably, during Bozingwa's breakthrough, Ruben Dias advanced to disrupt. Otherwise, a clear shot on goal would have ensued. This defensive awareness was top-notch, far from that of a young defender newly entering the Premier League. After the goal, Fong Yun approached Ruben Dias. "That was a splendid play. I knew you could seize the opportunity. Initially, I felt a bit anxious. Torres was too powerful, and I could only attempt to retreat strategically. Had Torres scored, I would have become a scapegoat for the entire team," Ruben Dias said sheepishly, scratching his head. As the game resumed, Chelsea began to fight desperately, embodying a sense of recklessness. It was a matter of survival. It was either you or me. Chelsea committed all players forward, with both wingbacks advancing, leaving only two center-backs at the back. Chelsea was ready to give it their all. Indeed, there was no other choice. Otherwise, victory would remain elusive. Aston Villa, however, remained unmoved, steadfast in their defense, refraining from reckless pressing, simply awaiting Chelsea's mistakes. At this juncture, Chelsea fans were thoroughly frustrated. Does Aston Villa have no sense of pride? Leading yet defending like a turtle. Even with a 2-goal advantage, they refuse to attack. If I were Aston Villa's coach, I would have signaled the team to push forward long ago. They should break through. If they can't win, they will just make excuses. Why not admit that they are outplayed? Indeed, the Torres you've been boasting about is hardly impressive, unable to outmaneuver even an underage center back. How shameless. World-class goalkeeper check is just the same. Still hoping for a clean sheet award. Perhaps it should be the award for being kept in check. The Villa fans quickly retaliated. Chelsea fans in the stands could not contain themselves, throwing bottles at the Villa supporters. The sections for home and away fans were separated, designed to prevent clashes. If this were a league match, Fong Yun would certainly signal to push forward. In a league match, even a loss would have minimal impact. However, this was a cup match where the tides could shift unpredictably, and the risk of failure was ever present. Defense wins championships, while offense scores goals. Even a team as formidable as Real Madrid has relied on defensive counterattacks in the Champions League, securing numerous titles and maintaining a lead over other clubs. After months of refinement, Aston Villa's defense had become impregnable. When the ball shifted to the left side, Aston Villa's defense would realign towards the middle left. Following the ball, Aston Villa's defense dynamically adapted. With 3 lines, each aligned, creating offside traps became effortless. Moreover, the spacing between players was minimal, allowing for effective mutual support in defense. With numerous elite defenders, aggressive and precise, Aston Villa's ironclad defense rendered Chelsea's offense impotent. Chelsea's attempts to breach the robust defense with effective crosses from the flanks were thwarted by Ruben Dias. Within the box, 2 players tightly marked Torres while others engaged in one-on-one matchups. The game reached the 42nd minute. Chelsea executed a throw-in. Canny advanced to press. Upon receiving the ball, Chelsea's right winger had to turn his back to prevent Canny from intercepting. Canny closely marked Mata, denying him the opportunity to turn. Observing this, Fong Yun immediately signaled his teammates to press forward. At this moment, Chelsea's defenders had advanced, leaving no players available for support at the back. The 2 center-backs were effectively marked by Aston Villa's 2 forwards. Any attempt to pass back would be suicidal. Mata, left with no choice, could only dribble backward. Kenny took a quick step forward, intercepting the ball just as Mata was controlling it. Mata attempted to reclaim possession. Kenny executed a pullback, followed by Marseille turn. Cleanly be passing Mata. The crowd erupted in cheers. Kenny's sticky defense allowed him to snatch the ball from Mata. Another counterattack opportunity for Aston Villa. Fong Yun immediately joined in. Without hesitation, Kenny played the ball to Fong Yun. At this moment, Aston Villa had a 3-on-2 advantage in the attacking half. Fong Yun, alongside the 2 forwards, faced Chelsea's 2 defenders. These defenders, wise to the situation, quickly advanced as Fong Yun received the ball, pushing the offside line forward. Consequently, Fong Yun could not make an immediate pass behind the defenders. Yet Fong Yun chose the contrary approach. I shall not pass, I will advance. He strode forward with purpose. Chelsea defender Ivanovic, experienced and astute, did not rush forward but instead retreated while observing the positions of Aston Villa's 2 forwards. Seeing this, Fong Yun swiftly altered his strategy. Calling out loudly Bentik, Bentik immediately withdrew to provide support, positioning himself in front of the other Chelsea defender, Cahill. After passing to Bentik, Fong Yun immediately repositioned. Bentik then laid the ball back to the advancing Canny. Canny executed a seamless through ball that slipped past the center back. Fong Yun received the pass. In a 2-on-1 situation, Fong Yun and Agbonlahor confronted Ivanovic. Agbonlahor positioned himself between Fong Yun and the passing lane, obstructing Fong Yun's attempt to deliver the ball and preventing a clear shot on goal for Villa. Fong Yun deftly performed a series of step-overs, yet Ivanovic remained unfazed. Subsequently, Fong Yun struck with the outside of his foot, sending the ball soaring towards the upper right corner. Neither goalkeeper Cech nor Ivanovic had time to react. Cech could only watch as the ball found the net. One moment, a relentless sequence of intricate passing and Fong Yun's mesmerizing footwork culminated in a sudden strike, showcasing his brilliance. The crowd erupted with thunderous applause. The artistry of his technique, the fluidity of his movements, and the elegance of his shot were nothing short of breathtaking. The Villa supporters were in a frenzy. The holding midfielder, number 16, remarked on Villa's remarkable composure. In a 3-on-2 counterattack, they executed such a sophisticated tactic. Chelsea's two center-backs demonstrated exceptional defensive prowess, creating an offside trap that hindered Fong Yun's immediate passing options. Had he found a way to pass, it would have led to a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Fong Yun's decision-making was nothing short of textbook. By pulling Binnick back, he stretched the defensive line, compelling them to advance. Allowing Fong Yun to reposition himself, Binnick laid the ball back to Candy, who delivered a precise through ball to Fong Yun, resulting in a seamless execution. Fong Yun's final touch was exemplary, beginning with a mesmerizing step over. The reason for this particular feint was its ability to transform into a legitimate shot with the outside of his foot, blurring the lines between deception and reality. A true display of finesse. Chapter 83. The Soul of the Blues, King of the Ball Zhao. Following Fong Yun's remarkable goal, Stamford Bridge fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere was heavy, a stark contrast to the usual vibrancy of the stadium. Chelsea's players were similarly subdued, especially Torres, who found himself overshadowed by younger talents. Once at the pinnacle of his career, he was now outshone by emerging stars. The frustration mounted as he reflected on his recent failures, first by Ruben Dias and then by Fong Yun. Each setback only deepened his humiliation. For a player whose success hinged on physical prowess and innate talent, this was an egregious affront, particularly in a domain where he once thrived. The blow to his confidence was immense. Chelsea fans could no longer remain passive. They voiced their concerns over the team's potential for a season devoid of silverware. Having clinched both the UEFA Champions League and the FA Cup last season, the current campaign was a stark contrast. With the Champions League already out of reach and league hopes dwindling, the prospect of exiting the FA Cup was too dire to contemplate. The Chelsea supporters, unwilling to accept this fate, began to chant in unison. They turned their eyes towards Torres, imploring him not to lose heart but to unleash his true potential and show the Villa youngsters his prowess. He heard their calls, resonating with his deepest desires for redemption, goals. Goals and more goals. He was Chelsea's linchpin, burdened with expectations. The match was not over, and surrender was not an option. Having been instrumental in last season's Champions League triumph, he was a top-tier striker on the grandest stage, a player of unparalleled quality. As the match resumed, determination ignited within Torres. He communicated with his fullback, urging him to cross the ball, vowing to exert every ounce of effort to score. A forward's greatest fear lies not in failing to score, but in shying away from the opportunity to take responsibility. At the 45-minute mark, Chelsea advanced once more, predominantly targeting the left flank, embodying resilience. Loughton remained vigilant, acutely aware that his earlier lapse had granted the opponent space to maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, Chelsea's Ramirez swiftly relayed it to Florent. Loughton shadowed Florent closely, denying him any chance to break through. Florent feigned a move with a shoulder drop before laying the ball back to the fullback, who sent in a precise 45-degree cross. Torres, having anticipated the delivery, positioned himself strategically. As the ball was played, he surged forward to intercept. Ruben Dias sought to retreat, but Torres had already anticipated this. He steadied his core, unwilling to relinquish his balance. Yet, Fong Yun had already foreseen this development and retreated to the penalty area, positioning himself in front of Torres. As the ball arrived, Torres attempted to leap, only to discover that his calves lacked the necessary power. Fong Yun's knee had pressed against Torres' joint, rendering him unable to generate force. He could only watch helplessly as Ruben Dias cleared the ball. In frustration, Torres protested to the referee about Fong Yun's foul, seething with anger. However, the referee remained unresponsive, leading Torres to a state of impotent rage. He vehemently berated the referee, who, in turn, issued him a yellow card, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Some fans criticized the referee's judgment, while others directed their ire at Torres, deriding him for his perceived inadequacy against Fong Yun. Torres sank into despair, realizing he could no longer rely on himself. The fans turned their attention to the attacking midfielder, Hazard. Now, the fate of Chelsea rested solely on his shoulders. At just 21 years old, Hazard had already begun to shine, frequently delivering impressive performances. Hazard, the team needs you to step up. The echoes of the fans' expectations resonated within him as he gazed upon the young Villa players. A surge of determination coursed through him. They were all in their early 20s. Why should they possess such strength while he did not? He too could rise to the occasion. A voice within urged him on. He aspired to play for Real Madrid, compelling him to showcase his talent and prove his worth. As the match entered stoppage time, Chelsea pressed forward once more. Ramirez passed the ball to Hazard, now stationed on the left flank. Fong Yun felt an ominous premonition and hurried to assist. Upon receiving the ball, Hazard cut inside. Facing Canny, with a deft touch, he executed a feint, bypassing him. Fong Yun lunged to tackle, but Hazard flicked the ball over him, evading capture. The center-back, Ruben Dias, had to rush in to provide support. Hazard deftly nudged the ball, sending it through Dias's legs. With Torres drawing defenders away, Hazard found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Executing a precise shot from a tight-angle goal, the score stood at 3-1, a breathtaking display. Hazard had weaved through 4 defenders, scoring with a finesse reminiscent of Messi, as if he had entered a realm untouched by opposition. Commentator Jean Jun was left in awe of Hazard's invincible performance. Just moments ago, the stadium was enveloped in silence, but now it erupts into a cacophony of excitement. Chelsea fans are in a frenzy. My word, what have I just witnessed? Hazard, with exquisite finesse, maneuvered past 4 defenders and found the back of the net. Such sheer individual brilliance. Even Fong Yun was left in the dust. Truly astonishing. Aston Villa fans are equally bewildered. When did their defense become so vulnerable? Even the stalwart Fong Yun was easily bypassed. Who is this Eden Hazard, endowed with such extraordinary prowess? In jubilant celebration, Hazard dashed toward the corner flag, sliding onto his knees to revel in the moment, igniting the crowd once more. On the sidelines, Chelsea's coach, Lemuel, waved his hands in excitement. In moments of desperation, one must still trust in individual talent. Fong Yun could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment. Truly, he is the king of dribbling. This breakthrough was undeniably sharp. If only he could replicate this brilliance consistently, he would be invincible. However, Fong Yun felt no sorrow for conceding that goal. He understood that such performances were rare, fleeting moments. He had momentarily lost track of Hazard, allowing him the space to exploit. Had he remained vigilant, Hazard would not have even touched the ball. As the first half concluded, both teams retreated to their dressing rooms. Chelsea fans, no longer engulfed in despair, now glimpsed a flicker of hope, a rising star. Aston Villa supporters remained optimistic, noting that Fong Yun had yet to unleash his full potential. Moreover, with a comfortable 3-1 lead, they felt no urgency. Fong Yun pondered strategies for the second half. Hazard's resurgence was not a positive sign. In the Chelsea dressing room, the coach reassured Torres while outlining tactics for the second half. Subsequently, Coach Ramirez summoned Hazard, placing the weight of the team on his shoulders. On the Aston Villa side, the atmosphere was relaxed. The coach did not burden the players with excessive pressure, nor was he intimidated by Hazard's extraordinary display. He simply outlined a few tactical adjustments before inviting Fong Yun to speak, demonstrating the immense trust Robert had in him. Temporary tactical shifts on the field would always consider Fong Yun's insights. Fong Yun emphasized key points for containing Hazard. In the second half, I will mark Hazard closely. Candy, be ready to provide support, while the rest of you must stand by for backup. Hazard is their sole hope for a comeback. If we neutralize him, Chelsea's attack will be rendered ineffective. As Aston Villa players emerged from the dressing room, each radiated confidence and enthusiasm, with Fong Yun's presence anchoring the team. The other players simply needed to fulfill their roles to secure victory. The cohesion within this Villa squad was unprecedented. Although minor issues persisted, they paled in comparison to their remarkable winning streak. On the field, the fans once again unleashed a deafening roar. Chelsea initiated the play, steadily advancing their formation. Hazard was constantly on the move, seeking the ball, yet Fong Yun seemed to anticipate Hazard's every move, limiting his opportunities. Even when Hazard received the ball, 2 to 3 players would immediately converge, leaving him with no space to maneuver. Aston Villa had significantly intensified their defensive efforts against Hazard, making it exceedingly difficult for him to gain possession. Aston Villa played with remarkable initiative. After a stagnant first half, their fitness now provided them with a distinct advantage. The high-pressing 4-2-2 formation made life quite uncomfortable for Chelsea. In the opening minutes, Aston Villa executed 2 promising combinations. Fong Yun delivered a long pass to Bentic, whose header struck the post, missing a golden opportunity. A well-timed through ball to Agbonlahor resulted in a one-on-one that was thwarted by Cech. Aston Villa's offensive firepower was formidable, creating numerous threats, yet they just fell short, as noted with a tinge of regret by the commentator. Hazard altered his approach, retreating to orchestrate play and avoid confrontation. In the 64th minute of the second half, Chelsea took a goal kick. Torres claimed the first touch and laid it back to Hazard. He lifted his gaze to assess the positioning of his teammates. Suddenly, he spotted the left back making a run, with Kanté and Fong Yun central, and Sulla drifting closer to the middle. The flank was left exposed. He gestured for his teammates to reposition. The two wide players immediately crossed paths, drawing a central defender away. Hazard feigned a breakthrough, intending to pass to the wing. However, Fong Yun had already deciphered his intentions, and, as Hazard released the ball, he swiftly intervened, intercepting it cleanly. During this period, Fong Yun frequently dropped back into the sixth position to mark Hazard, making the latter's game exceedingly uncomfortable. This dual role allowed him to protect the center backs while also contributing to offensive organization. Fong Yun was acutely aware that this was the time when Chelsea became most impatient and vulnerable, presenting the best opportunity for Aston Villa to counterattack. Solely focusing on defense might lead to being exploited. With the help of the advanced imaging module, Chelsea's every offensive maneuver fell within Fong Yun's expectations. Chelsea fans were engulfed in despair. The hope for a comeback that Hazard had sparked was utterly extinguished by this young midfielder, only 17 years old. It was suffocating. Fong Yun always seemed to appear wherever his team needed him most, seamlessly transitioning between the 8th and 6th positions without ever losing his mark was extraordinary. In the first half, he was tasked with initiating counterattacks from the 8th position, and in the second half, he reverted to the 6th to defend against Hazard. His omnipresence embodied the essence of both attack and defense, truly terrifying. Chelsea fans felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was no wonder he commanded a staggering valuation of $80 million as the world's top midfielder at just 17 years old. The youngest recipient of the Golden Boy Award and the first to break the Premier League assist record in his debut season. There was no embellishment in his accolades. Who else plays like him? Even titans like Messi and Ronaldo are primarily renowned for their offensive prowess, with their defensive capabilities being merely average. Messi has frequently been observed to disengage during defensive duties. Players who excel in both attack and defense, achieving a perfect balance, are exceedingly rare in football history. As the match progressed, Chelsea players began to show signs of fatigue. The intensity of this FA Cup clash was undeniably high. Hazard found himself in a state of confusion, feeling as though he were perpetually being shadowed. Why was it that, despite his attempts to position himself first, Fong Yun could always predict his path? Any threatening pass was invariably intercepted by Fong Yun, as if he possessed an uncanny insight into Hazard's thoughts. Fong Yun's current repertoire of skills was remarkably diverse, an intricate blend of abilities. To exaggerate, the only thing he lacked knowledge of was the color of his underwear. Accustomed to wing play, Chelsea struggled with penetrating through the center. Each time Hazard attempted to advance the ball, his intentions were glaringly obvious under Fong Yun's defensive guidance. Chelsea exhibited no evolución. Nor did they employ complex tactical maneuvers, once again succumbing to the prowess of Fong Yun. The atmosphere erupted with jubilant cheers as Aston Villa supporters reached a euphoric crescendo. Their prodigious midfielder, the young Lion King, utterly eclipsed the previously stellar performance of Hazard in the first half. The clash of titans, a contest of kings, ultimately dictated the outcome of this match. The youthful and vigorous Chelsea squad typically dominated their opponents, relentlessly attacking with seamless coordination. However, against Aston Villa, they seemed ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. Their offensive efforts stagnated, and their defense faltered repeatedly. Following Aston Villa's 2-goal lead, Fong Yun retreated from the number 8 position to number 6, primarily engaging in defensive duties. Ramiel's mind was on the brink of explosion. He had never encountered such an exceptional player, one who fluidly connected every position on the field. Fong Yun's all-encompassing vision and formidable game-reading abilities ensnared the young Chelsea side, stripping them of their previous dynamism and vigor. With no other recourse, he resorted to Chelsea's most proficient and favored offensive system, wing play. He orchestrated the full-backs to overlap, targeting Torres as a focal point, understanding that even if Hazard performed brilliantly, victory remained elusive if Torres could not capitalize on opportunities. In the 85th chapter, the farce concluded, and the Lion King returned. In the 70th minute, Ramiel made a substitution, sending Ashley Cole from the bench to warm up. Cole, heralded as one of the top 10 fullbacks in football, embodied a blend of defensive acumen, offensive prowess, physicality, and speed. However, at 33 years old, he had surpassed his prime, plagued by injuries that diminished his availability. Initially intended for rest, he had only recently returned to normal training. Yet, Ramiel could no longer afford to hesitate. Observing the team's passive state, Cole resolved to enter the fray. A glimmer of hope ignited among Chelsea fans. Were they finally prepared to fight? Would that man make his entrance? Could Ashley Cole once again be their savior? Upon his arrival on the pitch, the home crowd erupted in deafening applause and cheers. Cole exuded confidence and determination. However, disappointment soon followed for the Chelsea supporters. While his technical skills remained intact, his physicality and speed were no longer what they once were. He struggled against Luton, and Aston Villa's defensive structure proved impenetrable, leaving no visible weaknesses. They permitted Cole to venture wide and cross, but stifled his ability to cut inside. Though the quality of his crosses was decent, the penalty area was teeming with Aston Villa players, making it impossible for the aerially adept Torres and defenders to seize any opportunities. Aston Villa's well-fortified defense consistently thwarted Chelsea's attempts to cross. Fong Yun opted not to protect the edge of the box, but instead withdrew to mark in the penalty area, allowing the agile and expansive Canny to sweep the top of the box. Despite Canny's height of less than 1.8 meters, he held no advantage within the penalty area. Fong Yun consistently anticipated the trajectory of incoming crosses with precision, continually directing his teammates and orchestrating their defensive efforts, thwarting the rare opportunities that Cole managed to create. Crossing from the flanks is theoretically the most effective method to dismantle a compact defense, provided there are enough tall players, both forwards and defenders, within the box. However, a well-structured defense remains resilient against any tactical approach, as long as the players maintain effective coordination and communication. Under low-block defense, the space available to attacking players is severely constricted. Without room to maneuver, scoring becomes an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, effective low-block defense is crucial for counterattacking. On the sidelines, Ramiel was utterly despondent. He had exhausted all his tactical options, yet nothing bore fruit. Low-block defense is a strategy favored by Mourinho, capable of significantly narrowing the disparity in player abilities. By adopting an extreme defensive posture, it creates opportunities for attack. This contrasts with high pressing, where the advantage lies in proximity to the opponent's goal after regaining possession. The low block allows for more space behind, yet places the team further from the goal, necessitating a passer of exceptional long-range accuracy. Why was Aston Villa so resolute and confident in their low-block defense? The answer lay in the presence of a pivotal player, Fang Yun, the crucial playmaker. As time slipped away, Chelsea remained 2 goals adrift, with precious minutes dwindling. The Chelsea supporters at Stamford Bridge grew increasingly restless, unable to accept such a dire outcome. The reigning Champions League victors now faced the specter of a winless season. Having already been eliminated from the Champions League group stage, their league prospects appeared bleak, and should they falter in the FA Cup, the uncertainty surrounding the League Cup would loom larger. Chelsea's predicament worsened rather than improved, and Ramiel's fears materialized as the match approached the 80th minute. Aston Villa's solid defense once again neutralized Chelsea's crosses, with the ball landing at Fong Yun's feet in a deep-lying midfield position. With Chelsea's flanks fully committed, the wings lay wide open. The heat map system vividly indicated vast swathes of green along Chelsea's flanks, signifying immense space. Without hesitation, Fong Yun executed a powerful long pass to the right wing. The ball soared across Stamford Bridge, traversing a staggering 60 yards before landing in the attacking third. No! A Chelsea supporter grimaced in anguish. On the sidelines, Ramiel's face contorted in despair, his heart plagued by ominous foreboding. Sulla, understanding the situation, surged forward with relentless speed, closing in on the ball. Charging towards the penalty area, the Chelsea flanks were wide open, and Aston Villa's 2 forwards surged ahead. Chelsea's center-backs had no choice but to retreat, unwilling to confront Sulla. He barreled into the penalty area, and by the time the center-backs sought to assist, it was too late. Sulla unleashed a precise shot, finding the back of the net. 4-1, Aston Villa extended their lead, effectively sealing the match. A brilliant connection between Fong Yun and Sulla, with Sulla converting the long pass into a spectacular goal. Villa's supporters erupted once more, while Chelsea fans were plunged into profound silence. Aston Villa's lion-hearted performance at Stamford Bridge utterly dismantled the Blues. in the transition from defense to attack. Fong Yun's audacious long pass delivered a jaw-dropping, pinpoint strike that decisively concluded the match. 4-1. This result will haunt Chelsea's players and fans alike. Aston Villa triumphed over Chelsea once again, successfully advancing to the next round of the FA Cup. The media outside the field is abuzz. Aston Villa will not truly contend for the championship across 3 fronts this season, and yet they have triumphed in all competitions. The momentum is simply overwhelming. It can be likened to overcoming numerous formidable foes. First, they vanquished Manchester City, followed by Chelsea, and they did so with immense authority. Up until now, no one has been able to compel Villa to exert their full strength, except for the referees. Stamford Bridge has entirely transformed into a sanctuary for Aston Villa fans' exuberance. The score of 4-1 looms large above the stadium. The Chelsea supporters are engulfed in silence. A ground that can accommodate 40,000 fans has seemingly morphed into a library. On this night, the Blues have not tasted victory. They were utterly dismantled by the Lions of Villa. From players to coaches, from tactics to in-game adjustments. They are acutely aware that following this match, the media will undoubtedly sensationalize the event, which will forever be etched in the annals of football shame. The referee's whistle signals the end of the match. Cheers erupt once more within the stadium. Young Lion, lead us to victory. Hooray, Aston Villa. The supporters enthusiastically sing their team anthem, their excitement palpable. Chapter 86. Abandoning the field. Seizing Fong Yun, Aston Villa fans are in a state of ecstatic jubilation. Having previously triumphed over Manchester City, they have now effortlessly subdued Chelsea. This season, Aston Villa has maintained a perfect winning record against the elite. This is truly remarkable. Such a feat is rarely seen in the annals of Aston Villa's history. With just over 20 matches, Fong Yun has already secured a place in the club's record. Following this match, the external perception of Aston Villa has undergone a radical transformation. There is a burgeoning belief that Aston Villa could potentially emerge as the next major powerhouse following the traditional Big Six of the Premier League. If defeating 1 or 2 elite clubs can be chalked up to luck, what then can be said of defeating them consecutively 4 or 5 times? Last season's relegation battlers have undergone a complete metamorphosis since Fong Yun's arrival. Since his joining, the team has amassed nearly 30 consecutive victories across all competitions. They lead the league by a considerable margin. In the FA Cup, they have advanced to the 5th round, riding a wave of momentum. The next round will see them compete in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, with the prospect of claiming the championship igniting immense excitement among Aston Villa fans. After years of dominance by the Big Six, Aston Villa finally has a chance to contend. They could scarcely have imagined that their team would progress this far. Following last season's relegation struggles, many fans burned their jerseys, even those signed by Aston Villa players. Now, they deeply regret their actions. At the start of the season, before Fong Yun's arrival, the aspirations of Villa fans were modest, merely hoping for survival and a return to fiscal stability. However, after Fong Yun's arrival, the expectations for him and the club have soared. Their ambitions have grown exponentially. With just 3 rounds remaining, they're on the cusp of claiming the FA Cup title. The last time they secured a championship was over a decade ago. In 2001, when they won the European Toto Cup, many fans had never even heard of it. The participating teams were mostly second-tier, with no elite clubs involved, rendering it of minimal prestige. They have never claimed the Premier League title, with their last best league finish being as runners-up in 1992. The last FA Cup victory was in 1956, over half a century ago. However, everything has changed since Fong Yun's arrival. This season promises honors and championships that the club has not tasted in decades. It is simply surreal. Villa fans are questioning whether they are in a dream. After the match, Aston Villa coach Robert gave an interview to the media. He has lost count of how many times he has praised Fong Yun. The player's performance has exceeded his wildest expectations. Robert has grown accustomed to the spotlight, often feeling embarrassed by his own lack of words in the presence of Fong Yun's brilliance. His admiration for Fong Yun is effusive. Having defeated Chelsea and secured a place in the FA Cup quarterfinals, what is your goal? Is it the championship? A reporter inquired. Robert burst into laughter. Indeed, Fong Yun's resolve embodies the spirit of the entire Aston Villa team. He is the captain, unparalleled in both skill and leadership. We will steadfastly follow in his footsteps. He has always stated that our goal this season is to contend for the championship across 3 fronts. And initially, the media was skeptical. What can we say? This goal has never wavered. Robert's words radiated with unwavering confidence and determination. On the other side, Chelsea's coach Raphael faced the media with a serious demeanor. When asked about Fong Yun, Raphael's expression shifted dramatically. I have already discussed with the club's management the intention to make an offer for Fong Yun during this summer transfer window, and we will present a bid that meets or exceeds his market value. We have identified Fong Yun as our primary target for recruitment. At just 17 years old, he possesses immense potential. I believe that once he joins Stamford Bridge, Chelsea will become an indomitable force. Moreover, as he is still a minor, he has the opportunity to choose his nationality. We wholeheartedly welcome him to join Spain, Raphael stated with unwavering conviction, his eyes betraying a hint of ferocity. The media erupted with excitement. The implications of this statement are monumental. Chelsea is indeed pursuing Fong Yun. As last season's Champions League winners, they are financially well-equipped for new signings. Thus, Fong Yun's future at the season's end has become a focal point of speculation, providing ample opportunities for sensational news coverage. Furthermore, this year marks the 13th year, with the following year being a significant tournament year, the World Cup. This event ignites passion across the globe. The holy grail of football represents the ultimate honor for countless players and nations. Its allure even surpasses that of the Olympics. Spain boasts considerable competitiveness in the World Cup, with the average skill level and market value of their players being quite high. The only thing lacking is a true superstar. Should Fong Yun choose to join, this Spanish team would become an unprecedented force to be reckoned with. Given that Fong Yun is still a minor, he has the freedom to choose his national allegiance. In this light, Fong Yun will not only become a coveted target for elite clubs, but also a prized asset for various national teams. His future is boundless. The following day, headlines such as Aston Villa triumphs over Chelsea again, Fong Yun shines brightly, and Fong Yun's revolutionary style of play captivates all flooded the media. Reports emerged stating that Chelsea is reportedly making an offer for Fong Yun, sparking controversy, while Chelsea's coach Raphael actively encourages Fong Yun to join the Spanish national team. News articles surged to the forefront of major media outlets, with The Guardian and The Sun competing to report. Fan forums erupted in chaos, particularly among Aston Villa supporters, who expressed their outrage. If they can't win, they resort to poaching talent. Chelsea is truly despicable. Indeed, I have never seen such shamelessness. Fong Yun, please do not agree. Can Fong Yun not perform so brilliantly? I'm worried that he might succumb to temptation and be lured away. The concerns of Aston Villa fans are quite justified. The team has finally welcomed a player of historical significance, igniting a glimmer of hope. Should he depart, it would be as if all was lost, plunging the club back to its former despair. As for which nation he might join, the Villa supporters are indifferent. They prefer not to see Fong Yun align with England, as the factional struggles within the national team are glaringly evident, making it challenging for any player to truly showcase their abilities. On that fateful evening, an avalanche of news swept across England. With the exit of Chelsea's chairman, Abramovich, the top clubs could no longer remain passive. Who is Abramovich? He is often credited as the catalyst for the influx of wealth into football, the very pioneer of the golden era, with a net worth exceeding billions. This Russian energy mogul is not to be trifled with. Manchester United, desperate to maintain their reputation, felt compelled to place a bid for Fong Yun, hoping to mend any rifts. Naturally, Manchester City followed suit, banking on the belief that no one would turn down a lucrative offer. Bolstered by the immense financial power of the Emirates, Fong Yun has single-handedly thrown the entire transfer market of the Premier League into disarray. Chapter 87. The frenzied pursuit sparks a sensation. Even the illustrious Mourinho, currently with Real Madrid, could not remain passive. A midfielder just shy of 17 years old, he alone propelled last season's relegation-threatened team to the top of the league, leading by a staggering 15 points. Such talent and achievement are impossible to ignore. Mourinho envisioned the prospect of Fong Yun leading a relegation team to vanquish the giants of football. The thought of him donning the colors of a galactic team like Real Madrid is simply exhilarating. The club's philosophy revolves around gathering the world's top talents, favoring youth, and employing a superstar strategy. Mourinho firmly believes in the immense allure Real Madrid holds for young prodigies. Although the club boasts numerous superstars, the tactical resources available to Fong Yun are limited at present. However, youth is on his side, Once these superstars age, it will be Fong Yun's time to shine. Moreover, Real Madrid is eager to advance in the Champions League, having lost the title last year. Securing it in the coming seasons is essential for a club of their stature. Crucially, Real Madrid has not had prior conflicts with Fong Yun, unlike Manchester City and Manchester United, and they can offer him a salary that will only increase. As the summer transfer window approaches, the market is poised for a tumultuous battle. Manchester United, Tottenham, and even the teams Fong Yun has systematically eliminated, such as Manchester City and Chelsea, are all vying for this remarkably young and talented midfielder. At just 17 years old, Fong Yun's potential for development is immense. That night, after returning to Villa Park for training, Fong Yun went back to his rented accommodation. Following the match against Chelsea, he received a Chelsea Starbucks. Congratulations! You have obtained a Chelsea Starbucks. Performance this match. Hidden reward triggered. Box upgraded to diamond quality. Upon opening the box, various star modules appear before him. Didier Drogba header module, 2 chance. Frank Lampard power shot module, 2 chance. N'Golo Kant tenacious defense module, 2 chance. Petr Cech precision goal kick module, 2 chance. After a brief moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations! You have drawn the Hazard Matthews Deception module. Matthews Deception. Using both the inside and outside of 1 foot in quick succession to evade defenders and create space. What a splendid acquisition this is. It is highly deceptive, allowing for sudden spatial advantage. The Matthews Deception can be likened to a reverse motion akin to feigning a change in direction before dribbling past an opponent. Hazard frequently employs this technique with great success, making it a potent weapon. This highly deceptive maneuver, coupled with the immediate creation of offensive space, aligns perfectly with Fong Yun's playing style. One of Fong Yun's current shortcomings is his struggle to release the ball under tight pressure. With this skill, he can always find a way to pass, liberating him from the fear of being confined. Fong Yun glanced at his data panel. Dribbling, 80 to 85, an 80 rating signifies the level of a starting player in the top 5 leagues, although it has only increased by 5 points. The difficulty of advancing beyond 80 escalates exponentially. Had Fong Yun possessed this skill in the recent match against Chelsea, he could have concluded the game by halftime. Fong Yun's leadership in Aston Villa's triumphs over Manchester City and Chelsea in the FA Cup has sent shockwaves through European football. An offer of 80 million from certain Spanish club for Fong Yun. The news erupted like wildfire. Fans speculated wildly about which club could afford such extravagance. Was it Real Madrid or Barcelona? Upon seeing the news, Robert rushed to his office. After several inquiries, he learned that no such offer had been received from a La Liga team. Clutching his heart, he nearly induced a panic attack. Thankfully, it was merely a smokescreen, a self-inflicted scare. It turned out that the Spanish club was merely attempting to gauge the psychological price point of the Premier League giants regarding Fong Yun before deciding whether to make an actual bid. However, Chelsea, unaware of this, could no longer contain themselves. Abramovich made a bold move, offering 85 million for Fong Yun. 85 million. One must remember that the record transfer from the previous year was just over 40 million. This offer is undeniably sincere. Chelsea fulfilled their promise to bid at least the market value, which is no less than 80 million. Chelsea's decisive action sent tremors through the entire English football landscape. With less than 3 months until the summer transfer window opens, and the season approaching its latter stages, the battle for the prodigious talent that is Fong Yun officially commences. Chelsea has fired the opening salvo. Other clubs are not to be outdone, with Manchester United making a tentative offer of 60 million. Aston Villa fans expressed their discontent. Manchester United, how audacious. Not long ago, they offered 50 million to offload Fong Yun, and now, after he has proven his worth, becoming the youngest midfield prodigy in history, they think they can secure him for a mere 60 million? It is akin to throwing crumbs to a beggar. Manchester City retaliated with a robust offer of 80 million, supplemented by various endorsement contracts valued at no less than 10 million for Fong Yun. This is a show of genuine intent. The endorsement contract is for Fong Yun personally, and it carries significant weight. The Emirates' operational capabilities are formidable. Should Fong Yun join Manchester City, his actual earnings would far exceed expectations. Real Madrid, not to be outdone, retaliated with a staggering 100 million bid for Fong Yun. Their silence is deafening, but when they speak, it is with a thunderous impact. Following Real Madrid's offer, the footballing world was shaken. The departure of a heavyweight leaves little room for other clubs. Aston Villa's chairman, Randy, urgently convened a board meeting to discuss Fong Yun's transfer strategy. Many in the management were in favor of selling Fong Yun, as the club's financial situation remains precarious. Selling Fong Yun could instantly shift the club from loss to profit. Moreover, with over 100 million in transfer fees, the club would have ample maneuvering space. Acquiring one Fong Yun could lead to securing a second. However, the former sports director who joined from Manchester City staunchly opposed the sale. He believed that Fong Yun's intangible value to Aston Villa is immense. Moreover, Fong Yun himself secured numerous sponsorships from Huaxia, aiding the team in augmenting its transfer budget and executing several remarkable signings. Fong Yun is under no obligation to do so. His actions stem solely from a consideration for the team's welfare. Chairman Randy ultimately declared, "We, at Villa, are currently at a historic juncture, presented with an unprecedented opportunity that must be seized. There is but one Fong Yun, and he has already contributed immensely to Villa. Whether we can ascend to the echelons of true footballing giants hinges on Fong Yun. He has brought us luminaries such as Sulla, Ruben Dias, Kanté, and Mendy. We have every reason to place our faith in him. Every player is tradable, yet Fong Yun remains untouchable. We will employ every conceivable means to retain him. Fong Yun is the very soul of Aston Villa." Chapter 89. Strategic Objective. Retaining Fong Yun. The frenzied offers from various elite clubs for Fong Yun have sent shockwaves throughout England. Real Madrid's staggering bid of 100 million has left many astounded. Aston Villa's young midfielder has seen his market value soar to over 100 million euros. This is, without a doubt, a historic valuation. In this era dominated by statistics, it is exceedingly challenging for midfielders to establish their worth. Unlike forwards who could be evaluated by their goal tally, the most highly valued midfielder in contemporary football is undoubtedly Barcelona's Iniesta, whose worth is pegged at 75 million euros at the age of 29, right at his peak, a valuation that is quite reasonable. The media has gone into a frenzy. At just 17 years of age, Fong Yun has emerged as the highest valued midfielder in the world, without question. Currently, Manchester United finds itself in dire straits. The tale of them attempting to offload Fong Yun for a mere 50 euros has spread across Europe, leaving fans and clubs alike mocking them. Numerous Premier League clubs have publicly condemned Manchester United's actions in a bid to win Fong Yun's favor. Mourinho has stated in interviews more than once that such conduct by Manchester United is profoundly insulting and indicative of a woeful lack of vision. Upon hearing these remarks, Manchester United was incensed. The club's hierarchy sought to rectify the situation by incessantly reaching out to Aston Villa in hopes of acquiring Fong Yun. Aston Villa, however, was disinclined even to entertain their calls. Regret washed over Manchester United as they lamented Fong Yun's skyrocketing valuation, feeling despondent. From a mere 50 euros to over 100 million. One could say that his value has multiplied by 5 million times, etching a new chapter in football history. Meanwhile, Randy approached Fong Yun, eager to glean his thoughts. "If you are intent on leaving, there is little we can do to retain you," Randy stated candidly. "I wish to hear your perspective. The club is incredibly eager to keep you and is well aware of your contributions to Aston Villa, including your efforts in traveling to Huaxia to secure sponsorships and assist in resolving financial concerns. We have taken note of all this. Yet, we also understand that while we may keep you for a time, we cannot hold you indefinitely. Ultimately, you will aspire to greater stages, seek more championships, and command higher wages. However, we genuinely wish to retain you and would love to hear your opinion." Chairman Randy spoke with sincerity. Fong Yun's subsequent response astonished him. "I wish to remain here. I enjoy a harmonious relationship with the coach and my teammates, and the club signings align perfectly with my expectations. My demands are quite simple. I would like the summer transfer window to follow my proposed plan for signings. If this can be accomplished, I will assuredly remain with the team. If not, then we shall see." Fong Yun replied calmly. This response was indeed meticulously crafted. Fong Yun did not explicitly declare whether he would stay or leave during the summer window. Rather, he left it contingent upon whether they could follow his plan for signings. It seemed as though he was relinquishing the initiative to the other party. Yet the reality is that the decision of whether to stay or go ultimately rests with him. Fong Yun's reasoning is straightforward. If the management can genuinely follow his proposed signings, then Aston Villa will possess undeniable competitiveness, as they would be acquiring future superstars. Should they fail to do so, Fong Yun would naturally depart, as the resources and honors available at a prestigious club far surpass those of a smaller team. This strategy serves to compel Aston Villa's management to align their signings with Fong Yun's proposals if they wish to retain him. He is the true arbiter of his fate. From the management's perspective, following Fong Yun's recommendations has proven to be highly lucrative, as the 3 signings made in the winter window have been exceptionally cost-effective potential stars. A surefire investment. Their immediate impact is even superior to that of some of Aston Villa's original starting players. Moreover, if signings are made in accordance with Fong Yun's vision, he will undoubtedly perform better, enhancing both his personal statistics and overall contributions, thereby elevating his commercial value and that of Aston Villa as a whole. The sales of jerseys and ticket prices would subsequently rise, benefiting all parties involved. The management will undoubtedly work tirelessly to facilitate these signings, which is precisely Fong Yun's objective. Rather than joining a powerhouse and instantly reaching the pinnacle, Fong Yun prefers a nurturing approach, guiding a cadre of future stars to gradually ascend and ultimately stand atop the footballing world. This journey is exhilarating and presents a greater challenge. Previously, there may have been hesitation regarding the growth rate of these young potential stars, but with the introduction of player development accelerators, such concerns have been alleviated. Fong Yun believes that Mendy, Ruben Dias, and Canny have already reached the level of regular rotation players in the top 5 leagues, albeit lacking slightly in experience and mentality. This is unavoidable and can only be addressed through gradual accumulation over numerous matches. The two quickly reached a consensus. Fong Yun later expressed in a media interview that he had yet to decide whether to stay or leave, contingent upon the season's performance and the management signings. This response was somewhat ambiguous, neither a declaration of departure nor a commitment to stay, indicating that both outcomes remain possible. Aston Villa fans were stirred by Fong Yun's statement. Though uncertain whether he would stay or leave, at least they had a clearer understanding. If the management excels in signings, Fong Yun is likely to remain, signaling that, in his view, salary is not the foremost consideration, leaving room for optimism. Tears may have welled in the eyes of family members, as Aston Villa and Fong Yun remained unmoved by Real Madrid's $100 million transfer fee offer. Indeed, as chairman, I would certainly agree. $100 million is an enticing sum. As Fong Yun, I would likely depart. Who could turn down an offer from such a prestigious club as Real Madrid? However, the Madrid faithful were less than pleased. You refused to come even after a $100 million offer? Are you overestimating your own worth? They lamented. With a $100 million offer, the sincerity is palpable. Yet you still hesitate. Are Asians truly this naive, instinctively shying away from such immense opportunities? They scoffed. Is this the resilient Fong Yun? He seems rather timid. Real Madrid has no need for such a player. Upon hearing Fong Yun's declaration, all parties were left in shock. Aston Villa remains non-committal regarding Real Madrid's offer. Could there be underlying reasons? Fong Yun's response to joining Real Madrid is ambiguous. What is he truly hesitant about? What are Aston Villa's ambitions? Are they truly aiming to forge a powerhouse club? Faced with such sensationalist headlines, Fong Yun merely chuckled. At present, he wishes to focus on winning matches, enhancing his own abilities and bolstering the strength of his team. He understands that achievements and accolades are the foundation of any negotiation. Mourinho and the Old Lord are undoubtedly infuriated. Despite Real Madrid's offer of $100 million, they remain unyielding. Is Fong Yun perhaps overestimating his own worth? In truth, Fong Yun has his own considerations. Even if he aspires to join a prestigious club, Real Madrid may not be the most suitable option.